The room fell into silence as the night gave way to the dawning day, and the first rays of sunlight streamed in through the window. A bandaged figure gazed at another person's missing arm, severed at the elbow, with nothing left but a pitiful stump. However, in his vision there was something more there, a blue phantom of the missing limb. Is the mana storing what was once his hand? As Roland contemplated, his eyes flashed with a blue hue. He employed the same skill he used to predict his enemy's movements, but this time, to his astonishment, it provided him with unique insights into this world. It was the first instance of him using this ability on a person with a missing limb, and it unveiled something intriguing. Although Bernier's arm was missing, the mana that reflected his body portrayed the limb as a complete bluish phantom. Does mana also store a person's information like some sort of storage device? Is this perhaps how divine healing spells can work? He wasn't entirely certain about this theory, but it seemed to make sense in his mind. There were divine spells capable of restoring limbs, but their mechanisms remained a mystery. Initially, he had assumed they used a person's DNA to reconstruct the limb to its original form, but perhaps there was an entirely different method at play. If the mana within a person stored all of their information, it would provide an alternative explanation. Two main types of healing spells and potions existed. The first type amplified a person's regenerative abilities to aid in wound recovery. Some monsters could restore limbs and even brain matter, representing one variation of this type. The second type consisted of divine spells that could magically revert an injured person to a previous state. As he examined the mana phantom, he contemplated the possibility that this state might be stored within mana itself. This idea was a novel concept to him, as he had previously thought of mana as more of an energy source that circulated throughout the world. It was a resource that appeared on almost all living beings' status screens and was consumed when casting spells. The notion that mana might possess storage capabilities could open up new avenues for his research, particularly in the field of prosthetics. Magical prosthetics were not a novel concept in this world, however. They were typically only accessible to magic casters. These prosthetics relied on a person's ability to manipulate mana and could only be operated by individuals who could use magic. Such individuals were not really using their lost limb, but rather replacing it with something akin to a mage hand. Over time, they became accustomed to moving the prosthetic as though it were a natural extension of themselves. For regular individuals, replicating this feat was impossible. This new discovery offered a glimmer of hope in Bernier's situation and opened up the possibility of developing prosthetics for individuals who couldn't manipulate mana. If the information for the lost hand was stored within the mana itself, it might be feasible to connect that data to a replacement arm. While this endeavor would require extensive research and development, it held the potential to create a device that could replicate the functions of the lost hand and even restore the sensation of touch. This revelation ignited a spark of inspiration within Roland and gave him some hope. However, there were some glaring problems with all of the theories that were rushing inside of his brain. He realized that the theory he had stumbled upon might not be a new discovery and that other mages could have attempted it before, possibly without success. Bernier was not the only non-mage that required a replacement limb. It seemed like a lucrative endeavor, which meant that this feat would not be an easy one. Is that you, boss? Ah, are you awake? Roland snapped out of his thoughts upon noticing that Bernier had finally regained consciousness. His wife, Diana, was outside the room, taking a break from watching over him. Roland's first instinct was to call her back in, as she was likely anxiously waiting for her husband to wake up. I should probably call Diana over, she just went outside. I'm sure she'd want to know that her husband has woken up. Wait, however, before he could turn to leave the room, Bernier made an attempt to sit up. There was a problem, though due to his missing right arm, the attempt was awkward. He tried to push himself up as if his missing limb was still there, but ended up falling back onto the bed. As he looked at the missing part, he began to recall that day's events. That's right, me right arm. That monster took it. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's because of me if you didn't go back. Bernier saved Roland's life by bringing out the experimental rail cannon, but also suffered for it dearly. If he had just retreated back through the escape tunnel, his arm would be still intact, but on the other hand, Roland's might have not been here. Now I made a decision. Now I have to live with it, and I'd do the same thing if I oog, as Roland replied. He let out a weak chuckle, but soon his laughter turned into labored panting. The divine energy had healed his injuries and restored his bones and organs, but the debuffing effects still lingered, making his body weak and in pain. He knew that recovery would take some time, and Bernier needed to be patient until his health was restored. It's going to take some time before that cursed energy leaves your body. Just rest. That might be a good idea. Soon he was drifting back off to sleep with his breathing becoming more regulated. Without being able to do much, he decided to just visit the other patients instead. Both Armand and Lobelia were here as well, with only the guild master missing. Considering that he had the highest level, it wasn't strange that he had woken up the fastest and gone on his way. I wonder what he did with my axe. Roland made his way over to Armand's bedside and observed the arrangement of the patients. It was clear that all the people he knew were placed together, and there didn't seem to be any outsiders among them. It was evident that the church was giving them preferential treatment or keeping them under close surveillance. Given their involvement in the encounter with the cultists, it made sense that they were being closely watched and treated by the church. There was also one empty bed that had the residual mana signature of his favorite Baldy to confirm his theory. How did that Baldy leave, though? Did he talk himself out of it? The absence of the guildmaster indicated that he had been allowed to leave, possibly after being interrogated and determined not to be a significant threat. Since some time had passed since the incident, this seemed like the most likely scenario. It also brought a problem to the forefront. He had not really been interrogated yet, and he was not sure how it would turn out. It was concerning that his pendant, which he had worn since Edelgard, was missing. It had been destroyed along with his armor, which also had a similar masking enchantment on it. Although he could potentially create new runes on metallic objects that were here, it was not necessary anymore. During his treatment, the church personnel likely had enough time to inspect his status screen, possibly discovering his real name and true class, Runesmith Overlord. It might be unwise to lie to the church. I have no idea what they might do, and also, the absence of Agni from the room was noticeable, but the fact that Elodia wasn't in distress likely meant that their canine companion was safe. Roland would have to inquire about Agni's whereabouts later when he had a chance to speak with his wife or other individuals in the room. I still have some things that I can bargain with, so not everything is lost. While pacing around this clinic room, he continued to think about the future. There were several problems that wouldn't allow him to continue with his life as before. First off, the cultists had launched an attack on his home and were clearly aware of his existence. There was a possibility that they knew about his secrets and how he was able to disable their relic. On the other hand, the fact that a week had passed without any direct retaliation from the cultists suggested that they might not be fully aware of his capabilities. Previously, they launched a full assault to destroy the captured monolith just to safeguard their secrets. History usually repeated itself. If they knew about what transpired here, they should have acted sooner. Could they be afraid of the Golden Order? Could there be another attack? He continued to pose those questions while going back to the bed he previously occupied. As he glanced through the windows, he could see numerous knights and soldiers patrolling the area. This location was within the city, making it a challenging target for any hostile takeover. Unlike the situation in the other city, the cultists here lacked abominations and thralls to obstruct the city guard. Nonetheless, he had to be ready for any situation, including the chance that they might discover his abilities in the future. Even if they weren't aware of his true potential at the moment, it was evident that their cult members had been deployed in this region once more. They would undoubtedly attempt to unravel the mystery and would eventually dispatch someone to investigate. This location had already become a hazardous area for anyone connected to this incident. My best bet would be to push everything onto the Golden Order, but will that be enough? Engaging with the Church of Celeria could indeed be a strategic move in safeguarding his home and loved ones. Their opposition to the cultists made them a potential ally in the fight against this common threat. Roland needed to find a way to establish communication and build trust with the church, all while being cautious about revealing too much about his own abilities and knowledge. It would be a delicate balancing act, but it might be the key to securing his future and protecting those he cared about. Even if the church had chosen to protect him, it wasn't sufficient. He had erroneously assumed that reaching Tier 3 would guarantee his safety. However, after his encounter with the Eldritch Horror, it became evident that there were forces beyond his comprehension. It was not a challenge that he could simply overcome by leveling up and isolating himself in an endless dungeon grind. He required additional assistance and access to advanced runic technology. There were various paths to explore, but first, he needed to initiate a discussion with the Golden Order. Everything depended on these potential allies and the value he could offer them. His primary bargaining tool would be his ability to disable the cultists' illusory devices, an ability that he had mostly mastered now. Before sharing this knowledge, he had to negotiate some sort of agreement that would, at least temporarily, keep them bound to Albrook. We're back. His contemplations were interrupted by Elodia and Diana that finally returned from their small break. The dedication of Elodia and Diana to their husband's well-being was evident, due to their bags under the eyes. It was a reminder that Roland was not alone in facing the challenges ahead, and also gave him the fuel to push on with his current plan. He would find a way to get himself free of these cultists by being more proactive. Welcome back. O'Bernir woke up for a moment. I think he is getting better. He did. He quickly gave Diana that good news and watched her take off. Elodia, who was the one holding the child, smiled. Soon the two heard her sobbing slightly and Bernir trying to soothe her instead. Both Armand and Lobelia also soon awoke to share their own tale of being flung into several trees and having their bones broken. The only person who escaped from the entire predicament, mostly unscathed, was Elodia, who took it upon herself to tend to everyone's needs. As everyone started to recover, Roland inquired about the events that occurred after he had blacked out. The only person who witnessed everything unfold was Elodia, and she painted a detailed picture of the events without leaving anything out. She started out at the exact end of the encounter, where a group of Solarian knights rushed in to discover Agni. The form of the sunlight variant was quite distracting, and Elodia was surprised by how quickly the Solarian knights started to back away. It seemed as if they were afraid to touch the growling wolf who was protecting the passed-out Bernir and Roland. It was only after the soldiers from the city, along with Arthur, appeared a few minutes later that the tension cleared up. With their arrival and Elodia's ability to calm Agni down, the two could receive immediate aid from the clerics gathered there. Sister Kasha was present as she had taken part in the monster subjugation. Once their lives were no longer in danger, everyone was rushed into the city, and the entirety of Roland's home had been seized by the church. As per usual protocol, they needed to search for any cultist survivors and potential future danger. Arthur, who was the lord of this land, would typically have all the rights to lock down the place without the church's involvement. Unfortunately, when evil cultists were involved, not even a noble could do anything about it. By royal decree, they were allowed to take charge whenever evil forces were involved. This was one of the reasons that the Inquisition was feared, as not even nobles could fully oppose them. It was clear that the Church of Solaria had taken swift and thorough action to secure the area and ensure that no remnants of the cultists remained. While he didn't like the fact that a foreign force was patrolling his home, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With a higher concentration of their focus there, it was less likely for a new wave of attacks to occur. So where is Agni? He actually remained back. I told him to protect our home until we return. Don't worry about him. These paladins have a strange reverence for him. I think they see him as some sort of holy beast. They do. The story soon came to an end, and he was left with more questions. The reason for Agni not being here was that he was left back at the compound to protect it. He was not sure to what extent they worshipped his canine companion, but this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least they didn't seem fixated at forcing him anywhere, which potentially gave him a new bargaining chip. With all the information now gathered he needed to prepare, he couldn't afford to reveal too much too soon. He needed to play his cards carefully, especially when it came to dealing with an organization as powerful and enigmatic as the Church of Solaria. They held most of the power here and could potentially attempt to force everything out of him. Luckily, this new revelation about Agni could provide him with a buffer as he was linked to the holy beast that the church worshipped. Are you sure that you are fine? You've been spacing out for a while now, maybe you should get some sleep. Oh, no, I'm fine, I'm just thinking about some things. If I can help with anything then I know I appreciate your concern. I'll be all right, it's just a lot to process, but I'll get through this like I always did. I know, but what do you mean by you? Didn't you mean we? Elodia's eyebrows furrowed, and she seemed to be pouting slightly. Sorry, I guess I'm still not used to this. With a gentle smile, she leaned in and gave him a warm kiss. It was a moment of solace amidst the chaos that had unfolded in their lives. The two of them had faced adversity, but their bond had only grown stronger. Now they just needed to do the same and face the next hurdle together. I apologize for not being able to visit sooner, but as you know, we had a little situation. That's fine, I bet you had to deal with the Golden Order locking down the city. Quite so. Roland nodded at Arthur, who had come to visit him at the clinic. A day had passed since he had awoken, and his body was feeling much better. Most of the debuffing effects that had been affecting him were now gone, and he could be released. However, there was one small problem: the Golden Solarian Order of Paladins. They still wanted to have a chat with him, and were adamant about not letting him out of their grasp before that. Even Arthur couldn't do anything about it, as they could invoke the kingdom laws to override his status. Perhaps if the Duke stepped in, it would be possible, but his son didn't have that kind of power. How far have they gone? They blocked off the city and are going through every home. I assume they have some sort of magical device to detect cultists. That could be possible. Roland pondered the situation. The church's thorough investigation wasn't unexpected, considering the recent attack on his home. However, he needed to be cautious about how much information he shared. His knowledge about creating divine runes posed a problem, and then there was also the matter of Agni. He had to assume that the Golden Order had already conducted their research on him, leaving little room for evasion. If he started lying and didn't cooperate, there was also the possibility of him getting captured and held as a heathen. The Inquisition was notorious for torturing suspects, as healing magic could easily mend physical injuries. They didn't worry about making mistakes. However, the mental scars endured from days or weeks of such torment were usually irreversible. It was better to tread carefully, as even the position of head knight would not protect him if he was deemed to be a cultist. Did they try to interrogate you? I'll have to speak to them before leaving. I should probably get it over with. Roland let out a sigh, receiving a reassuring pat from Arthur. Throughout the entire cultist attack, Arthur had been in disguise, sparing him from scrutiny. Unfortunately, Bernir, Elodia, and all the others weren't as fortunate. They would have to endure the Golden Order's interrogation. They hadn't done anything wrong, but Roland could foresee some of them unintentionally revealing information. Armen was known to be talkative, so details about the holy runes might eventually slip out. Moreover, there was the matter of the massive sun-like spell that Roland had created, which had spilled out into the open when it detonated. Should I pretend that I have some type of blessing from Celeria? They probably have some way to test for divine classes and blessings, though probably not the greatest idea. The prospect of facing the Golden Order was daunting, but Roland realized he couldn't delay it any longer. He needed to tread carefully, and perhaps withholding information was not the best approach in this situation. In reality, he needed the Golden Order as much as they needed his knowledge about the relic. Though it was his trump card, he actually wanted to present it to the church. Anyone who could help keep the cult at bay was a potential ally, and releasing the knowledge would eliminate any reason for further pursuit. Nevertheless, it was still something that he could get a good price on, and there were some things that he wanted from this exchange. As he prepared to face the interrogation, the door to the clinic room opened, and a stern-looking paladin entered. The paladin was clad in shining armor, adorned with the emblem of the Golden Solarian Order. His gaze was sharp, and Roland could sense the aura of authority emanating from him. Even without using his analyzing skill, Roland was aware that this person was a Tier 3 class holder, probably above level 200. The room fell into a tense silence as the paladin surveyed the occupants. His tone was cold and to the point, something that a close-by resident caught on and decided to comment about. Hey, that's no way of talking to a knight commander. It was not Arthur and not any of the soldiers that Roland commanded. Instead, it was his brother and in-law, Armand. He, along with Lobelia, had awoken as well, and both were still suffering from some cursed after effects. They weren't that injured to begin with, but their stats could not compare to his and the guild master's. Hey, you idiot, stop. Why should I? Who does this shiny asshole think he is? Lobelia started pulling him back, while Armand shot a menacing glare at the Golden Order paladin. The man in shining armor took the threat seriously and reached for the longsword strapped to his side. His opponent, however, was still a Tier 3 class holder who didn't require weapons to fight. Even if Roland were unarmed, he posed a threat and was also potentially involved with the cult. Are you trying to resist the Golden Order inquiry? Hold on, Armand. Let's not escalate things here. We can cooperate and sort everything out without unnecessary confrontations. Just leave this to me. Roland interjected, placing a calming hand on Armand's shoulder. The tension in the room eased slightly, but the paladin remained vigilant, eyeing Armand and Roland with suspicion. Only after Armand started backing away did he move his hand away from that magical sword. If they try something, just start shouting, I'll back you up, you can count on me. That's reassuring, now get some rest. Even though Armand was puffing up his chest, his legs seemed a bit wobbly. He would not be capable of beating the knight if it came to a full-on fight, but the sentiment didn't go unnoticed. It was a strange feeling to have people on your side for a change, and he would need to think about a way to return the favor later. Come with me, Knight Commander Wayland. We don't have time for unnecessary delays, the paladin stated, emphasizing his authority, but also performed a courteous bow in Arthur's direction. The noble didn't go unnoticed, but his status was relatively low, and not something these golden paladins would worry too much about. Finally, Roland followed the paladin out of the clinic room that he would probably not be returning to anymore. Outside, Roland noticed other armored men stationed who didn't carry themselves like the paladin. Their armor wasn't as pristine, but they still bore the symbol of the sun. All of them were armed and stared in his direction the moment he stepped out. Roland, currently without his armor and prohibited from carrying weapons, felt the weight of being treated as a political prisoner. However, he wasn't expecting to be held captive for much longer. Soon, they moved through the clinic and towards the main building where another higher Golden Order knight was waiting for him. I wonder where that woman is. Will she be the one interrogating me? He was not aware of the names of these two paladins, but they had been present when Lorena and Gideon approached him. On the surface, it seemed that she was on his side and that the man disliked him. In the past, he had saved the woman's life, so she owed him something, but he couldn't trust anyone too much. These people had their own agenda, and so did he. It was just up to him to secure a more favorable deal before revealing what he knew. Soon, he was led to an underground area inside the church that he wasn't fully aware of. There before a large wooden door, he spotted Lorena, who for some reason was waving in his direction. Don't worry, this won't take too long. Is that so? Lorena was also wearing her own full suit of armor but had removed her helmet. The other two paladins moved to the side while she pushed the door open to reveal Gideon already waiting for them inside. The room was dimly lit, with candles casting flickering shadows on the walls. The air was heavy with an air of authority and a touch of sanctity. Lorina moved to stand beside Gideon, who wore his usual stern expression. Please take a seat, Knight Commander Wayland, or should I call you Knight Commander Roland of House Arden instead? While sitting down, he kept a passive expression, just as he had assumed his real name had been exposed during the treatment. As he continued to sit down, Gideon continued his monologue, which clearly tried to probe for some answers. You are far away from home, Sir Roland. Can you tell me what a person from the central region is doing here? In enemy territory, no less. I see that you are well informed about me, but I have my own reasons to be here. I'm not a part of that family anymore. Is that so? Did they banish you? There were no official statements concerning such a case. It appeared that Gideon had used his time well, conducting thorough research on Roland's background. The church had its own information network, and staying informed about noble dealings was crucial. Roland's father, a prominent figure in the Kingdom Army and part of the Royalist faction, made it peculiar to see one of his sons in the south under the command of the Valyrian household. My departure wasn't something official. I chose to leave the family and pursue my own path. It's not something that should concern the church or the Golden Order. But it does. You are just the right kind of person that the abyssal cult would search out. Banished from your noble home, searching for greater purpose or revenge. You must be joking. Are you insinuating that I'm part of the cult? Why would they try to kill me here then? You had a falling out. That's an absurd allegation, and you know it. Roland fought the urge to slam his fist down on the table, hoping it would break and send splinters flying at the paladin's face. However, he managed to refrain from getting too emotional, recognizing that Gideon likely aimed to provoke such a reaction. As long as he remained calm and collected, there was nothing from these accusations that could stick. Now, Gideon, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Sir Roland's past doesn't really matter. We should focus on the present incident. Lorina, seated right next to Gideon, finally decided to speak up. Although both were positioned opposite him, it was clear that Gideon was the primary interrogator. While it seemed that she was on his side, Roland couldn't be sure. Perhaps she was merely playing the good cop to the other man's bad cop, attempting to lower his defenses. Nevertheless, he didn't want to prolong his stay in this place, so he decided to expedite the conversation. We probably should. I'm sure you want to know how I was able to stay continuous against the cultists twice. He leaned back into his chair, crossing both of his hands together as he scrutinized their facial expressions. Roland surmised that Lorina had likely informed Gideon about their first encounter and how she had been awakened from the illusion state. It dawned on him that they probably realized he was implying knowledge of countering the spell. Quite so, it was surprising then, but even more now we found parts of the accursed relic within the remains of that creature. Dame Lorina, why are you disclosing such information? Calm down, Gideon. This man isn't our enemy. He actually holds the key to a breakthrough. It seemed that his Golden Order acquaintance had already realized what the stakes here were, and that perhaps holding Roland in a dimly lit room wasn't the best idea. Indeed, he possesses some unique knowledge regarding the cultist's relic and the way to set people free. Isn't that right, Sir Roland? Does he? Why didn't you consult me about this earlier, Dame Lorina? Oh, it must have slipped my mind, but I'm sure you're acquainted with the recent incident involving those bastards. Yes, I see, so it was him. Roland didn't say anything, but it seemed that Lorina withheld some information from her Golden Order friend. He was quick on the uptake as he connected the dots together. His gaze became a lot more intense than before, but for some reason, it felt like there wasn't as much disdain in there. How is it possible? If this is true, then you must tell us how. Previously, Roland had managed to restrain himself from an emotional outburst, but the same couldn't be said for Gideon. His hand slammed onto the wooden table, quickly giving way under the pressure and collapsing. It was evident that Gideon was eager for an answer, but the moment the table gave in, he appeared somewhat apologetic, a stark contrast to his previous behavior. It seemed possible that Roland's perceived worth in the man's eyes had shifted, and Gideon could no longer continue to bully him with questions. My apologies, Sir Roland, but could you tell me, are you really able to counter that effect? After regaining some momentum, Roland decided to toss the paladin a bone. His aim was still to use the church for his own gain. Just as they desired his technology to awaken people from the relic's slumber, he intended to use their services to protect his property and loved ones. Yes, that's true. I was able to awaken myself before the cultists entered my home. This is probably why I'm still talking to you, but let me explain some things first. One big reason these people needed him was the absence of a working relic for examination. Roland had previously utilized his debugging skill to obtain the schematics, implementing countermeasures after figuring out the relic's intricacies. The church had lost the large monolith during the cult's attack, impeding their progress. He was fortunate to be the sole possessor of the schematic and runic technology capable of countering the effects of the illusions, and that's what he hoped to imply with his recount of the events. As Roland began to explain the details of his encounter with the cultists and the relic, Gideon and Lorina listened intently. The dimly lit room became a stage for Roland's narrative, and with each revelation, the tension seemed to dissipate. He described the mechanics of the illusion in somewhat of a vague manner to not give his secrets away too early. Gideon, despite his initial hostility, started to appreciate the gravity of Roland's knowledge. The potential breakthrough in combating the cultists and understanding the relic's properties overshadowed any suspicions about Roland's past. However, to win the church over to his side, it would require more than just theories and strategies. Ordinarily, such claims would demand tangible proof, but the fact that he was awake with the miniaturized relic remains was enough to intrigue the Golden Order and make them willing to cooperate. You have been avoiding answering my inquiries. I presume you wish to receive something for your knowledge. I'm glad that is correct. I do have some terms that I wish you to follow through on before I reveal more details. First and foremost, I want the church's protection for my estate and those close to me. I need assurance that they won't be targeted by the cult or anyone else seeking my knowledge. Both of the knights exchanged glances with each other. It seemed that the request wasn't entirely unexpected, and perhaps they had even prepared to negotiate. I see regretfully, we are but simple paladins. We would need to consult someone in a higher position. Oh, why don't I just ask grandfather? Lorena interjected before Gideon could finish his sentence. The moment her grandfather was mentioned, Roland noticed the mostly calm paladin flinch. If he remembered correctly, the man she was referring to was a high inquisitor, someone who could even call forth a flying ship, as was the case during the cultist attack. While Roland wasn't too keen on having someone who knew his father and identity involved, it was already out in the open. However, he was an inquisitor with actual power. People would think twice about approaching an area that was protected under his name and banner. I probably won't be able to stop you, Dame Lorena, but why don't we discuss the other issue before we make a decision? Ah, that issue. What issue? Roland, who thought that he was about to sign a contract, suddenly started to get a bad premonition. The issue concerning the sacred beast, of course. Gideon leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Roland with a newfound intensity. The mention of a sacred beast made him somewhat uneasy. From Elodia's story, it seemed they were concerned for Agni. It aligned with the old legends about sunlight wolves and their obvious connection to the goddess. However, Roland couldn't rule out the possibility that they would resort to forceful means to take possession of his tamed beast. Typically, a monster attached to a person was considered a tamed beast, reinforced by this world system. Both he and Agni were present on each other's status screens. If analyzed enough, it was possible to see Roland listed as Agni's current master, but it wasn't an unchangeable title. Instances existed where tamed monsters were passed down to others, sometimes by choice but other times by force. There were items and skills that could take away the master titles. Usually people with tamer classes possessed them, but for a creature of Agni's magnitude, it wouldn't be such an easy task. It was harder to control tamed monsters of higher levels and ones with long-lasting relationships with their masters. Taming, in a sense, was a sort of charm effect that also brainwashed the monster. The higher the beast's intelligence and willpower was, the harder it was for such skills to work on them. You mean Agni, what about him? Hope he hasn't been troubling you too much. Troubling? Nothing of the sort. It's such a magnificent creature. Lorena was the one to interject after he answered while prodding for some answers. It wasn't hard to assume that the two were interested in the sunlight wolf. That's good, but I don't see how my tamed beast has anything to do with this incident. So it is your tamed beast, of course. Who else would it belong to? The replies were somewhat odd. It was as if they had not examined Agni to any extent. His armor had been damaged during the battle, so hiding status screens had become impossible. If they wanted, they could easily discover the truth, but for some reason they didn't. It seemed as if they didn't want to use their skills on him. Could it be some rule within the church? Is it forbidden for them to analyze what they perceive as sacred beasts? Belong to? How is that even possible? How could someone outside the church be accepted by the holy beast? It doesn't make any sense. This time it was Gideon who spoke up, though he lacked a table to smack. Instead, he resorted to hitting his own knee. His eyes narrowed, seeking an answer that Roland was hesitant to provide. To do so, he would have to delve into his involvement with divine rune emulation and elaborate on how he had revived Agni from the brink of death. This, in all likelihood, was the catalyst for Agni's evolution into the sunlight wolf. That's true. It said that only those of the sun can trigger a divine transformation. Are you, by any chance, a paladin of the order yourself, Sir Roland? Lorena inquired, her eyes growing in anticipation of his answer. It didn't seem like he could lie his way out of this one, but before indulging the two paladins, he needed to make something clear. One aspect of this situation kept bothering him. How did these church members assemble such a large force? They had to know where the cultists were going to attack beforehand, or had been trailing them from a safe distance. Before I answer your question, I have one for you instead. How did you get here so fast? What do you mean? Responded Gideon while raising a brow, his face growing colder the longer Roland continued to ask his question. I've been thinking, but things just don't add up. Either your people did a terrible job at sanctifying the village where the incident took place, or you did it on purpose. What are you implying? I'm sure that you know what I am implying. You've set a trap for these cultists, and I was the sacrificial lamb. Gideon and Lorena exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Roland could see the gears turning in their minds, contemplating whether or not to confirm his suspicions. The silence lingered, broken only by the distant echoes of footsteps from the church above. Finally, Lorena sighed, relenting to the truth with Gideon frowning as she revealed it. You are correct, Sir Roland, Dame Lorena. What are you? Calm yourself, Gideon. The Lady of the Light does not condone lying. Don't worry, I'll take the responsibility for it. Do as you wish, then. Roland wasn't sure what Lorena was talking about, but perhaps when called out on a matter, it was frowned upon to lie about an issue. His involvement with the church was very limited, and he saw them more as divine item peddlers than anything else. This didn't mean that their Golden Order didn't take things a bit more seriously, and soon he was given the information about their scheme. You're aware of the incident in that village, so this won't take long. Of course, good. After the battle with the cultists, we had suffered great losses and had nothing to show for it. The unholy monolith had been destroyed, and many of our brothers and sisters had died. The story continued for a while, and he got the gist of it. After the losses to their forces, the people at the church were furious. They decided not to sanctify the area fully while also leaving some exposed cult informants in the city to their devices. They assumed that sooner or later, the cult would return to perform some type of search to discover the truth behind the battle. They knew that they had necromancers who could converse with the souls of dead cultists, and thus they were led to Albrook. It was somewhat of a basic trap that exploited the cult's superiority complex. There were many ways to track people in this world, and the Golden Order had their methods. They quickly assembled a force of elite paladins and clerics to trail after. Considering that they were actually able to arrive to take out the weakened eldritch horror, they performed their duties admirably. However, this didn't make Roland feel any better. Bernier had lost his arm during this horrific event, and his home had been partially destroyed again. The church would probably not issue any public apologies. It seemed that most of them aligned with Gideon's thought process. In this paladin's mind, the end justifies the means. If a few people got killed in their holy war with the cult, it was considered acceptable. I understand the need for action, but you should have at least informed me, or at least the lord of the city. My people and I were caught in the crossfire, and some paid a heavy price for it. Dame Lorena, though maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement of Roland's frustration. Gideon, on the other hand, remained stoic, perhaps unmoved by the consequences of their actions, or he just felt justified by the deaths of powerful cultists. I apologize for the collateral damage, Sir Roland, but the cultists proceed with their attack sooner than we expected. By the time we realized, the shroud had already encased your home and fooled us into believing that everything was well. This was the purpose of the large shrouding spell. Those outside of it wouldn't be able to peek inside, and they would be fed an image of what was there before the attack happened. Only after he was able to push through were they alerted to the event transpiring. Don't change the subject. Without us, you would have perished. Perhaps, but if you didn't lure those maniacs here, my friend wouldn't have lost his arm. Will you take responsibility and restore it then? Roland was starting to get fed up with the whole situation and shouted back at Gideon. If not for the absence of his runic armor, his runic suppression skill would have been forced out due to his anger. Nevertheless, the two knights were equipped with runic armor of their own, which started to resonate with it instead. This act prompted one of the paladins to reach for his weapon, while the other quickly tried to defuse the situation. Both of you calm yourselves. The tension in the room rose, but Lorena stepped in, her authoritative yet calm tone cutting through the rising tension. We are here for a common goal, to combat the cultists and protect the kingdom. Let us not forget that. Gideon, though still visibly frustrated, reluctantly backed down. The atmosphere in the room remained charged, but the conversation continued, now circling back to the matter of Roland's connection with Agni. Now, Sir Roland, let's return to the issue of Agni. You claim to be his master, which is highly irregular. How did you gain such a status, and what is your connection to the Divine Order? Gideon inquired, his eyes scrutinizing Roland, who hesitated for a moment. His relationship with Agni involved rune emulation, which he would probably need to reveal eventually. Somewhat, he knew that withholding information was unwise. If a higher-level Inquisitor was sent here, then it would come out eventually. It was better to come clean, but before that, he needed to have some type of safety measure, and a contract was what he was aiming for. Just like in the past, this was the best way of protecting his interests and gaining some trust. The magic was always in the way a contract was worded. Even if he were to reveal the truth, it didn't have to be all at once. There were ways of avoiding suspicion, and he believed that the people of the church would have a hard time accepting that he could emulate divine mana. Instead, he could push the responsibility onto his profession and the holy beast that was there. Then perhaps it would be possible to avoid one of his secrets from coming out to the open just yet. I'm willing to part with my knowledge concerning this issue. That is, if we follow the usual procedures, Yes, we should write up a contract. His aim was simple, to reveal only half of the truth. Roland didn't want to give away the secret of his eyes, through which he could convert magic into runic form. Instead, he could attribute everything to Agni's divine mana, through which he activated all his runic components. This could replace the clerics who were needed to charge magical items with their divine spells. He just needed to make them think that Agni had charged all of them instead. However, his trick could only work if they didn't try to force the truth out of him. He could only hope that they believed strongly in their sunlight wolf for this to work. Gideon and Lorina exchanged glances once again, seemingly considering Roland's proposal. The concept of a contract wasn't foreign to them, especially in matters involving magical agreements. Contracts were a common practice even in the world of the church, often used to establish terms and conditions in various dealings. They had gained the royal decree that allowed them to act within the kingdom through such a contract. Explain the terms, Gideon finally responded, his tone indicating that he was willing to entertain the idea. Roland took a moment to gather his thoughts, formulating the terms that would protect his interests while revealing only what he deemed necessary. A contract had to be precise, leaving no room for misinterpretation. This might take a while. If we were to make an agreement, then I would like it to follow these terms. This is what he was looking for and what his future hinged on. The church was a force to be reckoned with, and he needed them to be on his side. If the cultists had already found him once, they would do it again. To protect himself and everyone around him, he needed to shift the focus of their attacks to another target, which was the church. He aimed to provide them with a way to counter the relic's effects and sell this information for protection. First, the church guarantees the protection of my estate and those close to me, ensuring they won't be targeted by the cult or any other malicious force. Second, any information I provide regarding the divine runes I used and the sacred beast Agni will be shared only within the church and not disclosed to external parties without my explicit consent. He could see them reacting to the terms, and before he could continue, Gideon raised a question. You wish us to protect your estate. Do you see the Golden Order as a group of mercenaries you can employ? No, it's simple. Make the city of Albrook a holy land. You want us to do what? Why not? It is the site where a great evil had been vanquished with the help of a divine beast. Isn't that something of a miracle? Roland replied in a calm and collective manner at the question posed by Gideon. The proposal seemed to catch Gideon off guard, and he exchanged glances with Lorina. It was clear to them what he wanted. If they made this land holy, then it would mean that a larger portion of their forces would be stationed in Albrook. He had analyzed how the church operated over the years, and there was one particular strategy they employed. At times, they would claim territories as holy lands to build better temples and house their paladins. An area agreed upon by the clergy would be well protected from any cultists. While at first this seemed like a risky move, providing enemies with a concentrated area to mobilize, it wasn't that simple. In an all-out confrontation, the cultists would likely lose. They had limited resources and had already lost multiple Tier 3 class holders and a powerful warlock. Even if this area looked suspicious, if the church placed a large enough force here, it would be enough to keep everyone safe, at least for a while. There was a reason they had to move within the shadows. Their group was much weaker than the Solarian Church, which aimed to confront not only the Abyssal Cult but many others as well. The church had already forced many similarly sized factions to be destroyed. They were a true powerhouse on the entire continent, feared even by entire kingdoms and empires. I don't think that I'm asking for much. If you work with me, you'll be getting what you always wanted, a means to counter the effects of that relic. You've experienced it firsthand, haven't you, Dame Lorina? Even someone like you is unable to resist it, but I can show you how. Is that true? Certainly. Don't you think this is a sign? A sign. The Sunlight Wolf, the Lady of Light, works in mysterious ways. She probably wanted us to meet. Could it be true? Gideon was flabbergasted by the proclamation, and Roland was trying to keep a straight face to not give himself away. He knew that the people from the church were zealots. Perhaps if he could imply that Agni's appearance was a sign from their goddess, then they would see him as some sort of guide. A guide that brought them to the runesmith who could give them the answer to combat the dreaded cultist. It couldn't be, but yet the wolf of legend has appeared. But is there a problem? It seemed that his Golden Order friend was weighing his options, but he was hesitating for some reason. This is not something we can decide on. Someone of higher status is needed. Is that so? Roland inwardly sighed. The situation was delicate, and the two here didn't seem to have any administrative power. They were just soldiers inside of a private army that was the Solarian Church. Probably someone from the clergy had to be asked for permission. Introducing another variant wasn't good, but what could he do? Oh, I know. Why don't I ask grandfather about it? The High Inquisitor. Oh, right, she was the granddaughter of that guy. Gideon was somewhat taken aback by the proposal and somewhat sheepish. The man in question was High Inquisitor Bartholomew, a man he had met after leaving that cursed village. The old man was someone who recognized his noble name and also was related to his father. There was a possibility of the Arden estate connecting some dots if this became known, but to protect his new family, he would even be willing to rekindle those long-dead relations. So do we have a deal? I don't think that I wish to speak with you before that contract is signed and my demands are met. Gideon and Lorena exchanged one last glance before nodding. They would inform the higher-ups of the situation while Roland waited for the decision. With the magical technology provided to them, this wouldn't take long, and within some hours, or maybe a day, the decision would be. It doesn't look that bad. I guess some of the walls are still standing. Roland responded to Elodia as he reached through a fist-sized hole in his house wall. Numerous similar gaps adorned the structure. The eldritch horror encounter had left his entire compound in ruins, with tendrils and tentacles wreaking havoc. Virtually everything suffered some degree of damage. Most wind generators were destroyed, and the side workshop where Bernier liked to work had collapsed. He couldn't help but feel a smidge of regret as he surveyed the destruction. The once peaceful and well-kept estate was now a chaotic mess of debris and broken structures. However, amidst the wreckage, there was an odd sense of relief that they had survived the encounter with the eldritch horror. The fact that Gideon and Lorena from the Solarian Church were present during the battle added another layer of problems to the situation. It became evident to him that the Church's involvement was not a mere coincidence. They had set a trap to draw out the cultists, and the ensuing chaos was the outcome. Their commitment to the holy war against unholy forces took precedence over concerns about collateral damage. Although he had contemplated collaborating with them, this revelation underscored the need to approach the alliance cautiously. The presence of Agni had opened a new path for him. Without the sacred beast, it wouldn't be surprising if he found himself behind bars, awaiting interrogation by a determined Inquisitor. Well, at least no one died. That's what is important. I guess so. At least the dorm survived, and for some reason the alchemical building remained unscathed. At least Rastix won't shout my ear off about it. He glanced toward the dorm intended to house orphans from within the city. Roland felt uncertain about the idea, especially after the recent cultist encounter. However, if things proceeded favorably, perhaps they wouldn't need to alter their plans. Although he wished for his wife to stay within the safety of their home, he understood that if Elodia deemed it too dangerous for the children, a separation might be necessary. They wouldn't be living too far apart, and he could always visit to ensure they remained connected. The course of events hinged on the decisions of the Church and their plans for the area. Despite Roland's discussion with the Solarian Paladins, many details remained unclear. Soldiers were not decision-makers. Higher authorities needed to weigh in for any decisive actions. Due to the High Inquisitor's tough schedule, the decision was given free leave, at least for the time being. Roland had been released, but some of the junior paladins maintained their vigil around his home and patrolled the city. The potential for another cultist attack, akin to the one during his gold rank test, was a real possibility. However, another reason was the happy-looking puppy that was sprinting his way. "Ow, hey Agni," Roland waved at his sacred beast companion as he approached. With the secret revealed, his form remained that of a sunlight wolf. The wife and husband duo entered through the hole in the wall created by the cultist, momentarily confusing Agni. However, as soon as the holy wolf spotted them, he charged toward Roland with impressive speed. "He looks happy." "You're a bit too happy, hey," slow down Guh. Despite Roland's superior physique, he was unprepared for the tackle and found himself taken down to the ground. Almost immediately, something moist hit his face repeatedly as Agni began to shower him with enthusiastic licks. "Hey, get off me. He really likes his master." Elodia chuckled as she observed the squirming Roland, attempting to push the fiery wolf away. The flames that danced around Agni's body intensified, signifying his heightened joy at reuniting with his master. These holy flames were warm to the touch and harmless to anyone Agni didn't intend to harm. "Okay, that's enough. You had your fun." With determination, Roland began pushing back, forcing Agni to stand on his hind legs. After a brief struggle, Roland managed to free himself from the licking onslaught. However, the aftermath left his face carrying the distinct aroma of Agni's mouth. Fortunately, creatures like Agni were impervious to cavities, so while it wasn't a pleasant experience, at least there were no concerns about pungent smells. "Worf, stop jumping around. As you can see, I'm fine." Agni circled around his long-lost master a few times, trotting around in a rather comedic fashion. The Golden Order paladins observed from a distance, somewhat taken aback by the scene. It might have seemed peculiar to witness their holy beast acting like a dog, enthusiastically welcoming his master. However, the display solidified Roland's claims about their unique and genuine relationship. "Have they been treating you well?" "Oh, I see. That's good then." The mutual understanding between them was evident, and Roland could sense that no harm had befallen his ruby wolf. In a delightful surprise, a small shrine had materialized in front of his front door. On it, a collection of rather expensive meats had been placed, remaining untouched for now. Agni was smart enough to refrain from accepting offerings from unfamiliar sources. He wouldn't consume anything unless it came from someone he trusted or he hunted it himself, wary of the potential for poison or tampering. I see that he has leveled up a bit, just like me. In their recent encounter, Roland and Agni faced a formidable group of cultists, 3 of whom merged to create a monstrous entity. While they didn't land the final blow, their collaborative effort produced an imitation sun spell that dealt significant damage to the monstrosity. The Golden Order later intervened to finish off the being, as it surpassed their level. The experience gained from slaying such a formidable foe was substantial, equivalent to perhaps several months' worth of dungeon experience. Name: Roland Arden L. 190. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L15, Primary, T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Tertiary, T2 Runic Engineer L50, Secondary, T1 Mage L25, X, T1 Runic Monoscribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, X, HP 43,578, 43,578. MP 80, 5,177, 80, 5,177. SP 59,911, 59,911. Strength 290. Agility 237. Dexterity 327. Vitality 303. Endurance 335. Intelligence 386. Willpower 373. Charisma 21. Luck 12. Name: Sunlight Wolf Ruby Form, L165, X6 Type. Fire Earth Divine Beast. HP 29,565, 29,565. MP 28,378, 28,378. SB 44,536, 44,536. Strength 238. Agility 328. Dexterity 170. Vitality 273. Endurance 299. Intelligence 271. Willpower 256. Charisma 20. Luck 18. His level up didn't only bring a flat stat increase, but also 2 new skills. The first one reminded him of Agni's howling skill, as it had a very similar effect, but was also somewhat different: Overlord's Intimidation. Active skill. Intimidates opponents in a wide radius. When successful, it renders them unable to move. The newfound skill resembled a stunning effect that Roland realized could be useful against weaker opponents. Although it shared some similarities with his runic suppression skill on the surface, there were notable differences. Unlike runic suppression, he didn't need any runes, and there was no requirement to continuously infuse mana to maintain the effect. While the skill might not be effective against opponents of similar levels and power, it held potential to stun those in the vicinity. Roland envisioned its utility against a large group of Tier 2 class holders, where he could potentially incapacitate them all at once. Imbued Rune. Active skill. Allows the runesmith to imbue a non-living surface with a rune of their choosing for a limited time. The rune will dissipate after use without damaging the surface. Another intriguing skill in Roland's repertoire was Imbued Rune. Although it shared some common ground with basic runesmithing, it possessed unique applications. While it was technically feasible to force runes onto surfaces without a smithing hammer, doing so consumed a considerable amount of mana and required robust metallic materials. Imbued Rune, however, allowed Roland to use materials not intended for runesmithing, such as ordinary rocks, expanding the possibilities of his runic abilities. On his way to his home, Roland had already tested the Imbued Rune skill. Its simplicity was its strength after usage. A rune would appear on the surface of an object, ready to be activated at his discretion. The newfound ability enabled him to craft simple bombs from ordinary rocks efficiently, consuming less mana than traditional runesmithing. Roland could envision various combat applications for this skill. The only restrictions were direct contact with the material and the requirement that the surface be non-living. This meant he could place the rune on a piece of paper, but not on a living tree, even if the paper was made from it. Despite the disaster wrought by the cultist attack, the positive aspect of this world was Roland's continual progress. His power had grown, and the ability to rebuild remained within his grasp. While leveling up in the dungeon and creating new defenses were his usual tactics, he doubted if they would be sufficient this time. The foremost concern on his mind was Bernir, who had lost his right arm. There were a few choices he could go with to restore it, and he wasn't sure if relying on the church would be an option. Following a discussion with Lorena, Roland received a non-answer regarding Bernier's lost arm. The church offered two potential methods for limb restoration through high-level priests or divine elixirs. However, the priests were known for their capricious nature, making them challenging to influence even for the Golden Order. At best, Roland could request a referral letter for Bernier and hope for a favorable outcome. As for divine elixirs, Roland lacked the necessary funds and prestige to acquire a grand elixir of recovery, a Tier 4 concoction. The options were limited, and the path forward remained uncertain. Considering trading for the divine elixir or services from the church, Roland pondered the potential terms of such a deal. However, he was wary of potential conditions that might not be favorable. There was a possibility they could demand something significant in return, perhaps even proposing the transfer of his master rights over Agni to one of their members. While the church held no immediate need for money or assistance from a runesmith, their reverence for all things related to the sun could push them in that direction. Unwilling to entertain the idea of trading Agni for Bernier's arm, Roland leaned towards the third option, creating a prosthesis. Having consulted Brilvia, a fellow runesmith, Roland sought help in crafting a replacement limb. However, the information she provided was not promising. While dwarves excelled in the exterior craftsmanship, their expertise in the intricacies of the interior workings was limited. For matters related to the operating system that would mimic hand movements, Roland needed the expertise of rune mages who specialized in pushing runic constructs to their limits. Designing a faithful arm replica was within the dwarves' capabilities, but the intricacies of the internal workings required the assistance of rune mages. There was one place where he could seek help with this issue, but it was a problematic matter with one glaring issue. Is everything all right? Are you still worrying about what happened? Woof. He had spaced out for a moment and was nudged free by having his hand grasped by Elodia. His wife knew him well and instantly could tell that he was worrying about the current events. You need to stop blaming yourself for everything. No one could have known that this would have happened. You did your best. We all did. Roland found himself at a loss for words. His tendency had always been to shoulder responsibilities on his own. However, with Elodia and the others by his side, he began to recognize that he was no longer alone in facing the challenges ahead. Perhaps he needed to get used to consulting with her about any future plans, without holding anything back. She was his one and only wife. You're right. Let's focus on rebuilding and preparing for whatever comes next, and I'm sure someone already has something in mind. I hope that someone is willing to part with that knowledge. I guess he is. The two smiled and nodded at each other before heading over to what was left over from their home. There were a lot of holes in it, but nothing that couldn't be fixed. He had anticipated a siege happening here, so everything had been built for it to last. With some earth magic, it was easy to plug up the holes for a quick fix, and later the builders would take care of it. While Roland and Elodia engaged in assessing the damage and planning the reconstruction, Roland's thoughts revolved around the next steps. The idea of leaving this place wasn't appealing, but if the danger proved too great, it might be the only viable option. He harbored a desire to counterattack and confront the cultists directly, but their elusiveness posed a challenge. The safety of this place and making it a sanctuary depended on a potential deal with the church. Nevertheless, he didn't want to spend his days watching over his shoulder in fear of these maniacs. Something had to be done. As night approached, Roland found himself still awaiting an answer from the church. After escorting Elodia back to the city to spend time with the others, he returned to continue his work. Despite a scolding from his concerned wife, his restlessness prevailed, preventing him from retiring for the night. With his body now recovered, he directed his focus toward crafting the runic prosthetic for Bernier. The urgency of the task fueled his determination to see it through. Down into the workshop he went, and the first schematic made it up onto the board. He contemplated the possibility of crafting a basic fake limb with a hammer attachment for his blacksmith friend, but that wasn't his goal. Roland envisioned something more intricate. Observing the mana phantoms that surrounded everyone, he pondered the idea of integrating this phenomenon into the runic structures. If he could find a way to make the runic structures register and interact with the mana phantom, creating a fully functional limb might not be as challenging as it initially seemed. The mana phantom always moves a bit faster than the muscles contract. It seems to ignore the initial lag or signal the brain sends out. Roland's gaze fixed on his own hand, producing the same mana phenomenon that he had observed in others. Just as in battle, the mana moved ahead of any given action, creating the illusion of predicting the future. He understood that it was simply signals from the brain playing out faster than the body could react. Lacking extensive medical knowledge and the skills of a brain surgeon, tapping into these brain waves directly seemed impossible for him. However, he contemplated the idea of creating a prosthetic that could read the moving mana, a task that should be within his reach despite his limited knowledge in the field. Despite staying up the entire night in an attempt to tap into the elusive mana wave, Roland faced disappointment. None of his current skills could coax the mana phantom to budge or influence any rune he created. It seemed as if the phenomenon didn't truly exist, or at least, Roland couldn't find a way to interact with it using his current set of skills. Exhausted and frustrated, Roland slumped into a chair, rubbing his temples. The dawn's light seeped through the windows of his office, casting long shadows on the runic designs scattered across the tables. Agni lay nearby by the home's entrance, his head resting on his paws as he slept. It's more complicated than I thought. I might not be able to do it with my current knowledge, Roland mumbled to himself, contemplating the intricacies of integrating those mana phantoms into the runic prosthetic. Just as he was about to give up, a strange green glow brought his attention to the window. There he saw a sparrow made up of light which he had not seen in a while. Is it the cat? Does he want something again? Wait. The magical sparrow served as a means to communicate with a certain runic magician within the kingdom. Roland, lacking profound insights into the world of mages, had previously found help in literature borrowed from this contact. However, he had yet to delve into more advanced topics that could potentially aid him in his current endeavor. Perhaps consulting actual rune mages would provide the necessary knowledge to overcome the challenges he faced. A bit earlier at another location. Are these your orders, High Inquisitor? Do I need to repeat myself? Forgive my impudence, it will be done. Good, now leave. Yes, sir. A knight in shining golden armor lowered his head as he exited the personal quarters of a particular man. Once the door was closed behind him, the man began to rub his long white beard while carefully studying a parchment. The document held plans for a city named Albrook, complete with various annotations. Certain locations were circled, with the primary focus being outside the city limits on a shop specializing in runic wares. The name of the owner along with all his data was presented, and the old man couldn't help from chuckling. It's that boy again. He really likes to get into trouble like father, like son. Now what should I do with him? Has it already been over 20 years since that incident? The lavish room was adorned with intricate tapestries depicting scenes of battles against otherworldly beings. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with tomes on magic, history, and the divine arts. The High Inquisitor, a man of advanced age but still maintaining a body fit for a warrior, contemplated the situation at hand. His gaze fell onto the map of the country as a deep sigh escaped him. Well, I'm off to my Christmas break. I'll be back at the start of January. We accept your terms, you do? Yes. Were you expecting us to barter? You mistake the Golden Order for common merchants. I see. With the acceptance of his terms, Roland felt a mixture of relief and cautious optimism. The contract would be drafted and signed, and he would reveal just enough information to satisfy the church's curiosity without endangering himself or Agni. Roland couldn't shake off the feeling that this alliance was a double-edged sword. He was trading his knowledge to counter the cultist relics, providing the church with a means to combat them. Upon surrendering all schematics and information at his disposal, the church would likely integrate these runic devices into their main cities. Inevitably, others would acquire these artifacts and might attempt to trace their origin. Recognizing that powerful mages could pinpoint his location through various means, he braced himself for the possibility of another attack. His only source of reassurance was the hope that, by that time, the cult would have diminished to the point where seeking vengeance became an impossible endeavor. So let me ask again, the Solarian Church agreed to my terms of moving one of their holy residences to this location. Why are you so surprised, Sir Roland? Lorina, along with Gideon, had presented Roland with the paperwork. Despite going back and forth a couple of times, he couldn't find much that was disadvantageous. However, after listening to Lorina's explanation, he realized that Albrook was not a bad location for a paladin training facility, which probably aided him immensely in them considering it as an asset. The dungeon houses unholy skeletal beings. It is the perfect training ground for our order's cadets. We had been searching for a suitable area to settle down here, and the goddess has clearly presented us with this chance. Yes, clearly. I guess these guys see Agni and what happened here as a sign from their god. There were a few coincidences that made it seem that some type of godly being decided to intervene. From their perspective, the appearance of the sunlight wolf was a sign that was confirmed by the runesmith, who was able to counter the abyssal relics. It was better to lean into their belief with this one, as it gave him more than he was expecting. The church would actually place a large number of its knights in the city and bring more powerful priests. There was not much more that he could ask for. With so many paladins around, this place would turn into quite the fortress. Can I ask about this clause? Is this really necessary? Indeed, the sunlight wolf is a sign of good fortune. I see, there was something within the contract that Agni would probably not like, but it was a small necessary evil that needed to be done. Soon the contract had been signed, and he relinquished all of his knowledge concerning the matter with the cultists. He presented them with the schematic he took from the grand monolith in the village, along with the restored version he had worked on. All of his knowledge regarding this matter was given to the church, which could then employ their own runesmiths and rune mages to tackle the issue. In addition to this information, he needed to provide them with a working prototype that could be utilized by others. Tackling this issue wasn't easy, but armed with all the data gathered from the recent encounter, he could attempt to create a device. He already understood how to generate the wake-up signal. The challenging part was aligning it with other people's unique mana fingerprints. It didn't need to be quick, it sufficed if it could record mana signatures on a larger scale. He could already envision a large counter relic that housed the mana signatures of all the city residents. The mana data would require secure storage and protection. It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that, in the future, cultists might target these storage facilities before launching attacks on the city. Nonetheless, this was not a matter that overly concerned him. More portable wake-up devices could be distributed to key members to safeguard them from any potential effects. Perhaps some skilled mage could even develop a spell to complement his groundbreaking discovery. The abyssal cultists were like a boogeyman haunting the kingdom, a shadowy group of unknown individuals conducting assassinations under the cover of night. Their ability to disable even powerful high-level Tier 3 class holders was attributed to their enigmatic relics. If all went according to plan, these nightly killings would come to an end, striking a blow to one of their main sources of income, something Roland earnestly hoped for. Perhaps once this threat was neutralized, the cult would fade into obscurity. "I'll be in your care then," Lorena replied while smiling, her tone filled with genuine appreciation. To the side, Gideon chimed in with a more formal tone. "Don't forget to present us with a working runic prototype. I will have it ready before your cadets arrive. HMPH. Gideon grunted in acknowledgement, his stern expression revealing little emotion. As Roland completed part of the transaction, a sense of unease settled in. Things were progressing too hastily for his comfort, and certain lingering concerns troubled him. Among them was the conspicuous absence of any mention of his recently revealed class. It seemed as if the church representatives were indifferent to the Overlord prefix. They treated him more like a regular runesmith and knight, leading Roland to wonder if they genuinely didn't care or if he had overestimated the significance of his class. Do they don't care, or did their higher-ups tell them to ignore it? If they did, then why? Could it be because of Agni? He wasn't entirely sure about the significance of the Sunlight Wolf's existence. They seemed surprisingly generous in this matter, not delving too deeply into the details. Roland wondered if he had underestimated the size of the church or the extent of their interest in his knowledge. It might have been inconsequential for them to dispatch hundreds of paladins to his location. Perhaps he should have negotiated for more, but that ship had already sailed. How were you able to do this? Maybe I should ask you to give me some lessons in negotiating. It just happened I think the church was looking for a place to arrange their stronghold here, and the undead monsters in the dungeons are just the things they like to hunt. That's a possibility. Roland completed his work at the church and proceeded to Arthur's estate. The contract had been established under his supervision, given his role as the acting noble in the area. While the church had the authority to conduct raids without the approval of certain nobles, the placement of their strongholds was subject to some restrictions. Nevertheless, the allure of religions, both in terms of interest and funds, meant that hardly anyone would decline their offers. "This is wonderful. We should celebrate. Should I bring out the extravagant wine, or would you rather have some tea instead? I think some wine is in order. How about it, my knight commander?" "I think that I'll have to pass. There is a lot of work left for me." As Roland reported the successful signing of the contract, he could see Arthur's eyes light up like gold coins. Arthur was well aware that soon the church would erect a cathedral within the city, and he wouldn't have to foot the bill. Taxes still applied to the church, and this was one of the reasons they favored selling their holy elixirs. A grander temple would attract more believers, encouraging donations for various reasons. Their presence promised to enhance the city's reputation and likely elevate Arthur's status even further. It wouldn't be surprising if soon his brothers had to start taking him more seriously. He was positioning himself in a way that couldn't be ignored. Perhaps I'll be able to push the Knight Commander's responsibilities on others sooner than I expected. While Gareth and Morian weren't quite at the level of threat yet, they were getting closer. The infusion of funds allowed the hiring of other Tier 3 class holders. Even if a company of knights was sent by one of his brothers, they wouldn't be able to intimidate him with just one Knight Commander and a few hired mercenaries. The conflict appeared to be on the verge of shifting into more of a political debate, and his role as a deterrent could be reaching its end. "Are you sure?" "Yes. Take care then, and remember, if you need anything, just ask." Arthur continued to smile for the time Roland remained in the room, but let out a sigh the moment he left. His eyes were filled with concern for his ally, who was clearly not in the best mood. He was aware of the impending challenges both of them faced. "I guess I'll need to keep my side of the bargain, Mary. Bring me my quill. We won't be celebrating then." "How can I celebrate now? There is work to be done, I see." Mary the maid couldn't help but smile and suppress her laughter as she noticed that her lord didn't want to lag behind his newfound friend. While she admired Arthur's work ethic, she felt he was occasionally overdoing it. It was a trait he seemed to have inherited from the seemingly tireless madman. She would sometimes find her lord passed out at his desk, a recent development that had become somewhat concerning. Please don't overdo it, Lord Arthur. You are not a Tier 3 class holder yet. You make a good point schedule in some night training. I didn't mean it like that. The threat of the cultists had passed, but life continued. The city buzzed with rumors about strange sightings at night and the sudden appearance of paladins. Fortunately, the attacks were highly concentrated within one region. With this knowledge contained, most people remained unaware, and their peaceful lives were unaffected. Withholding the information would keep any unrest contained, and Roland's focus could shift to other important matters. Now, try squeezing your hand. But I don't really have anything to squeeze with, boss. Just try doing it. Remember the feeling of your right hand and try. I sure like this. Good. Roland's eyes glowed as he observed the mana phantom around Bernier's stump. His theory of the phantom mana limb was just confirmed as he witnessed its movement. When Bernier attempted to move his missing hand, the mana phantom responded accordingly, reacting to the signals and instilling hope for the future. That's enough for now. You'll have to use this. It's probably better than nothing. Oh, is this what I think it is? Yes, but don't expect too much. Oh, it's a hammer arm, something like that. It's possible to put other attachments onto it, like a saw or a claw that can grasp items. Bernier's eyes widened with a mix of surprise and gratitude as he examined the mechanical limb. The dwarven craftsmanship was evident in the intricate details, and he couldn't help but marvel at the possibilities it offered. While it could not replace his hand, it would allow him to use it for holding smithing tools. It would take some time for his skills to be transferred, but he could still continue to work as a blacksmith. Boss, this is amazing. I can still work at the forge with this. It's not a perfect solution, but luckily your smithing skills should still transfer onto the hammer. Just be careful not to break anything. It will probably take a while before you learn how to use it. Don't worry, boss. I'll be careful. Roland desired to share in his friend's joy, but he understood that this replacement arm had its limitations. Brilvia had informed him that it would never truly be equivalent to a proper arm. Numerous other dwarven smiths who had employed similar tools struggled to regain the old proficiency that their real arms had provided them. This was only a temporary solution, or at least that was what he hoped. It allowed Bernier to continue practicing his craft and keep himself occupied. His appeal to the church regarding arm restoration fell on deaf ears. It seemed the church could not spare any potent elixirs or any priests capable of such tasks. This was peculiar, especially considering they had agreed to all the other terms. Perhaps they were leaving themselves some flexibility for future negotiations. It wasn't uncommon to wait for a time that would make people more desperate before finalizing a deal. He had to keep such a possibility in mind, but there were other ways through which he could solve the problem by himself. There was one big problem, which was his lack of knowledge when it came to this issue. It was impossible for Bernier to learn mana manipulation to have more control over a fake limb. At most, he could put in simple controllers for voice activation or muscle tension. It would require more research, which would probably also take a while. I've told the union about it. They agreed to provide you with their help. Those old bastards. I remember the good old days when we were at each other's throats. I guess times change. For a moment, Bernier lost himself in thoughts and his cheery demeanor changed. While he wasn't obvious about it, the loss of the limb was not a simple matter. The loss of a limb wasn't just a physical setback, it carried a deep psychological toll. It would take a while for him to cope with everything, but perhaps he wouldn't have to do it for too long. Two soon parted ways, and Roland headed to one of his more private chambers within his workshop. Inside, various parchments contained runic schematics and theories. His eyes landed on a new addition, a scroll on the desk that had been brought over the other day by a magical sparrow. It contained a broken rune component that, at this point, he could fix without fully needing his debugging skill. Our little deal has run its course. I don't think that I can learn more in this fashion. This isn't enough. He had almost forgotten about this one contact from within the kingdom. The cat with whom he had exchanged ideas hadn't reached out for a while. However, at this point in time, he was one of the few people who could actually aid him. What he needed was rune mage knowledge and not runesmithing techniques. He believed that the only way of deciphering the mana phantom was through magical studies that took place at the prestigious magical academies where his acquaintance worked. I wouldn't be surprised if someone already did the research in the past and then probably abandoned it. In a way, creating something like a prosthetic limb that could follow the mana phantom could be seen as pointless, especially when considering rune magic. Roland could envision those mages being more interested in crafting intricate replacement limbs designed exclusively for mana users rather than something suitable for a commoner. However, it was also possible that no one had attempted it before, but that didn't mean he wouldn't find the missing piece that would help him create a prototype. Everything depended on his capricious friend, with whom he only had a business relationship. This knowledge wasn't explicitly included in their deal, which meant he might need to trade something in return. If it was only gold, then it was fine, but he couldn't shake the fear that the cat might ask for more. "Oh, Mr. Wayland, now this is a surprise. Was there a problem with my inquiry?" "There was not, Professor Arian. I just wanted to ask you about an issue I'm currently having." Roland found himself before his crystal ball, engaged in conversation with a magical cat who could potentially guide him in a direction to solve his current problem. "Ah, Mr. Wayland, always diving into new challenges, I see. What seems to be the issue troubling your brilliant mind today?" The cat's voice echoed through the room, its tone a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Roland hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. The cat professor and he had a business relationship, so there needed to be an equal exchange of information or other tasks. Usually he took some old research to help him study the inner workings of the runes, but his current question was a bit more specific, something that could cost more than he could give back. "I'm currently working on a project involving the creation of a prosthetic limb that can interface with something that I like to call a mana phantom. It's a challenging task, and I thought you might have some insights or resources that could aid me in this endeavor." Roland went ahead and just asked the question. In this world, prosthetic limbs already existed, but not much research had been done on them. It was a costly undertaking, and most mages and craftsmen gravitated towards endeavors that would earn them more money or give them more levels. Creating a fully functional limb might have given them a unique class or title, but it also might not. Wasting years of research to get nothing in return was not something many people would risk. A mana phantom, you say? Interesting choice of research, Mr. Wayland. Artificial limbs, mana phantoms. Fascinating, such endeavors delve into the realm of both runesmithing and rune magic, a bridge between the physical and the magical, wouldn't you agree? Roland nodded, feeling a sense of relief that the cat professor seemed intrigued rather than dismissive. "Indeed, Professor Arian, it's a delicate balance, and I believe there's much to be discovered in this intersection of disciplines. Well, you've certainly piqued my curiosity. But I'm not truly informed about this, Mana Phantom. You'll have to explain. Perhaps you could send me a research paper that I could examine and I'll get back to you." "Oh, are you that busy? How about I just give you the gist of it here first? It won't take long." While the two mostly just exchanged magical letters, usually whenever he brought up some runic research, the cat professor took his time for a longer chat. It did seem like there weren't many people interested in runic themes, so whenever Roland brought up new ideas, he listened to them with interest. "If I was only busy, then it would be fine. They already reduced my funding, and that girl hasn't shown herself for a while. How am I supposed to make do without an assistant? Everything and everyone is working against me." "Your assistant, you mean Lucille? Did something happen to her?" "Happen? No, she should be fine, just some noble tomfoolery as always. Think her family has been pushing for marriage or something. I say she should just decide to be a mage and just work in the academy full-time." Bah. Roland could sense a hint of annoyance in Arian's tone. It seemed like the cat professor was going through a challenging time. Runic magic wasn't highly regarded among mages who preferred more direct and practical approaches to their craft. Many mages saw runes as unnecessary tools, believing that creating spells directly was more potent. The only widespread use of runes was in mage towers and other magical artifacts. "I see. The connection between Lucille and his brother Robert wasn't common knowledge. Lucille, a mage with a promising career as an assistant to an academy professor, was likely a desirable prospect for any noble house." Roland wasn't certain about the current status of the romantic relationship between his brother and Lucille. If his memory served him right, she was in her mid-20s, an age where many young women were often already married. The intricacies of their personal lives remained uncertain to Roland. "I guess she was given time to finish the Magic Academy, but she probably graduated a while ago." The prospects for Robert, being a third son from a lower noble house, might not be seen as overly promising in the eyes of other nobles. The common assumption might be that he would serve as a knight commander on a noble estate rather than having the potential to marry a count's daughter. The rigid social structure often determined the expectations and opportunities for individuals within the noble hierarchy. Even if he became a war hero like his father, it would probably be too late. Perhaps if the girl became a full-time mage academy professor instead, then their relationship could actually prosper. Well, I suppose that's the nature of things. Now, back to the matter at hand, the Mana Phantom. Yes, do enlighten me, Mr. Wayland." Roland proceeded to explain the concept of the Mana Phantom, describing it as a residual magical imprint left behind by the interaction of mana with a person's body. He tried explaining that it probably possessed storage capacities, and how it was also probably aided in the activation of holy spells through that storage feature. As he engrossed himself in the explanation, he could tell that his college was quite intrigued, as he allowed him to finish without asking any questions. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The potential applications of such a concept are vast, and you wish to create a prosthetic limb that can respond to this mana phantom, a tool that can be seamlessly integrated with even an amateur's understanding of mana. That's the general idea. I must say, Mr. Wayland, your ambition knows no bounds. It's a commendable endeavor, bridging the gap between the magical and the physical. I'm intrigued by the challenge you've set for yourself. Roland glanced into the crystal ball to see Arian pondering for a moment, his feline eyes narrowing in thought. I suppose you wish to borrow some research material involving mana research. Yes, I need something more specific. I'm afraid that I have lent you all that I can spare, is that so? Don't get me wrong, there might be something in the inner library that you could use. Alas, this is restricted knowledge. Only members of the Academy have access. Even I can't simply waltz in and grab whatever I desire. Even if I could, this is lengthy research. If we keep to our old exchange, it would take years for any progress. The professor's perspective made sense to Roland, and he acknowledged the challenges of seeking information without direct access to the location in question. Recognizing the limitations of a proxy, he realized that relying solely on the cat professor for this specific inquiry might not yield the desired results. The complexities of studying the mana phantom required first-hand exploration and detailed examination, which he couldn't accomplish through mere book exchanges. Is there no other way? Roland mumbled under his breath as he was lost in thought, and it was something the cat quickly picked up on. Oh, there is a way. There is, well, yes, you need research material, and I'm in dire need of a new assistant. A new assistant, indeed. Just come over, you'll have to do a few things, but I'll guarantee you access to the Academy's archives. This was not a possibility he had given much thought. Leaving the area where he held responsibilities would pose quite a challenge. Though there was no immediate danger, the threat from the cultists remained tangible. Moreover, being a knight commander, he had obligations to his lord. Nevertheless, if he were to approach Arthur about it, he would likely grant him leave. With the Golden Order present and numerous platinum-ranked adventurers available for hire, the pressure exerted by his comrades would no longer be a concern. I appreciate the offer, Professor Arian, but I see that you need some time to think. This is the best way of tackling this issue, my friend. How about I give you a few days to think about it? I really need to go back to my research. Please think about it. I could use the help. Wait, he ended the call. The crystal ball flickered a few times as the connection was cut from the other side. He was left contemplating the offer that Professor Arian at the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry gave him. It was the place that he was supposed to go as a child was, which quickly fell through after his elemental affinities were revealed. Perhaps if he went there, he would even be able to unearth this mystery. The Academy could provide him with unparalleled access to the knowledge and resources he needed for his research on the Mana Phantom. It was an enticing proposition, with the potential to expedite his progress and overcome the current obstacles. Given his current stats, he could swiftly absorb the information. What might take a novice mage a decade, he could likely accomplish in a year or even half that time. His primary focus was on acquiring specific knowledge, possibly shortening his stay to just a month or two. Aren't there similar institutions here? There is an academy at Isgard. Maybe he could give me a referral letter. He started to ponder his options. How could he acquire the knowledge in the fastest way possible? Money wasn't really an issue. The thing that he was mostly worried about was his home and the people he wanted to keep safe. No, that won't work, and I don't even know if they have any proper rune mages and research there. He wasn't well versed in all the magical institutions across the kingdom, but heading to Xandar's Institute of Wizardry seemed like his best option. The success of his research would also depend on establishing a connection with a professor there. Access to the old mage's research papers often required navigating through certain hoops, and there were additional hurdles in the form of magical contracts and restrictions. I could probably have Arian get me any problematic papers and avoid signing any contracts if the need arose, but for someone with trust issues like him, abandoning his current situation wasn't an easy decision. However, one thing was evident: remaining on the defensive wasn't always beneficial. Similar to the latest Tier 3 trial, there were instances where he needed to take a more proactive stance. Attending the academy held the potential for great gains. New research could bring about increased knowledge and possibly lead to improved weapons in the future. I can't ignore how much I could gain from a visit like that, but the trip will probably take at least a few months, a week just to reach the institute. The Kingdom of Cauldres spanned vast distances, and transportation methods were considerably slower compared to modern counterparts. The planet they inhabited was larger than the Earth he came from, leading to increased distances between settlements. Moreover, the necessity to consider potential monster attacks made nighttime travel impractical. I could probably barely afford to take an airship from the main city. Am I really considering leaving? Roland found himself somewhat surprised that he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. There were numerous compelling reasons that made the prospect of this trip worthwhile. Enhancing his rune knowledge could potentially elevate his inventions to new heights. Transforming this location into a genuine rune capital of the world required an expansion of his expertise. The academy likely housed mage towers that he could analyze with his debugging skill, enabling him to uncover rune secrets even without following conventional channels. If there were no responsibilities anchoring him here, there would be little to impede him. The only potential drawback lay in entering the Inner Kingdom, where old enemies and family might reside. Fortunately, the Knight Academy attended by Robert didn't have any close relatives or acquaintances of his. While his face bore a resemblance to Robert's, he could always keep his status screen private. With Arian's assistance and the option of wearing a mask, he had means to navigate any challenges. Mages were generally considered an eccentric bunch, so even appearing in full-plate runic armor might not attract unwanted attention. The more he thought about it, the more he felt compelled to follow through on this beneficial endeavor. However, before he made a proper decision, he needed to get a few things sorted. When morning came, he quickly made a thorough analysis of the current situation. The Golden Order was still within the city, and the church building had begun its transformation. It would soon become a larger cathedral with a smaller cloister outside the city next to the new barracks. Their new paladins would begin their training and act as perhaps the first line of defense against his enemies. He made sure to have their base of operations be on the side of his home and have them be able to arrive at his home quickly if trouble arose. This upcoming period promised significant growth and transformation. Architects were already in the process of designing plans for the expansion and creation of an additional outer wall. A completely new city was to be constructed to accommodate the influx of new residents, arriving with little more than purses filled with gold coins. Though his runic shop might become understaffed, the influx of new money meant that Arthur could cover most of his expenses. The influx of new residents raised the possibility of less than stellar individuals slipping through the cracks, some potentially even belonging to the cultists. Given that this was evolving into the new Golden Order stronghold, having someone on the inside was a strategic move. However, it was also a big gamble, considering that identifying corrupt energies was the forte of these paladins. The process of repairing his home had already commenced. Although his armor had suffered damage during the confrontation, some of the red mithril it was crafted from remained usable. With assistance from the Union, he could likely expedite the process, allowing him to concentrate on the runesmithing aspect. All repairs could feasibly be completed within a few weeks, giving him the freedom to explore, provided a certain person approved it beforehand. Without her consent, he wasn't going anywhere. I don't think it should be a problem, Elodia replied after hearing his condensed explanation of the issue at hand. Just like that. Did you think that I would start weeping? I know you, Roland. You're not one to make decisions lightly. If you believe this journey is essential for our safety, then I trust your judgment. Besides, with the Golden Order stationed here, the immediate threat seems to be under control. Roland was surprised by the response, but also knew that Elodia was quite worried. Her hand made its way towards his and she exchanged a look. Just make sure to keep in touch and let me know if you need anything, and please stay out of trouble. I promise, Elodia. I'll stay safe and make this trip as short as possible. I'll keep in touch through magical letters and the crystal ball. But you also need to promise me something in exchange. If there is any trouble, call me immediately, and if not me, go to Arthur or one of his knights. Elodia sighed but soon brightened up after knowing that they both were equally worried about their well-being. I promise, Roland, but don't take unnecessary risks. Remember, your safety is just as important to me as it is to you. One more hurdle stood in his way before making a decision, and that was Arthur Valerian. His noble friend, being the head knight and main knight commander within the city, held the literal authority to prevent him from leaving. Although the current situation was relatively safe, Roland had no insight into Arthur's future plans. As the city progressed, the other smaller nobles were beginning to take notice of this previously unknown Valerian brother. He had already witnessed some sealed letters making their way towards Arthur. They probably contained some flattering words and maybe invitations to some noble parties. If he decided to take part in those, then he as the head knight might also have to participate. A lot of things were happening around him, and it felt like his life would be becoming a whole lot more troublesome. You want to do what, T? The next morning, Roland approached Arthur to discuss his plans. The two sat in Arthur's office, a room filled with various books, strategy boards, and reports. Arthur listened attentively as Roland explained the opportunity presented by Professor Arian at the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. However, the moment he revealed that he wished to leave this territory, the noble responded in surprise and was now coughing out tea. Lord Arthur, you shouldn't talk while drinking. Mary was there with them and started patting his back. Arthur managed to say between coughs. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, looking at Roland with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Now, could you repeat that last part? Leaving the territory. Yes, Lord Arthur. Professor Arian has offered me a chance to visit the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry to access their extensive archives. It's an opportunity to enhance my knowledge of runes and magic and potentially accelerate my research. After recent events, I've realized that I'm still inexperienced with all that knowledge to transform the city. There are a lot of things that I don't know, and the recent events show it. I see, but leaving now, their alliance experienced an upswing courtesy of Roland's engagement with the Golden Order. The church's presence had attracted adventurers to the region, viewing it as a lucrative opportunity. The dungeon teemed with undead monsters susceptible to holy mana and items. With the relocation of item production to this area, their wishes seemed nearly fulfilled. It was evolving into a region that could offer everything, still largely unexplored. Numerous treasures remained concealed, and overcoming bosses for the first time promised access to superior items. I guess we should be able to manage without you around for a few months. Oh, after a moment of contemplation, Arthur provided his response, aligning with Roland's expectations, but not entirely. Roland had anticipated the young noble to be more apprehensive, perhaps even fearful, about releasing a trusted comrade in arms. However, it seemed that Arthur's stance was a lot more altruistic than he anticipated. Are you surprised, my friend? I think you have done enough to aid my cause already. There isn't really much that I could ask for at this juncture. Arthur looked to the side where a lot of soldiers were gathering. Their Sir Gareth and Morian were giving stern speeches to some of the new recruits. Those two won't take too long now, haha. When you come back, we'll have a proper battalion of soldiers for you to command. Roland's gaze landed on the two knights who were supposed to be his replacement. He analyzed their current levels and class choices. While they didn't manage to awaken aura, they still had the spirit variants of their classes. With them, they would be able to get more prestigious classes later on, perhaps a spirit champion variant, just like that one knight commander that he encountered. Name: Gareth Estestal, L133. Classes: T2 Spirit Sword Knight L33, T2 Sword Knight L50, T1 Squire L25, T1 Warrior L25. Name: Morian Hartmand L132. Classes: T2 Spirit Spear Knight L32, T2 Spear Knight L50, T1 Squire L25. T1 Warrior L25, did you notice? Yes, they have some talent. Arthur appeared genuinely pleased with his two knights. With them by Arthur's side, Roland could likely reduce his direct involvement in his knightly duties. Remaining as the head knight seemed inevitable for a while, given his superior level and combat skills compared to others at similar levels. Moreover, capturing undead monsters meant the duo could enhance their combat skills without falling behind during what could otherwise be considered a rapid and unbalanced leveling phase. I appreciate your understanding, Lord Arthur. I will do my best to expedite my research and return as soon as possible. But to do that, I'll have to ask for something. Oh, go ahead if it's within my power. The conversation was unfolding smoothly, and Arthur appeared to be in high spirits. This presented the opportune moment to seek assistance, especially since he wanted to avoid spending a week traveling from one small city to another. Typically, he would have to take a carriage to the port, embark on a ship to reach the mainland, and then proceed by train. Such a journey would consume at least a week or more, as monster attacks were possible. I need more money, and probably a referral letter so I can take an airship from Isgard. More money and Isgard, you say. Why are you looking away? For no reason, Roland's eyes narrowed as Arthur averted his gaze upon hearing the mention of needing money for an airship. Travel by such means was a luxury reserved for the wealthy and noble, and the cost was indeed substantial. Roland was aware of his own financial constraints, with the need to repair his home and the anticipated expenses for remaking his armor. However, as the head knight, he earned a nice sum each month. If he could secure a few months' payment in advance, it should adequately cover the expenses for his journey. With a referral letter, I'll be able to lower the price even further. Your family owns the city, doesn't it? That it does. After a moment of contemplation, Roland discerned that the issue was not solely about the money, but rather about the letter. Arthur belonged to the Valyrian noble house, headquartered in the largest city on the island, Isgard. His father, and likely some unsettling memories, resided there. If Roland were to possess a letter bearing Arthur's seal, the information would likely find its way to Alexander Valyrian's ears. How about you just use the traditional means of travel? By sea. I've heard that some monsters have been spotted near the shore. It would be better to use the airship. That does sound unfortunate. It became evident that Arthur hesitated to draft the letter at this particular juncture. Whether it was reluctance to use the Valyrian name for such a purpose or other undisclosed reasons, Roland recognized the need to secure passage to the airship, regardless. While being associated with the Valyrian house could potentially grant him a complimentary journey, Roland considered an alternative, more discreet approach. Initially hesitant due to the additional cost, he now saw it as a necessary solution, especially given his lord's unwillingness to provide the referral. If you're feeling so strongly about this issue, then there is another way there is. Let me hear it. It will cost more gold, but I could present myself as either a merchant or one of their guards. Ah yes, there was that possibility. Everyone takes 1 or 2 guards with them on those trips for safety reasons. The problem would be finding a willing merchant that won't just give away the ruse. For a moment the two pondered. After a few seconds, Arthur raised his finger with a smile on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the current Union head had used an airship to get here. Perhaps we can use one of their connections to get you a spot on that airship. That could work. Leave it to me then, it's the least I could do. Is that so? Then I will leave it in your hands, Lord Arthur. I still have to build that prototype for that church, so I'll excuse myself then. The Union dwarves held the distinction of being the primary producers of flying ships within the kingdom. Given Brilvia's status as a Tier 3 master runesmith, it was highly likely that he could seek assistance in this matter. While there would still be a cost involved, perhaps he could act as a bodyguard of one of the dwarven merchants or master craftsmen. If he could secure safe passage on one of their ships, his weekly journey wouldn't extend beyond a few days. With the travel arrangements in progress, Roland returned to his workshop to focus on completing the prototype for the Solarian Church. The days that followed were a flurry of activity, with Roland working tirelessly to ensure the success of his research project before his departure. The prototype for the Solarian Church was a complex creation, merging various principles of runesmithing. Luckily, Roland had designed and went through all of the technology in various other creations. What he just needed to do here was to combine his knowledge and create what would soon turn the kingdom upside down. As Roland delved deeper into his work, he found solace in the routine of his craft. The rhythmic tapping of his hammer, the soft glow of enchanted runes, and the hum of magical energy became a familiar symphony. It was during these moments that he could temporarily set aside the weight of his decisions and immerse himself in the art of creation. However, the impending departure lingered at the back of his mind. Roland couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The journey to the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry held the promise of unparalleled knowledge and resources, yet it also meant stepping into the unknown. He was about to leave the comfort and safety of his familiar surroundings. As the prototype neared completion, Roland received a magical letter from Professor Arian. The cat professor expressed his anticipation for Roland's arrival at the institute and assured him that preparations were underway to accommodate his research needs. The letter also contained a list of specific topics and questions that Arian hoped Roland would explore during his free time. Many of them focused on runic topics and magical theories that he had previously asked for, and some that he gained during his ascension ritual. The request from Arian seemed peculiar, but Roland considered that it might be a way for him to acquire answers to simple questions that other mages could potentially pose during his stay. It wouldn't be uncommon for someone to test his knowledge while in the library to verify his credentials as a genuine mage. The decision to keep news of his departure from the city confidential was strategic. Portraying the head knight as injured rather than away from his lord's territory served as a deliberate move. Revealing his absence might raise suspicions, and Arthur's brothers could view it as an opportunity to exploit the situation. The city, now fortified like a fortress, made it improbable for them to send assassins after Roland while he was here. On the other hand, when away, he could be easily cornered at an unknown location that didn't favor him. Despite being accustomed to travel, this would be Roland's first time venturing with newfound fame. Even if he didn't want to reveal himself, just the notion of him wearing costly runic armor would probably raise a few eyebrows. Opting for an airship provided a way to minimize scrutiny and avoid the curious gazes of onlookers. Having costly equipment among nobles and rich merchants was considered quite normal and would mask his true nature perfectly. With the prototype nearing completion and his departure date fast approaching, Roland found himself caught in a whirlwind of preparations. The Solarian Church eagerly awaited the delivery of the prototype, and he knew the impact it could have on the churches standing within the city. Elodia, too, was deeply engrossed in the activities around the house. She managed the repairs and expansion plans, ensuring that everything would be in order during Roland's absence. The prospect of being apart for an extended period weighed on both their minds, but they remained determined to make the most of the situation. As the days passed, Roland continued to receive updates from Arthur regarding the arrangements for his journey. The Union dwarves were cooperative, and a spot on the airship seemed secured. While he wasn't aware of his position quite yet, he hoped for the best. His focus shifted to the prototype that began the final process of assembly, which took a bit longer due to him missing his right-hand man. "I'm sorry that I'm not much help, boss. You're doing fine. After you get used to that arm, you'll be right back in the smithy just like before." One of the primary reasons for Roland's decision to depart was the heavy burden on his conscience regarding Bernir. His friend had lost a limb, and the replacement arm, though functional for basic smithing tasks, was clearly not on par with the original. While seeking assistance from the Union dwarves would have been a quicker resolution, Roland chose to have Bernir work on the project. Offering his assistant an opportunity for hands-on involvement was essential for providing positive reinforcement and preventing him from feeling replaced by outsiders. Well, this is about finished. What do you think? I don't know what to say. It's very angular. I guess it is. Roland didn't want to spend too much time on designing the outer shell, so the runic artifact to counter the abyssal sleep looked like an old retro control console. It had a series of buttons, levers, knobs, and switches that were intricately connected to the runic core within. The outer appearance might be lacking in aesthetics, but Roland prioritized functionality over form in this instance. The display panel had a large crystal ball that made it look like an old circular radar. Roland carefully inspected every detail, ensuring that all components were in sync. The runic core was composed of a plethora of components connected to each other. An augmented golem core was responsible for most of its functions and computing power. With it now being complete, all he needed to do was to pack it up and bring it over to the Solarian Church for an explanation. It might not be the most visually appealing, but it should get the job done. Now, all that's left is the final testing. Bernir, can you place your hand on this imprint here? You mean on this rectangular glass here? Yes. After placing his hand down, the area produced some light to showcase that the scanning process was taking place. The crystal orb that acted as the main screen presented them with a simple graphical interface. It showcased the scanning process and allowed him to press one of the buttons to save the mana pattern. After which he compared it to the already stored mana pattern that belonged to Bernir that he had used during the siege. It's working a bit slower than I expected, but everything seems to be in order. I'd have to get better golem cores for the next iteration. One of the knobs afforded him the capability to customize the area size for the wake-up signal, and activating it was as simple as flicking the side lever. Various options allowed for periodic signal emissions or manual activation. The inclusion of a runic battery and a fail-safe mana fluid pocket enhanced the device's safety features. The prototype was working and could be presented to the Golden Order on schedule. With the prototype completed and the final testing successfully conducted, Roland felt a sense of relief. The next step was to deliver the artifact to the Solarian Church and present it to the Golden Order. He carefully packed the device in a specially crafted container to protect it during transit. Bernir assisted with the packing process, his excitement evident despite the lingering discomfort from the recent loss of his arm. Soon he arrived at the new cathedral and found Gideon along with some new faces. I guess that's the new bishop, or rather an archbishop. The place buzzed with new arrivals, but Roland's attention was drawn to the Tier 3 class holders. Archbishops usually consisted of Tier 3 priests, with cardinals being Tier 4 class holders, and above them was only the current pope. The high-level bishops brought with them enhanced healing magics and more potent elixirs. The city would undoubtedly be safer with their presence, as their bodies exuded potent holy energy capable of countering most evil cults. As Roland approached, he was greeted by Gideon, who wore the usual frown on his face. Without any words exchanged, the two just nodded at each other, as Gideon realized that the shipment of the runic device had arrived. After teaching them how to use it and handing over all the plans, he would complete his part of the contract and be free to leave. His heart was filled with equal amounts of anticipation and fear. It had been years since he had truly left this place that he now called home. Even the small trip during the Golden Rank test felt small compared to this grand voyage through the sky. Getting cold feet now wouldn't do him any good. Now he just needed to visit Arthur's estate and see what he had prepared for him. Soon his journey would take him into the middle regions of the kingdom, a place that he had abandoned a long time ago. The sun began to set as Roland made his way to Arthur's estate. The sprawling grounds were immaculately maintained, a testament to the wealth and power of the Valyrian family. The main residence, a grand mansion of stone and wood, stood as a symbol of the family's prominence in its now finished state. The guards recognized him as he approached the entrance and quickly opened the gates for their knight commander. The interior of the mansion was adorned with luxurious furnishings and intricate decorations. Arthur's base of operations was finally looking like a proper noble home. Everything had gotten up several levels since his first arrival, and this villa was finally fit to accept other nobles. While moving further, he nodded back at a few butlers and maids, new faces that he didn't recognize. In a spacious study, Roland found Arthur reviewing documents and reports. The young lord looked up as Roland entered, concern etched on his face due to the temporary loss of his best knight. "Roland, you're here. Come, take a seat. We need to discuss a few matters before your departure." Of course, Lord Arthur. Roland took a seat across from Arthur, who leaned back in his ornate chair. Arthur's fingers started tapping rhythmically on the polished mahogany desk as he started speaking. Due to Arthur's unwillingness to give him a referral letter, he would not be able to use his family name to get a free ride. Instead, he would use his adventurer credentials that had been upgraded recently. Roland was now a platinum rank adventurer with a lot more prestige. His card had been updated to a newer model to signify this event and would usually be enough to confirm his identity. While his guild name on the card couldn't be altered, not many people would associate Wayland the Adventurer with Wayland the Knight Commander. It appeared that his contacts within the guild yielded more benefits than those within the Union. It was understandable that no Union dwarves were planning a visit to the central regions, and instead, he would need to attach himself to a merchant. Fortunately, the city was going through a second growth phase. It presented an opportunity to invest and earn a large amount of gold, prompting various merchants and companies to act swiftly. There's more. I've also arranged for a sizable amount of gold to be provided to you. Traveling comfortably requires resources, and I want you to have the means to secure your safety. Roland was genuinely surprised by the generosity. The amount of gold Arthur provided exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. This is a lot of coins, are you sure? Take it before I change my mind. With the current expansion underway, gold has become a trivial matter. Just be sure to return safely and you can use it for the trip back. I will do my best, Lord Arthur, and I don't plan on staying for more than I have to. The two men soon stood up to shake each other's hands. Their relationship has grown through the years, and Roland was starting to consider Arthur as an actual friend. From the way the young lord acted, it seemed that he reciprocated those feelings, but he couldn't be sure. Perhaps he was just treating him as one of his best assets, however. Normally, a person wouldn't let their best asset stray away too far from their domain. I wish you luck. I hope you find whatever you are looking for. I hope so too. As the two men were finishing up their conversation, a knock on the door resounded and was followed by Mary's voice. Lord Arthur, the adventurers have arrived. Great, just on time, shall we? Roland nodded as he waited for Arthur to leave the room first, trailing a few steps behind to maintain the appearance of the Knight Commander. A scheduled meeting awaited him, involving two acquaintances. Anything I should know before I meet your two friends? I guess Lobelia has a good head on her shoulders, so it should be fine. But when talking to Armand, it would be better if you didn't use any big words. I can guarantee his strength, but don't expect him to be too nuanced. I see, good to know. Arthur chuckled at the description Roland gave of the two new bodyguards. During his absence, there weren't many people he could trust with Arthur's life. The issue lay with his Knight Commander position. He was somewhat responsible for Arthur's safety. If anything were to happen to his lord, he could be held accountable for it. This dependence on the main family and the Duke could lead to severe consequences, possibly even a death sentence. The only way out of such a predicament would likely be to run and seek refuge in another kingdom. An alternative would also be the territory of an opposing duke. Welcome. A good day, my lord. The two finally arrived to see two awkward-looking individuals. Lobelia attempted to perform a curtsy, but it was quite awkward and untrained. Armand, on the other hand, gazed into the distance as if he had something more interesting to attend to. Only after a jab in the side by his younger sibling did he turn his head to face the approaching Arthur. Hey, shape up, we're in the presence of a noble. Do you want us to get thrown into the dungeon? I'd like those skinny soldiers to try. Haha, you were right, they are truly an interesting duo. Roland glanced over at Mary, who was rolling her eyes. She seemed to have some experience dealing with the two, so he felt confident leaving Armand to her. With that, he bid his farewells and exited the villa. He promised Elodia to review their contracts and steer them in a more favorable direction. Once signed, they would become part of Arthur's private entourage, responsible for his safety in his absence. Now, he could focus on completing his other inquiries and preparing for his journey ahead, set to commence in around 3 days. I guess I'm really doing this. While walking through the city, he continued to ponder his current situation. The prototype he had provided to the church was operational, and they were already analyzing all of his schematics and writings with their own craftsmen and mages. The place was filling up with even more people, and the entrance gate was more crowded than the time he had arrived here all those years ago. The expansion of the city had been reignited as people began purchasing plots of land outside the main city walls. This influx brought in substantial revenue, likely one of the reasons for Arthur's generosity. Prices were on the rise, and everyone seemed poised to make substantial gains. He took in the sights, contemplating how different the place would be upon his return. It would be great if traveling didn't take so long. I wonder if I would be able to create one of those things. Usually, mages create them when they achieve Tier 3 too, so it should be possible, but the cost will probably be astronomical. As he strolled through the streets, he contemplated what new knowledge he needed to focus on in the Magical Institute. He didn't want to stay there for more than a month and needed to focus on the most important issues. First came the Mana Phantom research that should theoretically allow him to create runic prosthetic limbs, his main reason for making this trip. There were other topics that he wanted to delve into. one of them being mage tower technology, which proved quite intriguing. He understood that these towers were typically constructed by magical craftsmen similar to his own profession. The materials involved consisted of various exotic minerals and crystals endowed with strange powers. Inside the tower, every magician's power would be enhanced, typically the primary reason for their construction. Then there was also knowledge of various spells locked within the library. With his eyes, he could transform everything into runic form. In theory, he could harness the power of every spell within the Institute if he so chose. There was also the potential of acquiring new skill books related to magic, which were quite elusive and not easily found outside a magic academy or tower. He aimed to extract as much value from this trip as possible, as he wasn't planning on many after it, at least not until everything within the city calmed down and the cult was in decline. Soon he arrived at the path leading to his home and encountered a few adventurers leaving with magical weapons in their hands. He had worked tirelessly for close to a month to stock up his shop along with other necessities. His shop would need to keep up with the Union while he was away. Luckily, his runic wares were unique in their use and of high quality. Even if there was no stock for a while, he should be able to recover in due time. I need to start packing. Everything is ready. Welcome. How did it go? Everything went well. Now I just need to start packing and meet up with a merchant. I'll be taking on the role of their bodyguard for the time being. Want me to pack you some snacks? Those spatial spaces should be able to hold a basket of food, right? I guess it should. Are you still worried about leaving now? A bit. Don't be, we will be fine. That he was stressed about the journey didn't go unnoticed. His wife continued to cheer him on, even though she was the one who should be feeling fearful about him going away. If you say so. I also saw that they finished up the small cloister nearby. I hope Agni won't cause any trouble. They really see them as some holy beast. Elodia shook her head while peeking at the wolf in question, who was walking around the inside of the compound. While Agni was usually eager to go outside, with so many sun worshippers trying to kneel before him, he seemed to be feeling uncomfortable. They even assembled a place where he was supposed to visit from time to time where people could present their offerings. It was one of the stipulations in the contract, and many high-level paladins would always be there to protect the sacred beast. He's just mad that he'll have to actually work now. Roland laughed as his wolf was quite the lazy hound. Most of the time he just slept or dug up holes around his home. He probably heard that. Let him. After some pleasantries with his wife, he headed inside. There he encountered a somewhat annoyed-looking sun wolf. After a stare-down that lasted exactly 10 seconds, Agni took off running and started making laps around the whole compound. Roland wasn't sure what this tomfoolery was about and just headed down into his workshop where Agni couldn't reach him. There he found his new armor placed on a large table. It had already been outfitted with runes and was fully operational. The dwarven craftsman took care of the outer shell, streamlining his design to make it slightly thinner than before. By adding some special alloys, it would not overheat even if he activated his two best skills at once. The silver-gray suit had also been slightly upgraded, cutting down the lag between casting spells even further. Roland examined the armor with a critical eye, running his fingers over the engraved runes. The intricate patterns glowed softly, indicating the powerful magic embedded within them. It was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, a blend of dwarven precision and Roland's own runic expertise. They really do know how to use a hammer. It looks different enough to the old one, so no one should recognize me. He needed to avoid being identified as the Albrook City Knight Commander at all costs. If Arthur's enemies realized that he was out there alone, they could send unsavory characters to remove him. Luckily, he wasn't that famous of a figure, and by wearing armor and other clothing items to cover his face, probably no one would be the wiser. It was also a territory related to a different duke in the opposite royalist faction. Arthur's brothers probably didn't have enough power to do anything about him, even if they realized he was there. I managed to increase the storage capacity of the spatial runes slightly. Wish there was a way to do something about the limited opening size. Perhaps I can find something to alleviate this problem at the Institute. The backplate housed a spatial space through which he could remove some of his armaments, like the floating cubes that helped him control greater spells. While he was able to create a reasonably large space to store items in, the problem was in removing them from within. The limiting factor was the size of the opening, which he couldn't increase with his current knowledge. Quickly, he started to go through his list of items, double and triple checking if everything was in order. On the outside, it would look like he was traveling lightly, but in reality, he had a wide array of weapons with him. Some of his general items would be stored in a backpack carried by a hired porter. His role was that of a bodyguard shadowing a merchant and nothing more. Time started to go by, and he spent it together with his friends and family. Everyone gathered for one big farewell feast that most people weren't aware of. It was a lot less eventful than the wedding night, but everyone left with a smile on their face. He made sure to say his goodbyes as the time for departure approached. The next day, Roland set out from his home in Albrook City, fully equipped and ready for the journey ahead. The sun was just beginning to rise as he walked through the waking city. The familiar sounds of merchants setting up their stalls and the chatter of early risers filled the air. His body was covered by a large dark cloak to hide his appearance. From today, he was playing the role of an adventurer and not a knight. Normally, his big, bulky armor would give him away quickly, but for this trip, he wasn't wearing it. He chose to wear partial parts over his silver gray suit and then covered it with some loose clothing. If a problem arose that required his full capabilities, he would don it fully, but to keep himself hidden from prying eyes, he needed to conceal some of his gear. As he made his way to the meeting point with the merchant caravan, Roland couldn't help but worry about this place. Thoughts of abandoning his mission flooded his mind, but the image of Bernir without his arm intact quickly dispersed those intrusive thoughts. This place had been a safe haven for many years, but to keep it safe, leaving for a while was the only option. The meeting point was a bustling area near the city gates, where merchants were preparing their caravans for the journey. The air was filled with the scent of fresh goods and the clattering of hooves as horses were readied for travel. Roland spotted the merchant he was supposed to accompany, a portly man with a shrewd look in his eyes. That guy fits the description. After identifying his new boss, he headed over to greet him. The instructions he received from the guild informed him about all the procedures. This caravan would head to Isgard, and part of the people there would take the airship with the costlier items heading to the mainland. Not everything would be able to fit onto an airship, as the rest would go by sea. His role as the guard would end after the man arrived at the city of Ardford. From then he would travel to his destination, Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. The caravan was a diverse assembly of merchants, guards, and adventurers hired for protection. Roland quickly introduced himself to the merchant, whose name was Cedric. Cedric eyed Roland up and down, sizing him up as a bodyguard. The knight commander had taken great care to disguise his identity, wearing a hood over his runic helmet to conceal even more of his face. He was quite the imposing sight to behold, with a large tower shield in one hand and a thick war hammer in the other. "You're one of my new personal guards. I guess you at least look the part. You'll be riding in the back of my exclusive carriage. That works for me," Roland replied with a nod, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Luckily, he wasn't expected to talk or interact with anyone here. Cedric gestured towards the luxurious carriage parked nearby, adorned with intricate carvings and gilded accents. It was clear that the merchant spared no expense when it came to his own comfort and safety. The extravagant appearance of this carriage didn't fool him one bit. It was made out of magical wood that could resist Tier 3 spells and might. Various enchantments were placed over it, and even a pocket for mana fluid, somewhat similar to his own battery technology, was hidden within to power them. It had layers of armoring underneath the wood and was being pulled by a large lizard-like creature that could probably devour a horsehole. Its most characteristic feature was the number of limbs, which was at 6. The size of the carriage was comparable to a school bus from his old world, thus it needed a large creature to pull it. The fact that it was meant just for this merchant alone indicated that this man was quite important. Other Tier 3 class holders were coming along for the trip, and most of them were stationed near him. From what he knew, the man belonged to the merchant guild that was hoping to open up some new trade routes with Albrook involved. With the presence of the church and the high-level materials from the dungeon, this place had become a gold mine. After taking his place in the back seat, the journey was ready to commence. There was enough space here for him to spread out his legs, and it reminded him that he was indeed somewhat well regarded. Previously, when he was a Tier 1 or 2 class holder, the trips with merchants were quite bumpy. Now, on the other hand, he was a platinum rank adventurer, someone who was part of the elite and respected by others. There are a lot of new faces here, and I don't think anyone has realized that it's me. He made sure to keep the runes hidden. Even if his gauntlets and helmet were noticed, unless he started using runic magic, they wouldn't show up on the outer metal. Most of the adventurers and guards were ones hired at a previous location, so they didn't know him. Some of them decided to remain in Albrook after their contract was done, so the merchant caravan hired some locals for the trip back. This included him, who added to the personal guards of Cedric, who also had 2 personal Tier 3 class holders to protect him. The man reminded him of the old gnome from Edelgard who had 2 strong elven assassins in tow. "I guess I'm the expandable one from this bunch. I should expect them to ditch me if it becomes too problematic." While thinking of potential monster attacks, the caravan started moving. His cart was somewhere in the middle, and if everything went right, there wouldn't be much that he would need to attend to. No one was expecting any strong monster attacks to befall them. Then there was also a higher concentration of the Valyrian army that was responding to the increased cultist activities. As they reached the gate, the city of Albrook started to fade. He glanced in the direction of his home and could only hope that nothing would happen to his friends and family. Luckily, with the help of magical means, he could continue talking to his wife every day. "Yes, I'm outside the gates. I'll call you later. Bye." He He conversed with Elodia through these magical ways before leaning back in his cabin. The road ahead stretched out into the distance, winding through lush landscapes and occasionally passing by small villages. Cedric was seemingly oblivious to his guard's concerns and continued to chat away with some people inside his carriage. The other two guards were there with him, along with some other business partners. While they were blocking out the sound with the help of some enchantments, he could choose to listen in, but he decided not to. Instead, Roland gazed out of the window, lost in his thoughts. The landscape was changing gradually as they moved further away from Albrook. The lush greenery gave way to open plains, and the air carried a different scent. The journey ahead wasn't long, but Roland knew that he needed to stay vigilant. Despite the seemingly peaceful surroundings, danger could lurk around any corner. Days turned into nights, and the caravan pressed forward. His interactions with other guards and adventurers in the group were minimal. He preferred to keep a low profile and avoided unnecessary attention. The path toward Isgard, the main city on this island of Dragnes, was mostly uneventful, with minimal effort needed from his side. Their pace was noticeably swifter than that of the previous caravan he had taken. This acceleration was primarily due to the superior stamina of the current beasts, coupled with their willingness to travel even during the night. Soon, the initial checkpoint on the journey to the Xandar Institute of Wizardry lay ahead Isgard City. Isgard, a bustling metropolis, stood in stark contrast to the developing Albrook City. With no imminent threats, everyone peered out of their carts, marveling at the grandeur before them. Surprisingly, the first thing that caught his eye was not the giant walls or towers, but the colossal volcano in the background. This city was situated quite close to the renowned super dungeon of Dragnes Island, and now he could finally witness it in all its imposing glory. Isgard stood as one of the largest cities in the entire kingdom, accommodating over 1 million residents at the foot of the towering Emberpeak volcano. Despite its significant distance from the active volcano, Emberpeak sporadically released embers of lava. The landscape in this region differed drastically from that of his hometown. The terrain appeared scorched due to heightened temperatures, and a dense volcanic fog obscured much of the forward view. Remarkably, the city itself seemed capable of dispersing this ashy phenomenon, enabling inhabitants to reside there. A large chasm encircled the bustling city, initially appearing as a vast moat designed to safeguard against external raids. However, its true purpose was different. It served as a safeguard to capture any potential lava that might trickle down from the ever-active volcano. The sole access to the city was via one of the colossal bridges capable of accommodating multiple caravans side by side. The bridge itself was a marvel of engineering, crafted from materials that could withstand the extreme heat and occasional tremors from the Emberpeak. Guard towers dotted its length, ensuring the safety of those entering and leaving the city. As the caravan made its way across the bridge, Roland couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and apprehension. Cedric, still within the confines of his luxurious carriage, seemed unfazed by the city's grandeur. He seemed to be taking a nap, roused only by his guards as they approached the city gates. Roland, in contrast, meticulously analyzed every nook and cranny of the architecture. He contemplated whether some of the design choices could be implemented in Albrook's defenses, though he was well aware that the associated costs would be quite staggering. Upon crossing the bridge and passing through the massive gates of Isgard, the bustling atmosphere intensified. The city was a vibrant blend of cultures, with people from various regions converging to engage in trade, exchange knowledge, and seek opportunities within the dungeon. While the expansive markets of the city held an enticing promise, time was a luxury he couldn't afford. The caravan slowly navigated through the crowded streets, with Cedric's extravagant carriage drawing attention from both locals and visitors. Roland observed the diverse array of individuals, from mages in ornate robes to skilled craftsmen showcasing their wares. Isgard served not only as a gathering place for adventurers, but also as the central trade hub on the island, ranking among the largest within the entire kingdom. Eventually, the caravan arrived at the designated merchant district where they would disembark. Cedric's carriage came to a stop, and the guards promptly surrounded it, forming a protective barrier. Roland, still maintaining a low profile, waited for the merchant to step out and make his way to the local merchant guild. As the caravan settled in, the various merchants and adventurers began their own preparations for trade and rest. Roland's responsibilities as the man's bodyguard were far from over. Instead, they were heading towards the nearby district where the airship port was located. Time constraints meant there wouldn't be an opportunity to tour the city or visit the S-rank dungeon. One of Cedric's personal guards approached Roland while their boss was engrossed in guild business. One of the guards was a massive man adorned with cute bear ears. His build was truly massive as it equaled the guild masters from Albrook. He clearly fitted the brute fighter archetype. He was a powerhouse. The other guard positioned before Roland was significantly smaller. Hailing from a feline tribe, she sported black ears and a fit body, indicating she was likely an agility-focused type. Both guards were striking in appearance, and it seemed their attractiveness might have played a role in their selection as Cedric's personal bodyguards. Listen here, newbie, you might be platinum rank, but things work differently in Isgard. We're not here to babysit you. Cedric's safety is our top priority, and if you get in the way or slow us down, you'll find yourself on the wrong side of a tough situation. Understand, Roland nodded, maintaining his stoic demeanor. He was used to dealing with tough characters, having faced various challenges as a knight commander. He recognized that it was better to not go against such people. He didn't even care if he got paid for this whole mission, as he only wanted a spot on that airship. Good, stay close, follow our lead, and don't make any unnecessary moves. We're professionals, and we expect you to act like one, the feline guard explained, exuding an air of superiority about herself. Roland, desiring to gauge her capabilities, considered reading her status. However, the enchanted items she wore were specifically designed to impede such processes. Preferring to keep things civil, he recognized that this city was not his territory. The abundance of Tier 3 class holders in the vicinity made it seem as though they grew on trees. While he could handle a full party by himself, the prospect of facing 10 such parties would undoubtedly pose a big challenge. Don't worry. If you're as good as they say you are, we won't have any issues. But if you're all show, you'll quickly find out that, before the woman could continue with her monologue, the other bear-like guard appeared with the merchant behind him. What are you two doing? Come, let's go. Cedric shouted at them from a distance, prompting the feline woman to swiftly run to his side. Roland noticed a peculiar, angry expression in her glances, something he wasn't accustomed to. It seemed they were underestimating his capabilities to the point of considering him a potential liability. The trio assumed a triangle formation, with Roland positioned at the front and tasked with most of the responsibilities. It was evident that they didn't trust him to watch their backs and preferred to keep a close eye on him instead. The group made their way through the bustling streets of Isgard, the air thick with the scents of various goods, magical incense, and the occasional waft of volcanic ash. Roland kept his focus ahead, navigating the crowded streets with caution. The feline guard, whose name he had yet to learn, continued to cast suspicious glances in his direction. Fortunately, the path to the port was conveniently close. The Merchant Guild displayed strategic foresight by setting the headquarters right beside it, making it merely a 10-minute walk away. As they approached the airship port, the atmosphere changed. The sounds of haggling and the vibrant colors of market stalls faded, replaced by the steady hum of airships. Roland looked up in awe as a multitude of fantastical vessels hovered in the air. Varying in size and design, they were all crafted from enchanted wood and adorned in unique ways. The port, carved from ancient stone, showcased ornate archways and balconies embellished with mystical runes that shimmered in the sunlight, casting an ethereal glow over the entire structure. Cedric led the way, approaching a particularly large and opulent airship. Its hull was decorated with intricate patterns and adorned with glistening gems. The Merchant Guild's personal airship was a symbol of their wealth and influence, a testament to their success in the world of trade. The crew members, a mix of humans and various other races, bustled about, preparing the airship for departure. I still have a lot that I can learn. Roland was momentarily stunned by the wonders of magical technology unfolding before him. As a runesmith who had recently developed some minor floating capabilities, the prospect of creating such a large vessel felt like a dream come true. Although he typically concealed it, delving into the creation of magical devices was a passion he had learned to cherish. Observing these inventions, he had to resist the urge to examine the intricacies that made them tick. The ships in the port were supported by peculiar-looking clamps. Roland observed them in action as a nearby ship prepared to land. These large metal clamps extended, resembling fingers with various joints. Analyzing them with his mana sense, Roland was confident that they were golemic creations. The ship descended onto them, securely grasped into place by the intricate clamps. Once the ship was firmly secured, the crew opened a gangplank, allowing the passengers to disembark. I bet those things act as the anchor to hold the ships in place. It probably wouldn't be possible to leave this port with one of those clamps around the ship either. There were magical machines in this world that Roland yearned to examine. Despite the relatively modest level of technology, marvels like these airships captivated him. While not as swift as modern airplanes, they held unique advantages. Typically, a larger ship would be constructed around a levitation stone or flotation stone, a rare mineral that, when harnessed, could lift large objects into the air. With this resource, craftsmen only needed to devise effective means to propel these ships forward. Some utilized sails and winds, akin to regular ships, while others employed magical engines. There were even those that harnessed spirits to ride the wind currents, a domain about which Roland was less informed. Stop spacing out, we need to move. His contemplations were interrupted by the feline guard as the group prepared to board the merchant ship. The vessel, resembling the size of an older cruise ship, appeared somewhat inferior to the ship used by the church to combat the cultists. This one was designated for transporting valuable merchant goods, securely stored in specialized spatial boxes. Cargo wasn't transported conventionally, as conserving weight on a flying vessel was crucial for its mobility. Exceeding the flotation stone's capabilities in weight would render flight impossible. Of course, he nodded and followed suit, his eyes darting around as he tried to assess the current situation. They entered through one of the doors that led them to the inside of the airship. The interior was a lavish display of magical craftsmanship, with plush carpets adorning the floor and intricate chandeliers illuminating the halls with a warm, magical glow. The walls were adorned with enchanting paintings that seemed to come alive as you looked at them. Typically, his weapons would be confiscated, but being part of the merchant ensemble, he was granted the privilege of keeping them. Everything proceeded according to plan. Although he couldn't join the merchants in the more luxurious cabins, he was afforded the freedom to roam the airship. As the airship prepared for departure, Roland found a quiet corner on the deck to observe the surroundings. The bustling airship port gradually shrank below as the vessel ascended into the sky. The city of Isgard, with its towering walls and the ever-present Imberpeak volcano, became a distant panorama. The wind whistled past, carrying with it the distinct scent of the volcanic fog. On his way to the Institute, Roland harbored the hope that soon he would uncover new intricacies involving runes, enabling him to elevate his craft to a new level. This place is a bit crowded. I guess this is as far as second-hand connections can get me. Roland pondered as he leaned back against the uncomfortable bench in the large room reserved for hired adventurers and guards on the middle deck of the airship. Despite being allowed to keep their weapons, the bodyguards couldn't leave the area. After arriving at the ship, the main guards instructed him to wait there, considering him nothing more than backup and not presentable on the upper decks. The airship, quite large, even boasted a ballroom where music played, attracting nobles who mingled with influential merchants. It was a place for the rich and powerful. Roland couldn't complain, though, as he was getting a free ride to the Institute. Others in the room appeared to be resting, seemingly unconcerned as the airship of this caliber was considered relatively safe. Something is blocking my signal. I won't be able to call Elodia until we arrive at the destination. As Roland's mind drifted back to the home he already missed, he couldn't deny that he had changed since arriving in Albrook. Initially, survival and peace were his sole concerns, but now he found himself worrying about others. During his absence, he hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. Elodia had taken on the role of the new leader in his absence, but there was still the unpredictable alchemist to contend with. Despite having a conversation with him, Roland could only hope that the gnome wouldn't cause any disasters in his absence. I've been through a lot in these 11 years or so, or has it been 12 now? With not much to do, Roland found himself trapped in his own thoughts, a rare occurrence for him. Usually preoccupied with various tasks, he seldom dwelled on the past or pondered the nature of the world he found himself in. Even to this day, he had no idea how he ended up here or why. Yet amidst the uncertainty, he was beginning to feel a sense of belonging. As events unfolded in Albrook, Roland realized that he was not alone and that life in this world was not as undesirable as he once thought. Roland had a challenging start, marked by his ostracization from his family. In those difficult years, books and the dream of becoming a wizard were his solace. However, that dream was shattered during his first ascension trial when he discovered his lack of elemental affinities. To this day, he remained uncertain about the reasons behind this anomaly. Various theories crossed his mind, such as his body being special or his mind replacing the original Roland's. He even questioned if he was the same person from Earth, contemplating whether his memories were merely copied over or if he existed within a vast dream while lying in a hospital bed. I should probably stop thinking about theories like that. This world is too real to be an illusion or a dying man's dream. What I need to focus on is the right research papers. If I'm not careful, it could take a lot longer than it should. Though Roland had never attended a formal magical academy, he delved into research papers produced by magicians. It was a challenging experience, as magicians often approached their work with chaos and lacked standardized note-taking. Each individual had their own cryptic methods, making it difficult to decipher their papers. Decoding the essence of the research consumed more than half of the task, and Roland found himself in danger of losing months in the pursuit of knowledge within the labyrinthine libraries of magical academia. Hey, watch it. Do you know how much this robe cost? I am sorry you're sorry. I don't think that's good enough. You even got it dirty. As he was thinking about a quick way to get all his research done, he overheard a commotion. A group of 3 adventurers were smirking and cackling while looking at a somewhat ordinary-looking girl. Her ears gave her away for someone from the rabbit race, and her clothes were certainly common. At a glance, she looked like one of the porters that was coming on the trip with them. Just like some of the adventurers, they were forced into a different section of this airship. You didn't what? Look here, girlie, these things are expensive. Look at this hole. You tore right through it, and now the enchantment won't work. But I'm a generous man. I'll let you off if you pay for the damages you caused. But you're the one that bumped into me, huh? Are you talking back? My friend has been nothing but nice, but you're trying to run after tarnishing his one and only magical robe. Roland attempted to disregard the disturbance and concentrate on his research, but the loud shouts of the adventurers made it challenging to ignore. It appeared that the group had set their sights on the girl. Roland had observed them earlier, recognizing specific emblems on their clothing, signifying their affiliation with a mercenary group. These symbols suggested that they were likely hired by another merchant. The Adventurers Guild was not the sole entity that enlisted the services of adventurers. Smaller mercenary groups were also engaged for larger security needs. While these mercenary groups might be smaller and less powerful than the Adventurers Guild, they possessed distinct advantages. Their strength lay in their ability to assemble a larger force, and they were often engaged for temporary army-like roles. During disputes between nobles, these groups were sometimes enlisted to reinforce their forces. However, a significant drawback was their hiring process, or rather the lack of rigorous evaluations. As long as individuals weren't wanted criminals and possessed a battle class, they were deemed fit for employment. Even the first part was sometimes overlooked, which explained their behavior here. The girl was a porter, and their section was below this area. The porter's only way out was passing through the large cabin where the adventurers and mercenaries were resting. Physical strength was not a prerequisite for those tasked with carrying luggage. Possessing sufficient funds to acquire a spatial bag and weight-reducing items sufficed. Even an ordinary-looking girl could suffice for the task as long as she could maintain the required pace. It appeared that she had just completed a task within the airship. Often, individuals in such roles were assigned various forms of manual labor. Bernier, who had experience in this profession, had shared some tales. Tasks included preparing food for the group and even washing their soiled undergarments during the journey. Mistakes could lead to the threat of physical violence, making it a challenging and demanding profession. Those in such roles could only hope to be part of a reasonable adventure group, but many times it was the only way of earning money. It's not like they can unionize. Despite his initial reluctance, Roland found himself unable to ignore the escalating situation. His former self would typically have avoided such matters, as there was often no compelling reason to intervene in others' affairs. While he still held the same perspective, he acknowledged that taking action occasionally led to unforeseen rewards. In this particular case, intervening could halt the entire nonsensical episode, and Roland was also unwilling to witness the trio assaulting someone when he had the capacity to prevent it. No one from the three there posed much of a threat, and the other Tier 3 class holders that were watching weren't much better. They all were around the strength of the Platinum Party that he defeated in the dungeon. Now that his level had gone up, he felt even more comfortable. I didn't do anything. Hey, where do you think you're going? If you don't have the coin, you can pay in different ways. The purported leader of the group, a robust man with a scar across his face, advanced threateningly toward her. His lips emitted an obscene sound as he extended his hand to seize the visibly frightened girl. It was apparent to her what the men were after, and she desperately sought help from the other adventurers within the spacious chamber. Roland observed that there was little interest in assisting her, primarily because half of the individuals present belonged to the same mercenary group and were disinclined to intervene. An opportunity presented itself for him as the rabbit girl attempted to flee, and her only path led directly toward him. She darted off, displaying impressive speed, likely owing it to her beast race attributes. Unfortunately, she faced adversaries equipped with proficient battle classes, and the limited space offered little room for maneuvering or escape. In her haste, she stumbled over a bump and careened forward. Roland observed that the trio appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves, their faces radiating joy as if on the verge of erupting in laughter. Yet, behind these seemingly gleeful expressions lurked a malevolent undertone. They were individuals intoxicated by power, reveling in the exercise of force over someone defenseless. It was a harsh reality of this world, where the strong dictated the rules, and the existence of distinct classes condemned certain individuals to perpetual subjugation to their whims. Yet, even in an unjust world like this, some individuals resisted succumbing to such impulses. Not everyone elevated themselves above others solely based on their class or higher level. Roland, as a person from a more modern world, where things were a tad more equal, exemplified such principles. He also tried to surround himself with like-minded individuals who at least didn't bully others. What is that? The adventurers who were enjoying tormenting the rabbit girl abruptly halted as a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The girl, on the verge of falling, came to a sudden stop mid-air and began to float. She flailed her arms and legs in a somewhat comedic fashion before gently floating to the side. The mercenaries swiftly identified the source of the blue light, and Roland made it abundantly clear. He was pointing directly at the girl with his finger, which emitted a magical light, drawing attention away from her and to him. I think that's enough. His deep voice resonated through the chamber, capturing the attention of everyone present. The trio of adventurers turned to face Roland, their expressions shifting from amusement to bewilderment. The girl, realizing she was no longer the focal point of their attention, descended gracefully to the floor. She stumbled slightly upon landing, still catching her breath from the unexpected turn of events. "Who the hell are you?" The scar-faced leader spat out his words, clearly irritated by the interruption. Roland, unfazed, maintained his stoic demeanor and accentuated everything by making his eyes glow. Concealed behind a helmet and hood, he presented a menacing display of power. One thing was certain: most adventurers and mercenaries were unaccustomed to encountering mages. Even now, they were on high alert, as magic users ranked among the most feared individuals. Their strength lay in the unknown, their use of strange items and hexes. Did I not make myself clear? Do you need me to repeat it again? In a situation like this, it was always better to take up a stern tone. People like these mercenaries were not ones to restrain themselves and only understood one rule, which was that the person with the bigger first was always right. Even now they were trying to measure his strength and potential backing to see if they should involve themselves further. Roland had no emblems or insignias that would tie him to any faction, but the magic he was using was enough. However, to make them understand the difference in power, he needed to show off a bit more. "Mind your own business, stranger. We're just having a bit of fun." "A bit of fun? I see. Then how about I have some fun with you instead?" While he wasn't the sole Tier 3 class holder in the room, those not affiliated with this mercenary company wouldn't assist or assail him. Among the 10 individuals he needed to watch, only 2 posed real threats. Realizing the need for quick and decisive action, Roland, without waiting for a response, let his mana surge toward the man. There were various ways that he could tackle this situation, but handling it without producing residual damage to this large cabin was important. If he caused too much of a ruckus, he could be even thrown out mid-flight, thus a binding spell would be what he decided to go with. To onlookers, it appeared as a peculiar surge of bluish energy assaulting their comrade, while only Roland perceived the intricate web of shackles within. The scar-faced man couldn't even draw his weapon before his arms were tightly bound to his body. Despite his size and muscular build, akin to the Albrook Guild Master, he strained in vain to break free. Before long, he found himself floating in mid-air, contorting in a worm-like way. Helpless, he squirmed until he appeared in front of his captor, who presented him with an electrified digit. Most occupants of the chamber hurriedly distanced themselves as the crackling sound resonated with thunderous intensity. The prevailing consensus was evident: they faced an irate mage exuding an astonishing surge of magical energy. A ball of lightning energy materialized from Roland's finger, expanding menacingly before the scar-faced man's face. "Now we can do this the easy way, or the hard way. I'll give you that choice. W, what are you? And you in the back, don't think I can't see you. Before you notch that arrow, I'll incinerate your friend's face." The other Tier 3 class holder, belonging to the mercenary company, shivered as he was instantly spotted and singled out from the large group. Despite attempting to hide behind his comrades, his opponent discerned his intentions instantly. "Now you and your friends can either shut up for the remainder of this trip, or we will have a problem. So, do we have a problem?" Roland made sure to bring the ball of lightning close to the man's face. Some of the smaller bolts even landed onto his body, electrifying him in the process. The scar-faced man quickly realized that he was over his head and started nodding. "Why, yes, I mean, W, what about the enchantments? That rag has long lost all of its charges and can't be used anymore. It's worthless at this point. So let me ask you again, do we have a problem?" "No, we don't." "Good, then fuck off." Satisfied with the response, Roland dispelled the crackling ball of lightning but still sent the man flying. The scar-faced man collided with the 2 people harassing the rabbit girl, taking them down with him and shattering a few wooden boxes along the way. The entire room fell silent, tension lingering in the air. Roland's gaze swept across the other adventurers and mercenaries, his glowing eyes exuding an imposing aura. It was over, and the result was obvious. The once loud men had quieted down and dared not to raise their voices. Even the 3 perpetrators didn't dare to speak out. It was clear that they were afraid to lose their heads. Roland took a side glance at everyone in this area, with his gaze finally landing on the girl that he rescued. His eyes were still glowing, which gave her the jitters and caused him to momentarily drop the tough guy act. He didn't reply and simply nodded, maintaining the facade that his actions were not solely for the girl's sake, but for maintaining silence. By portraying himself as an eccentric mage disliking loud noises and excessive chatter, he aimed to ensure everyone here would behave for the remainder of the sky voyage. In a way, he was safeguarding all the other porters below from getting caught in the crossfire, much like the current predicament of the rabbit girl. The girl continued to bow in gratitude and only departed after Roland waved her off. She swiftly disappeared towards the area where the rest of the porters were stationed, marking the end of that particular incident. Consequently, a very uncomfortable and tension-filled journey commenced for the other adventurers. Roland made it challenging for them to get any sleep, instilling fear that even their snoring might irritate the formidable mage. Some resorted to slapping awake their friends to ensure everyone stayed alert. The air remained thick with unease throughout the trip. After enduring a day of tension and discomfort, they finally arrived at their destination. Roland felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with how he spent his time on the ship. He couldn't peer through any windows to witness the kingdom from a bird's eye view, nor could he explore the ship with a craftsman's eye. He yearned to inspect the engine room and acquire magical schematics for future use. Perhaps then, constructing such a large vessel would become a possibility. The airship smoothly landed in a bustling city, and the adventurers and guards commenced disembarking. Roland rejoined his temporary entourage near the gangplank. Although his immediate task was coming to an end, his true journey into the Institute was just beginning. With purpose, he took a step forward, his mind racing at the possibilities that this journey might bring to elevate his runic magic to the next level. "Hey, watch it, sorry." A girl donned in an oversized backpack descended through a gangplank that could barely accommodate two people at once. The substantial size of her backpack inadvertently caused a minor collision with a fellow disembarking passenger. Swiftly, she turned around, bowing her head in apology before darting away. Behind her, a large airship was docked, and numerous other passengers were also disembarking. Upon disembarking, she hurried through the somewhat dirty-looking docks, cluttered with boxes and rugged sailors. This section of the docks was designated for manual laborers like herself and the other porters. On the ship's opposite side, a contrasting scene unfolded, with lavishly dressed individuals disembarking onto a place befitting nobility. The nobility and the rich preferred to keep their distance from the commoners, reflecting the harsh reality of this world. However, such trivial things didn't worry this happy-go-lucky girl. She just sprinted forth at an astonishing pace, her white rabbit ears flopping around with each step that she took. She was quite energetic at finally arriving at her home. As she approached the exit for the docks, she stopped herself for a moment. Her red pupils glanced back at the airship. She scanned the area while looking for a peculiar individual who didn't seem to appear even after she waited. Could that person have disembarked on the other side? Her ears drooped in disappointment as she realized she didn't have the chance to thank him for his intervention. It made sense that such a powerful mage would likely be a prominent adventurer, perhaps in the service of nobles or merchants. It wasn't uncommon for such individuals to receive compensation far beyond what a platinum-ranked adventurer could earn independently. She lingered a few more minutes, but it became evident that he wouldn't be emerging. Maybe he'll visit the Adventurer Guild instead. What if he's already there? Oh no, I should hurry. With renewed determination, the rabbit-eared girl sprinted towards the bustling city, her thoughts focused on finding the mysterious mage who had intervened on her behalf. The city was a maze of narrow streets and large buildings that she knew like the back of her hand. The air was filled with the scent of various goods, and the clamor of merchants and locals haggling created a lively atmosphere. As she navigated through the crowded streets, the girl couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of the city. Stalls lined the sidewalks, selling everything from exotic fruits to magical trinkets. Street performers showcased their talents, drawing crowds with mesmerizing displays of fire manipulation and illusionary arts. The city was alive with energy, a stark departure from the rigid routine of her life as a porter. The girl finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The imposing building stood proudly in the heart of the city, its emblematic swords crossed in a display of strength. The guild was a hub for adventurers, mercenaries, and those seeking their services. As she entered, the bustling noise of the city was replaced by the more subdued hum of conversations and the occasional clinking of tankards. The interior was spacious, with a large bulletin board displaying various requests from citizens and organizations seeking assistance. Adventurers of all shapes and sizes mingled, sharing stories and discussing potential missions. The rabbit-eared girl scanned the room, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious mage. "Lunya, is that you? What are you spacing out for? He's not here." "Huh, what? Oh, it's just you. Well, sorry for being just me." Lunya, the girl with rabbit ears, turned around, spotting one of her friends. The other girl, a bit older but still in her 20s, had vibrant red hair and donned a set of leather armor. A conspicuous quiver filled with arrows adorned her back, unmistakably revealing her profession to anyone observant. "I didn't mean it like that." The girl started waving her arms around in panic while trying to explain herself. She realized that what she had pronounced was quite rude, but her friend just started laughing and gave her a pat on the head. "That's fine, I see that you're back from your little side trip. Anything interesting happened on the way?" "Oh, something did, it did. Why don't we sit down and wait for the others? Now that you're back, we can have our strategic meeting. Can't go spelunking without our best porter." The rabbit girl blushed and smiled in response to the redhead adventurer's praise. Soon the two were seated at a table. The adventurer promptly ordered some beer and began chugging it from a large pitcher. In contrast, Lunya opted for water, politely refusing the alcoholic beverage. "Oh, you met a strange mage." "Yes, I think he was a platinum adventurer." His voice was gentle but also quite manly. "Haha, do you have a crush on him? You know that those mages can fake their voices, right?" "I bet that behind that mask an old grandpa is hidden." "No." Lunya vigorously shook her head, her rabbit ears twitching with defiance. "It's not like that. He helped me out, I just wanted to thank him, that's all." Her friend chuckled, taking another sip of her beer. All right, no need to get defensive. "So did you find him here?" Lunya scanned the room again, disappointment evident in her expression. "No, not yet. I thought he might have come to the guild. Maybe he's on a mission or something." The adventurer leaned back in her chair, tapping her fingers on the table. "Platinum ranked, huh, that's impressive. Not many of them around here. If he's not here, he might have taken a high-profile quest directly from the nobles. They usually prefer dealing with the best." Lunya's eyes widened with realization, and her ears flopped in disappointment again. This made her friend chuckle even harder, but soon her smile was gone as she abruptly changed the subject of the conversation. "If what you said is true, then you were quite lucky. Those mercenary bastards probably belong to the Obsidian Brotherhood. They are truly a bunch of nasty bastards." The two fell silent for a moment, acknowledging the unfortunate reality that some groups abused their power. This particular bunch had a notorious reputation for mistreating others, especially women. Numerous stories circulated about their nefarious exploits. Even though people were aware of these issues, such groups often managed to escape with minimal consequences after paying fines. The nobility displayed little concern for the well-being of adventurers or commoners, leaving individuals to either seek street justice or endure the situation. "I think you should maybe stop taking those side jobs, at least until we actually manage to become platinum ranks ourselves," the redhead adventurer suggested, and Lunya just nodded in response. Silence fell on the two again as they continued to take in their drinks and was only broken by the appearance of two other faces. "What's with those faces? Did someone die?" The silence was abruptly shattered by a loud voice as another person approached Lunya and her adventurer friend. The two turned to see a large woman with exposed muscular arms. A foolish grin adorned her face as she held a massive hammer meant for two-handed over her shoulder. Standing at a height of a bit over 2 meters, her imposing figure contrasted with the shorter individual beside her. This companion was another girl with animal ears, white grayish hair, and a bushy tail peeking out from behind. Another hammer, of course. Hammers are the best, look at this baby. The red-head adventurer shook her head around as the large magical hammer was placed on the table. "You know that you could have just bought one with regular enchantments, right? It would cost a lot less too." Nothing can compare to runic weapons." The group looked at the large woman with somewhat pity in their eyes, which didn't go unnoticed. She quickly opened her mouth and started shouting. "Stop looking at me like that. You need to get over that already." "Shut up, this isn't about that." The redhead burst into laughter, while the large woman from the Goliath race clenched her teeth. Soon, the conversation shifted to their next mission and the mercenary group they needed to be wary of. As Roland stepped onto the solid ground of the bustling city, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The airship's grandeur and the incident during the journey had distracted him temporarily, but now he was focused on the reason he came to this city in the first place, the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. "Hey, keep up. I guess I still need to get this part over with." He had just descended from the gangplank, trailing behind his temporary boss and their bodyguards. His mission wasn't quite over yet, as the port city of Clorage was only a temporary stop for them. It stood as one of the largest trade cities in the entire kingdom, serving as a central hub for various connections. Reputable guilds, such as the Merchant Guild and the Dwarven Union, had their branches established here. This location served as the perfect spot for negotiating favorable deals on materials. His strength didn't lie in bartering and making deals. He left such matters to Arthur or his contacts within the Union. Although his charisma stat was above average and would assist him in conversations, he would have to remove his helmet for it to work effectively. In this unknown region, however, he opted to keep his bearings and be on the side of caution. "Should I just leave without them? I don't really need them anymore." He followed behind the merchant and 2 bodyguards, but having already used the airship, he knew that to travel to the Institute from here, all he needed was a carriage. However, it seemed the group had different plans. Despite the day having just started, the plump merchant seemed eager to grab a bite. Although he didn't engage in conversation, he gathered from their discussion that they would likely be staying in Clorage for a while before continuing their journey. "If I leave then, I will fail my mission and probably get a complaint from the guild. I'm still an adventurer." His current job was to ensure the safe delivery of the merchant to another location outside of the city. They still needed to travel by land for another day before he could resume his own journey. Opting to leave at this point could result in a complaint to the guild from the merchant. Despite being a platinum adventurer, rules still applied. While he wouldn't be removed, his card could be suspended, making future travels more challenging. Therefore, he decided to endure the animosity from the bothersome guards. In a day and a half, he hoped to be free of their company. Wait, you don't expect to go in there looking like this, do you? Is there a problem? Ha, she is right. How about you wait here? If you want, you may head into the city to a pub or something. Think that is what you adventurers like to do. The group reached a lavish restaurant, and during the journey, he was compelled to sit at the back of the carriage for around 20 minutes. While this afforded him a good view of the city surroundings, it also left his posterior sore. Upon arrival, the guards halted him, and the merchant he was meant to protect barred his entry. The man soon disappeared inside, leaving him with a few words from the Catwoman. Just meet us in a few hours at the meeting spot. Just don't be late. I advise you to go there and sit until we are back. Instructed to head to the next location and wait, he contemplated whether visiting the magical train station would be an interesting endeavor. The uncertainty of how long they would remain inside the restaurant left him with potential hours of waiting. If for some reason the merchant failed to show up, he might be compelled to wait through the night or even search for him throughout the city. Fortunately, he had already saved the trio's mana patterns, enabling him to track them if needed. Nonetheless, he would likely need to find a way to occupy his time for a couple of hours until they finally set off to another location. Should I just go to the station? When was the last time I used one? Trains existed in this world, but they weren't prevalent on Dragny's Island, especially not connecting to Albrook. There was one in Isgard, but it only linked to a handful of large cities there. The majority of resources were concentrated on the super dungeon, leading nobles and merchants to see little reason to extend the network further. I was really young back then. While reminiscing about his old adventures, he decided to take a walk. He strolled through the lively streets of Clorridge, observing the diverse mix of people bustling about their daily lives. Merchants haggled over goods, street performers entertained passersby, and the city seemed to vibrate with a unique energy. The air was infused with the scent of various cuisines, enticing him to try something local. It was a chance to try out some other cuisine than the food he got used to eating in Albrook. Deciding to follow his nose, Roland found himself drawn to a small food market tucked away in a bustling alley. The aroma of grilled meats, spices, and freshly baked bread wafted through the air, enticing him to explore further. As he approached the market, he noticed a stall with a particularly long line of customers. Curiosity piqued, he joined the queue, patiently waiting his turn. The stall was run by a portly man with a wide grin, expertly grilling skewers of marinated meats. The enticing sizzle and savory scent made Roland's stomach growl in anticipation. As he neared the front of the line, the man behind the counter looked up, acknowledging the newcomer. Ah, adventurer, haven't seen your face around here before. You must try our special dragon spice skewers, guaranteed to add a bit of fire to your day. What the man was holding looked like a skewered lizard, covered in spices and well-grilled. Roland, who led a life as an adventurer, had occasionally tasted reptile meat before, so this didn't really put him off. To minimize the use of the provisions offered to him by his wife, he decided to try some local food that wouldn't take up too much time. This fast food stall was perfect for his current needs. The first bite was a revelation. The combination of spices, grilled meat, and a hint of something exotic left his taste buds tingling. As he enjoyed his meal, he couldn't help but appreciate the simple joys of exploring a new city and discovering its unique culinary offerings. Not bad. He smacked his lips after finishing the spicy treat and washed it down with some water. Soon, the mouth opening slid back together and perfectly attached itself back into place. His hunger had been somewhat satiated, but he wasn't sure what to do next. It was probably better to head closer to the train station area, as he didn't want to attract the attention of the annoying guards. However, as he was about to set out, he noticed something. His suit of armor started beeping, and his display flashed to inform him about some unwanted guests. It was good that I recorded all of their mana patterns. A few red dots appeared on the small screen, informing him that he was being followed. His adversaries belonged to the mercenary group he had previously encountered and terrorized. It seemed that he was being trailed by some people who were on the airship with him, likely individuals with scouting classes. Are they trying to gather information on me? I guess no good deed goes unpunished. This was something he had already considered. The group had become a laughingstock on board the ship, and sometimes people like this couldn't let it slide. It was possible that this particular group liked to present itself as strong, and if someone went against them, they would attack. For a moment, he started regretting his past actions. Usually, he avoided standing out, but he couldn't just let that girl be assaulted in front of his eyes. This was a problem, but not something he couldn't contend with. Thus, to make things easier for himself, he needed to finish what he started. What should I do about my friends here? I can't confront them out in the open. As Roland moved through the alley, he could hear the distant sounds of the bustling city. The irregular layout of the buildings created blind spots, giving him a strategic advantage. He quickened his pace, weaving through the labyrinthine paths of the alley, all while keeping an eye on his mini-map. The red dots that represented the few pursuers were still following and indicated that he probably wouldn't be able to lose them in this fashion. More than likely, they had some tracking skills that helped them push through the alleyways. I bet they got my scent while we were on the airship. We were inside that one cabin for a while. It wouldn't be hard to do it for one of their Tier 2 trackers. How should I handle them? Roland contemplated the dilemma, realizing he couldn't simply confront them in the heart of an unfamiliar city. The potential for collateral damage due to his volatile runic magic was large. Moreover, he considered the possibility that they might be egging him into retaliation after all. They were members of a mercenary group with influential connections. It occurred to him that they might have ties to the local guard captain, who could swiftly mobilize soldiers to apprehend him. Any resistance on his part could escalate the situation further, potentially involving even the local noble. It will be better not to get other people involved. I need to lose this tale for good. Roland considered various approaches to address the situation. The risk of them employing tracking skills to tail him was a concern, but he had taken precautions to counter such effects. Having encountered similar situations before, he had extensively researched magical spells to eliminate his scent and hamper tracking skills. With this in mind, he examined the map once more, plotting a course toward one of the alleyways that appeared to be a dead end. In front of him stood a stone building with brick walls on the side, providing an ideal location to set his trap. Roland's hand touched the ground as he activated one of his latest skills. A series of runes emerged, glowing in a pale blue light. For a brief moment, an illusory image of himself materialized and then swiftly dissipated. It was a temporary replacement, an illusory spell designed to momentarily deceive and divert his pursuers. This marked just the beginning of his strategy. Soon, additional runes adorned the nearby walls under Roland's continuous touch. His imbued rune skill proved invaluable, allowing him to swiftly set traps without the need for pre-prepared scrolls, as he had done in the past. As long as inorganic materials, like the surrounding bricks, were present, Roland could harness some form of runic magic with ease. Now that everything is set, I need to get away from here. He gazed upward, finding the way obstructed from 3 directions by steep walls. Such barriers posed no challenge for someone of his capabilities who was proficient in the use of the levitation spell. Extending his hand, Roland pointed upward, unleashing a peculiar semi-transparent beam of green light from his finger. It wasn't an offensive spell instead. It connected with the roof of the building ahead, adhering to it. The substance he generated was both sticky and sturdy and was something that he could grip onto. Swiftly, he invoked the levitation spell, rendering himself as light as a feather. With a single, forceful pull, his body shot upward. Soon he found himself on the roof of the building, gently jumping around as if he was on the surface of the moon. This is still a bit difficult. His form moved swiftly through the buildings while being shrouded in an invisibility spell. His magic had reached the level of greater runic spells, not something regular people would be able to see through. With his weight lessened and sound canceling, no one was the wiser as he jumped through the air. This should do it. After a while, Roland found himself in a different alleyway, devoid of any onlookers. He canceled the spells he had previously used and quietly traced his steps toward the distant sounds of chatter. His pursuers remained oblivious to his disappearance and waited for him to leave that alley. He anticipated they would linger for a moment before launching an investigation, providing him with a window of opportunity to lose them for good. As he moved stealthily through the city, Roland couldn't help but imagine the expressions on their faces when they walked into the trap he left behind. He chuckled to himself as he found the whole encounter rather amusing. I wish I could see their faces after they walk into that trap. Oh well, I should head to the train station and wait. But first, I need to see this through. There were 3 dots visible on his mapping device. Although his scanning range had increased, he wouldn't be able to keep track of events if he simply left. Another issue was the imbued runes he had left behind. If the group didn't enter, they would dissipate. To prolong their effect, he needed to stay within a certain range. At his current skill level, they would last for around 10 minutes autonomously. By remaining closer, he could infuse them with some of his mana to extend the effect to about an hour. However, this skill had its limits eventually. The rune would corrode to such an extent that even if he stood next to it, it would vanish. Hey, should we go in? He is acting strange. Did he figure us out? Shit, did he make a run for it? But I can sense that he is there. The 3 people from the Obsidian Brotherhood stood before a lone alley. Their target had vanished into it and had remained inside for almost 10 minutes now. They were quickly getting suspicious, but for some reason their tracking skills were telling them that he was in there. But I think this one should be blocked. Is he talking to someone there? Wait, shit, what is it? That bastard, I think he is gone. The most senior tracker in the group sensed that something was off and leaped toward the alleyway where their target was supposedly waiting. The others kept their distance, wary of this unusual behavior that seemed like a trap. However, once their most skilled tracker decided to run in, the rest followed suit. There's no one here. Did he climb up the walls? Damn mages. He must have cast some type of illusion. He can't have gone far. We need to find him. It was evident to them that the person they were following was aware of their presence. Nonetheless, they were assigned the task of tracking him to uncover his identity. Their mercenary group had a policy of avoiding confrontations with enemies they couldn't handle. Their objective was either to obtain his adventurer card or locate his place of residence. Even if he was a mage, an opportunity for retaliation would likely arise. Their employers were vindictive and wouldn't hesitate to attack such an individual, especially when they were vulnerable, such as while sleeping. He was here, he can't run. We just need to pick up high. As the leader of the group was talking, a strange thing transpired. All sound seemed to vanish from this place, and he couldn't even hear his own words leaving his mouth. The group realized that something was off, but as they were trying to make a run for it, the magical traps were triggered. One of them attempted to retreat through the obvious exit they had used to enter by backtracking. However, something held his foot in place. Upon looking down, he discovered a strange glowing green rune that was keeping him rooted. His two friends, attempting to scale the walls, faced a similar predicament. They all became immobilized. Before they could react, the entire area was engulfed in a peculiar purplish haze. Instinctively, they tried to close their mouths upon realizing it was a type of gaseous attack. However, this proved futile as they soon began to feel dizzy. To exacerbate the situation, numerous vines exploded from the sides, ensnaring and swiftly solidifying around them. Despite their screams for help, they went unheard due to the sound-canceling rune, and one by one, they succumbed to unconsciousness. To add to the unfolding events, the ground started rising to produce a rocky wall concealing them from any potential onlookers. Well, that takes care of them for a while. Should I get myself another skewer, or should I try not to push my luck? Roland distanced himself from the range of his trapping runes and made his way back into the city. The blackish hooded robe that once concealed his identity now displayed a different color of pale gray. The material had been alchemically modified by his own gnome worker, reacting to mana and capable of changing color. Recognizing that those searching for him likely had a specific description in mind, he sought to blend in by avoiding the typical appearance of robed figures of his height. Soon he decided to make his way to the magical train station. Xandar's Institute of Wizardry was his next destination, and he wanted to familiarize himself with the transportation system once again. The train station was a bustling hub, with various platforms connecting to different destinations. Roland observed the trains arriving and departing, marveling at the efficiency of the magical transportation network. As he stood on the platform, he couldn't help but feel like an engineer. The large machines were before him, and there was no one stopping him from examining them with his eyes. While he could only go through the exterior shells, this would change after he was led inside. As he examined his surroundings, Roland noticed something peculiar. Contrary to his expectation of uniformity, the train carts and locomotives displayed significant variation. During his previous travels using one of these, there was only one model to examine. However, with a closer look now, he realized that some of the train carts were enchanted, exhibiting magical qualities, while others were simple plain metal with no discernible enhancements. It seemed as if each one had been crafted individually without a common archetype. The dwarves usually just copy runic structures without many alterations. Are trains considered different to them? These were larger runic machines constructed by the Union. Upon closer inspection, Roland also identified various emblems associated with dwarven smithies. It seemed plausible that each group of dwarven craftsmen aimed to distinguish themselves. The locomotives resembled large golem-like creations, suggesting that each famous workshop had its own preferred models to introduce to the market. This approach served as an effective means for the dwarves to showcase their craftsmanship, and Roland could envision a sense of pride among them if their particular models gained widespread use. Makes sense, the runic traces seem to follow a unified pattern, but the exteriors are highly customized by their creators. Should I copy them and push my spider golems more? He had dedicated a considerable amount of time to a specific arachnid model, which had now been transformed into an entirely distinct golemic creation. Roland entertained the idea that his workshop could gain recognition for the Wayland-type arachnid golems if he continued to push the boundaries of innovation. Yet, becoming a kingdom-wide sensation wasn't one of his goals. He preferred to live his ways more quietly with his wife, who was patiently waiting for him back home. I think some would consider me weird for not wanting money and fame. As he pondered the notion of being an oddball, he arrived at one of the station booths. While this location served as a train station, it lacked the refinement of those in his original world. For example, there were no schedules posted for him to pursue. Instead, individuals had to inquire with one of the station workers. Furthermore, even when the departure times were known, trains were frequently delayed. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes and inquiring, he he was provided with the platform number. The station was notably spacious, boasting a total of 8 platforms. A distinct division was evident, with only 2 of the trains designated for common use, while the others demanded additional credentials for access. Nobles and merchants, averse to sharing transport with potentially hazardous adventurers and common folk, were willing to pay considerably higher ticket prices to ensure their exclusivity. After identifying where he needed to go, Roland made his way to the 6th platform. His train didn't arrive yet, but the one that was close to leaving looked quite exquisite. It was adorned with intricate carvings, golden accents, and plush interiors, clearly catering to a more affluent clientele. None of the locomotives meant for commoners were here. Only high-profile merchants and lower nobility could take these. To gain access, he needed to show his papers to one of the guards, and with that, he could now wait for the merchant to arrive. As anticipated, a considerable amount of time was spent waiting with little to occupy him. Given the lack of other diversions, he pulled out his notebook and began tracing the runic symbols. Even without access to the interior, his existing knowledge allowed him to extrapolate the workings. Armed with runic batteries capable of producing a superior engine, he focused on analyzing the exterior aspects of the train. Examining the weight distribution on the train became another point of interest. Perhaps in the future, he could undertake the construction of such a train himself, envisioning potential profits for Albrook. Although establishing railways presented its challenges and substantial costs, creating an entire train would be the most expensive endeavor. It offered Arthur a unique opportunity to distinguish himself from his brothers, but would be a hard endeavor. They would need to build rails that went through some of their territories to connect to the railway leading to Isgard. After half a day had elapsed, the plump merchant, accompanied by his 2 guards, finally made an appearance. Without exchanging a word with him, they headed straight for the recently arrived train. At last, his journey could progress, and following the next stop, he would be free to embark on his own. With the professor awaiting his arrival and the invitation letter in hand, there was nothing impeding his progress. He confidently entered the luxury car and selected a seat situated a bit apart from the merchant and his 2 main guards. He enjoyed the luxury of some personal space, a privilege reserved for the affluent and noble. In stark contrast, he observed a commoner train on the 2nd platform, overcrowded with people, many of whom stood without a seat. While observing, his eyes caught something familiar, a set of rabbit ears that he recalled from the airship. Is it that porter girl? The girl was wearing a large backpack, similar to the one Bernier had used before, but with added enchantments. It seemed that the girl was waiting for someone to arrive, as she was looking around for someone. The train that she was going to use was slowly being filled up and would probably leave in a few minutes. Is she waiting for her party members? Are they going to miss the train? For someone who prided themselves on punctuality, witnessing individuals not arriving at a train station at least 20 minutes early seemed peculiar to Roland. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl's life wasn't ideal, especially if she was working with adventurers who struggled with punctuality. However, his train of thought was interrupted when he noticed her waving enthusiastically towards the side. While he couldn't see clearly, it was evident that someone was approaching her. His gaze shifted in that direction, guided by the light that illuminated 3 indistinct shadows. He pondered about the identities of the individuals accompanying the rabbit girl. However, before he could discern their faces, a loud screeching sound assaulted his ears as another train arrived at the station, obstructing his view. Oh well, he could do nothing but lean back in his seat. His journey continued, and he needed to keep to his schedule. As the train departed from the station, Roland observed the landscape passing by outside the window. The city gradually gave way to the outskirts, where sprawling fields and forests replaced the urban scenery. Soon, the first part of the trip would be over, and then his true objective would begin, learning. Welcome to the Gretel Adventure Guild. I see it's your first time here. How can I be of service? I'd like to turn in a quest. Here are the papers and my adventure card. Ah, please give me a moment. Of course. A woman adorned with large oval glasses and dressed in the standard Adventure Guild receptionist uniform greeted Roland with a smile. His somewhat monotonous journey had concluded, and he was now at liberty to continue on his own. The train ride had been uneventful, devoid of monster attacks or any attempts to capture the merchant. In a sense, he felt he had been overpaid for doing very little, as the 2 main guards had shouldered most of the responsibilities while he merely accompanied them. The merchant he had accompanied had his base of operations in this location. He was part of the new movement attempting to earn money within Albrook and had visited it to inspect it firsthand. The man exhibited a peculiar trait, as he didn't trust anyone to make the right call, often visiting such places on his own before making a decision. Roland benefited from this behavior, securing a ride back to the central region of the kingdom, a location much closer to his old home than before. Though it was irksome to be looked down upon by his personal guards, Roland managed to maintain his composure. Upon arriving at the location, he received the stamp of approval that marked the completion of his mission. The lady with glasses, upon inspecting the papers, displayed a heightened level of concern, evident in her demeanor. It was hard to overlook the presence of the high-profile merchant, one of the wealthiest individuals in the city with connections to numerous noble houses. Nevertheless, she swiftly composed herself, maintaining her professional demeanor. Yes, could I purchase a map of the region? A map. Of course, just deduct the price from the commission. The receptionist nodded, processing the paperwork swiftly before retrieving a detailed map of the region from a nearby shelf. Roland's eyes scanned the parchment, taking note of the various landmarks, cities, and dungeons marked on it. He was particularly interested in the area that he would be visiting as he needed to make another stop before reaching the institute. As Roland studied the map, the receptionist couldn't help but ask, "Planning on exploring some dungeons, Mr. Wayland?" Roland looked up, his face covered by a hood and also a runic helmet, which blocked the receptionist from seeing his wry smile. He wasn't sure if this woman was just being friendly or if she was gathering information on the new wandering adventurer. "Perhaps do you have a stable here?" "We do, it's just around the corner. Do you wish for me to propose a stead?" He swiftly concluded the encounter and received his sack of coins for the trip. The compensation seemed modest, considering this was a task for a platinum adventurer, but the airship ride itself served as a part of the reward. Shortly after, he stepped outside, attracting the attention of the locals. His status as a platinum adventurer made him stand out in the crowd, but with a single side glance, everyone promptly returned to their own activities. "I guess being a high-ranking adventurer has its perks now. Where is that stable?" Typically, Roland relied on merchant caravans for long-distance travel to various locations. However, given the proximity of his next destination, he opted for a different approach. For such a short journey, it made more sense to rent out a horse or another type of mount and travel independently. If he were to forgo this option, he'd have to wait an additional day for the merchants to gather, and they would likely camp out, something he wished to avoid to save on precious time. That crest belongs to the Castellane house. As Roland walked towards the stable, he noticed a distinctive noble crest that caught his attention. The crest was divided into 4 quadrants, each symbolizing a different aspect. A towering castle in the top left quadrant signified ancestral strength, while golden wheat in the bottom left represented prosperity. A regal lion in the top right quadrant stood for courage and nobility, and a flowing river in the bottom right symbolized the passage of time. Regular people wouldn't be able to distinguish the meaning behind the crest, but he was different. It was a house that he was very familiar with. The Castellane house belonged to the royalist faction and served as the direct superiors to the Arden house, to which Roland belonged. As a Marquis house, they operated directly under the royal family. Despite Roland being mostly ignored by his family, it was made explicit that he should hold the Castellane house in high regard. His family emphasized that if he ever found himself in the presence of someone from the Castellane nobles, he must bow his head in respect. According to what he knew, his father had served as a knight commander for them in his youth, and it was through their assistance that he was granted the title of Baron. It was something that he expected to encounter sooner or later, but seeing it this close still made him uncomfortable. His old self would have nothing to do with this area, and the thought of being berated by his family members again was quite unappealing. Luckily, the crest was just a mark on one of the buildings, and their main estate was not in this city. It was a similar situation as in Albrook. At most, he would find another noble associated with them instead. Robert shouldn't be here, but those other 2, where did they end up? Roland had 3 elder brothers. Robert had chosen to enlist in the army at the borders, aspiring to become an officer. Resigned to the belief that he wouldn't be able to assume the role of Baron, Robert had abandoned any aspirations for succession. On the other hand, his other 2 brothers, Rainer and Edwin, were actively vying for control of the entire Arden estate. Roland wasn't entirely certain about their current endeavors. He recognized that the information provided by Robert was likely outdated. "I think the 2 took up internships at higher noble houses and were working there as personal knights. I wonder where they ended up." It was not uncommon for children of nobility to seek employment with higher-ranking noble houses. One of Roland's older sisters had served as a personal maid for a member of a higher house. While on the surface, it might seem like a role unfit for nobility, the connections and opportunities it provided were highly valued in noble circles. The chance to be closer to real power emanating from higher nobility and royalty was something nobles were willing to pursue, even if it meant taking on seemingly menial positions. Roland did the same thing by tying himself to Arthur, who, with his name, was able to protect his shop from the Union. The stable Roland sought was not far, and as he approached, he noticed a variety of mounts available for rent. Horses of different sizes and colors were tethered to the wooden posts, waiting for riders. Roland approached the stable hand, a sturdy-looking man with a weathered face who was currently grooming a horse. The stable hand turned to him and inquired, "Greetings, sir. How can I assist you today? I need a mount for a short journey, something swift and sturdy." Roland replied while examining the steeds with the help of his analyzing skill. There were other creatures present that looked like large yellow ostriches and even ones resembling dinosaurs. "Certainly, sir. We have a few options available." "Do you have a preference?" Roland glanced over the available mounts, eyeing a sleek chestnut horse that seemed to fit his criteria. The exotic creatures weren't to his liking, as he preferred to stick to things that he already knew, and horse riding was not anything new. "I'll take that one. You have a keen eye, sir. This one is reliable and fast." For a moment he expected the man to ask him about the price, but he remained quiet. This horse that he selected was among the more premium choices, as its speed was far superior to the other regular ones. However, he was a platinum adventurer who would be able to afford it. The stable hand just nodded, finishing his grooming task before preparing the chosen horse for Roland. After ensuring the saddle was secure and the horse was equipped with the necessary gear, he brought it over. "Are you aware of the procedures?" "I am, but refresh my memory." "Sure thing." The man efficiently outlined all the requirements, emphasizing the importance of returning the horse in one piece. If the horse fled or fell victim to a monster, Roland would be required to pay for the damages. He received a slip detailing the current date and time, with the cost increasing the longer he took to return the horse. The fee varied based on adventure rank. Those with lower ranks had to pay more for the mount, and some even needed to cover the entire horse's cost, which would then be refunded at the guild of their destination. Fortunately, Roland's high adventure rank meant the expense wouldn't be too burdensome. He could even get a free horse if he chose one of the slower ones. With the formalities settled, Roland took the chestnut horse that looked quite robust. In size, this breed was comparable to a draft horse, but resembled a more regular breed. It was more muscular and could run much faster, reaching a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. With the help of this mount, he would be able to reach his next destination without the need to camp out. The steed came equipped with a robust saddle and harness to which he could attach his spatial bags. He attached his large war hammer to it, while his shield remained strapped to his back and hidden under his robe. With everything settled, he patted the well-trained horse that didn't seem to mind new travelers. Soon he was riding through the streets while looking at the new map that he bought. Roland found himself close to the center of the kingdom, and a journey northeast would lead him to the second largest lake within the kingdom of Cultist. In proximity to this lake, there was a dungeon known for housing water-based creatures, a stark contrast to the volcanic beings that roamed the Albrook dungeon. The Institute lay half a day's gallop to the north, marking his destination. "I just need to get to the nearby guild branch, and then I can grab a carriage to the Institute." Examining the map in his hands, Roland noted that it was more centered around the local lands. However, his awareness extended to the west, where the Holy Kingdom of Alexandria stood. This kingdom supplied paladin trainees to Albrook and held a somewhat neutral stance on the continent. The real challenges lay with the Western Hatfordian Empire and the Eastern Burmesian Empire, both of which harbored a mutual dislike for each other. These empires sandwiched the kingdom of Cultist, viewing it as a potential territory for conquest. The Hatfordian Empire and the Burmesian Empire frequently clashed in a smaller northern region where their borders converged. This section of the map bore witness to some of the bloodiest battles fought among the three countries. The region was rich in resources coveted by both empires, and it also housed arguably the continent's largest dungeon. Fortunately, all three countries had access to this colossal dungeon, as there were multiple entrances. This accessibility had helped curb much bloodshed, as control of the surrounding lands was no longer a prerequisite for entry. The dungeon itself was a sprawling maze that extended both horizontally and vertically, occupying an estimated area of around 100 kilometers. Its true size remained uncertain as it extended laterally and delved deeper underground. The dungeon harbored its own ecosystem, concealing various resources and monsters throughout its vast expanse. Inside, it wasn't strange for the three countries to clash with each other. Every path that was taken always brought everyone to certain biomes that were a free-for-all. There has been a ceasefire ever since that large war, but how long will it last? Roland rolled up the map and stowed it in one of his spatial pouches. His thoughts drifted to Robert, who had apparently headed toward the volatile region. In those border skirmishes, forces from both empires would clash, and at times, these confrontations spilled into the dungeons. These skirmishes were usually a test through which the empire continuously measured this kingdom's strength. The dungeons themselves were arenas of potential danger, as adventurers might serve as spies for rival nations. Safety was never guaranteed. Despite his usual lack of concern for others, Roland found himself unexpectedly worried about his brother. There was an unusual sense of fraternal attachment, and he could only hope that Robert would remain safe in such a perilous environment. As Roland's mind gradually shifted back to the present, he reached the exit gate and left the cityscape behind. The weather in this area was pleasant, neither too warm nor too cold, with patches of forest dotting the landscape as he ventured northeast. The well-paved road allowed his horse to travel swiftly, and maneuvering past slow-moving merchant caravans posed no challenge. Occasionally, strange shouts from monsters in the nearby forest served as a stark reminder that outside of large settlements, no area could truly be considered safe. The journey remained largely uneventful, and aside from his aching posterior, Roland was in good condition. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he noticed a radiant glow ahead. The road, transitioning from dirt to a concrete-like surface, led to his final destination, the magical town of Farbell. Situated in proximity to Xandar's Institute of Wizardry, the shining light marked the entrance to this mystical place. What Roland observed resembled streetlights, yet they were not crafted from any metallic parts. These lights appeared like small, slender trees, each adorned with a large, glowing fruit dangling from its branches. As he passed by one, he could sense the flow of mana emanating from below, likely coursing through a complex network of roots that interconnected all these trees with each other. Interesting, it's some type of plant magic. I wonder what it uses for fuel. The magical phenomenon before Roland was unfamiliar to him, as he hadn't delved into the intricacies of organic plant life. The closest he had come was inscribing runes on special wood, a far cry from interacting with living plants like the radiant trees lining the road. As darkness descended, the fruits on these trees began to glow brighter, emitting a calming fragrance. Roland surmised the purpose and effect of this scent. It served to pacify monsters averse to its aroma, a quality that didn't impact individuals of the other races. Guided by the soft glow of the magical trees, Roland continued his journey to Farbell. The town's unique atmosphere intrigued him, as the magical essence in the air seemed to enhance the overall ambience. The architecture of the buildings shifted from the conventional stone structures to more whimsical designs, with ethereal enchantments weaving through the very fabric of the town. Venturing through the entrance gate didn't pose much of a problem after he presented them with his Platinum Adventurer card. While this town was inclined more towards the magical, it wasn't much different than any other settlement. He made his way to the local branch of the Adventure Guild, a structure that blended seamlessly with the mystical surroundings. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling with energy. Upon entering Farbell, Roland noticed a distinctive presence among the adventurers, the mages. The concentration of mana in the atmosphere surpassed that of any other adventure guild he had encountered. Young mages, identifiable by their robes, formed their own groups within the guild. I'll have to get used to seeing more mages. I've heard that they take commissions from guilds and collaborate with other adventurers through the school. Engaging in combat lessons is apparently part of the curriculum. He quickly took care of the horse, giving him away as was previously agreed upon. This marked his final stop before the actual destination, the academy. While the institute wasn't far from his current location, arriving at night was deemed inappropriate. The academy stood as a closed-off area, accessible only to individuals with special permission. Without the introduction letter that he received from Professor Arian, he would be unable to venture into it. I should tell Elodia that I've arrived. Without wasting any time, he secured temporary lodgings. There, he could finally enjoy a good night's rest. As the sun rose, he would finally set out for the magical academy. He hoped to wrap up his affairs within a month or two before returning home, but whether this plan would succeed remained uncertain. Quite the sight, but... Are we really here? Yes, sir. I'm not allowed to go any further. You'll have to walk to the gate by yourself. You seem to be new. Be sure to present the eye with the letter. And Roland nodded at the man who had brought him here. He stood on a brick road that led uphill toward a large gate. The gate was entirely wooden and surrounded by a hedge wall, seemingly around 5 meters tall at a glance. However, Roland's mana sense revealed that there was more to this wall than met the eye. It wouldn't be surprising if some form of attack, like vines or thorns, would be triggered if he attempted to jump over it. After taking a deep breath, Roland adjusted the straps of his spatial pouches and began walking toward the gate. As he approached, he noticed an intricate pattern engraved on the wooden surface of the gate. The pattern depicted a stylized eye surrounded by arcane symbols, confirming the relevance of the eye the coach hand had mentioned. When approaching this strange eye, he thought about the lack of other visitors. There was no one here, nor did it feel like many people traversed through this path. This was strange considering the population of the institute to be considered quite large. There should be thousands of mages present there plus many servants. The campus was a town by itself, and the ground it covered was quite large. Before arriving at the academy, Roland needed to rent a special carriage that guided him through a magical maze, a defensive measure implemented by the academy. The maze, covered in thick fog and crafted from large trees, posed the first hurdle. The coachman wielded a strange magical lamp that emitted a signal guiding them in a specific direction. During the journey, Roland carefully observed and analyzed the spell used in the lamp, eventually figuring it out. The lamp served as a device sending a unique signal to the intelligent magical maze, which in turn opened a path to the Academy's location. Without such a lamp, travelers would likely get lost inside or end up back at the entrance. Whoever made this institute must have been something similar to a chloromancer. It is quite fascinating, but as Roland approached the Academy's gate, he marveled at the abundance of plant-based magic everywhere. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, as his proficiency with plant-based magic was limited. While he could produce a few vines and branches, constructing something on the scale of this gate, maze, and wall was beyond his capabilities. Eventually, the magic he used would waver and dissipate. The Academy's plants, on the other hand, seemed to draw energy through their roots underground. Roland considered venturing deeper into the Academy to uncover the source sustaining their life. The eye, resembling an etching, opened when he approached the gate, blinking at him before escaping from within the gate's confines. It was connected by some type of vine and clearly awaited Roland's action. After a moment, he presented the letter he had received from his friend within. The eye focused on it and emitted a light, as if scanning the contents. It's similar but not quite the same. He instantly compared it to the scanning technology he had developed at home, using research papers provided by Professor Arian. Roland suspected that the magical gate made of wood might be based on the same principles. After a brief moment, the letter began to vanish, and the middle of the gate creaked open, granting Roland entry into the institute. Before venturing forth, he took one glance at the scenery behind him, which was now engulfed in a stronger fog. There was no going back, and soon he found himself inside the Academy. As Roland entered the Academy, it felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. The fog wasn't the sole factor obstructing his view, a visibility spell was also at work. From the outside, he could only see the sky and clouds, but within the Academy, structures became clear, and the campus unfolded before him. Sounds of people echoed in the air, revealing a bustling activity that was concealed from those outside. I see, no one will be able to peek from the outside. The need to pass through the gate serves as the entrance to the true magical campus. After witnessing the lush greenery outside, Roland had anticipated the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry to continue with the same natural theme. However, the first thing that caught his eye were distinct towers that were impossible to ignore. These towers had a clear elemental motif, and judging by the massive amount of mana surrounding them, it was evident that they were mage towers. Within the magical spectrum, there were numerous variations of mana, with the four basic elemental types being fire, wind, water, and earth. Other elements existed, often deriving from more closely related to the main four. Every mage besides him had affinities towards these elemental types, which opened up class choices for new mage classes. The mage towers that Roland observed radiated these different mana types, each tower fitting the corresponding color scheme of its elemental nature. The fire-type tower produced actual flames, while the water-type tower resembled a giant fountain, with massive streams of water cascading down into a large lake around it. The wind tower exhibited a swirling cyclone at its pinnacle, with a lot of flying creatures larger than birds circling around it. Then there was the earth tower, which had strange spiky crystals shooting up from the bottom of it. Before proceeding further, Roland took a moment to survey his surroundings. The large hedge wall encircled everything, and he noticed several additional wooden gates scattered throughout. It seemed that there were many entrances through which people could enter the institute. To him, this appeared to be a somewhat hazardous design flaw, as it created multiple points of entry. In contrast, castle gates were traditionally limited in number, as it was easier to defend 1 or 2 instead of 20. Are they not worried about anyone sneaking in? Or perhaps they don't really care that much. Magical spells and devices were prevalent everywhere, to the extent that Roland's own mapping device struggled to present them on its display. It crossed his mind that if someone were identified as an enemy, they might be instantly targeted by the numerous magical traps scattered throughout the area. Roland could also spot golemic constructs and magical beasts roaming in the background, further emphasizing the magical prowess and defenses of the institute. As Roland ventured deeper into the campus, he encountered students and faculty members, all engrossed in their studies or engaged in magical experiments. The attire of the mages varied, reflecting their chosen specialization. Some wore robes adorned with flames, while others had attire reminiscent of flowing water or swirling winds. The diversity in clothing reflected the broad spectrum of magical studies within the institute. He realized one thing: he didn't stand out much among the diverse crowd. It was as if he wasn't even there. A robed man wearing magical armor wasn't anything special in a place where magical spirits floated around and distant explosions were a common occurrence. The campus was more lively and dynamic than he had anticipated, with students bustling in all directions. Soon he arrived at the central plaza of the campus, which featured a grand magical fountain. The water was very clear, and strange exotic fish swam around with rainbow color scales. Surrounding the fountain were statues of renowned mages from the history of the Institute, showcasing the contributions of individuals who had shaped the world of magic. Roland recognized the figures of legendary mages such as Archmage Xandar, the founder of the Institute, and other iconic figures who had left an indelible mark on the magical community. Roland's eyes were then drawn to the main building, the Arcane Hall, which served as the heart of the Institute. The entrance was adorned with intricate rune carvings that pulsed with magical energy. The Arcane Hall housed classrooms, lecture halls, and the offices of esteemed professors, including Professor Arian. After witnessing the doors open, he witnessed strange floating platforms and a space that seemed a lot larger on the inside than on the outside. However, he wasn't sure where to go now as his guide had not appeared to greet him. He didn't want to push his luck as he was asked to wait by the Archmage Xandar's statue to be picked up. Thus, for the time being, he decided to sit down on a nearby bench to examine his surroundings. Some students passed him by and recognized that he was a new face. They were a curious bunch who started to whisper between each other in speculation. Interesting, they are blocking out their sounds. The mana around the people in the vicinity swirled, indicating that they were all using spells to conceal their conversations from Roland. Lips moved, and glances were exchanged, but no audible sounds emanated from their mouths. Choosing to ignore the attention, Roland concentrated on the task at hand. If his contact didn't find him within an hour, he decided he would need to try approaching the reception area, hoping it existed within the main structure of the Institute. As time passed, Roland observed the students around him. They varied in ages and demeanor, but shared a commonality: they all belonged to the mage class and were above the age of 10. This would have been his destiny had he not failed to acquire his elemental affinities, a peculiar case that he never found the answer to. There is no fixed time frame to send kids here, but they usually start early. Although the primary focus of the school was on teaching youngsters how to handle mana and chanting, it also provided education in various scholarly fields. Students were taught subjects such as math and economics to groom them into responsible members of the kingdom. Many nobles sought the services of such mages as advisors, not just for warfare. These individuals were often kept as a reserve force, their main strength lying in long-range bombardments. Roland had never been able to interact with other mage types, as from a young age he embarked on his own journey. According to Arian and the books he had received, Roland had a natural talent for spellcasting. It appeared that producing magical effects for others wasn't as straightforward, as Roland rarely fumbled a spell, even during stressful encounters in dungeons. There was a learning curve to spellcasting, and spells weren't skills that activated automatically. What's taking him so long? 30 minutes elapsed, and Roland was growing increasingly annoyed. He was confident that, after the introduction letter was scanned, the necessary party should have been made aware of his presence. Wasting his time was something Roland disliked, but he restrained himself from complaining due to the unfamiliarity of the environment. He wasn't certain if voicing his concerns would yield any results in this new and unknown setting. Harrows, While Roland sat there, tapping his foot on the stone tiles, a peculiar sight appeared before his face. It resembled a flying jellyfish with large, expressive eyes that radiated cuteness. Its body was partially transparent and emitted a blue glow reminiscent of mana. The tentacles swirled around, and the being produced a strange magical dust as it moved. "Are we you, Mr. Warend?" "Ah, yes, that's me." Yea, Master Arian were berate, so he tasked this one to bring Mr. Warend to his office. Roland hadn't been informed about a peculiar floating jellyfish with an unusual speech pattern, but it seemed like the creature was here to guide him. Accustomed to the unexpected, he stood up from his seat and nodded at the strange being, ready to follow its lead. "Sure, lead the way." "I were." The jellyfish hovered in the air and beckoned for Roland to follow. As he trailed behind the peculiar creature, he couldn't help but draw attention from passing students. Some looked at him with curiosity, while others exchanged glances of disdain while looking at the flying creature and his clothes. Roland, however, paid little mind to the attention, focusing on keeping up with the floating guide. Roland was led to the arcane hall that he previously had seen. There, the floating platforms became noticeable. These floating platforms were a common mode of transportation within the Institute. They glided effortlessly through the air, carrying students and faculty members to various destinations around the expansive hall. Then there was the interior that looked truly bizarre. Before proceeding, he stepped toward the edge of the floor. From there, he could glance both up and down, taking in the vast open space occupied by flying students on similar platforms. A significant gap, requiring flight for at least 100 meters, separated sections of the structure. In the distance, various doors were visible, some leading into rooms, while others opened into corridors. There's a lot of spatial magic involved here, but perhaps it could also be an illusion. He wasn't entirely certain, but time was scarce, and he couldn't scrutinize everything with his eye skills, given that his taxi had just arrived. The guiding jellyfish, likely a magical familiar, accompanied one of the platforms. Having observed students using these platforms before, Roland confidently stepped onto one. Before the departure, a magical barrier enveloped him, evidently a safety measure, as some students were struggling to maintain their balance. Fortunately, he effortlessly magnetized his runic boots to the platform's underside. As he was zooming through the air, Roland marveled at the sheer complexity and ingenuity of the magical architecture surrounding him. Floating staircases, suspended gardens, and shimmering bridges spanned across different levels of the arcane hall. As he passed through each floor, Roland noticed specialized areas dedicated to various magical disciplines. There were laboratories for alchemy, lecture halls for spell theory, and even arenas for magical duels. The jellyfish familiar guided him to a specific floor, where a large door adorned with runic symbols awaited. The platform connected to the lower portion of the doorframe and stopped. The little magical guide that had brought him here just kept floating around him as if trying to indicate that he needed to disembark. Thus, he moved his hand to the door and gave it a good knock. "Did my visitor arrive? Please come in." After knocking on the door 3 times and pausing for a brief moment, he discerned a muffled response from within. The runes adorning the weathered door began to shimmer, and the magical lock clicked. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar feline figure inside. However, before he could enter, a cascade of parchments assaulted him, tumbling in his direction. Though he managed to snatch a few, some spiraled into the wide expanse of the arcane hall. "Ah, Wayland, welcome, welcome. Apologies for the paper storm. My experiments with magically animated notes seem to be a bit unpredictable." Professor Arian greeted him with a sheepish smile that adorned his feline face. Roland looked down at one of the pieces of paper that he was holding and realized that they were moving around. One managed to wrestle its way out and began flapping around as if it was some type of bird. "Animated notes, sure, this is certainly a unique welcome, Professor. Come in, come in. We have much to discuss, my friend." Roland stepped into Professor Arian's supposed office, which was filled with the aroma of ancient books and the subtle hum of magical artifacts. The room was cluttered yet organized, with shelves upon shelves of magical tomes, runic artifacts in display cases, and a peculiar-looking telescope pointing at the sky. "Have a seat, Wayland. Tea, sure, black if it's possible." As if on cue, a magical kettle levitated into the air, accompanied by a sizable cup of tea. Roland observed the intricate process of tea brewing. Magical water flowed into the kettle, heated up, and then elegantly poured into the cup where tea leaves awaited. Adjusting his hood, Roland revealed his runic helmet. Professor Arian, a seasoned runic specialist, promptly identified the intricate structures. "I see that you implemented some of my solutions in your helmet design." "I did. Is something the matter?" "Well, no, it's nothing." Roland was now inside of Arian's office, and he had somewhat prepared himself, but being in front of a talking cat still felt strange. He was just floating around in the air, surrounded by floating books and medals covered in runes. His appearance was that of a regular black house cat, with something that looked like a wristband attached to his tail. "Ah, is it my current appearance? I always forget to change back. It's just so much more comfortable. Just give me a second." It seemed his friend realized his problem, and before he could respond, the cat form started to alter. His form was shifting into something larger, and Roland watched in astonishment as Professor Arian transformed before his eyes. The small black cat expanded and elongated, limbs shifting and contorting until the transformation was complete. "Lady Castlane, is this necessary? I am sure we can lure in the blood vulture in a different fashion. Don't be a spoilsport, just take the meat and wait. You don't trust Lady Castellan's plan? And no, perish the thought, it's just tea that." A hushed conversation unfolded among a group of people gathered around a floating orb of light. Among them was a young girl, appearing to be around 14 or 15. Clad in dark robes, they all wore uniforms bearing a distinct emblem, reminiscent of the late Archmage Xandar. "My dear little Lucian, if you paid attention in class, then you'd know that blood vultures are a skittish bunch, just like you." 6 individuals were present, with 4 standing behind a particular blonde girl. 4 of them shared a similar emblem, featuring the legendary phoenix with wings outstretched in fiery brilliance, adorned with hues of gold and crimson. However, the emblem differed for the 2 other girls standing behind Lady Castlane, their phoenix motif appearing more silvery, while Lucian's had a somewhat paler steel coloring. But we need those feathers for the next assignment. You wouldn't want me to fail my next assignment, now would you? And no. Well then, let me explain again, as you might have already forgotten. The blood vulture will only appear when it smells blood, but will quickly withdraw if the prey isn't alive. The blonde girl turned to the side, nodding at one of the men who had accompanied the 4 girls. Unlike them, he did not bear the phoenix emblem of Xandar's Institute, and his attire differed silvery half-plate armor adorned with a distinct insignia. Responding to the nod, he stepped forward, clutching a jar containing some red liquid. The meat might not be enough, so as a precaution. What are you? The contents of the jar were poured onto the girl's robes, and some of it had even spilled through it and onto her body. It had a distinct smell along with a fragrance that the people here knew. It was monster blood. Stop squirming. It'll be fine before the vulture strikes. Well, save you, so do your job and wait. Lucian bit her lip, her eyes darting nervously between Lady Castelaine and the chuckling ensemble behind her. The plan seemed to be unfolding in a manner that made her increasingly uncomfortable. The air around her grew tense as the scent of the monster blood permeated the surroundings as she was left to fend for herself in this darkened forest. The group fell silent, anticipation hanging in the air. The only sound was the occasional rustle of the surrounding trees and the subdued whispers of the group members. Lucian couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that clung to her like a shadow. After a few moments, the atmosphere shifted. The air seemed charged with magical energy, and the floating orb of light dimmed. Lady Castelaine's eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand in a signal for silence. Lucian's breath quickened, her heartbeat echoing in the dark forest as she found herself alone and vulnerable. The night sky was clear, the moon casting its ethereal glow across the surroundings. The rustling of trees intensified, and she anxiously scanned the area for the source of the eerie sounds. A fleeting silence gripped the place, but safety remained elusive as mysterious glowing eyes soon materialized from the shadows. Something felt amiss. The eye structure didn't align with that of a blood vulture. Moreover, it wasn't an isolated pair of eyes inching closer, there were multiple sets. A ferocious growl pierced the air, and a creature resembling a black wolf emerged from the shadows of the forest. Instantly, Lucian sensed that this creature posed a far greater threat than a blood vulture, a challenge beyond her own capabilities. A wolf fiend. As Lucian opened her mouth, many loud howls resonated through the entire area. The monster was not alone, and the haunting sounds echoed from various angles, including where her supposed friends were stationed. The men's voices soon joined the dissonance as they shouted, urging a retreat. Lady Castelaine, we must withdraw. The meat has attracted lesser wolf fiends, and there might be a higher form in the pack that we won't be able to handle. Everyone retreat. Lady Castelaine, the leader of the group, issued the command, prompting everyone to sprint away. However, Lucian, who had been used as bait, found herself abandoned and left to fend for herself. Despite her attempts to catch up with the fleeing group, she wasn't a swift runner. The wolf-like creatures quickly discerned her as their target and began a relentless pursuit. Panicking, Lucian weaved through the trees, her robes getting caught on branches as she desperately tried to put distance between herself and the approaching wolf fiends. The magical blood scent clung to her, acting as a magnet for the creatures. As the beasts closed in, Lucian stumbled over a protruding tree root, falling to the forest floor. One of the lesser wolves, a dark creature with crimson eyes, leaped forward, its jaws snapping dangerously close to her. Lucian, who had been frantically chanting a spell, pointed towards the wolf. Before it could bite her, a shield of mana surrounded her body to protect her. The monster sank its teeth into the glowing mana shield, but it proved resistant. Undeterred, it recognized that the person behind the shield wasn't retaliating. The creature's teeth began to emit a darkish hue as it activated one of its own skills. The shield created by the young mage wasn't exceptionally robust. It became evident that, given enough time, it would eventually give way. No, stay away, someone. Is there anyone there? She called out to the group that she arrived with, but the sound of their steps was not there. It became clear to her that she was abandoned and left to fend for herself in this forbidden part of the forest. Soon 2 more fiend wolves appeared. Their growling and howling intensified as they plunged themselves in her direction. There is that better, my young friend. In mere moments, the small cat had become a humanoid figure with fur as dark as midnight, retaining the same feline features. A humanoid black puma now stood before Roland, wearing a pair of spectacles perched on its feline-like nose. The transformation was seamless, a testament to Arian's mastery of transfiguration magic. Roland couldn't help but be surprised at the spectacle that had taken place before him. Quite the sight, but next time, warn me when you will do that. Ah yes, is this the first time you witnessed transfiguration magic? Perhaps it piqued your interests. It's quite the varied field of study, but also very volatile if you make any mistakes. Volatile? Ah yes, if you aren't careful you might blow yourself up. Or even worse, turn yourself into a chicken and lose all memories. A chicken. Roland took a moment to observe Arian's new appearance. The man belonged to a beast race resembling a puma. Unlike lesser beast races such as Sister Kasha or Diana, Arian had fewer human features. His height was slightly below Roland's, and the sight of a humanoid cat wearing a luxurious mage robe was quite novel. It was evident that Arian cared a lot about presenting himself to others. Yes, a chicken, poor Zachary, he will be missed. Such a tragedy, but this is not the time for old tales. Come, let us discuss your stay here. Yes, let us do that. Arian gestured towards a comfortable-looking chair across his cluttered desk. Roland took a seat, his eyes still adjusting to the eccentric surroundings of Arian's office. The floating magical artifacts, the peculiar telescope, and the shelves of ancient tomes all hinted at a life dedicated to the pursuit of magical knowledge. As Roland settled into the chair, Arian joined him on the other side of the desk. The feline professor leaned back in his chair, his tail swaying casually. Now, my dear Wayland, just as you've wanted, I've managed to secure your access to the Academy Library. There was a slight pause at the end of the sentence, and Roland caught onto it easily. Even though Arian was a feline, he was not good at hiding his emotions. Is there a problem? Well, as you might know, the Institute's library is a restricted area. Yes, he nodded in response, unsure of what Arian was getting at. He knew that his feline friend was a professor at the Academy and a Tier 3 mage, just like him. Arian specialized in runic enchantments and was responsible for many of the mage towers inside the Institute. Roland assumed that such a person would have some sort of free library pass for his acquaintances, or could at least pull some strings to make it happen. In the letters he was presented with and during their talks, it seemed that there wouldn't be a problem concerning this issue. How do I say this? You will be granted access to the library to do your research, but you'll have to go through a trial period first. A trial period? You didn't say anything about such a thing. I know I wasn't aware of it until a few days ago. Let me explain. Please do. After giving off a little sigh, Arian started explaining the structures of the Institute and how it was divided into many different departments. There was an alchemy department, one for summoning magic, one for traditional core magic, and various others. He was the leading teacher for the runic department, which compared to the others was somewhat smaller and lacked funds. It seemed that after creating the mage towers, there was not much use for further rune study. He made it seem that he was mostly there for conservation purposes, and for times when the runes failed, which didn't happen all too often. So it's like that. So when you meant that you were short-handed, you meant that. Yes, besides a few student volunteers, I am the only runic mage in this department. I still had Lucille with me a month or two ago, but she's been having issues with her family. Lucille did. He knew this woman's name because she was involved with his older brother, Robert. The two hadn't contacted him in a while, so he was wondering what the issue might have been. Considering that Lucille was getting up in age and family issues were involved, the problem could be related to marriage. It was not something that he wished to pry into, as he expected such a problem to arise. Robert was a simple knight in the army, while she was a count's daughter. Their backgrounds were too different for it to work out without her family's involvement. Ah yes, I hope she comes back soon, but now you are here. You don't mind? Yes, the position that you will be taking is of an assistant professor. Roland's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated that he might be involved in some capacity due to his proficiency in runic enchantments, but becoming an assistant professor was a significant responsibility. It wasn't just about gaining access to the library. He was being offered a role that carried weight within the Institute, one that might force him to. Assistant professor, do you actually expect me to? Well, my dear friend, considering your knowledge and skills, you are more than qualified for the position. Plus, the Academy is in need of someone with your expertise. With Lucille gone, the runic department has been struggling to keep up with the demand for maintenance and improvements in the mage towers. You won't have to do much. After the initial interview, you'll just have to assist me with a few classes and do a few odd jobs with the students. Arian turned his face to the side, as if he was afraid to face Roland, who had a somewhat irritated look on his face. Roland's mind raced with thoughts. While the idea of being an assistant professor was intriguing, he couldn't help but wonder about the workload and responsibilities that came with the position. His primary goal was still to delve into the Academy's library and gather information about mana phantoms. However, he did not really want to interact with other mages or, even worse, teenage students. Before attaining his first mage class, he had researched this highly regarded magical institute. From the outside, it appeared to be a dream come true, but there were a few nightmares hidden within. First of all, the place was segregated into groups. One of these groups comprised commoner mages, whose status was the lowest among everyone. Then there were individuals with wealth and lower nobility, with higher nobility being considered the best of the best. A clear divide existed among the students, and when he was younger, he had been preparing himself for potential bullying by the higher-standing nobles. Fine, if it gets me into the library, then I'll do it. But what will my duties be? You don't really expect me to teach the students. I'm not sure. Your primary duty would be to the runic department, assisting and maintaining the mage towers, but you first need to go through the evaluation. There is an evaluation. Yes, this is the most I could do. But the Council of Mages didn't want to allow an outsider into the Institute without evaluating them first. I'll have to apologize for misleading you, my friend. If you don't wish to proceed, I'll understand. I will still be able to procure a temporary pass so you can remain here, but you won't be able to do your research. Roland contemplated the situation for a moment. Becoming an assistant professor wasn't what he had envisioned, but the lure of the vast library and the chance to delve into the mysteries of mana was too tempting to resist. He had already gotten here in less than a week, so leaving now would also be just pointless. After a brief silence, he spoke. All right, let's proceed with the evaluation. I'll do what it takes to gain access to the library and conduct my research. Can you explain what this evaluation will be about? Will I have to take a written test? Arian's eyes sparkled with gratitude and relief. Roland wasn't sure if his friend intended to burden him with how things turned out, but if he went through with it, there were many things to gain. The library was one part then. There were the mage towers that, after being part of this runic department, he would apparently have free access to. His aim was to go through all of them and copy all the runic structures that he could get his hands on. Mage towers were marvels of magical technology and powerful tools. If he could recreate one for himself inside Albrook, then even a Tier 4 monster could be dealt with. These structures could magnify a person's magical power to the extreme. The compound that he created himself with the turrets was an attempt to imitate these structures if he could research them. Then creating an impenetrable stronghold wouldn't be a pipe dream. Usually, your status as a Tier 3 mage should be sufficient enough, but due to your lack of a proper education and any certificates from other magical academies, the evaluation might be more extensive. I wouldn't be surprised if the evaluation will involve practical applications of magic, maybe even problem-solving skills. Practical applications, you make it sound like I will have to fight monsters. Well, I might have mentioned that you are a platinum adventurer with extensive knowledge of magical combat. The Academy is always looking for battle mages to guarantee the safety of our students. They can be quite the rascals. I see. He couldn't really hold it against Arian, as Roland's identity could only be confirmed by his adventurer card. He could only blame himself for being a mysterious rune-slinging craftsman mage that people were suspicious of. If he were in their place, he would probably do the same. However, after hearing about the battle test, he had the sinking suspicion that after passing it, his tasks would increase in scope. Yes, indeed. Y'all need to showcase your magical prowess, demonstrate your understanding of runic enchantments, and perhaps prove your ability to work in a collaborative and educational setting. Roland nodded, absorbing the information. He was confident in his magical abilities, but the prospect of interacting with students and faculty posed a different set of challenges. As someone who had spent most of his life researching and practicing magic alone, teaching others was a novel and somewhat intimidating prospect. When will this evaluation take place? How long do I have to prepare for it? The Council of Mages has arranged for the evaluation to take place in 2 days. I'm not quite sure about the assessment, but I'm sure it won't be anything too difficult for someone like you. 2 days, that doesn't leave much time to prepare. While Roland tried not to sigh too loudly, Arian started chuckling. It seemed that the situation was a little bit amusing to him, but he also was hopeful that Roland would get through the trials. With an assistant professor in the department, he would be getting the help that he craved for, and perhaps with some new blood on board, his funding could finally increase. Is this really worth it? Maybe I should just go back if I work for a while. I might be able to afford an elixir for limb regeneration, but they only give it to important people. I'd have to probably find an underground auction instead. Such thoughts were floating around Roland's mind as he examined his current situation. Bernier's arm was the main reason he was here, but there were other options to take care of that problem. He didn't want to risk his luck with the church too much, as he knew only Tier 4 priests were able to perform the miracle of full limb restoration, and also needed to bless elixirs that had the same effect. There weren't many people of that caliber in the kingdom, which caused the supply of such potions to dwindle. Only high-ranking nobles like dukes and the royal family had somewhat of an access to such means. Even though he had the key to combating the cultists in his hands, he had not yet proven himself to them. Everything he offered up was still theoretical, and it wouldn't be strange for it to take months or even years for them to see his worth. Then there was also the Inquisition, who, if they chose, could just expose him to interrogation techniques, which were known to never fail. There were magical ways to make people talk, and if he refused to cooperate, his life and the lives of his loved ones were at stake. If he played his cards right and gained merits within this faction, the door to that solution could open up eventually. Until then, learning more about runes, even for other reasons than the prosthetic limb, was not a bad idea. I guess there is always time to get a holy elixir later if I get more money or if they see that that device works. Getting a proper full education with runes can't hurt. Somewhere deep inside, he recognized that alternative solutions existed for overcoming the Bernier issue. His journey to the Institute wasn't solely driven by selflessness. He acknowledged that his current level of power was not enough. Attaining the status of a Tier 3 class holder hadn't provided the safety he anticipated. However, perhaps if he armed himself with the correct knowledge, he could alleviate this problem. Feeling nervous, my friend? Yes, slightly, but it's fine. You don't need to worry about me. His thoughts were brought back to the present as his friend Arian patted him on the shoulder. He had arrived at the institute recently and had spent some time researching the evaluation process with the professor. He slept very little as there was a lot of material that he needed to get through. He was not sure what the other professors would ask of him, but he needed to get that position as an assistant professor if he wanted to access the library. Good, it shouldn't take long now. Someone should come pick you up in a moment. Don't worry, I'll be among the staff if any problems arise. Roland nodded while recalling the last few days that he had spent in this institute after his arrival. There wasn't much that he could explore yet as he was just Arian's guest. His time here was mostly spent reading up on the various laws and history of this magical academy. There wasn't much time to prepare, but with his high intelligence stat and multiple mind trait, he was able to go through multiple tomes of information. He was now somewhat well informed about the inner and outer workings of this place, at least the ones that were stated in the books. Remember, just give quick answers, to the point so that those buffoons have no room to complain. He was quite a chatty feline and loved to complain. It made learning quite a chore as Arian would constantly grumble about some other professors and how he wasn't getting enough funding. This office here was divided into a few sections, but it wasn't the only part of the runic department. There were other places that he could visit. However, these would open up after he had gained the correct credentials. As it stood, he couldn't wait to get out of here and get this test over with. He felt a mix of excitement and apprehension about the challenges that awaited him. The prospect of becoming an assistant professor, while not his initial goal, seemed like an opportunity to gain valuable insights and access to resources that could aid him in his quest for knowledge. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the door to Arian's office creaked open, and a tall, stern-looking woman entered. She had a no-nonsense demeanor, and her gaze bore into Roland as if assessing him on the spot. She wore the emblem of the academy, indicating her status as a faculty member. Going by the design, she must be an assistant professor. There were various designs corresponding to the legendary phoenix beast. It was the symbol of Xandar, the founder who apparently had it as his familiar. From the literature he reviewed, he came to know that the man was an arch-magus and an arch-elementalist, to be more precise. The 4 elemental mage towers that stood at the 4 corners of this institute were something he created. The assistant professor's gaze lingered on Roland for a moment before she spoke with a voice that matched her stern expression. She mirrored the demeanor of his own wife, who shared a similar work ethic. Nevertheless, her gaze held a distinction. It seemed as if she regarded him as someone of lower status and worth. Perhaps this perception stemmed from Arian's introduction, which presented him as a platinum adventurer mage who lacked a formal education. Yes, that's me, Roland replied and turned to Arian while rising from his chair. The floating cat just nodded his head once to indicate that he would follow after them shortly. Professor Alara stated, turning on her heel and heading towards the hallway without waiting for a response. The magical door she came through was not the one Roland used to get here, as it didn't lead to a wide open space with floating platforms. Instead, it took them to one of the main wings of the institute and close to the testing chamber. Roland hastily gathered his belongings and hurried after her. As they walked through the maze-like corridors of the academy, he couldn't help but notice the curious glances from passing students and other faculty members. It seemed news of an outsider undergoing an evaluation had already circulated. His appearance was also a bit more novel as he wore a full suit of armor with a darkened robe over it. I've heard that the faculty testing chamber would be used today. Is that the person? Is he an artifact user? That armor is fully customized. How interesting. The kids were bad at hiding their interest, but with one stern glance from Alara, they quickly quieted down. Roland could sense the hum of spells being cast in distant classrooms, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with the presence of latent magical forces. The academy was a place of learning and discovery, and he could only hope that his journey here would give him the answers that he was seeking. As they approached a grand hall, Roland's eyes widened at the sight of an enormous circular chamber with a high ceiling adorned with intricate runes and symbols. The hall was filled with magical equipment, testing grounds, and platforms for showcasing magical prowess. It was clearly a place where aspiring mages demonstrated their abilities, and the place where he would be taking the test. Alara led Roland to a designated area where several other faculty members were already present. Before him were 3 unknown individuals, each a bit more unique than the other. The first was an elderly man with a long, flowing beard, his robe adorned with shimmering constellations. The second was a woman with piercing blue eyes and skin, her hair seemingly made of ethereal mist. The third, a man of middle age, exuded an air of scholarly wisdom and shrewdness, his glasses perched on the edge of his nose. Alara gestured for Roland to step forward and address the panel. Mr. Wayland, this is the evaluation committee. You will be demonstrating your magical abilities, answering questions, and providing insight into your understanding of runes and magic. keep in mind that your performance today will determine your eligibility for the position of assistant professor." Roland nodded, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. He could feel the weight of their expectations, but he was determined to prove himself. The elderly man spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of years of experience. "Mr. Wayland, we've heard you come highly recommended by Professor Arian, a respected member of our faculty. However, your background is quite unconventional. Thus first, we need to go through the basics. Please place your hand on the measuring device." The old man was seated in the middle with the other two individuals being to his sides. He was the main judge in this event, with the two others having their own votes. Every one of them could ask him questions and also cast a vote. Normally, as long as he received 2 positive votes, then he would be allowed to pass, but the old man that looked like Merlin the wizard had some veto power. Of course, Roland nodded and moved to the side. The measuring device that had been there from the start. It looked like a simple pedestal with a smooth, crystal-like surface on top. As Roland placed his hand on it, a soft glow enveloped his hand, and the crystal began to emit a low hum. Numbers and symbols flickered on the surface, indicating the flow and nature of Roland's magical energy. Typically, he would hesitate to use such items in the presence of others. However, Arian assured him that his status would remain concealed when employing the measuring device. Evidently, mages were cautious about having their secrets unveiled to others. On their journey, a mutual understanding emerged among them, an agreement not to pry into each other's secrets, with a strict prohibition against forcibly revealing one's status screen. Instead, they opted to measure various aspects of magic in an individual. Roland agreed to have his mana capacity, mana control, and other relevant aspects measured, all without directly disclosing his classes and skills to anyone. The numbers that appeared before him were presented as something akin to a hologram for the mages to see. They quickly started grading him on those symbols and writing something onto separate parchments, while the mist-haired woman spoke out to voice her opinion. "Impressive mana capacity and control, Mr. Wayland, and there is something unique in your magical signature. Now, how about you give us a demonstration of your magical prowess?" "Professor Arian has informed us that you prefer to use magical artifacts like the one you are wearing." "That's true." "Splendid. Then how about you showcase a flame blast spell?" As the woman issued her instructions, the entire chamber commenced a transformation. It expanded to one side, carving out a specific area for practical demonstrations. Roland sensed a large amount of mana emanating from the very walls that shifted and contorted in response to the spell. Normally, he would instantly examine it with his special eyes, but he opted to keep some of his trump cards hidden. Revealing everything to the professors wasn't his primary objective, rather, he aimed to navigate through the assessment, disclosing as little as possible. At the corridor's end stood 5 puppets, the intended recipients of Roland's spell. Positioned 5 meters apart in a straight line, it was evident that they were set up to gauge the destructive potential of his magical abilities. A standard flame blast spell typically covered only 3 targets, but Roland contemplated modifications. By infusing it with additional mana beyond the usual amount, he speculated that the spell could potentially encompass the entire radius, surpassing the conventional limits. He focused his mind on the magic within him, summoning the flames through the runes inscribed in his gauntlet. A swirling ball of fire materialized above his outstretched hand, dancing and flickering with vibrant energy. The flames were controlled, forming a compact sphere that emitted both heat and light. Roland manipulated the fire, making it sway and move in intricate patterns, showcasing not just raw power but also finesse. The panel watched intently, exchanging glances with each other. The elderly man, Merlin-like in his appearance, nodded approvingly. The mist-haired woman wore an intrigued expression, and the scholarly man adjusted his glasses, studying Roland's every movement. Soon the orb of flames shot forward to collide with the wooden puppets and engulfed 4 of them in a fiery explosion. "That's quite the mastery over fire magic, or at least artifact rune usage." The scholarly man squinted, closely observing the controlled display of magic that Roland deliberately restrained. Although Roland could have engulfed the entire area in flames, he opted for a more measured presentation, aligning himself with the standards of other professors. Standing out wasn't his objective, nor did he harbor long-term aspirations within the institute. Achieving the role of an assistant professor was his primary goal, and he believed that this restrained demonstration of magical prowess should suffice to meet the expectations. But magic is diverse. How about something that requires precision and thinking? Shortly after, the shooting range area retracted, morphing into a new challenge. Before Roland were an array of large and small stones, each adorned with runic structures or traces. The task was apparent. He had to employ a form of magic to arrange these stones into the correct configuration. Some of the boulders were sizable, likely weighing close to a ton. Without the assistance of a levitation spell or a considerable amount of magical power, maneuvering these massive stones would prove to be a difficult challenge. For someone with Roland's skills, this task posed little difficulty. Employing his mage hand spell to manipulate most of the rocks and a levitation spell to reduce their weight proved to be a straightforward process. The runic patterns involved were also well within his extensive knowledge. Assembling them felt akin to reconstructing broken schematics, a task he had considerable experience with. After calculating the expected duration for such an endeavor, he opted to complete the task in a slightly above average time. Your proficiency in runic manipulation is evident, but how deep is your understanding of other theories and the Institute? Please answer the following questions. The scholarly man started firing questions at Roland, delving into various aspects of magical theory, the history of the Institute, and the intricacies of different magical schools of thought. Roland, drawing upon the extensive knowledge he gained during his cramming sessions, answered each question with precision. His high intelligence and multiple mind traits were proving to be valuable assets, allowing him to recall and process information swiftly. As he answered the questions, he couldn't help but notice the subtle nods and exchanged glances between the panel members. It seemed they were gradually becoming more convinced of his capabilities. This was true for two of them. The one that was constantly asking him more obscure questions seemed not convinced. The shrewd scholar had been someone Arian disliked, and it was becoming clear that he was not too keen on Roland becoming part of this magical academy. Luckily, he was not the main faculty member here. Professor DeLauder, I think that's more than enough. Our young friend here has already answered enough of our questions. How about we just go ahead and move on to the last test, MH? The blue lady nodded while the man called DeLauder harumphed. It seemed that he had made it to the end. Now he just needed to pass the final trial, something that he was confident in achieving. Have you heard? Oh, did something happen? Yes, apparently they are interviewing a new assistant professor. An assistant professor. Is that something to get excited about? Have you been drinking those strange potions again? Perhaps, but that's not important. What is important is that they took him to that testing ground. By that you mean, yes, for the enforcement department. The enforcement department. Now that's interesting. I wonder if he will last longer than the last assistant professor then. Haha, I wonder who it is now. They probably tricked another adventurer. Students were chatting around with each other as the news spread of a new arrival at the Institute. The two silver-badged students soon forwarded the information, and it started spreading like wildfire. The appearance of the armored individual sparked a debate about whether he would truly be able to toughen through his new and dangerous responsibilities. Back in the magical testing chamber, the panel members exchanged some final words before the last trial. Professor DeLauder still wore a skeptical expression, but he grudgingly conceded to the decision of the other two. Very well, let's proceed to the final trial. The elderly man, seemingly the leader of the trio, stood up and gestured for Roland to follow him. The mist-haired woman and scholarly man fell in step as they made their way to a concealed door at the back of the chamber. Roland could sense the intensity of the magical aura emanating from behind that door. He was somewhat aware of what was to come next, which lessened his nervousness slightly. As the door opened, a long corridor revealed itself, adorned with enchantments and wards. The trio walked in silence, leading Roland deeper into the heart of the magical academy. Something felt off about this place. Roland sensed the influence of some type of magic. When they reached what appeared to be the exit, an old-looking door slowly swung open. Roland's face was hit by a draft, an occurrence that shouldn't have happened if they were inside the testing chamber. An open space. Is this still inside the Institute? Before him stood a wide, open area filled with trees and greenery. The other mages didn't stop walking, so he continued after them without posing any questions. Once inside, he noticed another strange phenomenon. He expected this large door to be connected to a wall, but after looking back, he could tell that it was not attached to something that could hold a corridor. It was embedded in a large slab of rock that was not thicker than a meter. Did we go through a teleportation gate, or was it some other type of dimensional magic? Roland was well aware of these types of magic, and was almost certain that the Institute was filled with it. The first telltale sign was the size of the Institute from outside compared to the inside. Though he hadn't traversed much of it, there was far too much space here for no spatial magic to be at play. While spatial magic was mostly known for producing dimensional bags for adventurers, it could also be utilized to enlarge other spaces, such as the rooms within this magical academy. That kind of spatial magic wouldn't explain what he had just experienced, as it seemed more aligned with the domain of teleportation gates. Enlarging space wouldn't facilitate the traversal of a corridor into a faraway location. For that to happen, the space would need to be made more compact to hasten the traversal process. This realization likely accounted for the strange feeling he had been feeling while going through that corridor and the large door. Warp gates existed in this reality, a highly theoretical subject in the world he came from. In this world, they were made real with the help of dimensional magic, and perhaps it would be something he could learn himself. His eyes focused on the slab or rock the door was attached to, and he could see various enchantments over it. This was not something beyond his comprehension, falling within the category of greater and grand runes. Greater and grand runes had a similar relationship as lesser and common runes, functioning similarly but with one being many times more complex. Mr. Wayland, welcome to the Enforcement Department's training grounds. Here, we will evaluate your ability to handle unconventional situations and your proficiency in combat magic. The elderly man finally spoke, breaking the silence that had lingered since they entered this enchanting space. I am sure that Professor Arian informed you about this test, but would you like me to refresh your memory? Ah yes, please do. Very well, for the final test, we would have you face a series of challenges. The purpose is to assess your combat abilities against various threats. As the old man continued to list the reasons for being here, Roland reflected on the moment Arian informed him about this opportunity. There were various types of assistant professors within the institute, and the only option available to him was one within the enforcement department. In a way, he would be akin to security officer, along with being tied to the runic department. He was limited to this due to not having other credentials besides being a platinum rank adventurer. While Arian assured him that there was no danger, Roland wasn't sure if that was the case. And that's about it. If what Professor Arian said was true, then I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. Well then, we shall be off and observe how you do. The old man finished explaining, and soon the trio retreated back through the door they had all come through. To Roland's surprise, the moment the door closed behind the three mages, it vanished from within the stone slab. It confirmed his previous deduction of it being a teleportation gate. However, now there was no exit through which he could retreat. While he was sure that he would be saved if things went wrong, accidents happened. I hope Arian doesn't have actual enemies here. When he considered that his friend was getting his budget cut, someone who was against him regaining it would profit from him failing this battle trial. Roland took a deep breath, calming his nerves as he faced the open training grounds. The lush environment seemed peaceful, but he knew the challenges ahead would test his magical and combat abilities. The enchantments in the air hinted at the various obstacles he might encounter. He started walking forward, exploring the surroundings. The trees and plants were real, not magical constructs. However, one peculiar thing that he noticed was the fake sky above him. Without his various skills, he would have been fooled, but upon further examination, it revealed itself as an intricate illusion. This place resembled a dungeon with wide open biomes, and considering he was in a very old magical institute, the mages here could have figured out ways of creating dungeon-like areas. As he delved deeper into the trial grounds, he stumbled upon a clearing where a group of magical beasts awaited him. Their appearance resembled monstrous dogs, their forms covered in dark crimson fur, with flames escaping from within their nostrils. There was a whole pack of them and gave him more than enough time to examine one of his foes, Hellhound L105. I wasn't expecting something like a hellhound, and certainly not in a forest area. Are they fine with this place burning down? Or perhaps that is what they were going for. He recalled being able to turn Agni into a hellhound puppy at one point. After looking at the large group of these creatures, he was glad that he decided to go with the ruby wolf forms instead. These creatures were not pretty, and they could spit flames similar to the salamander monsters within the Albrook dungeon. Roland had used a concealment spell, and for the time being, had not been discovered. He was aware that he wouldn't only be judged for his combat abilities, but also for how he handled the situation. It was always better to sneak up on unforeseen enemies, as now he could quickly dispatch them from a safe distance. The highest one is only level 120, this shouldn't be hard. On his back was his large tower shield and access to many of his items. However, for this, he hoped to rely on his magical hammer that was in the process of accumulating mana. Its length expanded as he intended to use it more as a mage staff. Just like in the past, he used his helmet to lock onto the monster's mana fingerprints, and after they were all memorized, it was time for a star shower. The monsters looked up to see a large orb of glowing light, the radiance acting as another distraction as the spell charged. Soon, the orb exploded into many tiny streaks of radiant blue mana. Each was guided by the mana signature of a monster and descended at an astonishing speed. Before the monsters could even start running, the bolts of magical energy shredded them to pieces. The once lush clearing was now scattered with the fiery remains of the hellhounds. Roland observed the aftermath, his magical prowess evident in the destruction he had wrought upon the magical beasts. However, this wasn't over yet, as he expected that Tier 2 creatures were not something a platinum rank adventurer would be tested for. The moment the lesser versions were gone, the true opponent revealed itself. From the depths of the magical forest emerged a creature that surpassed the hellhounds in both size and ferocity, Orthrus L160. The Orthrus, a two-headed hound with dark, mottled fur, glared at the remains of its pack with its multiple eyes. Each head snarled, revealing sharp teeth, and the air around it seemed to ripple with an ominous aura. Its size was comparable to Agni's, but it lacked his magical capabilities and intelligence. The moment it saw the dead bodies, it went into a frenzy. The two heads were now spitting fire everywhere, creating a fiery inferno that Roland was trying to avoid. He knew what the mages were going for with this area and opponent. The trees and grass were starting to get engulfed in flames, creating a lot of smoke. It would be a lot harder to continue battling in this heated-up environment. At least that was probably what the other mages were thinking. For Roland, who had spent many years inside a volcanic dungeon, the temperature felt just right. Roland knew that it was better for mages to face monsters from a distance. Even though he could charge the creature down, it was better to hide his superior physique. He was playing the role of a rune mage who liked using heavy armor as a magic tool. Instead of getting physical, it was better for his creations to do most of the work. Thus, after placing his shield down, he activated his floating runic bits, which quickly flew up into the air to grab the monster's attention. The flying cubes aimed and started shooting bolts of cold magical energy onto the monster. They collided with one of the heads, which became frosted over. The Orthrus roared in pain as the icy magic took effect. Its movement slowed, and the flames it emitted flickered as the cold magic suppressed its fiery nature. Yet the monster was not easily frozen, and soon flames gathered over its body to combat the chilling effect his creations had produced. While the floating devices could not harm the creature, they were capable of keeping it busy. They served as a distraction that Roland used to unleash a series of freezing wind spells that engulfed the area. More steam was produced in the process, making it even harder for the creature to detect his hidden form. As the cold winds enveloped the Orthrus, Roland circled around, positioning himself strategically to avoid the fiery chaos it was creating in a rage-filled response. He continued to cast spells, utilizing his knowledge to exploit the creature's weaknesses, and slowly but surely, the monster began to waver. The Orthrus fought valiantly, but Roland's calculated approach and strategic use of magic proved to be too much for the magical beast. As the freezing winds and icicles continued to assail the monster, its movements became sluggish, and the fire within its dual heads dimmed. Soon its feet were glued to the ground, which became frozen over, and it was finally time for the final blow. Seizing the opportunity, Roland used his magical hammer staff, now fully charged with his mana. Its enchantment shimmered with power as he produced a gigantic storm of frozen particles. The spell was called Glacier Storm, and it produced large razor-sharp icicles that rained down on the weakened monster. With its flames doused and trapped in a never-ending cold storm, the Orthrus faltered. Its robust body became riddled with cuts and holes until it was finally dead. The flaming forest clearing was now a scene of frozen destruction. The Orthrus lay defeated, its once menacing heads now frozen in a perpetual snarl. Roland, still concealed by his magic, observed the aftermath. He looked at the defeated beast, wondering if another one would soon show up. Luckily, before he could decide on his next step, the voice of the main professor echoed through the area. "Good, that's enough. You certainly lived up to Professor Arian's recommendation. Return to the entrance, and we shall take care of the formalities." With the command to return, Roland dispelled his concealment magic and made his way back to the entrance. The magical forest, now a mix of charred and frozen terrain, showed the impact of the battle that had unfolded. As he approached the teleportation gate, the door reappeared, and the elderly man, along with a familiar floating black cat, awaited him. "You handled that well, Mr. Wayland, or should I say, Assistant Professor Wayland. Your magical and combat abilities are commendable. See, I told you that this was a waste of everyone's time, Master Rathos. Yes, you did, but we do have procedures we need to follow. Bah, next time just ignore what Delauder says. Even after all of this, he still didn't want to allow my friend into the Institute. Professor Delauder has his reasons, just as you have yours. Nevertheless, we have voted and he has passed, so let us change the subject. I'm sure that you are already aware of all of our procedures. First, you need to receive your emblem. Professor Arian has agreed to guide you. Just hand this letter over once you reach the exchange office." Roland accepted a letter that had the seal of the Institute on it. There was a faint mana pattern on it, and it was the evidence of him passing the test. As he looked over it, the old man named Master Rathos continued to talk and left him on a concerning matter. "Now then, I still need to take care of a few things, so I will excuse myself. Please get yourself acquainted with the Institute. We might need your services soon." What did he mean by that? After the man vanished into one of the many magical doors, Roland quickly turned to the floating feline. "Oh, I wonder what." Instead of a reply, Arian turned his feline head to the side. Roland wanted to get a response, but he knew that it would probably just raise his blood pressure if he knew the truth. Now that he was part of both the runic department and the enforcement department, his way to the Grand Library was open. After picking up his assistant professor emblem, he would be able to freely traverse the various magical pathways. It was best to start his research early. as for some reason, he had the suspicion that if he didn't leave soon, then he would become entangled in something annoying. Students, please behave. There is no running in the main mage hall. I understand that you haven't been here for long, but you are mages now. You are held to a different standard, so you must behave. Sorry, Miss Elsa. A group of 12 children, aged between 10 and 12, huddled around an elderly-looking woman. It was evident they were unfamiliar with the place, constantly looking around, captivated by the magical occurrences, flying book pages, magical animals strutting about, and some even able to talk when approached. Remember, don't touch anything without asking for my permission. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Miss Elsa, the children responded in a monotone voice, as if accustomed to replying to their instructor. The tour continued as Elsa resumed the lecture. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. We find ourselves in the main mage hall of the Institute. Don't confuse it with the main arcane hall, which serves as the main travel hub of our Grand Institute. Remember, never lose your emblems, or you will be punished and unable to freely move through the various magical corridors. Here in the Mage Hall you will receive your first emblem. Cherish it as if it was a part of your family, as it has various uses such as. The children continued to nod at the woman, but their young minds couldn't help but tune out the long and boring speech that continued. They yearned to sprint around and explore the shiny magical artifacts scattered throughout the hall. One of the children, a young girl not yet 11, spaced out and failed to move out of the way as a certain individual approached. Could you move out of the way? A deep, authoritative voice emanated from behind her, startling the young girl. The child looked up at the strange-looking individual, a person much larger than her, wearing some type of armor under a loosely fitting dark robe. Her gaze fixated on the helmet, emitting a strange, eerie glow. Frightened by the armored figure's presence, the girl tried to move but fumbled, stumbling forward. Anticipating a painful fall, she closed her eyes, but instead of impact, a magical weightlessness enveloped her. Opening her eyes, she found herself floating, surrounded by a mysterious force. Oh, teacher, look, Anne is floating around. Some strange iron monster is assaulting her. Calm down. No one is assaulting anyone. That man is a part of the Institute. The woman adjusted her glasses while squinting. Noticing the absence of emblems on the man, she sensed a significant magical force emanating from him or the suit he wore. Uncertain about the spell's nature, she concluded that the man was either a skilled mage or the suit itself was a quick-cast artifact. Or is he? Who might you be, good sir? You seem to lack an academy emblem. The woman observed the man, noting the absence of any identifiers of his rank and unusual situation. Her tone carried respect, recognizing him as a senior, likely a Tier 3 class holder, while she herself remained a Tier 2 mage. Yes, I'm new here. I was told to receive my emblem here. The man shifted his gaze to the older woman as the child floated back to her feet. Laughter erupted from the kids, but the woman noticed the man's adept mana control. Even while conversing, he effortlessly manipulated a high-tier levitation spell, which was not something easily done. The children identified the man as someone friendly and instantly moved closer. It's not fair. Aang got to float around. I want to be next. Calm down, children. This good sir is probably busy. Before they could huddle around him, the woman decided to place herself between the children and the unfamiliar individual. The man nodded in understanding, and the woman felt a sigh of relief. She knew that mages, especially at Tier 3, could be peculiar. It wouldn't be surprising if he attempted to administer some form of punishment to the young girl, and with a high standing in the Institute, such actions wouldn't be considered strange. Roland, the man in the armored suit, observed the commotion he unintentionally caused. He swiftly deactivated the levitation spell, and the young girl descended gently to the ground, landing on her feet. She gazed up at him with wide eyes mixed with awe and curiosity. Despite their initial panic, the other children now seemed intrigued by the magical display orchestrated by the armored man. Ignoring the woman's remark, Roland reached into a pocket on his suit and produced the letter Master Rathos had given him. He handed it over, and the woman quickly scanned its contents. Her eyes widened slightly, realizing that the man before her was not just a newcomer but a newly appointed assistant professor. The Institute maintained a distinct hierarchy, with the headmaster occupying the highest position. Following the headmaster were the department heads, commonly addressed as professors, and beneath them were the assistant professors. Individuals such as her, who served as regular instructors, held the fourth position in the pecking order. The hierarchy extended beyond mere departmental affiliations, incorporating a notion of prestige and perceived excellence. This individual was a member of the runic department, one of the less prominent branches within this institute, primarily populated by classical spellcasting mages. This place is perplexing, but I suppose hiring an architect for a dimensional relic is no easy task. Roland observed the older woman as she scrutinized his recently drafted introduction letter. The parchment he had received was peculiar, emitting a set of green fireflies that served as his guides to this location. However, upon reaching the main hall, they dispersed, and the enchantment concluded. He now found himself gazing at the diverse crowd in the spacious room, narrowly avoiding a collision with an excited child. The children presented a peculiar sight, all adorned with smiles and reveling in their joy, an expression less frequently observed among the older academy students. Roland observed that the absence of emblems might explain this without distinct groupings. The children had not yet divided themselves into factions. The future allocation of ranks, he speculated, would likely reshape their worldview, potentially leading some to develop a sense of superiority based solely on their birthright. You can collect your emblem at the faculty member reception, it's just over there. Just give them this letter. She guided him by pointing towards a distant, unmarked room. It became evident that he would have to explore the whole academy multiple times to memorize essential locations, as the mages here seemed to prefer maintaining an air of mystery. As Roland made his way towards the reception, he couldn't help but ponder the complexities of this magical institution. It was a place where spatial magic, dimensional relics, and diverse branches of magical studies coexisted. The mixture of traditional spellcasting and runic arts created an environment unlike any he had encountered before. Upon reaching the reception area, Roland was greeted by a middle-aged woman who seemed to exude a calming aura. She took the letter from him and began to read its contents. "Ah, Assistant Professor Wayland, welcome to the Institute. Your emblem is ready. Here you go." She handed him a small, intricately designed phoenix emblem, a mark of his official status within the academy. The emblem was adorned with the symbol of the runic department, indicating his primary affiliation, and was depicted by a lone rune. While he had been forced to join up with the enforcement department, only the association to the main one was engraved on this silvery insignia that could be worn in various ways. Assistant professors were exempt from uniform requirements and had the liberty to position their emblems as they saw fit. Most opted for brooches or pendants around the neck, while some, like Arian, incorporated them into collars as he assumed the form of a floating cat. Roland chose to affix his emblem temporarily to the robe covering his armor, with plans to magically meld it to his armor later if necessary. Apart from indicating his affiliation, Roland's rank within the assistant professors was discernible from the number of stars displayed at the bottom. The woman he had just met, an instructor, could have up to 2 stars. Tier 3 class holders, on the other hand, could boast up to 5 stars. As a newcomer, Roland possessed the minimum number of stars possible. Nevertheless, even this modest designation granted him unrestricted access throughout the entire academy. Eager to take advantage of his current privileges, he intended to head straight to the library. "First I have to find it." Soon, Roland embarked on a small expedition through the Magical Institute, encountering various trials and tribulations. Despite having the key to access the library, his sense of direction left much to be desired. He had previously relied on a mapping feature that guided him to every location, inadvertently becoming dependent on it and neglecting to learn alternative methods. In this environment saturated with magical artifacts, creating a proper map became nearly impossible. The mana interference was overwhelming, and his invention struggled to navigate the multitude of dimensional doors scattered everywhere. This should be the place. It only took me 2 hours to get here. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, Roland stood before an ornate door adorned with ancient runes etched into its surface. The door emitted a faint magical aura, signaling its significance. Along the way, he encountered a diverse array of people and students, eliciting various reactions. Some were frightened by his appearance, others intrigued, and a few even took offense. The prevalence of nobility in the surroundings added an unpleasant layer, as Roland was uncertain whether he might unintentionally offend a powerful noble's child, potentially turning his life upside down. Eager to put an end to such encounters and prioritize advancing his research, Roland's main objective now was to leave this place. It won't budge normally, as I remember correctly. The library entrance was protected by statues crafted in the likeness of griffins. As Roland approached, an unusual noise, reminiscent of rocks grinding together, reached his ears. The statues' heads turned in his direction as he neared, their unyielding gaze fixed on him as he attempted to push open the wide double doors. Entry into this space necessitated acknowledgement of his new role as an assistant professor. It was only after infusing his emblem with mana that the spell activated, allowing the library door to swing open. There it goes, quite the simple locking mechanism. Throughout his tedious journey, Roland engaged in some investigation. His emblem, a creation of runecraft, had been readily dissected before his arrival. Although not entirely identical to the devices he crafted personally, the underlying logic was similar. The key factor was his distinctive mana fingerprint, recorded the moment he interacted with the emblem. It seemed likely that the entire school operated within a comprehensive system, wherein his unique mana signature was now logged. With each attempt to access a door, the system performed a scan for his mana fingerprint to ascertain his entry permissions. Yet, the process extended beyond this. There was a kind of handshake involving the emblem he wore. It wasn't sufficient to exert his mana on the door activation required using the emblem provided to him. Should he seek entry into restricted areas, he would need to both upgrade the emblem to a higher rank and gain access to the mainframe storing his mana pattern, a task that wouldn't be easily achieved. As Roland entered the library, he marveled at the vast collection of books, scrolls, and magical tomes that lined the shelves. The air carried a faint scent of old parchment and the subtle hum of magical energies. The library seemed to stretch on endlessly, with various sections dedicated to different branches of magic. I have to admit, this place is impressive. Roland strolled through the aisles, occasionally stopping to glance at the titles of books or inspect particularly intriguing artifacts displayed on pedestals. He noticed students and mages engrossed in their studies, each absorbed in their own magical pursuits. As he walked deeper into the library, the atmosphere became more serene, and the ambient noise of rustling pages and magical incantations filled the air. Now, where's that section on advanced runic theory? Roland's primary objective was to deepen his understanding of runic magic, but this wasn't his sole focus. The mana phantom phenomenon he had encountered remained inadequately studied. While Professor Arian provided some initial guidance on where to commence his investigation, he admitted his limitations, unable to offer substantial assistance due to the phenomenon being outside his area of expertise. Initially, Roland found it somewhat peculiar that no one intervened as he examined the bookcases. However, the denizens of this academy held immense faith in their magic. In their view, even an individual with a somewhat suspicious appearance like Roland had to possess proper identification for entry. There was an unwavering confidence in the impregnability of their magical defenses, a potential flaw that someone with Roland's skills could likely exploit given ample research time. As he progressed, Roland noticed students and mages deeply engrossed in their studies, each absorbed in their individual magical pursuits. In this world, magic had a peculiar aspect, intertwined with a game-like system. People could fully utilize and enhance it by delving into the intricacies of mana control for each specific spell. While somewhat akin to his runes, achieving perfection was more challenging. The process involved studying correct chant intonations, leveling up skills in various fields, and executing them in stressful situations. It was no easy feat. In contrast, Roland could prepare most of his magical arsenal beforehand, and even if something malfunctioned, he could easily restore it as long as he had enough mana. Yet, Roland wasn't entirely versed in the intricacies of regular spell casting, having focused on an entirely different field. The spells he created were often assisted by the world system, akin to a pair of training wheels. This reliance led some mages to become complacent, and Roland found that the library dedicated to delving into the intricacies wasn't being used by as many students or teachers as he anticipated. I guess they probably train out in the field more than surround themselves with literature. To level up skills, one has to use spells and not read about them. Though if you want to master the craft, you have to do both. As he walked deeper into the library, the atmosphere became more serene, and the ambient noise of rustling pages filled the air. Finally, Roland reached the section on advanced runic theory. The shelves were filled with ancient manuscripts, thick tomes, and delicate scrolls that held the accumulated knowledge of generations of runemasters. He carefully selected a few volumes that caught his eye, finding texts on rune combinations, advanced enchantments, and experimental runic applications. To no surprise, this section of the library was quite empty, and the shelves were even filled with some dust. This should keep me busy for a while. With a satisfied nod, Roland settled into a quiet corner of the library. He immersed himself in the study of advanced runic theory, eager to expand his knowledge and discover new possibilities for his craft. A magic glow illuminated his reading session as time ticked by and minutes turned to hours. Before he knew it, a loud booming noise echoed through the library to indicate that it was time to close. Startled by the abrupt announcement, Roland reluctantly closed the tome he was engrossed in. Before he could pose a question about the sound, an owl with glasses appeared before him. "Closing time, sir. You'll have to continue your studies tomorrow." "Ah, sure, my apologies, but could I take some of them with me? If you wish to borrow books from the library, you must inquire with the main librarian before closing times." "I see, then I'll come tomorrow." The magical owl emitted a hoot before taking flight. Roland remained uncertain whether the creature shared similarities with Arian or belonged to a different category, perhaps serving as an animal familiar or an intelligent monster. Regardless, he needed to leave the library and make preparations for his upcoming first day at the academy. Arian had assured him of a tour around the runic department, where the creation of various artifacts took place. Roland's temporary life at the Institute had officially commenced, and he could only hope that, within a month or two, he would amass enough knowledge to return home and pursue the creation of runic prosthetics. Everything is fine, you should stop worrying. If you're that concerned, then why don't you just come back? I will after I'm finished, but I'm not sure how long it will take. If anything happens then, yes, I know, you've explained it to me 5 times now. Did I? Roland responded to his somewhat annoyed wife. He had been calling her every day since he left, realizing that perhaps this frequent communication was unusual for people in this world accustomed to conveying messages through letters when separated. After bidding his farewell, a new day commenced at the academy, and Roland was scheduled to join Arian for a lecture. Despite not being an actual assistant professor, he still had to fulfill the responsibilities of one. Neglecting these duties might raise suspicions among the other mages, potentially leading to his expulsion once they discovered he was merely here to acquire their knowledge, something that could even get his friend Arian in trouble as he had vouched for him. "Are you ready, my friend?" the black-furred feline asked with a slightly concerned tone. "Yes, something wrong. Well, aren't you a bit overdressed for the occasion? We have a long day ahead of us." "It's fine, I'm used to it, and my heavy armor handling skill is over tier 3 already." As always, Roland was clad in his heavy runic armor, which had become like a second skin to him. The more he wore it, the more his skills improved, and when he created the heavier red mithril variant, his proficiency shot up like never before. Normal individuals would likely struggle to take a few steps in what he was wearing, but to him, it had become second nature. "I guess we all have our peculiarities about us, that is what makes us into mages. You're making it sound like mages are all weirdos in one way or another." "Indeed." Arian responded with a burst of joyful laughter, but Roland understood the sentiment. Mages were an eccentric bunch, yet this choice of attire granted him the ability to move through the magic halls with his full arsenal, and no one would question him. Being part of the enforcement department also came with its peculiar benefits. Today, he would visit that place to discover the nature of his actual duties. Arian assured him that it wouldn't be too demanding, and that he would soon have more free time to dedicate to his research. "Well then, let us depart. I shall give you a tour of the runic department first, then we shall visit the mage towers. I can't wait." Even though he responded in a somewhat monotone voice, Roland was genuinely intrigued by what the mage towers could offer. He was already familiar with the 4 main elemental mage towers created under Xandar's rule. Xandar was an archmagus, and more specifically an arch-elementalist. Renowned for employing potent elemental spells during his tenure, he was considered a formidable force. Some speculated that he had even reached the pinnacle of Tier 5 mastery, but the details of this old wizard's history were impossible to confirm. Soon, the 2 oddballs set off and seamlessly blended into the diverse crowd. Scanning the surroundings, Roland observed other floating creatures, golems, and individuals clad in equally peculiar attire. In comparison, his full suit of armor didn't stand out too much, especially considering the eccentric clothing some other professors were wearing. The runic department was located outside the main building, near the mage tower attuned to the element of fire. It made sense as they approached a somewhat secluded metallic building with large chimneys resembling a factory. Once inside, Roland was reminded of the dwarven forge back in Albrook, although this one was somewhat larger and more outdated. The interior housed various workers, not limited to dwarven craftsmen, but inclusive of smiths from various races. "This is where the real magic happens," Arian remarked with a gleam in his eyes as they entered. After a glance, it was clear that there was a prevalence of runic constructs here. Even some golems were being used for labor. However, there was something off about this place. Compared to the smaller dwarven forge from Albrook, there was a lot less movement. The runic department is responsible for creating a variety of magical tools, from simple charms to complex artifacts. "We pride ourselves in supplying all departments with our runic artifacts. Is that so? Doesn't seem like they are that busy though. Is that person sleeping? Wait, are they drinking alcohol? What? Hey, what did I say about drinking in the morning?" Arian directed his attention toward a trio of individuals hiding in the back and indulging in alcoholic beverages. The peculiar group consisted of a dwarf, a human, and a beastman. Even when Arian shouted, they showed little reaction, as if such occurrences had become commonplace for them. "Hey, don't ignore me." As the scene unfolded, Roland took a moment to survey the forge. It was well equipped with all the essentials for crafting runic items. There were multiple runic smelters, each varying in size and shape, along with a diverse array of anvils and forges. Although the tools appeared worn with time, they were all present, some even crafted from materials he had never seen before. Roland envisioned himself easily creating a proper runic set here if the need arose. Arian continued to scold the trio in the corner, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a professional environment. Roland, on the other hand, approached one of the runic smelters and examined its intricate design. The enchanting glow emanating from the magical forge captured his attention. Quite an impressive setup you have here, Roland remarked, speaking more to himself than to Arian. His friend floated back to his side after scolding the workers here and quickly responded to the praise while trying to regain his footing after the mischievous trio made him look bad. Yes, it's one of the oldest runic forges in the Academy. We take great pride in our craftsmanship. This isn't all, this place goes underground. We have many testing facilities and also take care of the conservation of all the mage towers. As Roland observed the workers in the runic forge, he noticed that they were not just crafting mundane objects. Some were imbuing magical properties into everyday items, while others were carefully rune crafting complex runes onto enchanted artifacts. It was a dynamic environment, albeit with a touch of chaos. Yet, to no surprise, there was a noticeable shortage of Tier 3 personnel, with only one master runesmith in the entire department. He wasn't present at the moment, indicating a less than ideal situation for the department. Mages had the option to order better crafted items from external sources, and some affluent nobles even preferred this route. Possessing a more advanced tool or artifact from outside, the Academy made them appear more prestigious than relying on those built within, which left the department with less work and bored craftsmen who only were used for mage tower repairs. Now, let us move on. Arian led Roland on a comprehensive tour of the entire building, introducing him as the new assistant professor. Roland was granted unrestricted access to the entire facility, providing him with the space and resources needed for his research. While deciphering the mystery of the mana phantom was one challenge, creating a fully functional prosthetic limb presented another. It made sense to initiate the construction here and commence testing, especially with access to a wealth of research papers. Arian, being eager to learn new things, also stood as a potential collaborator in creating the proper runic operating system. All the tools that he needed were here and he was satisfied. Now then, let us depart towards the Mage Tower. Don't think we will have enough time for all of them, so how about we limit ourselves to the Tower of Fire for today? That is fine with me. I'll just visit the other ones on my time if you're busy later. Marvelous, let us go. Exiting the runic workshop, they proceeded towards the Mage Tower attuned to the element of fire. These mage towers were colossal structures that soared high into the sky, each aligned with a specific element. Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, as these towering structures were considered the pinnacle of magical craftsmanship. Now that he was part of the Academy, he could freely explore them, using the guise of conservation and repairs as a cover. Soon they stood before a structure that spiraled skyward, adorned with ancient runes that emitted a fiery crimson glow, casting a warm and inviting light. The exterior, crafted from enchanted obsidian material, shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, as if the flames housed within danced beneath the surface. The tower's outer surface featured intricate sculptures of mythical fire creatures, captured in poses of perpetual motion, their forms seemingly fashioned from living flame. With the Phoenix living fire sculpture overlooking everything from its perch atop the tower. Although termed mage towers, they weren't confined to being tall structures. They could encompass entire castles or have cities built around them. What defined a tower as a mage tower, according to Roland's knowledge, was its core. Uncertain about the contents within, he hoped the tour would unveil this secret. The entrance to the tower was embellished with intricate fire-themed runes, emitting a warm, orange glow. The magical barrier surrounding the tower recognized the emblems of Arian and Roland, allowing them entry. As Roland and Arian entered the mage tower, they were greeted by a wave of warmth and the soothing crackle of magical flames. The interior was a spectacle of fiery enchantments and mesmerizing displays of controlled flames dancing along the walls. The architecture seamlessly blended with the elemental theme, and the atmosphere resonated with the raw power of fire magic. Welcome to the Tower of Flames. It does look grand indeed. Inside, they found themselves in a grand hall adorned with intricate tapestries depicting legendary fire mages casting spells. In the center, a spiraling staircase coexisted with something resembling an elevator shaft stuck in its midst. As they entered, Roland observed several students stepping onto a platform surrounded by a red shield. Shortly after, the platform ascended into the air, likely transporting them to a higher level where fire-specific spellcasting classes were conducted. A convenient way to move between floors, especially for students carrying heavy books or equipment. If you're interested, I can lend you the schematics for the device. Ah, sure. At a glance, Roland could somewhat figure out the inner workings of the runes as they used a variation of the flotation spell to rise up into the air. There appeared to be a guidance system in this construct that kept it stable in one place, and it seemed like something he could potentially implement in his own workshop. The only hindrance was the considerable amount of magical energy required for such a spell. Such an invention could only function effectively in a tower like this that was at its base, a grand mana gathering and storing artifact. Well, then we don't have much time, so let us descend. Indeed, there we will reach the heart of the tower. While students and teachers were engrossed in the morning lessons, the two of them moved to the side, approaching one of the animated tapestries. The decoration depicted a famous scene from an old war, where a rain of fire produced by the ancient mages had turned the tide in their favor. As they reached the tapestry, a peculiar event unfolded. One of the flame beasts depicted on the fabric moved out to greet them. "Greetings, Professor Arian. Well met. It is not time for the scheduled maintenance yet. I am aware of that, but I wish to show the inside of the tower to my young friend here. He is the new assistant professor." A floating cat was conversing with a bird made of flames, but by now he had gotten used to the peculiarities of this academy. It seemed that this being was some type of familiar, or part of the tower itself. The mana pattern it had was the same as the mana radiated by the tower itself. It was not a construct produced by a separate item or mage. Everything seems to be in order. The Firebird turned towards Roland, and he sensed a scanning spell in action. It dawned on him that this entity was somehow connected to the tower, and possibly to the entire institute. Soon after, the tapestry began to shift and burn away, revealing a large metallic door. It swung open to unveil a set of stairs leading downward. Intrigued, "Quite, I haven't been in a mage tower before." Roland didn't hide the fact that he was highly uneducated when it came to magical towers and also other fields related to magic. He was here to learn and not to appear smart in front of other people. Well, in short, that was the tower spirit. Tower spirit. Yes, how about I explain on the way to the tower chamber? Sure. As they descended the stairs, Arian began to explain the concept of tower spirits, and Roland translated the knowledge into a more familiar context. It appeared that the spirit served as a mediator between the tower owner and the spells being produced. Roland could perceive it as akin to an artificial intelligence construct with control over the tower, bound to the person who created it. It all made sense considering that a human mind wouldn't be capable of storing all the information within the mage tower. Activating separate portions of the runic spells without some operating system would also be rather difficult. Only rune mages and people like Roland would be capable of such feats. The tower spirit functioned as a helpful assistant who could receive orders and possessed a degree of intelligence. As they continued down the spiral staircase, Roland couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of the magical architecture. The walls seemed to be pulsating with the magical energy that resonated within the tower, and the further down they went, the stronger the mana became. Arian, on the other hand, continued his explanation, shedding light on the nature of the tower's core. The tower spirit is essentially the consciousness of the tower itself. It's a magical construct designed as a mirror image of the tower owner. They usually have their own specific personality that can be affected by the owner, but also the element they are attuned to. The spirit has access to all the knowledge of its creator. Isn't that marvelous? It is quite interesting. Could it hold lectures for you? Lectures. I guess it could. Roland was quite intrigued by this finding, and could already imagine how much more work he could do if he had something like a mage tower spirit as a helper. Perhaps it would be even possible to have it automate all of his golems like an AI helper. With help of an AI, it would be possible to make his armor even more advanced, as it could do all the hard calculations for him. While his casting speed was already high, it could potentially become inhuman. As they reached the bottom of the staircase, a massive metallic door stood before them, adorned with intricate fire-themed runes. It looked imposing, radiating a strong magical aura. The tower spirit flapped its fiery wings and hovered nearby, seemingly guiding them but perhaps also watching their every move. Roland could see it acting as a surveillance system that he needed to watch out for. This is the entrance to the tower's most important chamber. It is the life and blood of every tower. Only a select few have access to this area, primarily the Archmagus and a few high-ranking professors. However, we from the Runic department have special privileges when it comes to these places, so you will be able to visit the other towers later. Nevertheless, please don't cause any troubles. The tower spirits will always be watching you and act accordingly if you overreach. Arian approached the door, and with a wave of his paw, the runes on the door glowed brighter, and it slowly swung open. The heat emanating from the chamber beyond was intense, as if stepping into the heart of a blazing inferno. As Roland entered, he found himself in a massive chamber that seemed to defy the laws of space. The walls were a continuous dance of flames, and a platform floated in the center, surrounded by an intricate network of magical pathways. On this platform stood a colossal oval object which resembled an egg, and it was pulsating with vibrant fire energy. Roland couldn't help but be awestruck by the sheer scale and magical prowess on display. The core seemed to resonate with the very essence of fire, casting a warm and ethereal glow throughout the chamber. He could feel the magical energy all around him, and it created a sort of yearning. To make such a creation himself would be a huge undertaking, but perhaps not an unreachable goal. Now then, while I would love us to go over the runic structures here, we are on a tight schedule. Let us go back to the lecture hall. Just as soon as they opened the chamber door, they found themselves needing to depart. The tour of the academy wasn't yet complete, but there were duties Roland needed to fulfill in his role as an assistant professor. Now can someone point out what the problem is? Anyone. I see a whole forest of hands. Silence enveloped the entire lecture hall as the black floating cat asked for the answer to the question on the blackboard. It depicted a somewhat simplified runic structure of a lesser rune and wasn't anything all that difficult. However, it didn't seem that anyone from the students gathered here was willing to answer. Instead, they turned towards each other to resume their whispers that were sometimes masked by their own magic. Is it always like this? Actually, it's not that bad today. Not that bad, huh? Roland had finished his visit to the Flame Mage Tower and followed Arian back to the academy. They were inside a large lecture hall that was magically expanded. Due to this fact, the lack of people here was quite noticeable. The students occupied the seats all the way in the back while trying not to stand out. It was clear that they weren't here to learn, but just to gather merit points. This academy had a system it followed. Every student had a certain quota of classes to fill. There were two types of lessons, ones that were compulsory and others that weren't as essential, but were required to fill up that quota. If a student did badly in the mandatory classes, they needed to bolster their merits by attending other seminars like this one. Runic theory that Professor Arian taught was one of these point-gathering spots. Due to the lack of funding, he had to lower the requirements for a passing grade. First, he was teaching just a simple theory that Roland had been able to figure out as a runic blacksmith. Second, he couldn't throw out people who weren't paying attention, as he needed a set amount of students to keep coming to not have his budget slashed even more. Thus, this turned into something that could be passed by just attending, a perfect way of gaining some easy merit points. I was worried for nothing. If it's like this, then I won't have to actually assist with anything during these lectures. I should probably bring some research material from the library next time. Roland thought to himself as he observed the disinterested students. The lack of engagement was apparent, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was a widespread issue in magical academia. Arian continued to ask questions, receiving minimal responses, and Roland started feeling bad for his feline friend. His passion for runes was real, but it didn't seem that anyone was that interested or even had any rune-related skills. Now it makes sense that he praised Lucille so much. She was smart enough to grasp some of the runic theory, even without being a runic mage. Even though only rune mages were able to truly understand how runes operated, there were ways of gaining some rune-related skills. If a person studied the right skill books and with some help from a rune mage, it was possible to be better at using runic artifacts. At first, skill books seemed like a cheat-like item, but most of them had stringent hidden requirements. Not everything could be learned, and people in this world usually didn't push for skills that weren't directly related to their own specific class. For instance, a swordsman could learn beginner lance-related skills, as they were locked behind the warrior class, and not the higher-tier lancer class. They would not get much help from this world system post-Tier 1, and most people considered it a waste of time to focus on a skill that would level up slowly. People called these auxiliary skills, as they were only meant as a little bonus to augment their main skills. I limited myself to only skills I knew that would work, but I bet this academy has a list of auxiliary skills that might be compatible with my classes, unless my elemental affinity stops me from gaining something again. In the past, Roland had tried to gain a few useful skills through books he procured. One of such skills was mana reinforcement, which had by now been upgraded all the way up to Tier 3 and turned into Master Mana Reinforcement. At first, he assumed that a person could stack similar skills to gain a better effect, but that wasn't true. There weren't really that many lesser skills that offered the same, and lesser skills would be overwritten instead of added. Tier 3 Master Swordsman couldn't learn both Expert Swordsmanship and Master Swordsmanship skills, as the former was a lesser version that would be overwritten. Roland was also a special case, as he was limited by his body, which couldn't produce elemental spells like normal mages. Even the worst talent at least had a 1% affinity to some kind of element, something that unlocked a hidden requirement for many skills. He did not know why he was like this, or if there was any type of remedy. Thus, he decided to lessen his focus on other skills and place it on runes and craftsmanship. Very well then, since it seems none of you are in the mood to participate today, let's move on to the next topic. As you might have noticed, we have a new guest today. This is Assistant Professor Wayland. As he was thinking about other things and not really paying attention to the boring lecture, everyone turned their heads in his direction. Arian had a silly little grin on his face, as if he was playing a joke on him. The students seemed to be interested in the new individual, as he was still a large armored man in a runic suit of armor. The faculty robe that he put over it hid most of it, but his gauntlets along with his helmet were still sticking out. The bulky nature of his armor was also eye-catching, making him look more like a battle mage ready to fight monsters than a scholar. Do you wish to say something to the students, assistant professor? Behave yourselves and listen to the lecture. A short silence fell on the area as the students flinched at his words. He wasn't sure what it was about as he just blurted out a few random words. Hey, do you think that was a threat? That person looks a bit scary. Didn't one of the other students get burned by a fireball when they were sleeping during a lecture? Do you think he would do that? I don't know, but he is looking at us. Do you think he can hear us through the silence barrier? Hey, did his eyes just light up? Does he really hear us? Roland could understand them quite well, and the moment his visor flashed red, the students started to panic. They straightened up. Some of them who were ready to doze off were not paying attention. He wasn't sure what it was about, but perhaps they weren't strangers to getting punished. Considering they were mostly here to gather merit points, they were probably not the greatest students. I don't know what you did, but keep it up. What did I do? Arian whispered in his direction before continuing the lesson about runes. Roland remained silent for most of it, but he noticed that the students were paying more attention to him than the blackboard the runes were on. For someone like him who didn't like to stand out, it was quite a stressful hour. Eventually, a bell rang to indicate that everything was over and he could finally take a breather. Damn, that was some intense pressure. Yeah, do you think he can fire a molten ray spell from that helmet? Shut up. Do you want to get blasted by magic flames or something? You're going to get us all in trouble. I'll let him try. My father wouldn't stand for it. The teenage students continued to chat between each other while quickly running out through the door. It was as if a monster was chasing after them, and he was that monster. Arian wiggled his tail to produce a spell to clean the blackboard before turning to him for a little chat. That's about it for the lesson. I think it went well, all things considered. It was certainly an interesting experience. Well, you made quite an impression. I didn't expect the students to be that attentive for once. They just lack enthusiasm for runic theory. Most are here just to fulfill their quotas. But who knows, maybe your presence will ignite some interest in the subject. If it's like this, then I don't have to worry about you holding. Arian stopped himself before he continued the sentence, which made Roland raise an eyebrow. Worry about what? How to say this, my friend? Do you remember the man from your examination? Master Rathos? No, the other one. Professor Delauder. Yes, I tried to convince him, but the rascal insisted on attending one of the lectures. As you might know, assistant professors are required to hold some classes by themselves. What? I have to teach those kids? Regrettably so if you don't. I'm not sure what that cretin will do, but don't worry, it'll be there too. It doesn't have to be about runic theory. How about you present one of your inventions? The students always reacted better to magical artifacts than theory. Roland knew the academy rules well, and they stated that a person in his position had to hold classes, but he assumed that Arian would take care of it. He was here for only a few days, but Arian's image that he previously had was already crumbling apart. It was clear that he had no power to do almost anything here, and at most, he could stall it out. Magical artifacts, I guess that could work. Don't worry, we will figure something out. You have a full week until then. Luckily, the runic classes weren't very popular, so they were only held 1 day a week. He did have some runic items that he could present, like his runic golems or some other weapons. Perhaps he could even present some applied magic, as the Institute had various facilities to accommodate magical combat. You did a fine job. Now I think you have an appointment with that disciplinary department. I'll be returning to my study unless you wish to discuss something else. And there was one thing. Oh, do tell. Arian was surprised that Roland mentioned something and watched him take out a strange-looking cracked object. With the help of his own identification skill, the cat professor was quickly able to analyze the object. A damaged lick core. Yes, I would like a second opinion on this, let me explain. After producing a barrier around the two, he dived into the specifics. This was the damaged core of the lick that had attacked Albrook. He wasn't sure about how his mana pattern had gotten absorbed by the monster, but perhaps Arian could shed some light on it. He wanted to study it himself, but having others with more knowledge have a go at it was the smart thing to do. As it stood, he trusted Arian in being a professional researcher. He would likely not leak any confidential data outside. The monster got attuned to your mana and started acting strange, fascinating. As expected, Arian found himself intrigued by the idea that a monster could become attuned to a mage's mana and subsequently generate a core with specific properties. Numerous runic products relied on such cores, and the same applied to various other items. An attunement of this nature had the potential to provide the user with a power boost or reduce mana requirements, making it a topic well worth exploring. I will give it a look. The two parted ways, and he was now alone. He had visited the Mage Tower, spent some time in the Academy Library, but now it was time to work for it. His next stop was the disciplinary department, which was responsible for the safety of students on this magical campus. Magic was a volatile thing and was given to young kids, many of whom didn't realize the consequences before it was too late. It wasn't strange for people to get injured. Strange experiments and monsters ran rampant during botched summoning rituals. Why does this place need to be so confusing? Maybe I should get a sub-skill in pathfinding. With his mapping device unable to show him the way, he was forced to wander around with his own intuition. The place reminded him of his old high school, which was mixed with a middle school and had a wide range of ages within. He could see young children running around on one side and ones close to being young adults on the other. His memories were taken back to the incident with his brother, who had attended the nearby Knight Academy. It was a place that was connected to Xandar's Institute of Wizardry, as where there were mages, knights weren't far behind. They would form parties with each other just like they did with the two mages back during the Albrook incident in the mine. He continued to wander around while deliberating on how hard it would be to train nobleman mages for war times. They usually had a sense of entitlement for possessing a rare class, and this was just worsened whenever they were nobles. I might be lost. I should probably ask someone for help. It was clear that he wasn't getting anywhere. He found himself in an unknown department with open doors that had beds in them. There he could see some occupied by bandaged people or one sleeping. Did I arrive at the medical department instead? Roland stopped and started looking around. He needed to ask someone about the way towards the enforcement department. However, before he could ask anyone, he heard a strange sound coming from behind him. It sounded like a strange clicking noise, and when he turned, he saw a peculiar person sprinting his way. Excuse me. It was a young lady going at full speed while wearing one of those bulbous gowns that went below a woman's ankle. She had pulled it up slightly, but it was clear that it wasn't something meant for running. There were some other students in the hallway who had to quickly duck towards the wall to not get bulldozed by her. Just like all the rest, he moved to the side to let her through. The girl quickly ran past to then stop, circle, and duck into a room that she had previously passed by. Are you all right? I heard that something terrible had happened. Why did you go to such a place, Lucian? Her voice was loud enough for everyone there to hear her. Roland was about to ignore her to move towards what he identified as another faculty office, but then he heard a name being mentioned. His legs stopped moving, and instead, he slowly shuffled towards the open room. He didn't want to seem nosy, but if he slowly passed through the corridor, it would probably allow him to take a few glances without being noticed. The name was familiar, as it belonged to a person from the past. It couldn't be. How old would she be now? 14? No, 15. Lucian was a name that echoed through Roland's memories. It was a name from his previous life, from the time he spent in the Arden estate. His brows furrowed as he tried to reconcile the image of the young girl from his memories with the person being mentioned in the corridor. She was only 3 years old when he left that place, and he would probably be unable to identify her without reading her status screen. He continued to shuffle discreetly towards the open door, curiosity overriding any intention to remain inconspicuous. As he approached, he caught snippets of the conversation inside the room. Lucian, you should know better than to wander into dangerous areas. What were you thinking? It was those people again, right? We need to report this to the professors. No, it was nothing like that. The other girl sounded like she was trying to hide something. It was possible that there was more to the story that caused her injuries. As he was passing by, he noticed that she was wearing some special bandages over her forearms, and quickly he used his identification skill. Immediately, he stopped in his tracks as he read the full name of the person in his mind, Lucian Arden. That woman can't keep getting away with it. Let's go to one of the professors. How about we inform Professor Amari? I bet she would clear it up with the department which is sheltering her. Even her status won't be able to protect her now. And no, it's fine, Margaret. I just did something I wasn't supposed to. I shouldn't have gone to the training grounds at night. A young girl with fire-red hair and eyes to match them continued speaking loudly while confronting another girl her age. The other one had her head slumped down while muttering replies quietly. She had neck-long golden hair and bright green eyes to accompany them. She was playing around with some bandages that were around both her arms to help cure her recently suffered injuries. You went to the training grounds, unsupervised. Yes, I was just trying to gather some ingredients for a class. If I recall correctly, you still haven't made up for the last demerit if I report this to the professors. I will also get punished. Nothing really happened. One of the teachers intervened. They also helped me get treated. They didn't inform any of the professors. I don't think so. The girl with the fiery hair squinted her eyes as she realized that something didn't add up here. Meanwhile, Roland stood frozen outside the room, absorbing the unexpected turn of events. The name Lucian Arden brought back memories of his time in the Arden estate, and now he found himself eavesdropping on a conversation about her in this magical academy. The two girls inside seemed to be having a heated discussion about Lucian's recent actions. I was expecting the possibility. He had known about his sister's mage class, and that she was probably going to be sent to this institute to study. However, his plan was to go unnoticed by just sitting in the library for the whole day while doing his research. Because of some unexpected events, he was now forced to wander around the school grounds as an assistant professor and even take part in some lectures. The danger of his sister encountering him had been magnified, and now by a stroke of chance, he had been made aware of her presence. But now that I know that she is here, it will probably be easy to avoid her. While she was there, this wasn't the end of the world. He was part of the staff in the academy and was also free to keep his armor on and hide his face. His helmet could mask his voice, and the two interacted with each other when she was just 3 years of age. However, there was another problem. His sister seemed to be in some sort of trouble. The way she was stuttering and evading questions was strange. The fact that the other girl was mentioning a third party made it a possibility that she was being bullied or targeted by someone of higher status. Is she getting bullied by others or? Roland couldn't help but wonder what this was all about. His ties to his old family were very shallow, and even Robert, who was aware of his existence, hadn't contacted him in a while. This sister of his here was mostly a stranger, someone that he rarely interacted with. Yet his intelligence stat made him remember her bubbly demeanor quite vividly. For some reason, the more he eavesdropped on the conversation, the more his fist was clenched as a feeling of anger washed over him. Let me look at those wounds at least. They really should hire some priests. As he was contemplating what to do, he witnessed a peculiar sight. The girl called Margaret, for some reason, was wearing a gown instead of the school uniform and removed one of the long gloves she was wearing. The magical academy wasn't just here to teach magic. The children that attended it could sign up for a various array of lessons, and apparently ballroom dancing was one of them. His eyes were drawn to the back of her hand as he could feel her activating mana. Didn't seem to be an attack spell, but something different entirely, and a strange symbol lit up. It wasn't a rune, nor was it an enchantment instead. It looked more like a glyph. Glyphs were an entirely different magical language, and it was associated with summoning magic. The symbol continued to glow, and the spell effect started taking place. Mana gathered in one direction to produce something that looked like a large soap bubble, from within which a strange creature appeared. The bubble burst to reveal a floating ball that seemed rather fluffy. Soon, it revealed small wings along with a tiny horn under which rather large eyes were present. A summoning took place, and the strange monster that was created resembled a cute angelic plush toy, if you wouldn't. Jew, the creature, responded in a rather cute sound before turning towards the injuries that Lucian suffered. A strange aura descended on the afflicted part, somewhat similar to divine healing spells but somewhat different. However, the healing effect was still there, and while less potent than the ones used by clerics, it started working. It was rather slow working, but it was helping with the wounds. As the two continued to be oblivious to his whereabouts, he took a glance at their statuses. Name: Lucian Arden. L15. Classes: T1 Mage L15. First was Lucian again. Her level was extremely low for her age, and she had not even reached a second Tier 1 class. Adventurers of a similar age would usually be in their second Tier 1 class. However, for someone studying in a magic institute, this wasn't that strange, as the children here were leveling up their skills first. The school believed that this was the best way of going forward, as more maxed-out skills in various fields allowed for better class choices further down the line. It was the same for Robert, who attended the nearby Knight Academy. Every Knight candidate needed to learn all the beginner weapon skills before they were allowed to fight monsters. Roland, on the other hand, took a faster route by highly focusing on rune-related skills and was now a rare Tier 3 class holder in his early 20s. With the help of the Knight Academy or the Institute, leveling was rather safe and quick later on. Within a few years, nobles attending these places could catch up to adventurer veterans and then surpass them as they built up a much better foundation. It wasn't strange that his sister's level was low, but it made visiting a place like the training grounds an odd decision. She clearly was not a capable fighter and would have maybe even died if a teacher didn't intervene. Roland wasn't a stranger to such occurrences, as he had seen it happen many times in his past life. Kids could be quite cruel, and some of them went overboard without ever realizing the consequences. When he took this truth into account and coupled it with a world that had a caste system, which was even reinforced in this academy, it was a recipe for disaster. That's strange. Name: Margaret Braganza L30. Classes: T1 Mage L25. T1 Spirit Contractor L5. As he turned his eyes towards the girl named Margaret to examine her status screen, he noticed something strange. She clearly had a fake status screen. He had examined people for long enough to know. On her body, there was an item that was altering something about it, but without identifying the item and altering it, he wouldn't know. Before he could do this, the strange flying creature turned towards the room entrance, as if it reacted to its master being examined. "Chew, is there someone there?" She called out to the empty space there, but no one answered. Then, with haste, she stormed out to take a look at the corridor. After looking left, right, and even up, the girl retreated back into the room where Lucian was being treated. That's odd. Choo-Choo is usually good at detecting others. Was it perhaps a mouse? That was close. Was it a coincidence, or is there more to that creature? Roland whispered to himself after ducking into the next room. He had cast various spells to remove any sound, smell, and signs of his presence. It should not have been possible for Tier 1 class holders to perceive his presence. The creature that looked like a floating dumpling shouldn't either, but it somehow did. And why am I even hiding? He asked himself this question as he waited. The fear of his family was almost gone, but years of hiding had somewhat shaped his personality. Even now, he felt quite stressed when thinking about his old man. He wasn't sure about Wentworth Arden's true strength, and what the man would do if he discovered that one of his sons was still alive. Would he insist on him taking on an active role in the Arden estate? Roland was now a reputable man with actual power on his side. Some nobles would love to use his skills for their own agenda. His father was still a military man and probably had a lot of connections. Even at this point in time, Roland wasn't sure what that confrontation would result in. I should go find the enforcement department. While keeping all of these things in mind, he decided to avoid his sister for now. He wasn't sure what she was going through, and if he ever was to intervene, he needed to gather more information on the situation. First, he needed to know who he was going up against. If it came to light that his sister was the target of a very powerful family, then even he might not be able to do anything about the situation. His next destination could aid him with this situation, as the enforcement department kept records of the students' incidents, and whenever they were punished. Roland quietly left the corridor, his footsteps producing no sound as he navigated to another area of the academy. His thoughts were a jumble of conflicting emotions and concerns about his sister's well-being. The unexpected encounter had opened a door to a past he had tried to distance himself from, yet he couldn't ignore the potential threat looming over Lucian. Along the way, he finally found someone who pointed him in the direction of the department he was looking for. There he was greeted by a stern-looking man who eyed him with a mix of curiosity but also suspicion. Assistant Professor Wayland, I presume. Yes, you are late. My apologies. The stern-looking man had a small gash over his eyes, and his beard was trimmed immaculately. It gave him a very angular jawline and distracted him from the bald head that he didn't seem to be concerned about. There was a certain depth and history etched into the lines of his face. It was clear that this man had gone through his fair share of battles, and it made it seem that this department wasn't the safest place to be. I trust you understand the importance of maintaining order within the academy. We have rules and they must be followed by everyone, regardless of their status or position. If we're going to be part of this department, we can have you being late on the first day. I understand it won't happen again. Roland realized that this person was the militaristic type. When it came to these sorts of people, it was better to not lie or make excuses, and he had been correct as the department head nodded. Good, at least you aren't making any excuses. I will let it pass now, but don't do it again, of course. Roland replied, his tone respectful but firm. He was no stranger to rules and order, having spent a considerable part of his life in a knight estate. Good, now let's discuss your responsibilities here. As an assistant professor who is assigned to this department, you are expected to contribute to the maintenance of discipline when required. We have had incidents in the past, and we can't afford any laxity in dealing with rule violations. Your role will include supervising certain areas, ensuring the safety of students, and reporting any unusual activities promptly. I understand. I'll do my best to fulfill my responsibilities, Roland responded, feeling a strange tension in the air. The man was looking at some papers that, at a glance, seemed to contain his specifications. Roland had heard whispers and sensed an air of uncertainty whenever his identity as an adventurer was brought up. Even Arian wasn't sure where they could place him. Very well. Now, about your first assignment. There have been reports of unauthorized access to restricted areas in the academy. We suspect students are involved, and we need someone to investigate discreetly. Unauthorized access to restricted areas, that sounds like. He thought back to the encounter with his sister and her friend. They spoke about going to the training grounds, an area where upperclassmen train their battle skills, and not something students could access during the day. It was a large open space where they allowed various creatures to roam. It simulated a dungeon experience, but was supposed to be a lot safer. Your first task is to patrol the areas mentioned in these reports and report any suspicious activity. Keep in mind that we don't want to cause unnecessary panic, so we will handle it discreetly. You will have 2 days to familiarize yourself with the department. Only 2 days. The situation began to sound as if he had been bullied. As a new faculty member, he was someone in whom no one should have placed trust with the lives of students. He had anticipated having more time before the new assignment, but circumstances forced him to commence patrolling the academy while repeatedly getting lost in its corridors. Holding lectures didn't seem as daunting now. especially when compared to the prospect of pulling all-nighters in fields infested with monsters and trespassers. Yes, that should be enough. This will explain everything, so don't lose it. That will be all. So I am a bona fide night security guard. He arrived at a few conclusions. Firstly, the majority of enforcers appeared to dislike their nightly duties, evident from the swift imposition of rules requiring new members to shoulder that responsibility almost immediately upon arrival. Additionally, there was a peculiar regulation placing adventure mages below other faculty members. It seemed that they were intended to be the first responders, bearing the brunt of the attack whenever trouble arose. In the event of a dragon attack, he would have to stall it while others evacuated. The primary reason for assigning this duty stemmed from the fact that adventurers possessed more experience in battling monsters and resolving combat-related challenges. I guess they aren't wrong there. Armed with new knowledge and fresh responsibilities, Roland returned to the library where more research awaited him. Although he had acquired new duties, he could potentially avoid delving into them if he completed reading all the library books. However, this task wouldn't be straightforward, mainly due to the challenging nature of the research papers. To begin with, most of these manuscripts were in poor condition, and the writing styles varied widely. Even though Roland could flip through 100 pages in less than 10 minutes, grasping the intended meaning was not a simple endeavor. At times, he encountered coded writing that required deciphering to extract the information, a practice scholars often employed to challenge those with lesser intelligence from comprehending their work. I'm not going to get done anytime soon, am I? After lowering his head onto the desk, he continued the arduous work, hoping to uncover the truth about mana phantoms and other potentially valuable information. Observing the spatial magic within the rooms ignited his desire to implement it in his own workshop to regulate its expansion. The mage towers with tower spirits intrigued him, resembling AI supercomputers based on his understanding. Additionally, there was another magical technology usually present in those same mage towers that could prove highly useful. That would certainly make traveling easy and save me a lot of time, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy. He contemplated while holding a sizable black book titled The Basics of Runic Dimensional Gates. Its thickness was surprising, and it comprised only the first volume of a 3-part series. There was a wealth of knowledge for him to acquire here, and if he aimed to make it his own, he needed to remain in this place for as long as it was required. So everything is fine. Yes, there are no sudden monster attacks, no nobles snooping around, and also no thieves. The paladins also haven't tried to abduct Agni. Awo, before Elodia could continue, Roland observed a large nose make its way onto the holographic display. His helmet was sitting down on the table and projecting an image of his wife. She was using a modified crystal ball which produced a somewhat fisheye effect. He could see her clearly if she stood at a certain angle, but when Agni approached, it just made his nose look gigantic. You want to say something to your master, Agni? Worf, did you hear that? Yes, I did. He replied while smiling at the big wolf, sticking his head through the window to look at the crystal ball Elodia was using. After giving the magical object a little lick, his conversation with his wife resumed. If you're asking this much, then are you not telling me something? What do you mean? It's as if you're trying to find an excuse to come back here. Is everything all right there? Sure, if everything is fine, I have to go now. Love you. If you say so, and I love you too. Roland sighed as he terminated the connection with his wife. It hadn't even been a week since he had arrived at the Magical Institute, and doubts were already creeping in. Elodia had been correct. He was seeking any excuse to quickly return home and play the hero. Roland was somewhat reluctant to commence his duties as an enforcement officer within the academy. Today marked his inaugural day on the job, and he needed to head there promptly to avoid being late, as he had been the last time. I guess she is right, I am starting to look for excuses now. As Roland made his way back to the enforcement department, an unease lingered within him. Despite the magical wonders that fascinated him throughout the academy, there was an underlying sense that the school concealed more than met the eye. His sister Lucian's mysterious injuries and the peculiar behavior of her friend Margaret occupied his thoughts. Initially inclined to dismiss the matter, Roland, as an adult, recognized that these school days would soon fade into distant memories. Involving himself in his family's affairs was something he wished to avoid, and perhaps his sister bore some of the responsibility for the recent incident. There was insufficient evidence for him to pass judgment, so he considered the possibility of investigating this issue further. The place that could offer him aid was just around the corner. Good morning. Ah, you must be the new assistant professor. Department head Thorne briefed me about you. I hope you have familiarized yourself with our rules. Upon Roland's arrival at the enforcement department, he met one of its members. The department leader, a busy man, typically conducted brief interviews with new hires before sending them on their way. Unlike a noble, the man lacked a house name. This might have been advantageous for the students, as he appeared less inclined to collaborate with nobles and grant them leniency based on their higher status. Yes, I've memorized all the rules and duties within the booklet. Great, I won't have to explain much then. The person nodded while standing up. The man he was talking to appeared to be in his 40s. He had a stern expression, and his eyes held the weight of experience. The office they were in was sparsely decorated, with a large map of the academy hanging on one wall, marked with areas of concern and incidents. It seemed like a command center for managing the safety and order within the Magical Institute. Your first assignment is to patrol the training grounds. There have been reports of students sneaking in at night and engaging in activities they shouldn't be. We suspect it might be related to unauthorized magical experiments or practices. I understand. Is there anyone in particular that I should watch out for? Roland inquired about his first mission as the training grounds had been mentioned. He had overheard his sister and the other girl talking about them. Not at the moment. We don't have specific names, but keep an eye out for any unusual behavior. Report anything suspicious immediately. There were no specific names. This was somewhat strange, and Roland had noticed the discrepancy in Lucian's story. She claimed that a teacher had saved her from monsters, but this mage enforcer seemed unaware of the event. Several possibilities crossed Roland's mind. Either the person who saved Lucian didn't file a report, or someone had deliberately prevented the information from reaching the enforcement department. There could also be another possibility of this person not being an actual faculty member at all. Nevertheless, the incident had been kept silent for some reason, indicating that this might not be such a straightforward issue. Can I confirm something? Yes, go ahead. If I encounter any students wandering within the training grounds, I am within my rights to detain them all, correct? Certainly. Detain them and they will be punished according to the Institute's rules. No one is above them. You will find your robe in that room. Please wear it whenever you are on enforcing duties so the students can easily identify you. The room also contains records of present and past incidents. It's the place you will need to bring any evidence for your reports, so please familiarize yourself with it. Now then, good luck on your first day. He nodded, and the man gave him a few last parting words before leaving. The somewhat stern voice held a smidge of animosity. It didn't seem like this man approved of him being here. Given that he was new on the job, akin to a police officer, this wasn't anything unusual. Building trust would take time, but there was also an underlying issue. In any organization, multiple groups and factions were common. It wasn't unusual for this man to be wary of Roland having ulterior motives or connections to individuals he couldn't easily offend. Workplace politics. I hope to never have to be a part of such a thing ever again. Roland was not a stranger to such dynamics, having experienced similar situations in his previous world, where he attended school and worked in a computer part repair store. In that environment, certain workers were granted more leeway and faced lighter consequences for the same mistakes. Matters worsened if one of the individuals was related to the store owner, placing the burden on other workers to compensate for their shortcomings. I should get this over with and resume my research. The library is closed during the night hours, so this won't be much of a setback. First, he headed towards the changing room where a peculiar enforcement department robe was waiting for him. There were no lockers here. Instead, each enforcer had to open a specialized safe box with the help of their unique mana pattern. After placing his hand and popping it open, he found an enchanted robe with a faint shimmer, indicating some sort of spell. It bore the symbol of the enforcement department, a crossed sword and wand over a shield, signifying the combination of magical and combat skills required for the job. I never thought I'd be having to be a hall monitor at this stage in my life. The new attire was somewhat unique as it could widen and lengthen itself after getting infused with mana. It had a peculiar enchantment placed on it, along with unique threads made of an unknown material. At first, the robe felt quite baggy, but soon it constricted around his armored body just like he liked it. It was as if the magical spell knew his preferences without him needing to alter it. I wonder if I could get a few of these back home. Clothes tailored to the body type of the wearer were a fascinating discovery. It was likely an item many people would covet. However, the mana usage was considerable, and unless a person was a magician, they would likely pass out. With his new attire, Roland was almost ready to make his rounds. Before heading out, though, he needed to take a look at the other room that housed records of all past mishaps. Perhaps there he could find some more information on what his younger sister had gotten herself into. The room with records turned out to be more extensive than Roland initially thought. It resembled a small library, with shelves filled with neatly organized folders and books. In a world devoid of computers, most information was stored on paper. Normally, he would probably need to spend hours searching for what he was looking for, but luckily, there was a record-keeping spirit responsible for it all. Good day, Assistant Professor Wayland. Can I help you with something? The spirit was quite proper, and could likely identify him by either his mana pattern or academy emblem. Other people were shuffling around the place too. There was a section designated for the enforcers to write their reports. Roland observed them placing parchments into envelopes, which then shrunk to a smaller size. Soon after, a copy of the spirit, resembling an owl, grabbed the miniaturized letter and organized it with the others. Ah, yes, could I look at some old records of a student? Of course. Do you perchance have the name of this student? Yes, Lucian Arden. This name is within the records. Please wait a moment. The record-keeping spirit gracefully floated towards one of the shelves, retrieving a folder labeled Arden Lucian. It brought the folder to Roland and handed it to him with a gentle flutter of its wings. Here you go, Assistant Professor Wayland. If you require any further assistance, feel free to ask. Roland nodded in appreciation, taking the folder and finding a secluded corner to examine its contents. As he opened the folder, Roland discovered a detailed history of incidents involving Lucian Arden during her time at the Magical Institute. Most were minor offenses like being late for classes or failing to complete assignments on time. She started attending the Magical Academy for 4 years. The papers stated that Lucian started at the young age of 11. Initially, the children spent only a few months at the academy before returning home, but as they grew older, the duration of attendance increased. It wasn't much different from regular school at this point, as she needed to attend for 9 months per year, with 4 months allocated as free time or for students needing to retake classes. Nothing out of the ordinary happened for the first 3 years. Only recently it seems that her grades started dropping. As Roland delved deeper into the records, he noticed a significant shift in Lucian's behavior in the last year. Her grades had started declining, and there were notes about her missing classes more frequently. The incident seemed to get worse, as she was also accused of stealing some magical materials and artifacts. The recent incident was not included, and it seemed that the teacher that had aided her had never reported it. Something must have happened about a year ago, but what? It was evident that his sister was going through something. There was a possibility that she was in her rebellious phase or had gotten involved with a bad crowd. Whatever the reason for the change, it was clear that she was on thin ice now. The academy had a demerit system, and she had almost reached the limit. If the training ground incident was reported, she could very well have been expelled. The teacher that helped her could have been an ally. I can't discount that either. Roland continued to sift through the records, looking for any pattern or clue that might shed light on Lucian's recent troubles. He noted instances of her receiving demerits for involvement in small-scale magical experiments, and even an incident involving the summoning of a creature in her dormitory. It was clear that Lucian had a penchant for getting into magical mischief. However, one particular note caught Roland's attention. It pertained to the magical artifact theft accusation that Lucian denied. The incident had sparked a significant investigation by the enforcement department, but they couldn't find any evidence linking her to the crime. The accusations seemed to be based more on her reputation and previous mischievous behavior rather than concrete evidence. What was noteworthy was the person who had accused her of this. The girl was of a similar age and had been noted during the investigation. Castellane Viola, the person mentioned here, was unknown to him, but he did recognize the noble house as it was related to the Arden estate. His suspicions began to grow, but there was nothing he could really base them on. It was mostly just a hunch. It also seemed that after this incident, most of his sister's troubles had started. However, before he could research further, the clock within the room struck. It was 9 in the afternoon, and in half an hour he would need to start his job. I'll have to postpone this. I still need to meet the people from the day shift. Patrolling the school was taken in turns. His shift started at 9:30 and ended at 6:30 in the morning. Leaving the records room, he made his way to the training grounds, where his night patrol would begin. The training grounds were a vast area filled with magical creatures and simulated dungeon environments. As he arrived before the entrance, he was met with 2 other people, other enforcers that he was going to replace. Ure the replacement. The 2 individuals were human mages who didn't appear to be happy. They eyed him from head to toe and didn't seem too intimidated by his armored appearance. However, despite the disdain in their eyes, they refrained from antagonizing him too much. Roland could only attribute this to his Tier 3 status and his mana being several times larger than theirs. They probably recognized that he was a superior caster, causing them to grumble under their breaths. I know this is your first day here, but don't cause any trouble. I have no intention of causing trouble. I'm just here to do my job, Roland replied calmly, not letting their attitudes affect him. He had dealt with similar situations in his past life and knew the importance of maintaining a professional demeanor. One of the 2 men laughed before they left. The entrance to the training grounds was sealed off by a large metallic gate. From the outside, the whole place looked like a giant greenhouse with a glass dome above it that sealed everything inside. It resembled a glass bubble, but in reality, it was a large shield powered by the 4 magic towers. No monster could escape from inside, and only a few gates, like the one he was stepping through, allowed people to enter. The more I think about it, the fishier this whole incident becomes. There was a stringent security system in place. Everyone needed to scan their academy emblem before entering, and only faculty members with the correct ones could open the gates that led inside. If his sister managed to enter this training ground during off hours, she must have received help from someone. Roland's theory about a teacher aiding the students seemed more plausible than ever. Soon the gate slammed behind him, and he found himself in a dark forest. This place was here to simulate a dungeon, but he wasn't aware how the mages procured the monsters. He could only assume that they used people with beast-tamer classes and perhaps summoners that knew the most about them. It didn't take him long to encounter one of these creatures. As he ventured forth for about 100 meters, a strange snake lunged itself at him. It didn't emerge from within the trees, but rather from a hidden hole within the ground. It bared its fangs at him as it flew towards his face. However, instead of causing any injuries, it just collided with his full-body mana mantle. The mantle, a higher form of the mana shield, shocked the monster with electricity, causing it to fly right back. Soon it was on the ground, twitching around before dying. Will they complain about the monsters dying here? Roland contemplated the implications of the creature's demise. While the Academy was likely prepared for such occurrences, it still raised questions about the ethics of using living beings in these simulated environments. Nevertheless, he had a job to do, and pondering the intricacies of the magical training grounds would have to wait. Finally, it was 9:30, and his night shift started. He ventured into the forest while using his mapping device, which he had updated to manage the various mana fluctuations in the environment. It was back to working as intended, and armed with it, he hoped to avoid most of the troubles that such hidden monster attacks would bring. I hope that nothing happens but knowing my luck. He gave out a sigh as he ventured forth to try and find any unwelcome guests. His job was to find any students that might try to venture forth into this restricted zone, and using force was not off the table either. Big broths you around, hey ye, biwathaloan. What do you want? It's a bug, hehe, I guess it is. Roland looked at the large green caterpillar that the close to 3-year-old was holding. It was strange to see a young girl being fine with bugs, but he was more concerned about her being there instead. One moment she was showing him the chubby insect, and the next moment she was running away as if the two were playing a game of tag. The girl giggled as if she expected him to chase after, but he just remained sitting there while looking at a map. He tried to ignore the little girl, but after her escape attempt, she quickly tumbled over her own legs and started crying. Roland gave out a sigh as he knew that trouble was coming. The young girl was his little sister, and she liked to wander off by herself, but whenever she went, others weren't far behind. Lucian, is that you? What is wrong? I am coming. The voice he heard was probably the worst possible outcome as soon another child appeared. He was a few years older than him and over 12 years of age. This gave him quite the physical advantage over the young Roland, who was now expecting an annoying turn of events. Hey, did you do this? You dare bully my sister. I didn't, though she just fell down while running. Stop assuming things. Shut up. Robert was his name, and he was quite the annoyance that Roland had hoped to be free of after the brat was sent off to the Night Academy. However, even though nights started early, the Academy allowed them to return home often, and this was one of those periods. His abysmal luck was about to get him assaulted by his older brother again. Their ages were 3 years apart, and the difference in size was apparent. Robert was a head taller as he was going through a growth spurt. He had acquired a warrior class, while Roland still had a month left until he would go through his ascension ritual. While he had the mind of an adult and had learned all the basic fighting skills that he could, the stat advantage provided by a class would give his brother an unfair advantage. Should I just take it? Even if I win, he'll just get punished anyway. He was between a rock and a hard place. Whatever he did, there wouldn't be a good ending to this encounter. However, just as Robert was going towards him with his fist raised, he stopped. Lucian, what are you? Brother Roland isn't at fault. Leave him alone. Dumb Robert, hey, stop it, Lucian. Big brother was just trying to help. To Roland's surprise, Lucian started biting Robert's leg in an attempt to protect him from a beating. This seemed to have worked, as the 12-year-old was unsure of what to do and decided to withdraw after some adults arrived. 2 maids managed to pry his sister off Robert's leg, which now had bite marks. Soon the commotion was over, and he was left alone to ponder his young life and what would become of it after he got his first class. I really thought that my luck was picking up after that, but then the ascension ritual happened. Roland looked around the darkened forest that he found himself in. His mind was filled with old memories from the days when he still lived at the Arden estate. He couldn't stop thinking about his younger sister and her peculiar problems within this academy. Some things weren't adding up, and he wasn't sure if he should do something about it or if he even could. I should focus on my new job. This place sure is big. He wasn't there for long, but the training grounds were much larger on the inside than on the outside. The dome outside was the size of a football stadium, but on the inside, it was more than 10 times as large. The spatial technology in this building was quite intriguing and something that he just had to implement into his own workshop. There is no reason for me to wander around this place. The whole area was too large for him to explore, and it was also filled with monsters. A few of them launched themselves at him the moment they spotted him, and continuing at this pace would only put him in trouble. The monsters here were supposed to be hunted by the students. If he subjugated too many of them, it would become a problem. The old motto was to work smarter, not harder, and he decided to go with that approach. From his back, he removed the large tower shield that he wore under his new robe, and then placed it in a vertical fashion. With a little jolt from his mana, he activated the runes that began to glow on the surface. Soon, the surface of the dark shield began glowing, and a few round objects popped out from within the spatial pocket that was hidden within his shield. The round objects rolled onto the ground until there were exactly 10 of them, and soon they started taking on their true form. Insect-like legs popped out from within the metallic orbs, transforming them into spider golems. They were militarized versions of his old creations, designed for the sole purpose of scouting out the area. Their smaller size would allow them to crawl into smaller spaces to hide, and they were equipped with camouflage spells to keep them hidden away. The spider golems scurried away into the darkness, their small metallic bodies blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Roland watched them go, knowing that they would cover more ground than he could on his own. With this new approach, he could minimize his own exposure while still keeping an eye on the training grounds. They were equipped with his runic sensors, which would allow him to map out the whole area and make it a lot easier to spot any trespassers and monsters. As the spider golems ventured deeper into the forest, Roland took a moment to reflect on the events of the day. The mysterious teacher who had aided his sister, the accusations against her, and the involvement of a Castellane girl named Viola all raised more questions than answers. It seemed that the troubles within the academy ran deeper than he initially thought. However, as he was contemplating the issue, something caught his eye. There is actually someone trespassing today. What's with this luck? One of his spider golems stopped abruptly, its 8 metallic legs freezing in place. Through the sensor feed, Roland could see several figures moving stealthily through the training ground. 6 dots appeared on his map, indicating people of lower levels. 2 individuals were of Tier 2 variety, while the rest were still below level 50. What was more alarming was that he recognized one of these people in the back of the group was his sister, identifiable by her mana pattern that he had previously registered. Not much time has passed since the last incident. Are those kids crazy? Roland asked himself while looking at the moving dots on the screen. His immediate concern was for his sister's safety. The training grounds were designed to simulate dangerous environments, and during nighttime, the monsters here were far more agitated than usual. As an enforcer, it was his duty to intervene, but the reason they were all there was still peculiar. It was as if they felt confident that they wouldn't be punished. From Lucian's words, he assumed that they had failed as she was attacked by monsters, but for some reason, they were already back for more, not even a week after the last incident. Let me see, those 2 look like knights, and that looks like their leader. He was not in a hurry, so he took this chance to examine the situation. The mini spider golem that he had sent there was able to film the group from a safe distance. Roland could see their entire group, and it seemed that his sister didn't truly belong there. She was trailing behind all of them in the back, while one young lady was in the front. She was chatting away and smiling with 2 other girls, while 2 young knights were seemingly guarding them. This doesn't seem right. There was something off about this situation, as the supposed bodyguards weren't all that strong. The 2 young men were probably on the level of Robert, or even below him when he arrived in Albrook a few years ago. They were fresh Tier 2 class holders who could barely contend with the monsters here. There were Tier 2 ones scattered here and there, some that even had secondary Tier 2 evolutions, not something those 2 would be able to handle. Yet, they were not afraid. It seemed as if they were on a picnic. As he was trying to discover where their confidence came from, a red warning signal went off on his visor. One of his spider drones that he sent in another direction had been destroyed by something, and it was far stronger than any of the monsters that should be there. This was the answer to his question. There was someone else within these training grounds, and they were quickly approaching his position. Good evening, good sir. Does this belong to you? It does. My apologies then, but fret not. I will reimburse you for the damages. Just name your price. A man appeared from within the shadows. His hair was long, flowing, and silver. His ears were quite pointed, but not that long, unmistakably marking him as a half-moon elf. Dressed in light, silvery armor made out of mithril metal, he carried a gracefully curved elven sword at his side. His eyes, a striking shade of blue, gleamed with an otherworldly light. Roland squinted at the moon elf, surprised by his sudden appearance. The man had a charming smile, but there was a mischievous glint in his eyes that hinted at a playful nature. My price, how about you identify yourself first? You aren't part of the enforcement department, and you don't seem to be a teacher. Why are you here on the training ground? This area is restricted. Roland questioned the moon elf, his tone firm and authoritative. The stranger's nonchalant attitude didn't sit well with him, especially considering the potential danger lurking within the training grounds. The man was in possession of a school emblem, but it was neither one given to the teachers nor students. Instead, he only had a temporary badge that identified him as a guest who shouldn't have the right to be there. "Ah, where are my manners? My name is Elithes." The moon elf introduced himself with a flourish, giving a small bow. "And as for your little metal spiders, I apologize if I caused any inconvenience. I'm sure this should cover the expenses." The man brandished a pouch that he threw toward Roland's direction. Being cautious as always, Roland stopped it in midair with the help of his magic, which made the man raise a brow. It wasn't an explosive reagent or anything dangerous. Instead, it was filled with quite a few gold coins that would certainly cover the damages to the one spider golem he had lost. "There is more in here to just cover it, but you haven't explained yourself. Why are you here? Do you have anything to do with those trespassing students?" Roland was quick to make an assessment. This was probably the teacher that saved his sister from the monsters. It wasn't strange for prominent nobles to send out strong bodyguards to protect their children here, and this person was probably Castellane Viola's bodyguard. "You're quite smart. This won't take long then." "That's true. I'm Lady Castellan's aide. I'm here to protect her from any harm." The man claimed to be a bodyguard, which was plausible considering what had transpired. However, Roland could not take the man's word for truth. He needed to investigate further. It was possible that he was a dangerous individual who had sneaked into the academy. After a thorough scan and dispelling of the man's status protection charm, he had his answer. Name: Elithes Baskerville, L. 227. Classes: T3 Magic Swordmaster, L. 77. T2 Magic Dual Blade, L. 50. T2 Magic Swordsman, L. 50. T1 Mana Warrior, L. 25. T1 Warrior, L. 25. And what did you just do? Nothing much, a Baskerville, so you do belong with the Castellane lady. Ho, the half-elf was intrigued by Roland's words, as they indicated that he knew something about the Baskerville Night House. Before the Arden House was given the title of Baron, it was the same as the Baskerville House, just soldiers for the Castellane Marquis House. It was a house of professional knights that sometimes took talented individuals into their midst. Considering that this man was a half-elf without any knight classes, it was probable that he had been a platinum adventurer who had been scouted and given a title later. The Baskervilles had a certain nickname. They were known as the guard dogs of the Castellans. They carried out various orders, even ones involving assassinations, a nasty bunch that most people didn't want to go against. "Why is Lady Castellane here in the training grounds at this hour, and why are you not with her?" Elithes chuckled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Well, you see, Lady Castellane is a curious and adventurous soul. She wanted to experience the thrill of the training grounds at night. As for me, I thought I'd give her some space to explore while still keeping an eye on her from a distance." Roland didn't feel too great about the answer. The man's demeanor was quite lax, as if he didn't think that he was doing anything wrong and that he was in control of this situation. It was as if he was not afraid of the enforcement department, and considering his affiliation, this wasn't strange. He decided to probe for some more information, as there were some things that he was interested in. "I have a duty to ensure the safety of the academy, and unauthorized access to the training grounds is a serious violation. Hast the lady already attempted this a few days before?" "Oh, you know about that." "Yes, another student had got injured during that incident." "Were you involved with it as well?" "Oh my, you are really inquisitive, but I'm sure Yao'll understand. I had to make sure that the lady was safe first, but I made sure that the other students got back safe." "Her wrists were injured by monsters. Well, accidents do happen." It was clear what had happened that day. This man was the teacher that rescued his younger sister, but only after he led Viola Castellane to safety. Probably the only reason he went back for Lucian was to not make a bigger commotion. It was easy to sweep a few injuries under the rug, but not a death. The Arden estate would have gotten involved with such an incident, and even the Castellane lady would have gotten in trouble. "I understand that Lady Castellane may have adventurous tendencies, but this is a restricted area for a reason. It seems that she is here for something. Couldn't you as her guard have dealt with that?" "Perhaps, but the lady has picked up quite an interesting hobby lately." "A hobby? It's not my place to question the lady, nor is it yours. I think you have asked enough questions. I think you know what this is about, my friend." "You want me to overlook this incident?" "That's right. I knew that we would understand each other." The man smiled some more while Roland glanced at the sack of gold in his hand. It was clear that this was hush money and that he was supposed to just leave them be. The hobby that the man mentioned probably involved tormenting his sister. It was even possible that this Viola person was here to put Lucian in a difficult situation. The reason for it was unknown, and this person would probably not tell him. There was a decision to be made. He could either follow the rules of the academy or let all of this slide. The man here was quite confident, which indicated that there was perhaps another backer in the academy that could make his stay more problematic. If he confronted him and the students, it was probably going to get annoying during his future stay. It wasn't hard to let something like this slide. Involving himself with nobles was never a good idea. Any other time he would have probably just taken the sack of gold as an excuse and minded his business. However, as the two were talking, he continuously glanced at the feed from one of his spider golems. There he could see his sister walking in the back of the group with her head down. He was not sure what they were doing here, but it was clear that if no one did anything about it, Lucian's school life would continue like this. Under Article 4, Section 6, Clause 2 of Xandar's Institute of Wizardry Law, I have the right to detain you. Please comply and do not resist. If you try to resist, you will be detained forcefully. His opponent was quite surprised by the change of tone and the immediate rise of mana particles in the air. Roland knew that there would be trouble on the horizon, but he could not let his sister get bullied right under his nose. Even though he hadn't seen her for more than 10 years, his old memories were still vivid, and he could just not let it go. In a darkened forest conjured by complicated magics, two individuals stood facing each other. One was a handsome half-elf named Elithes, adorned in silvery mithril armor that gleamed in the artificial moonlight. The other was the new Institute enforcer Roland, who was having a rather challenging first day on the job. The tension between them was palpable, as he was unwilling to budge on the issue of trespassing. Detain me, my, you're quite the ambitious one, aren't you? You should be careful, my friend. Challenging someone with Lady Castellane as their patron could lead to unforeseen consequences. Elithes raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by Roland's sudden change in demeanor. The confident smile on his face didn't waver as he looked at his opponent to assess the situation. Roland tightened his grip on his shield and shoved it into the ground so that it could stand on its own. He knew that standing up to a noble's bodyguard could bring about challenges, but he couldn't let his sister's well-being be compromised any longer. I am well aware of the consequences, but my duty as an enforcer is to ensure the safety and adherence to the rules within the academy. If Lady Castellane wishes to enjoy the training grounds, she must do so during authorized hours and under proper supervision. I cannot compromise the security of the academy for the sake of personal interests. Roland decided to play the role of someone who genuinely cared about the school rules, but in reality, he had a different agenda. Even in this moment, he could observe his sister's gloomy expression through one of the smaller spider drones. Though he was reluctant to admit it, something had awakened inside him. Reflecting on the contrast between the happy-go-lucky child she once was and how she was conducting herself now, his heart sank. He was somewhat surprised by his own actions, as the old him would probably have just taken the gold. It was clear to him that he was changing, adopting a more emotional approach, as in the past he used to avoid unnecessary trouble. The person he was facing was also an intriguing individual, possessing a rare magic swordmaster class that wasn't obtained through the mage class. From what he knew, a mana warrior class was a requirement for a magic swordsman class, and it could be attained in two ways. Either after the first ascension trial, the person would be given it, or after being given the mage class as the second tier 1 option. However, it didn't seem like this man had gone with that route, but instead had chosen some type of third option. Roland wasn't sure if it was a rare skill or something attained through other means, like blood crystals, but the probability that his status as a noble guard dog had something to do with it was high. You truly are an interesting one, enforcer. Let me offer you an alternative solution. How about we resolve this amicably? Lady Castellane has no ill intentions, she merely seeks a bit of adventure. What if we come to an arrangement that benefits all parties involved? Elithes chuckled with a light-hearted sound that contrasted with the tension in the air. It appeared that this magic swordmaster wasn't taking things as seriously as Roland was, and he wasn't surprised. The man was a half-elf who likely had his fair share of encounters. His opponent, on the other hand, was just a random platinum adventurer in a magical suit of armor. Elithes was probably convinced that he could bridge the gap between them before even one spell could be cast, a common weakness of most mages. One thing was also clear, this man would certainly never back down without a fight. Even now his hand was close to his swords, which he had two off. An arrangement, you say? On second thought, let me think about it. The half-elven swordsman smiled as Roland started examining the small sack of gold. Turning it around, he let the golden coins spill onto his palm, and there were quite a few of them, enough to sustain a regular family of 4 for several years. I knew that we could come to an arrangement. If that sum isn't satisfactory, I am sure there are other things that I can offer the gentleman mage. Gold is a really soft and malleable metal, quite easy to shape with a bit of magical flames. The gold started to shift as the temperature around it increased. The coins began to liquefy and bond with each other, finally creating a large orb. This ball of gold contained various small runes on the surface, and soon the magic swordsman realized that the deal had fallen through. However, just as he was about to grab his sword and charge forward, he found himself sidestepping as the golden orb was propelled his way and promptly exploded. It was not an audible explosion of flames, but instead a blizzard filled with hundreds of sharp ice blades. They shot out in all directions, and even though Elithes used several spells to buff his stats to hasten his escape, bringing out a simplified mana shield, and using his blades was also necessary. His hands moved at a surprising pace while surrounded by a thin layer of mana. Even though there were many icicles, none of them were able to touch this swordsman's body. You will regret this. He called out, his tone now different, but his words were met on deaf ears. When he looked around, there was no sign of his opponent. The only thing that was left behind was the shield that he planted into the ground. Soon after, echoes of Roland's voice surrounded the entire area, making it quite difficult for his opponent to find his position. "I'll give you one last chance. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, I will restrain you forcibly." Elithes smirked, realizing that this enforcer had more tricks up his sleeve than he initially thought. The half-elf scanned the surroundings, his keen elven senses heightened as he listened for any clues about Roland's whereabouts. The forest remained eerily silent, and it seemed as though Roland had vanished into thin air. "Impressive magical display, enforcer." Elithes called out, his voice echoing through the trees. "But I won't surrender so easily. You've caught my interest, and I'm not one to back down from a challenge." As the words left his lips, Elithes gripped the hilts of his twin swords, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the shadows between the trees. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, causing a cyclone that tore through the trees. Several of them were cut instantly and fell down, but there were still no signs of his enemy. Instead, from another location, a vast array of mana bolts materialized, all heading for the half-elven man brandishing his swords. "That's some power. If I get caught by that attack, even my armor won't keep me safe." Roland observed his opponent from a safe distance as the blades of wind tore through the forest trees. In just one slash, the magical swordsman was able to fell several thick tree trunks that Roland was using for cover. Even now, Roland was still on the move, shooting homing bolts of mana that his enemy was able to easily dodge or block. This opponent wouldn't be as easy as the knight commander. He faced magic defenses, were something this swordsman was capable of using. This was Roland's first time battling against such an opponent. Magic swordsmen were known to mix close and mid-ranged combat together. The slashes this man produced were as strong as regular Tier 3 attacking spells, and he could unleash them without the need for chanting. While his physical stats were below that of a regular fighter type, he used various buffing spells that put him on their level. Coupled with various movement spells and some defensive options, he was an opponent that needed to be taken seriously. Thus, Roland decided to take a safer approach to measure his opponent, and leaving his shield behind was part of his tactic. The mechanical runic spiders crawled out, their legs making a metallic clicking sound on the forest floor. Roland had designed them with precision, each equipped with various updated magical enhancements. They were the newest products with superior specs and more specialized attributes. He had decided to program in a more army-based structure, as per his experience in the last Ascension trial. Elithes spotted the emerging golemic creations, but was somewhat preoccupied with dodging the many magical bolts of energy coming his way. His facial expression, previously very nonchalant, started shifting as he quickly realized that Roland was not a simple opponent. His first reaction was to attack the golemic creations, as he knew that a magician's minions could prove to be quite deadly. His twin blades were brandished with extreme quickness, and while still dodging the incoming spells, he created blades of green energy that flew toward the emerging golems. The strike was precise and calculated, traveling at an angle that would take out multiple golems with a single swipe. However, to his surprise, his targets took on a peculiar formation as 4 of them jumped forward. Strange runic symbols shone over the shiny chrome-like bodies as they produced a layer of octagonal shields. These shields were positioned in a specific way and direction, intercepting the attacks coming their way. The first shield shattered almost instantly, and so did the second one. However, after the green magical blade of wind reached the third one, its speed had lowered, and even after it shattered the third one, when it collided with the fourth, the decrease in power and speed was apparent. Even though the attack collided with the bulky spider, now it wasn't strong enough to pierce through the metallic defenses. How? The half-elf asked himself, not expecting this result. While his attack collided with one of the golems, it only left behind a gash without destroying even one of these constructs. Then, quickly after, several blasts of magical energy flew his way, which he now needed to dodge. Even though he didn't use his full power, the fact that he wasn't able to take out his opponent's minions quickly was unacceptable. Elithes, now forced to split his attention between the incoming magical onslaught and the resilient golems, began to realize the depth of the challenge before him. He gracefully dodged and parried the magical bolts, using his twin blades to create barriers and deflect the attacks. However, the relentless assault from the golems made it increasingly difficult for him to focus on both offense and defense. How is this sustainable? This doesn't make any sense. Come out and face me, coward. The man shouted as his facade of a gentleman in control of his emotions started to shatter. Elithes was perplexed by the sheer amount of magical power coming his way and the speed of the spells. Even though they were simplified ones, it was inconceivable to fire off so many for such a long time. He had been already running around for a good 5 minutes while draining himself of stamina and mana. This was not something that he could sustain for too long, and this should be the same for his enemy, yet for some reason it didn't seem that any of the spells were wavering. Even when he fought back and damaged the spider-looking golems, through some strange skill, they were reassembling themselves. Do you think that y'all get away with this? Do you really want to make the Castellane house your enemy? What if I do? A voice sounded from behind Elithes where his blind spot was. His enemy had somehow gotten behind him as he was jumping through the air. With haste, he contorted his body in an unnatural way to turn around in less than a second to deliver a powerful slash at his attacker. However, to his surprise, what his magically boosted swords collided with was not the enforcer, but instead a cube made of metal. As his blade was going through it, a foreboding feeling washed over him that made him look up. There before his eyes was his opponent, his body glowing in a strange purple haze as he descended down with a large warhammer in both his hands. The warhammer descended with incredible force, crashing down onto the half-elven swordsman and creating a shockwave that sent ripples through the air. Elithes, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, tried to use his magical abilities to create a protective barrier, but the impact was too much for him to handle. His swords were utilized in a cross-guard to accept the blow. He planned to redirect the hit and nimbly escape. Elithes activated all the enchantments he was in possession of. Both his armor and weapons were magical items that allowed him to use potent defensive and offensive magics. In his mind, there was no way for him to receive a wound. After redirecting the attack, his opponent would open himself to a counter. However, Roland's strength exceeded Elithes' expectations, and for some reason, none of his enchantments activated. It was as if something was blocking them from heeding his order. The warhammer struck with such force that it shattered the magical barrier and sent the half-elf flying backward. His swords didn't offer much protection, as without their enchantments they were pushed down as if they were made from cardboard. His chest received a massive hit, and he could feel his ribcage shattering in the process. Once the man collided with the ground, a massive amount of dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Roland landed gracefully a few meters away from the crash site that had created a massive crater. He observed the half-elf struggling for a moment before passing out on the spot. The mithril armor cracked and dented from the impact. The once confident and composed magic swordmaster was now lying in a pool of his own blood. Good, he is still alive. Roland held his hammer over one shoulder while canceling his skills to get rid of the purple aura. He had used some diversion tactics and disabled the man's magical equipment before going for the last strike. While some might consider this way of fighting cowardly, there was no reason not to use the environment and his skills to his advantage. Now the battle was won, and just one last task remained. Now to those kids. It went better than expected, but the damage to this place, they aren't going to complain about it, right? As Roland approached the fallen magic swordmaster, he noticed that the once thick forest now bore the scars of their intense battle. Broken branches and scattered debris were everywhere around, and the artificial moonlight seemed to cast an eerie glow over the aftermath. He took a moment to catch his breath and survey the area before turning his attention to the matter at hand. 3 defender units were damaged, but can still be restored. Not bad. His golemic creations had suffered some damage, as the magic swordsman was still quite powerful. However, their task was mostly to distract and not act as the main force. While most knights and nobles would frown at the way he utilized the dark forest area, it allowed him to be victorious. In his mind, there was no shame in using underhanded tactics if the stakes were high. The area was mostly destroyed now, and the monsters occupying it had all fled, which presented an issue. The scared monsters are heading for those brats. I need to hurry. After glancing at Elithes one last time, he decided to move out. This man wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, but a monster stampede was inbound in the direction where his sister was. While this place was supposed to mimic a dungeon, it didn't have a dungeon core to control these beings. In a regular dungeon, sounds of battle would actually attract these beings and not repel them. Monsters in the dungeons didn't really have survival instincts. They would attack anyone or anything that didn't belong to their dungeon. Here, on the other hand, the monsters behaved more like animals. They had their own territories and would only attack if someone encroached on their borders or if they were hungry enough. The power Roland and the half-elf displayed was not something these Tier 1 and 2 monsters could contend with, so their instincts were activated. They were fleeing but would probably attack any weaker beings like his sister and the other students if they encountered them on the way. There was no time to lose, so he decided to contact Arian to report this matter. This commotion had probably been noticed by others, so it was better to have someone aid him during the explanation. Even though he was in the right to defend himself and had proof, there was some unknown backer that could make things difficult. Arian, can you hear me? Wayland. Yes, I can hear you. How are you enjoying your position? Probably boring to patrol that place at this time. You should. There is no time to chat. I need you to do something for me. Oh, is there a problem? Yeah, probably a big one. Oh my, do tell. As the two mages were talking, the group of students that had decided to trespass on this training area was having a bad time. During the battle between Elithes and Roland, a lot of sound had been produced. It then all culminated in a large explosion that even sent a small shockwave in all directions. At first, the group didn't make anything of it as they knew that their protector was out there, but soon things turned sour and they found themselves in some trouble. Lady Castlane, it's dangerous. We need to head back. No, we are not heading back, not again. I'm getting those damn blood vulture feathers. My lady, please reconsider. Just take care of it, that's what you are here for. No, stay back. One of the young mages shouted as a peculiar creature, resembling a giant cockroach, advanced towards them. It was not as massive as a wolf, but displayed remarkable agility. Despite the girl managing to release a bolt of mana at the creature, it swiftly sidestepped, persistently closing in. To complicate matters, it wasn't the sole threat. Several similar insect monsters were rapidly following in its wake. Firebolt. Fortunately, just as one of the roaches was about to get too close, a surge of fire magic intersected with the creature. Startled by the sudden burst of flames, the others that caught sight of the inferno hastily dispersed to the side and hastily chose an alternate route. It was Viola Castlane who cast the magical spell, with the other two ladies cheering her on. However, unlike the jubilant expressions of her companions, she neither smiled nor joined in the celebration. Instead, she wore a frown. Without displaying any happiness, she took out a peculiar-looking charm and directed her gaze intently toward one of the girls in the group. Lucian, take this and run in that direction. This is alluring charm, Tusk. Viola clicked her tongue in response. Her scheme was obvious, but instead of changing it, she decided to double down to get her point across. Just take it and run, be useful for once. Just shut up and do as you're told. Who do you think you're talking to? I. As Lucian examined the charm she had been given, the others began to gather. The plan seemed rather rudimentary. She would utilize the charm to entice the monsters away, allowing the rest to make their escape. It became apparent that the well-being of this girl was of little concern to these individuals, and Viola Castellane's orders were not open to refusal. I'll do it. She replied in a weak voice while clutching onto the charm that would activate immediately when given some mana. Good, start running. Lucian nodded in agreement with Viola, and together with the two knights and two other girls, they began moving in the opposite direction. Not a single complaint was voiced, as if this action were the most natural thing on the planet. Despite feeling disheartened that her well-being was not even considered for a second, Lucian couldn't bring herself to refuse the order. She understood that a lot was at stake. However, even though she took off running, the sprint was short-lived as a large stampede of carnivorous stag creatures was heading her way. This wasn't like last time when she was lucky far more monsters were now loose. The charm proved quite useless, as luring these panicked monsters seemed impossible. The group of 5 that had left Lucian behind found themselves in a precarious situation, as various other monsters identified them as prey. Before they could make their escape, they were surrounded from all sides. Caught between a rock and a hard place, there was nowhere to run, and it seemed that no one was coming to their aid. Viola shouted out in rage while also tapping a brooch she was wearing, as if trying to elicit some kind of response. Where is that fool? My father will have his head. Lucian didn't know what Viola was talking about or who this fool was, but it didn't really matter. Multiple sharp-toothed stags were running towards her, and even if she started running, escaping seemed impossible. As the monsters drew near, Viola and the others tried to fend them off. The two knights swung their weapons with precision, while the mages unleashed spells in a desperate attempt to create a barrier. However, the sheer number of oncoming creatures made the situation increasingly dire. Lucian's heart pounded in her chest as the stampede closed in. Panic set in and she desperately looked around for any possible escape route. With one of the monsters closing in, raising a shield of mana was the only thing she could think of, but as she prepared for the impact, something strange happened. A strange creature jumped in front of her. It looked like a chubby spider made from metal, not something that should have been here. Its body started glowing, and she could see a veil of mana expanding to form a large circular shield. It encompassed her whole body and absorbed the brunt of the attack from the monster's headbutt. The carnivorous deer was unable to penetrate it and instead rebounded to the side. Even the others who attempted the same could not pass through the sturdy shield, which seemed to get thicker with every collision. Eventually, the monsters realized that they would not get through and started to divert their attention elsewhere. In this case, it was the 5 other students that had begun running in the opposite direction. Lucian looked at the strange metal spider with amazement. It had saved her from certain danger, and now it stood between her and the stampede, acting as a barrier. What is this? The metallic spider-like creature turned its attention toward her, and she could swear it almost looked like it was nodding. Her contemplations were interrupted by a sudden scream behind her. The people she arrived with were now being chased down by the monsters that she was supposed to lure away. She had activated the charm, but for some reason, it seemed to not be working correctly or unable to send out the spell through this barrier. What are you doing? Keep them away. Run. No, stay back. Lucian wasn't sure what to make of this. The regal Lady Viola, who always seemed composed, was now screaming like a madwoman while pushing the other students away. The knights that the group had taken along for this stroll appeared to have started running as well, with one of them sprinting to the side just to save himself. It was evident that everyone from that group was slowly prioritizing their own safety as the situation looked grim. It was truly a chaotic display that she witnessed while being protected by the sturdy shield. To make matters even stranger, she spotted 2 other metallic spiders standing on the branches. She believed that these creatures probably belonged to an institute mage, but for some reason, they weren't protecting the seemingly more important high noble. Instead, they focused on her. To make matters even more interesting, a strange buzzing noise sounded out from above her. When glancing up, she could see a figure descending, and when this person touched down, a large thud resonated throughout the area. It kicked up quite a bit of sand and made the ground crack. The person was wearing a robe that belonged to the enforcement department, but the more intriguing elements were the glowing runes and armor that he wore underneath. She noticed that after the descent, the person took their time to glance in her direction. A strange glow emanated from their even stranger-looking magical helmet. Only after the glow passed did he turn in the direction of the 5 other students who, at this time, were being assaulted by various Tier 1 and 2 monsters. With a wave of his hand, a spell was produced that shot out in a wide cone. Gravity control. It was a high-level spell that could only be materialized by advanced mages. There was no chanting involved, and it materialized almost instantly. Lucian could see the massive amount of mana that this person was utilizing, and it was clear that this individual was an elite-level magician. To make things worse, the spell didn't only affect the monsters, but also the 5 students who were trying to save themselves. All of them were forced down to the ground along with the creatures. It was as if this person didn't care about the 5 people they were saving at all and wanted to punish them along with the monsters. The expression that her tormentor now presented was quite unique. Lucian wasn't sure if she should be happy about it or not. The things that had been done to her throughout this year had been numerous, and they all originated from this person. Observing the once formidable Lady Viola now, she appeared like a scared child on the verge of soiling themselves, and by the looks of things, she actually did. Who was this enforcer who was not afraid of the potential backlash coming their way? Was this a new teacher who didn't know better? Would they be punished for it? Lucian wasn't sure and wanted to warn them of the consequences. The Castellane household could not be trifled with, and this was something that she knew. However, before she could utter another word, another spell was used. This time the 5 found themselves floating up into the air. Even the person who had run away had been affected. Enough of this nonsense. This training area is off limits to unauthorized personnel. You have endangered yourselves and others with your reckless actions. As per the Institute rules, you all are going to be detained. Do not resist. The mysterious enforcer spoke, their voice amplified by magic, resonating through the chaotic scene. The floating students were not gently lowered, but instead dropped down when they were close to 2 meters above the ground. The monsters were still being affected by the gravitational spell, rendering them immobile, a feat that must have consumed a tremendous amount of mana. What is the meaning of this? If you are a teacher, you should know who I. Silence, I didn't say that you could talk. Before Viola Castellane could utter another word, her voice had been taken from her by a simple sound-canceling spell. To Lucian, this was a surreal image to see this girl angrily shouting, but no words or sound coming from her mouth. She looked angry, but soon had tired herself out from trying to scream while under the spell. Only after she had calmed herself did the enforcer cancel the spell to ask a question. You seem to be the source of this mess. Explain yourself. Why did you trespass on the training grounds at this hour? I am Viola Castellane. You do not have the right to question me. She replied, still looking angry and panting from exhaustion. The students started to slowly get up from the ground, and the knights even attempted to help Viola up, but she just batted their hands away. It was clear that she was angry, but it didn't seem like this enforcer was willing to relent even after she mentioned her full name. Titles and names don't grant you immunity from the rules, Lady Castellane. All students are equal under the Institute rules, and you will be punished severely for this transgression. Viola hesitated for a moment, realizing that her usual tactics were failing her in this situation. She took a deep breath and decided to provide an explanation, and even her tone shifted. Instead of being authoritative, she was now presenting herself as a scared child, someone that didn't know better, and as many times before, she shifted the blame on someone else. We were merely here to collect rare blood vulture feathers for a class assignment. Our dear Lucian was behind with her merit points, so we all decided to help her out. Isn't that right, Lucian? Lucian was at a loss for words, but she knew that Viola would keep deflecting any and all responsibilities. It was clear that the other 4 students would confirm her claims, and she would be used as the scapegoat, just like many times before. Her head dropped down and her shoulders slumped. Lucian was ready to play along as there was no use fighting. You are really going to lie to me, an institute enforcer. Before Lucian could play along with the farce, the other 2 chubby spiders jumped down from the branches, and along with the third, stood in a triangular position. From within their golemic eyes, a blue beam shot out to present a strange, illusory image. It depicted a recording of the students before the monster stampede, clearly showing Viola as the ringleader and Lucian as nothing more than bait for the vulture feathers. Care to explain? This doesn't prove anything. Who are you to question me? Where is that oaf? Viola's face contorted into a strange expression, as she was clearly unprepared for this situation. She kept trying to poke her brooch, which the enforcer took note of. If you are trying to call for your aid, he won't help you. The person looked to the side where a peculiar mechanical noise started coming from. Soon, from behind some trees, 2 metallic spiders, larger than the ones present, emerged. They were dragging a net behind them with seemingly a person inside. It was the teacher who had rescued Lucian in the previous incident. He was quite bruised and barely breathing. As you can see, I dealt with your friend here. Do I need to remind you that attacking and attempting to bribe an institute enforcer is a heinous crime? Alethes, you. But how? Suddenly, Viola started looking very small, her face went quite pale, and after babbling some gibberish, she promptly fainted on the spot. Lucian, on the other hand, looked at the enforcer, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Who was this person, and why did she have a strange feeling that she had met them before? I went and did it well. No use crying over spilled milk. Now I'll have to take responsibility for my own actions. Roland thought to himself while looking at the mostly terrified students before him. After showing the passed-out half-elven magic swordsman, they quickly changed their tune. Their ringleader, Viola, had passed out, and the 2 other ladies were trying to wake her up. It also seemed that the girl had managed to soil herself during the commotion. He might have overdone it with the gravitational spell that he had recently learned, but after seeing what they attempted to do to his sister, he didn't feel that apologetic. Listen carefully, all of you. Your actions have consequences, and violating the rules of the Institute will not be taken lightly. Lady Viola Castellane might have coerced you all into doing this, but that doesn't make things right. I will detain you for attempted assault and bribery on an Institute enforcer. Furthermore, you attempted to deceive an enforcer during an investigation by shifting blame onto another. Please do not resist. Luckily, after seeing the unconscious Alethes, the 4 accomplices remained quiet. Without Viola awake, they weren't sure what to think anymore, something quite common when the power dynamic gets shifted. They were now uncertain about Viola's true value and the person that was undermining her authority. Roland was sure that these kids never imagined anyone standing up to a Marquis' daughter. In reality, he didn't really want to, as the main reason for this was staring holes into his helmet. You. Why yes, my apologies. Your name was Lucian Arden, correct? Yes, that is correct, sir. He paused for a moment before including her last name to not sound as suspicious. His sister looked a bit shaken up by the situation, but she wasn't cowering. It seemed that they didn't fully break her spirit yet. His voice that was coming through the helmet was slightly distorted to keep his identity hidden, but he wasn't sure if he could hide it forever. His sister was strangely interested, and her clairvoyant skill might have had something to do with it. While you might have been a victim in this incident, you will have to come to the enforcement department to make a full statement. Don't lie or withhold information, as you will then be deemed as an accomplice. Do you understand? Yes, of course. His intent was to shelter her from getting punished, as he was sure that the other brats would try shoving all the blame in her direction. It would probably be up to him alone to prove otherwise, and luckily he had the recording to prove that. He didn't know how deep the Castellane backing was in this institute, but judging by the number of people coming here, they were probably highly regarded. What is this? Explain yourself. His mapping device had been upgraded to work around the mana around this place, so he could see at least 10 dots coming his way. To his surprise, the first person that appeared was not anyone from the enforcement department, but instead someone that he knew. Professor DeLauder, what brings you here so late at night? Professor DeLauder, a middle-aged mage with graying hair and a scholarly demeanor, approached the scene with a mix of confusion and concern on his face. He was a respected member of the Elemental Studies Department, known for his expertise in magical theory and history. That he was here with many other people from his department spoke volumes about who the potential backer of the Castellans was. I received a notification about an unauthorized presence in the training area, and now I find Lady Viola Castellane passed out, students looking terrified, and you without a care in the world. What have you done? You will answer for this. Answer for what? I just did the job that you assigned me to. They broke the rules of the Institute, and I followed them. Roland responded promptly, ensuring he adhered to the rules outlined in the book, aware that, had the group comprised commoners or merchants, the mages wouldn't have paid much attention. However, one of them was from a famous noble family that probably had its talons in the magical academy. Despite being largely in the right, Roland recognized the need to tread carefully and acknowledged his disadvantaged position. You followed the rules? Preposterous. I will have you excommunicated for this. You would. Then I guess we should gather the department heads for the hearing. I am sure they will want you to present them with some proper evidence. Having achieved the rank of assistant professor, he took care to commit all the rules to memory. Removing a high-ranking professor or anyone from another department wasn't a simple task. Specific procedures had to be followed, and even DeLauder wasn't exempt from them. Professor DeLauder, what do you think you're doing? Stop this buffoonery at once. A flying cat emerged in the distance and positioned itself between Roland and the other teachers, who had by now encircled him as if he were a criminal. As anticipated, the moment they laid eyes on him, they began to retreat. While they could dismiss him as a newcomer outsider, the same couldn't be said for Arian, a respected professor within the Institute. Though his name may not have carried as much weight now, it still held some value. Professor Arian, why are you interfering in our department's affairs? DeLauder, along with the other professors, looked both surprised and irritated at Arian's unexpected intervention. The flying cat landed on Roland's shoulder while giving out a hiss of dissatisfaction at the larger group of people. Move aside. We have to deal with this insolent fool who dared to lay his hands on the students here. Roland couldn't help but smirk under his helmet, knowing that Arian's arrival had thrown a wrench into their plans. The situation had calmed down, but he wasn't free just yet. Arian, unfazed by the accusations, calmly addressed DeLauder and the others. I want move aside. I am here to ensure justice is served, and it seems that Assistant Professor Wayland has acted within the boundaries of his duties. If there are any accusations, they should be properly investigated, and the Institute's rules followed. Why don't we leave this to the Enforcement Department head, Professor Thorne? We shall hold a hearing just as the rules state. Justice. You're advocating for justice when Lady Castlane lies unconscious and these students are traumatized by his actions. Unbelievable. DeLauder retorted, clearly agitated by the unexpected turn of events. The other professors mumbled among themselves, seemingly torn between supporting their fellow colleagues or acknowledging the rules and regulations that govern the Institute. To their surprise, the man under interrogation stepped forward as one of them attempted to help Lady Viola to her feet. Please refrain from assisting the detainee. She is still under investigation, and according to Institute rules, falls under the jurisdiction of the Enforcement Department. The person you should be helping is not the troublemaker there, but the affected party. Roland moved his head towards his sister, who flinched the moment all the professors and other teachers took notice. She bowed respectfully before them, but it was clear that the whole thing made her uncomfortable. Affected party, what baseless claims. Cease with this, all of you. A loud voice crackled through the destroyed training grounds as Professor Thorne, the head of the Enforcement Department, arrived at the scene. He was accompanied by a couple of guards, and luckily the attention changed to him now. Professor Thorne, this person here has violated the rules and assaulted Lady Castlane and other students. Assistant Professor Wayland, you have some explaining to do. Roland nodded and commenced recounting the events that led to the confrontation, emphasizing the attempted assault on his sister, the deception, and the use of the charm to attract monsters. Before he could finish, DeLauder attempted to interfere, but it became evident that Thorne was someone who prioritized rules above all else. You can't be serious. These are baseless accusations. We can't leave students in the hands of someone like. Enough, Professor DeLauder. This is an issue that falls under the jurisdiction of the Enforcement Department. I understand your reservations, but this is not the place to discuss it. We will transport the students and this man to the Enforcement Department. You still wish to detain them, but think of. I said enough. If you have an issue with the Enforcement Department, then we will hold a council meeting. Until then, the students will be detained. As Professor Thorne asserted his authority, the tense atmosphere on the training grounds lingered. The professors and teachers who had initially surrounded Roland and his sister reluctantly backed off, acknowledging the chain of command. Arian, still perched on Roland's shoulder, gave a nod of approval, silently supporting the course of action. Thorne was the first but not the last member of the Enforcement Department. The members that arrived approached Viola, who had regained consciousness, though she was still in a daze. They proceeded to secure her wrists with magical restraints, preventing any attempt at spell casting, something that Roland took note of. Her entourage of fellow students, the supposed accomplices, and her guard, the magical swordsman, were also restrained. This isn't over. Their opponent, DeLauder, was forced to retreat for the time being, but this case was far from over. Arian finally took the hint and left Roland's shoulder, and soon all of them were moving through the air. Lucian, still entangled in the fiasco, was also detained, just like the rest of them. Now it was up to Roland to prove her innocence during the hearing that would likely be held in the morning. He was certain that DeLauder would push for a swift resolution, probably before any substantial evidence could be gathered. Assistant Professor Wayland, my office now. After they had left the training ground and the door closed behind them, Thorn had finally turned his way. The old man seemed angry and Roland couldn't fault him for that. On his first day, he had turned the whole training ground upside down, and now there was more work to do for everyone. You'll see that the students make it to their holding rooms. You better go. I haven't seen old Thorn this mad since that transfiguration incident 5 years ago. I see you have taken a liking to that girl. Don't worry. I'll make sure that she isn't mistreated. I didn't. Roland wanted to refute the observation, but he kept glancing over at his sister from time to time. She was doing the same, but holding her mouth shut as if she had been told not to interrupt when adults were talking. As Roland entered Thorn's office, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Thorn, a stern-looking man with a lack of hair and a gash over his eye, motioned for Roland to sit. There was quite a large vein protruding from his forehead, which looked as if it was going to burst. Who do those bastards think they are? Do they think my enforcement department is a joke or something? In all honesty, Roland was not expecting this question. It seemed that the department head was not mad with him, but with DeLauder, who had been throwing his weight around the whole time. I was just doing my job, just doing your job, such humility. The man continued to strike his desk with his fist. While vocalizing his disapproval of the nobility, it became apparent that he was not part of the problem. The more he complained, the more Roland appreciated him, sensing that he was someone who genuinely cared. It was becoming evident that he was among the few members of the Institute who detested the divisions between students of noble birth and others. Perhaps things weren't as bleak if he had this man on his side. Now tell me the whole story from the beginning. Spare no details. The conversation gradually shifted towards the specifics of the incident, with Thorn wanting to ensure he had all the details. Roland began recounting the events leading up to the confrontation. He described the unauthorized entry into the training area, the bribing attempt from her knight, the attempted scapegoating of Lucian, the manipulation and lies from Viola, and the subsequent monster stampede. Thorn listened intently, his expression growing grimmer as he processed the information. If it's evidence, then I think I have something, sir. You do. I have a recording of the events. A recording? Could you be more specific? Of course. Roland decided to play out part of his interaction with Elithes Baskerville, who he then took out. The holographic image of the conversation raised an eyebrow, but they were in a magical institute, so such magic wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. However, the man instantly identified the usefulness of this magical recording device. This recording, how convenient. Is this related to the runic department? In a sense, yes. It does use runes to record and memorize images. He had replicated modern-day camera and recording technology, which wasn't widely spread in this world. No one anticipated anyone being able to record information in such a way here otherwise. The Baskerville Knight would probably not have been so nonchalant during their conversation. Thorn immediately recognized that such technology could significantly aid his cause. It became clear that nobles could deflect any allegations, and the other affected parties were too afraid to speak out due to potential consequences. However, if the incidents could be easily recorded, it changed the dynamics. This magical artifact, could the runic department supply us with it? I don't see why not, but it will take some time and resources, so it's possible. The bald man's eyes started shining as if he discovered a new toy. But perhaps we should focus on this case first. Yes, you are right. We shall speak about this later then. Thorn cleared his throat as both of them returned to discussing Lucian, who was the main victim. It appeared that the typical scenario involved someone like Viola shifting all the blame onto a lesser noble house like the Ardens, who would never defend themselves. Even now, their case would have less validity if Lucian chose to protect her tormentor, an issue that both of them were aware of. Assistant Professor Wayland, this evidence is invaluable. With this, we have a strong case against Lady Castlane and her cohorts. It'll ensure that she is properly dealt with, but we must also protect Lucian Arden from any potential retaliation. Potential retaliation. The Castlane family is well connected and influential, not just within the Institute, but likely throughout the entire region. I don't think they will take this lightly. They might even attempt to retaliate against the victim's family. While they can't directly affect the Institute, they have ways of doing it indirectly. Roland understood what Thorn was implying and why most lesser noble houses chose not to provoke conflicts. Even if Viola were proven guilty, the honor of her family would be tarnished. It was highly likely that her family would opt to retaliate in some way against the Arden house as a whole, just to establish that the Castlane household wasn't to be trifled with. Robert might even be afflicted, and the rest as well. Having second thoughts, how others acted wasn't much different from Roland's old ways. He had always chosen to flee when things got too rough. This was the first time he had actively been trying to gain more power, even in the face of adversity. He placed himself outside his safe haven of Albrook not only for his survival, but also for Bernier and others. It would be easy to just shut his mouth and accept Lucian's fate. However, Roland was done with running, and he finally realized that sometimes there were things out there that were worth fighting for. No, we shall proceed with the hearing. Viola Castellane needs to be punished, and the students need to see that your noble name doesn't give you the right to treat others as if they were lesser. Good, I'm glad to hear that, Assistant Professor Wayland. We will ensure a fair hearing, and I'll personally oversee the proceedings to make sure justice is served. Finally, those noble bastards will get what's coming to them. He nodded while listening to Thorn, but couldn't shake the feeling that he had potentially initiated something more significant. Saving Lucian was the right thing to do, but it would likely have future consequences. His stay at this institute might need to be extended, as leaving within a month while his sister remained alone and with no help would be irresponsible. Roland understood that he was now entangled in the complex web of noble politics, something he had hoped to have left behind when he abandoned the Arden estate over 10 years ago. Hey, have you heard? No, did something happen? Indeed, the lady from the Castellane household didn't return to her dorm room. Everyone has been talking about it. She hasn't returned. Did she elope with one of the seniors and run away? The news of Viola Castellane's disappearance spread like wildfire among the students of the institute. Rumors and speculations flourished, filling the air with hushed conversations in corridors and dormitories. While the official stance from the institute was that Viola was on a temporary leave due to personal matters, the truth was far more complicated and the hearing was imminent. Roland, the man responsible for overseeing the unruly noble, didn't get much sleep the previous night. Alongside Thorn, he had prepared himself for the Mage Council meeting that would determine Viola's fate. This decision was closely tied to Lucian's future, whom he considered a victim. He wasn't sure how the other mages would perceive it, considering she had still entered the training room with the other mages. It was possible that she would be deemed unworthy of attending the institute as well, which would probably be a devastating blow to his younger sister. It would be better if someone like Robert was here. As he walked through the halls of the enforcement department, he let out a sigh. Despite being her older brother, this fact remained unknown to Lucian. Roland could only speculate on how alone she must be feeling in a school that had already failed her. No one had come to her aid before, and without Roland's intervention, the bullying would likely have persisted. He wished he could send for his older brother to keep his sister company, but there was neither time nor any way to reach him, even through magical means. I haven't been able to reach out to him for a while now. Could he also be in trouble? My only clue would be Lucille de Vere, but she didn't answer the call either. It appeared that he was on his own here, and ensuring his sister's safety became his priority. Some of the other teachers were giving him strange looks, and it wouldn't be surprising if they were on the Castellane payroll. Fortunately, after defeating the magic swordmaster, his strength had been confirmed, and to many, it wasn't worth the risk to confront someone seemingly as powerful as him. Well, not like they would let Robert into the institute anyway, but that goes the same for any other nobles. For the time being, he wouldn't need to worry about any pesky nobles sending their armies into the magical institute. It functioned as a sort of neutral zone sanctioned by the royal family. Even powerful noble families couldn't simply enter. Instead, they depended on teachers like his main opponent, Professor Delauder. All they needed to do was sponsor him, and he turned into a loyal supporter. When will you get it through that empty skull of yours? You can't enter, Pops said so. There must have been some kind of mistake. How can you? Just go away already. No one can see this student. Roland heard people engaged in a loud conversation and quickened his pace, recognizing this as the location where his sister was being kept. Thorn had assured him that some trustworthy individuals would be guarding her, and they appeared to be doing their job diligently. Upon turning the corner, he observed a group of 3 enforcers in a heated argument with 2 others who were positioned at the door. Delauder wasn't the only person on the noble payroll, and there were others who saw this as a chance to gain some favors as well. The easiest way was by threatening one of the main witnesses, which was Lucian. The loud voice belonged to quite a small person, a gnome lady who was half the size of everyone else. She had a wild look in her eyes while shouting at the 3 men before her. Her partner on the side was someone of similar height but somewhat different, a halfling male. The 2 made a strange duo, but their mana was strong and close to the pinnacle of Tier 2. We will not leave until we question the suspect. Question? You mean interrogate? It ain't going to work, just buzz off. The short woman replied while shaking her head, and her partner just crossed his arms while grinning mischievously. The tension in the air escalated as Roland approached, his taller frame casting a shadow over the arguing group. The halfling and gnome turned their attention to him, instantly recognizing his enforcer robe. Well, what do we have here? Aren't you the famous newbie that is responsible for this mess? Roland calmly looked at the gnome woman that was grinning his way and soon glanced in the direction of the three other enforcers. They were clearly not thrilled by his appearance and were clearly on high alert after they saw him. The information that he was a ferocious combatant probably already reached everyone's ears, which to some degree made things now easier. I'm here to guide Lucian Arden to the hearing. Sure thing, go right through. He was given a wink before the gnomish woman wiggled her finger. Some mana left it and collided with the magical door, which quickly swung open. Roland nodded in response and headed inside, while the other enforcers continued to protest. Why can he go in while we can't? Didn't you hear? He's here to take her away just like Pop said. Do you want to go against his orders? Want me to report all of you? If the department head ordered it, the group of three finally relented after hearing that they would be reported to Thorn. Roland didn't really care as he vanished into the magical room, a space designed for interrogating or holding people. It wasn't as small as a prison cell, but it reminded him of his old dorm room that he had to share with another person. Lucian Arden, ah yes, his sister had been lying on the bed before he entered and quickly jumped off it to greet him. The sparkle that usually accompanied her expressions had dulled, and it was apparent that she hadn't slept at all. She seemed restless, and it wasn't surprising considering the recent events. Even though she was exhausted, she performed a curtsy to greet him. There is no need to thank me, I was just doing my job. Are you feeling well? Have you eaten something yet? Eaten something? No, not really. Almost as if on cue Lucian's tummy started rumbling. Due to the circumstances, Thorn was afraid to have anyone talk to the main witness. However, it also was clear that they didn't think that giving her food for the short stay was necessary. It was 7 in the morning, and only a few hours had passed since the incident. Take a seat, the hearing will start in half an hour. Lucian had a perplexed expression on her face, but for some reason, she did seem a lot less tense now that he was here. He wasn't sure if the clairvoyance skill had something to do with it, or if she had some kind of intuition that he was not her enemy. I don't have much, but it should be enough to keep you going until the hearing is over. It's just a sandwich. Ah, nobles don't really eat them, but don't be alarmed. It's fresh and quite tasty. Lucian looked at the sandwich with some interest. While this food existed within this world, it wasn't widely spread in noble circles, which preferred eating full-course meals. It was something adventurers liked to take along, as they could pack it full of everything and not just be forced to eat dried meat for the whole trip. Roland handed her a small box containing some warm sandwiches and a flask of tea. Lucian's eyes widened in surprise as she accepted the food. It's the least I can do. Now, eat up. It'll help you gather your strength for what's to come. He wasn't sure if she would take him up on the offer. Roland was a strange-looking magician with unknown motives. She didn't know his true identity, which he was still trying to withhold from everyone. For one reason or another, it seemed that she trusted him enough to take the food and give it a probing bite. How does this taste so good? Roland chuckled at her reaction. It seemed the simple sandwich was a novelty for her, and he felt a sense of satisfaction in providing her with something enjoyable amidst the chaos. As Lucian savored the flavors, Roland took a moment to gather his thoughts. The upcoming hearing would be crucial in determining Viola Castellane's fate, and by extension, Lucian's future at the Institute. I'm glad you like it. Now, Lady Lucian, we need to talk about the hearing. I want you to be honest and answer the questions truthfully. I have a recording of the incident, so there's no need to worry about false accusations. Just tell the whole truth and we'll get through this together. The moment he mentioned the hearing, he noticed that Lucian stopped eating. It was clear that the young girl who had just recently turned 15 was terrified. He wasn't sure how long she had been holding things in, but it was clearly unhealthy. Are you afraid? Afraid? No, do you wish to remain silent and have Viola Castellane go unpunished? That is also a possibility, but it will only make your situation worse. What do you mean, Professor? You will probably be expelled, and the Castellane estate might insist that the Arden estate compensated them for this issue. A compensation, but I didn't do anything. Lucian clenched her fist as Roland continued to explain. She seemed to be on the fence about this issue, probably scared to go against someone she was instructed never to bother. However, even if she took all the blame, there would be more punishment waiting. They won't care, they will only care about their reputation being tarnished. Perhaps even your parents will have to make an official apology instead of sending in a monetary reward, but you would be safe. Sometimes running away is the right decision. He looked at her as she listened. Roland wasn't sure what the girl wanted and didn't really want to make the decision for her. He was nothing more than an outsider who didn't know the whole picture. In his past, he also chose to run away from his problems, which brought him to his current situation. Now that he was a bit older and wiser, he knew that running away could become a habit, an easy way out. However, while it was one of the easiest solutions, it didn't always lead to the best outcomes. But what should I do? Will father and mother be punished? I didn't do anything wrong. It was clear that the young girl was confused. For a moment he was feeling bad for even bringing up the subject, but a decision needed to be made. Lady Lucian, you need to make a decision. Viola Castellane should be punished, but if you wish to let the matter rest, I will not blame you for it. There might even be a way for you to remain within the Institute. There is. Yes, while Viola Castellane might have been the main culprit, the blame can be put on another, Elithes Baskerville. Though he harbored a desire to deal out punishment to the main villainess of the story, there were alternative approaches. The Baskerville Knight attempted to bribe him, offering himself as a scapegoat in place of Lucian. He was confident that even De Lauder would endorse this, given the difficulty in concealing the attempted bribe and ensuing battle. However, the role of Viola, who orchestrated the entire affair, could be conveniently overlooked. He will gladly protect his lady and take the punishment. You will be seen as just an accomplice in a ploy made by an adult. Both of you and Viola Castellane will be lightly punished. Things will go on as they were, and nothing will change. Nothing will change, Roland observed the conflicted expression on Lucian's face. He could see the internal struggle within her as she weighed the consequences of her decision. The offer to shift the blame onto the Baskerville Knight was a tempting escape route, one that would likely protect her family from any potential backlash, but it would not change her current fate. Viola was likely to vent her anger on Lucian, and if another incident occurred, there might be no one around to come to her aid. Lucian lapsed into a contemplative silence, her gaze lowered as she weighed the options before her. In a sense, Roland hoped she would entertain the idea of negotiating to bring a resolution to the situation. It felt like a tactic he might employ in comparable circumstances. While transferring to a less prestigious magical academy would unquestionably alleviate things for his sister, there was no guarantee that her tormentor wouldn't seek revenge. At least if she confronted the issue now, she could brace herself for an immediate retaliation attempt instead of constantly looking over her shoulder throughout her academy life. No, I can't let this keep going on any longer. I might be scared, but I won't run away from the truth. I want justice, not just for myself, but for everyone who was hurt by Viola Castellane's actions. Lucian uttered strong words, but her demeanor resembled that of a frightened kitten. Her body was curled up and she clutched her clothes tightly. Despite appearing resolute, he doubted whether she would stand firm once face to face with Viola. The possibility lingered that she might change her mind at that moment. It was probably up to him to give her some confidence and make her realize that she had people on her side as well. Very well, Lady Lucian. But don't forget, you are not alone in this. I will be by your side and won't let anyone cause you harm. That I promise. While giving out some cheesy lines, he blushed under his helmet. For the time being, he was trying to act as an ally of justice and an enforcer that wouldn't let an innocent student be harmed. To bring his point across even more, he pointed at her face with his finger. She was startled for a moment as an aura of golden light appeared around her, but soon Lucian realized the marvelous effect she was under. This is so refreshing. This spell will alleviate your fatigue. We can't have you falling asleep during the hearing, but be sure to rest later. The effect won't last for more than a few hours. To his surprise, his sister did something unexpected. Once the spell dispersed and she felt better, she leaped up from her seat to embrace him. Despite her shorter stature compared to his towering 2 meters, clad in bulky armor, she enveloped him in a hug. I'm sorry, I'm fine now. If it's with the professor's help, I feel like I can do it. Sure, now we don't have much time left, so let me explain what you can expect during the hearing, so listen well. I'm listening. She nodded 3 times while still being very energetic and then listened to Roland's explanation. He emphasized the importance of sticking to the truth. He assured her that the evidence was on her side, and with the recording of the incident, there was a solid foundation to expose Viola's actions. Soon the two emerged from the holding room, only to encounter their first obstacle, Lady Viola and her knight. The other 4 suspects were also emerging from their respective holding rooms. The enforcers handling them appeared surprisingly lax. They didn't resemble prisoners, but rather seemed to be treated as victims. Lucian, come here. Roland closed the door behind his sister, and before he could react, Viola launched an offensive. If looks could kill, Lucian would have been on the ground already. It was evident that before they could reach the hearing, they needed to navigate Lucian past this confrontational moment. What are you waiting for? Get over here. Viola's eyes blazed with fury as she stormed towards Lucian. The imposing figure of her Baskerville knight loomed beside her, ready to enforce her will. The other students and enforcers in the hallway instinctively moved aside, creating a path for the impending clash. Did you really think you could escape the consequences, Lucian? Viola sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. I'll make sure you regret ever crossing me, and the Castellane house will nev. The young girl was about to go into a rant, but her voice suddenly vanished. The mages in the vicinity instantly noticed the perpetrator who had cast the spell without even uttering one chant. It was the armored enforcer who had now placed himself between Viola Castellane and Lucian Arden. What's the meaning of this? Roland's voice traveled through the corridor, backed by his magic and intimidation skill. He had made it sound a bit more menacing and distorted to further mask his true identity from Lucian. Even now, he was not trying to expose his identity, which could also put his life in Albrook at risk. For the time being, his role was that of an enforcer who adhered to the rules, and the people before them were rule breakers. Why are the detainees walking free? Why is the man who attacked an enforcer here? Explain yourselves. Elithes, who he had faced before, had been healed and was back to shadowing Lady Viola. He was fully armed, and his hand never left his hip where his swords were placed. It was clear that he was ready to attack the moment he saw an opening. After the intimidation skill was used, the student's knees started to buckle, and only Viola remained standing as she was being protected by the Baskerville Knight. You have no authority here. They were released by the deputy head of the department. Now stand aside. The deputy head, one of the other enforcers who were present, called out from the side. The enforcement department was quite large, and the second in command was the deputy head enforcer. The two people who had been previously guarding the room where Lucian was being held showed an adverse reaction when the deputy was mentioned. It was clear that some type of internal power struggle was taking place. Roland, as someone relatively new, couldn't really call into question someone of that position, or at least not if he wanted to follow the rules. Thus, after hearing his name mentioned, he decided to back off but kept himself in front of Lucian. He could tell that his sister had gotten cold feet after seeing Viola so soon. It was clear that fear had been ingrained into her through months of abuse. She showed signs of prolonged bullying where the victim found themselves unable to think rationally in the presence of their tormentor. Her eyes were darting around as she was trying to avoid Viola's gaze. This was a bad sign for the hearing. If she decided to withhold information, Viola would probably go unpunished. That's right, the deputy head leave. What? Before the enforcer could push his own agenda, he needed to regain control of the situation. Roland was quick to quiet him down. Even if the students were free to walk around, there was nothing within the rules that allowed them to approach the afflicted party. You tried approaching the victim with threats. If you continue with these actions, I will have to detain you again. The enforcer, realizing the severity of the situation, reluctantly stepped back. Viola, however, was not one to be deterred easily. She glared at Roland with a mixture of anger and frustration as her plans were disrupted by this unexpected interference. However, she could do nothing more than scream into nothingness, as the silencing spell didn't allow her voice to travel. Don't worry about her, just focus on the hearing. Roland turned to the side while ignoring the hissy fit that Viola was going through. She was even being held back by her trusted knight, who at this point knew better than to try his luck. His tone was gentle and aimed at Lucian, who was finally able to calm herself down. Eventually, she looked at the angered Viola with a more resolute expression, and soon the two of them vanished around the corner to finally hear a maddened scream after the silencing spell was removed. She sure is a nosy little brat, PFFF. After the two were a ways away from the group of students, he gave his true opinion of the Marquis' daughter. Describing her as an annoying brat made his sister chuckle and smile. The air started to clear up, and the tension was lessened. Soon the two were on their way towards the hearing room, with the other students trailing slightly behind them. The atmosphere was heavy, but after his annoyed comment, Lucian's mood seemed to have turned for the better. We are here, how are you feeling? A bit nervous, but I will see this through. Good, let's go then. Lucian clenched her fists while looking at Roland's back. Soon the large gate before them parted, and they were greeted by members of the Mage Council. Just like before, Master Rathos was performing his duties as one of the judges. After Roland's inauguration, it became known to him that this old Merlin-like man had a very high position in the Institute. He was the vice-headmaster. Thorn was also here, along with Delauder, who would be his main opponent. I don't recognize the rest. 5 judges in General Arian mentioned that Delauder is probably taking bribes, but not like I can mention this here without any evidence. Finally, we can begin. Rathos smiled towards Lucian as she entered along with Roland. Delauder, on the other hand, whispered something to another judge they were sitting with. It was clear that some of them were already bribed, and even if Thorn took his side, there was a possibility of them losing this case. The hearing room was grand and adorned with magical symbols etched into the walls. The 5 judges sat at a high table, their expressions a mix of curiosity and sternness. Roland could tell that Lucian was feeling anxious, but it was too late to turn away. He could only stand and watch as she was called forward to confront the prying eyes of the Council of Mages. Lucian Arden, you are here today to present your testimony regarding the recent incident involving the Institute training facility. Please speak the truth and hold nothing back, announced Thorn with a commanding voice which made Lucian stand up at attention. Why yes, Professor, sir. Lucian responded, her voice trembling slightly. She stole a quick glance at Roland, who stood beside her and gave her a resounding nod of encouragement. They had discussed how the hearing would go, so she responded with a nod of her own, but before she could speak, someone else interrupted her. I will remind you that speaking falsehoods in the presence of the High Mages is forbidden and will be severely punished. If you can't prove any of your claims, I would also advise you to, Professor Delauder, please watch your tone. Delauder was quick to interrupt Lucian before she could even start. Luckily, Thorn kept him from speaking further. It was clear that he was trying to give her a warning before she even began her testimony, perhaps to intimidate her into silence. I would like to report what happened during the training exercise. Lucian's voice was soft, and her hands were trembling slightly. Roland noticed the anxiety in her eyes, but he also saw a spark of determination. Thorn nodded encouragingly, signaling her to continue. Well, it all started when Lady Viola. Soon she was explaining the situation and how Viola pushed her into coming along for this unsanctioned trip. As Lucian recounted the events leading up to the confrontation at the training facility, the atmosphere in the hearing room became tense. Thorn listened attentively, occasionally exchanging glances with Rathos. Delauder, however, wore a scowl, clearly displeased with the direction the testimony was taking. Lucian detailed how Viola had orchestrated the entire expedition, using her as bait to collect rare blood vulture feathers. She described the relentless bullying she had endured throughout the year, painting a vivid picture of the oppressive environment created by Viola and her associates. The metallic spider's recordings further supported her claims, capturing the moments leading up to the monster stampede. The five were intrigued by the metallic plate he brought over to showcase the holographic image, but it didn't seem to be something entirely new to the group. Crystal balls, illusory magic, and other spells could produce similar effects. It took some time, but he presented them with snippets of the encounter, mainly focusing on how badly his sister was treated. At the end of the trial, he would be directly questioned, so he decided to showcase all of his recording evidence at that juncture. As Lucian spoke, Roland observed the judges closely. He could sense the skepticism in Delauder's eyes, but Rathos seemed genuinely concerned. Thorn maintained a neutral expression, carefully considering the details presented. After Lucian finished her testimony, Thorn nodded approvingly. Roland was somewhat surprised at how well his sister spoke out about her circumstances. There was a lot of detail in her stories, but he knew that there wasn't really any evidence to confirm the bullying claims at this point. The only hard evidence came from the recordings he took, which his mage peers seemed to enjoy. He could see them eyeing the holographic images with interest, but couldn't speak out about the technicalities as the hearing was taking place. Now then, let us continue. Let Lady Viola Castellane in. Lucian was led to a separate room while he stayed behind to listen to what the main suspect had to say. He noticed his sister glancing in his direction, her eyes reflecting concern, but he couldn't accompany her any longer. Once all the students had completed their questioning, he became the final witness, possibly holding the key to determining how the case would be handled. Viola Castellane's entrance proved to be a spectacle. She skillfully turned on the waterworks and portrayed herself as though on the brink of fainting. It was commendable how adeptly she could act at such a young age. Her performance demonstrated that she was quite ready to mingle with other nobles and join in some of the theatrics they partook in. Lady Castellane, please take a seat. We are here to hear your side of the story, but if you're not feeling well, then perhaps we should postpone this hearing. Delauder promptly suggested postponing the hearing, signaling a desire to prolong the process and likely inform the Castellane household about the developments. It was evident that he aimed to exert pressure on the Institute from outside, potentially allowing Viola to escape punishment. Fortunately, Thorn, being committed to the pursuit of truth, swiftly dismissed the idea. If she needs a rejuvenation elixir, it will be provided, but we will not postpone this hearing. Are you able to continue? Why, yes, if the professor insists. Viola Castellane, despite her earlier theatrics, took her seat and composed herself. Her gaze shifted between the judges, trying to gauge their reactions. Delauder, however, was visibly irritated by the turn of events. Roland just remained silent, making sure to take in everything this snake-like teenager was about to say. Good, let us continue then. Lady Viola, please provide your account of the incident at the training facility. Be truthful and concise. Thorn's stern voice cut through the room, and Viola began narrating her version of events. She wove a different narrative, depicting Lucian as a troublemaker who had coerced the group into undertaking the unsanctioned expedition. Emphasizing her own innocence, she asserted ignorance regarding any mistreatment or bullying of Lucian. Addressing the Elithes incident, she deflected the bribery attempt, portraying it as a decision made solely by the man himself. My esteemed professors, I want to assure you that I harbored no intention of causing harm to Lady Lucian. While I admit to losing my temper during the monster attack, I was genuinely uncertain about what course of action to take. I simply wish to extend my sincere apologies to dear Lucian if she misconstrued any of my actions. It's possible that I may have miscommunicated my intentions. Viola's words were skillfully crafted, and her tone held an air of innocence. It was clear that she had experience in manipulating situations to her advantage. As she spoke, Delauder's scowl eased and he nodded approvingly. Thorn, on the other hand, maintained a poker face, his eyes carefully analyzing every word. Lady Viola, your testimony is noted. We will now proceed with questioning the other students. Once the testimony concluded, he observed Viola being escorted to another waiting room. Her intense gaze fixed upon him conveyed a sense of indignation as if she wished to launch a fireball in his direction. Following her, the remaining 4 students came forward, merely regurgitating Viola's narrative. As anticipated, Elithes confirmed the bribery charges and attempted to shoulder all the blame. Now it was only Roland who remained, and his words would be the last deciding factor. Do we really need to hear out the outsider? He clearly has an agenda against the students. I saw we just let them off with a warning. Professor DeLauder, seemingly fatigued from the lengthy hearing that had unfolded over multiple hours, appeared unwilling to entertain further discussion. Thorne, however, was determined to ensure a fair investigation. No, every testimony is crucial. We need to hear what everyone has to say. Assistant Professor Wayland, please step forward. Finally, the moment had arrived for him to take action. Initially uncertain about how to vindicate his sister, a fortuitous opportunity presented itself on this very day. Without this minor slip-up, Viola might have escaped punishment. However, with additional evidence highlighting her questionable character, he felt increasingly confident that the outcome would sway in his sister's favor. There isn't much I can add beyond what has already been testified, and I've already submitted the recording of the incident. However, I have something else that my esteemed colleagues might find intriguing. Please take a look. Roland finished the sentence before presenting the mages with another holographic recording, the one he took from their morning talk with the accused Lady Castellane. What are you waiting for? Get over here. Did you really think you could escape the consequences, Lucian? Her voice grew louder in the recording, and although he had previously cast a silencing spell to quiet her, he continued to record every word she uttered. Even upon realizing her voice was being silenced, she persisted in her belligerence towards Lucian. I'll ensure you regret ever crossing me, and the Castellane house will never forget this disgrace. Hey, are you listening to me? Stop hiding behind that nobody. Do you think they will protect you forever? Just wait, Lucian. My father will crush that little family of yours. What is this? Is that really Lady Viola talking? The holographic recording played Viola's threatening words in the hearing room, casting a heavy silence over the gathered mages. The room's atmosphere shifted, and the judges exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the venomous tone in Viola's voice. How can we be sure that any of this truly happened? We don't even know how this spell this outsider uses truly works. It's probably just some illusion that he prepared beforehand. Who is he even truly? Is Wayland even his true name? How can we trust a person who hasn't even been here for a week? Prepared beforehand. Why would he do such a thing? Do you have any evidence to back up such a claim, Professor DeLauder? Professor Arian from the runic department assured us that the runic device being used is valid. Are you insinuating that Professor Arian is lying? While DeLauder could cast accusations at Roland, a newcomer to the Institute, Arian's reputation was already well established. He couldn't insinuate that both of them were falsifying information without proper evidence. The possibility of launching another set of hearings loomed, but this would also risk uncovering dirt on DeLauder himself. Scrutiny of his department might reveal the bribes he had accepted, something he desperately wanted to avoid. While the mages were fearful of the nobles, there was still one person that they feared more than them. That is, do you wish for an investigation to be launched into this issue? Should I remind you that we will have to inform the headmistress if we choose to? Do you wish us to go forward with such an investigation? No, very well, we will take this evidence into account, and it will be thoroughly examined. Assistant Professor Wayland, you are dismissed. Please wait outside. Of course. His task was complete. He had presented all the evidence at his disposal, and now it rested with the Council of Mages to make their decision. It was evident that DeLauder had been influenced and would vote against punishing Viola. Thorne stood by his side, but the stance of the remaining council members remained uncertain. Although they had shown some interest in the recording technology during the hearing, its impact on his sister's case remained uncertain. I guess this is it. Will they punish her or not? Either way, Lucian might be in trouble. What should I do? As the large gates to the hearing chamber closed behind him, he began to worry. His sister's future was on the line, and perhaps with his own actions, he had set something into motion that could not be stopped. However, if push came to shove, he was prepared to respond in the same way he did at the training ground. The old Roland, who would once flee at the first sign of conflict, was no longer present. He was determined to see this through to the end, even if it meant making enemies of some nobles. Roland paced nervously in the hallway, his mind racing with thoughts about what might happen next. The outcome of the hearing could have far-reaching consequences not only for Viola, but also for Lucian and even Roland himself. The mages inside were deliberating, and the tension hung in the air. Are they still in there? It's been an hour already. They must really not be sure about what to do if it's taken this long. Arian joined him outside, though not a part of the judges. He could sense that something was amiss. Typically, decisions in matters like these were made swiftly. It was apparent that these old mages hesitated, likely reluctant to offend the nobles. However, the rules were clear. Viola Castellane needed to be punished. I can't imagine the punishment being too great, but perhaps Thorn will use it as an example to deter other nobles from doing the same. At least that seemed to be his main goal. Soon enough, the heavy doors of the hearing chamber finally creaked open, revealing the 5 judges. It was time for all the involved to return as a verdict had been made. Roland looked at the 5, trying to figure out the decision by their facial expressions. Thorn seemed stoic, Rathos contemplative, and Delauder unhappy. After careful consideration of the evidence presented and the testimonies provided, we have reached a decision, Thorn announced, breaking the tense silence after everyone had returned to the hearing chamber. Roland held his breath, awaiting the verdict that would determine not just Viola's fate, but the course of his sister's future at the Institute. Lucian stood next to him in an environment seemingly against her, while Viola huddled with all the other students and her knight. Lady Viola Castellane, based on the evidence and testimonies, you are found guilty of orchestrating an unauthorized expedition, endangering the lives of fellow students, and engaging in reprehensible behavior, not befitting of a student of the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. A sense of relief washed over Roland as Thorn delivered the verdict. Lucian was quite shocked by the one-sidedness of it, and Viola could not comprehend what she was hearing. She was stunned by the words the enforcement head was speaking, unable to grasp the situation. No, this must be some kind of mistake. I didn't do anything wrong. Lady Castellane, please don't interrupt. If you continue speaking, your punishment will be heightened. Now where was I? Viola stood up in protest, but soon found her legs going weak. She wasn't taking the harsh tone or words lightly, but the consequences for her actions weren't as harsh as Roland hoped for. As a consequence of your actions, Lady Viola, you are hereby suspended from attending classes for the next 2 months. This suspension will serve as a period of reflection and rehabilitation. Further, a formal apology is expected to be issued to Lady Lucian Arden for the emotional distress caused, along with a monetary compensation of 1,000 gold coins. If you are unable to pay the monetary price, the suspension will be extended, and merit points will be used instead. In summary, the extensive verdict concluded that Viola had to pay restitution or work using merit points. She could achieve this by taking on various tasks within the Institute, working outside, or just paying it off. Elithes, her knight, was prohibited from attending the Institute as Viola's guard, and the other students received a few weeks of suspension. 1,000 gold coins is nothing for a noble house like that. She won't have to work for it for even a minute. Roland expected Viola to receive somewhat of a slap on the wrist, so he wasn't too surprised by the lenient verdict. He acknowledged that if it were a commoner who had done such a thing to a noble, they would likely have been expelled instantly. The 2 months away from the Institute amounted to nothing more than a free vacation. After that period, people would likely stop talking about the incident, and it would eventually be forgotten. However, he wasn't so sure if Viola would ever forget this disgrace. As the weight of the verdict settled in, Viola's expression shifted from shock to anger. She glared at Lucian, who stood quietly beside Roland, and perhaps realized that her actions had not only failed to break Lucian, but also led to her honor being tarnished. Thorn continued, addressing the other students involved in the unauthorized expedition. Each received varying degrees of punishment, ranging from suspensions to community service within the Institute. It would be good if things ended at this, but it was evident that this young lady was angered, and it wouldn't be surprising if she used those 2 months to plan her revenge. Roland, who had been the deciding factor in this whole hearing, would likely be on her radar, possibly a higher priority than Lucian, who had finally managed to stand up to her. Despite being a barren house, they were still a noble house. The thing nobles detested the most was a tarnished reputation, and perhaps their parents could come to some type of deal now that the truth was out. Wentworth Arden, he should have some friends in the royal military. I'm not sure if even the Castellans can offend him that easily, that is, if he cares enough to pull some strings. Lucian, who had just been through a lot, chose to position herself behind him, seeking refuge from Viola's death glare. Wentworth was her father, and he should be the one protecting her, not Roland, who had arrived here by accident. In Roland's mind, his father was a failure in terms of raising children, and it was something he hoped to never become if he ever had children of his own. Don't worry, she won't be bothering you for a while. Lucian nodded as the hearing concluded, and the students began to disperse. While the verdict had been delivered, they still had some time to gather their belongings before leaving for their suspension. The only person who had been outright expelled from the Institute was Viola's guard dog, the magic swordsman. He, along with Viola, were being escorted out by the same enforcers that had previously removed their bindings, and the 2 that helped safeguard his sisters appeared to escort her away. She looked a bit apprehensive and for some reason looked to him for confirmation. It's okay, they will just lead you back to your dorm room. I don't know who you think you are, but remember, a Baskerville never forgets a debt, and we never forgive those who interfere with the Castellane name. Elithes' words carried a menacing undertone, and his eyes bore into Roland's visor, signaling a potential conflict in the future. Roland, however, maintained his composure, meeting the Baskerville Knight's gaze without flinching. Spoken like a true guard dog, but you should be careful. That misguided loyalty could bring about your downfall. I don't know where that bravado comes from, but it might serve you well to remember that I am not just a guard dog. I am a Baskerville, and we have ways of dealing with those who cross us, just as you dealt with me on the training ground. If that's what a Baskerville is, then I don't have anything to worry about. Now, vacate the premises as you were instructed. Otherwise, Roland turned it up a notch as he attempted to intimidate the knight back. He knew there was no way of going back now, and these people were his enemies. It was better to at least make it clear that he wouldn't be an easy target. You. Elithes snorted in response, clearly dissatisfied with Roland's words. Without another word, he finally turned away to walk back to Viola's side. Arian, who wasn't far behind, overheard the conversation and quickly voiced his opinion. What a buffoon, he dares to threaten a member of the faculty. It was a warning. He responded while thinking some other things. I'll have to be careful. Once outside the institute, I could be targeted. How barbaric, we need to keep such people away from this institute. Roland believed that he shouldn't worry too much about getting in trouble while inside the institute, but when he finished his research, what he did here could lead to some trouble. He was sure that both the Baskerville Knights and Castlane would probably try to dig up his past. It was even possible that they could make a connection to Arthur and Albrook, but that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. If his connection to a Duke household was revealed, it might shield him from further harm. We probably should. Is something wrong? You seem to be concerned about something. Roland paused for a moment and Arian caught the change in his tone. There was one thing that he was still worrying about and it didn't concern Albrook. Is it that obvious? Where were the student dorms again? The student dormitory. It's not far from here. Arian raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled by Roland's sudden change of topic. However, he decided not to press the matter and simply pointed in the direction of the student dormitories. It's that way, just follow the main path and you'll find it easily. Why do you ask? No problem, if we are on the topic, let me teach you the guiding charm spell. Arian floated up and the bracelet that was on his tail started glowing. It was quite an easy spell to follow, and it produced a little guiding path that looked like fireflies. They were attuned to Roland, so he didn't even have to focus on the mana. The institute has already been marked by guiding spells. You just need to know where you want to go when using the spell. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Roland desired nothing more than to administer a smack to the cat for keeping the spell from him. All he needed was to replicate the runic code embedded in the bracelet, enabling him to promptly use it with his armor. This spell could have helped him not get lost so many times, but now was somewhat pointless after he managed to reconfigure his mapping sensors. Nevertheless, he took his time to copy the runic structures from the bracelet Arian was using. It was quite a powerful artifact with many compact runes that were much smaller than his and were at this point above his capabilities. Well then, I'll see you later, and don't forget about that lecture in a few days. I don't think that devil will forget about it. After nodding at Arian, Roland proceeded towards the student dorm. On his way out, he also noticed Thorn, who was encircled by various other faculty members. It appeared that some department heads were inquiring about the hearing and the consequences for a high noble. The institute would likely be in turmoil for a while, but fortunately, the nobility couldn't take substantial action due to the protection afforded by the royal family. His concerns were not focused on the institute, but on his sister, who needed some internal protection. He had a partial understanding of the workings within the school. It was conceivable that other students around Lucian's age might resume bullying. This could be the opportune moment for them to display allegiance to the Castlane estate. While uncertain of what might unfold, Roland believed it was prudent to minimize potential damage from the outset. The trail of fireflies led him outside the main institute building. Much like every other aspect of the school, the dormitories were segregated by ranks. This division was comprehensive, with 3 distinct locations. The least impressive one was allocated to commoner mages, lacking any additional facilities such as a cafeteria. The middle-tier dormitories accommodated individuals with less noble backgrounds, whereas the highest-tier dorms were exclusively reserved for the elite, the heirs and heiresses of the most prestigious mage families. Advancement in dormitory rank was possible, but only from the lowest to the middle tier. To reach the high-tier dormitories, one needed to possess a certain level of prestigious heritage. A student could also fall in rank after losing enough merit points, and this was something that happened to his sister. So this is it, looks quite old and shabby. When he went through Lucian's records in the enforcement department, it was stated that she was forced to move out of the middle-tier dormitories and come here. What was before him was a rather weathered building, showing signs of its age. The walls were adorned with ivy, and the overall structure exuded a sense of history. As Roland entered, he noticed the modesty of the common area, with a few worn-out sofas and tables scattered around. The atmosphere was subdued, and the sound of hushed conversations filled the air. They should really fix this hole. Ha, like they will ever do that. This place never changes. Upon his arrival, he noticed the halfling and gnome duo examining some holes in the wooden walls that had been patched up with magic. It seemed someone had conjured plant matter that hardened in place. While it effectively sealed the holes, the appearance left much to be desired. Hey, isn't that the newbie? You shouldn't say that. Why not? He doesn't seem to mind. Roland approached the two, with the louder one being the gnome woman who seemed inclined to keep things casual. While he acknowledged that he was the newcomer, he held a certain superiority over the two by virtue of being an assistant professor and a Tier 3 class holder. Typically, people would be hesitant to provoke someone with the ability to harm them with a mere flick of a finger. It's fine. See, I told you if the old man thinks he can be trusted, then it must be true. I think an introduction is needed. You can call me Jonah, and this ugly thing here is Nellen. Who are you calling ugly with that face of yours? Wayland. He just nodded back at the two who were bickering. It seemed that they were either good friends or lovers. However, he was not here to make new friends. He needed to hand something to his sister. So what do you need, Wayland? The student you brought here, where can I find her? She should be on the 3rd floor, room number 26. No problem, see you back at the department. We'll probably have a lot more work to do from now on. Can't wait. The two walked out from the dorm, with Jonah appearing content, likely deriving satisfaction from the drama surrounding the training facilitator incident. On the other hand, her friend Nellen seemed somewhat more irritated. Students around them continued to glance and whisper, indicating that news about the incident was likely spreading rapidly. Roland headed towards the staircase, observing that the entire area had fallen silent. The students stared at his armored form with evident interest. Uncertain whether their fascination stemmed from fear of his appearance or the enforcer robe, Roland couldn't help but acknowledge that the inhabitants of the least favorable dormitory seemed adept at keeping to themselves. Not offending nobles was probably something they had trained themselves into doing to survive through their stay here. Once he arrived on the 3rd floor, it was quite easy to locate the room with the 26 on it. The door was wide open, and a loud voice was coming from within. It was a voice that he had heard before, and it most likely belonged to the young lady that had visited Lucian at the clinic area. It's the one with the fake status. Does she also live here? Uncertain of the lady's identity, Roland harbored reservations about placing full trust in her. The fact that she could afford an expensive charm to conceal her status when she shouldn't was suspicious. Despite these suspicions, given her close friendship with his sister, Lucian, Roland was inclined to let the matter be. His primary reason for being there was not to engage in arguments, but rather to present Lucian with a gift. Now then, how do I go about this without looking like a creep? Roland was not known for being overly talkative, especially when it came to casual conversation. His presence in this particular context was somewhat unusual, going the extra mile to keep a watchful eye on Lucian. Despite being around 22 years in this world, when he factored in the years from his original one, his true age was already over 40. Interacting with teenagers posed a challenge for him, making this encounter quite awkward. Given the choice, he would prefer facing both Emerson and Elithes in the battlefield rather than being forced into small talk. I should get this over with. Nevertheless, he mustered the strength to confront the challenge. His hand reached for the wooden door, knocking a few times to announce his presence. 4 sets of eyes turned toward him as he appeared in the doorframe. In addition to Margaret and Lucian, 2 other young girls were in the room. A hushed silence instantly enveloped everyone upon seeing him, and a peculiar drawn-out stillness lingered in the air. Starting out well. Lucian, what happened? You were gone for a whole day. The teachers wouldn't tell me where you were. Margaret, please calm down, I can't breathe. Oh my, silly me. Margaret released Lucian from her tight embrace, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Lucian, although slightly annoyed by the suffocating hug, couldn't help but appreciate Margaret's genuine worry. The other 2 girls in the room moved closer as they were quite curious as to where their friend had wandered off to. Lucy, are you okay? What happened? A girl with large gray ears resembling those of a wolf asked. She wore the school uniform, similar to Lucian and the others, with a cutout for her large bushy gray tail. In addition to these features and longer nails, she also had characteristic yellow eyes, common among many wolven species. I'm fine, Ada. Nothing happened. Well, something had to happen. You were gone for so long. Was it that vile Viola again? Asked the 3rd girl. Her features were more common compared to the wolven girl. She had long straw-colored braided hair, freckles scattered across her face, and big circular glasses that enlarged her brown irises slightly. The 2 girls continued asking the same questions that Margaret had, prompting a reaction from her this time around. Hey, Adesuna, Marlene, calm yourselves. Lucian will speak when she wants to. Lucian sighed, trying to calm her friends down. It's a long story, and I'll tell you all about it. But first, let me breathe a bit, and we can sit down. The 4 girls settled into a circle, with Lucian taking a moment to gather her thoughts before recounting the events of the past day. She shared the story of Viola's plot, the unauthorized expedition, and the subsequent hearing. As she spoke, the room's atmosphere shifted from concern to disbelief and anger. That's outrageous. How could they blame you for something Viola orchestrated? Margaret exclaimed, her fists clenched in frustration. That's not fair at all. We need to do something about it. Adesuna declared, her wolf-like ears twitching in frustration. We better not. Viola and her house are well connected. They can bend the rules to their liking, Marlene explained while lifting her big glasses slightly, her expression indicating disappointment. Well, I don't want to make things worse, and she's been punished already. She won't be attending classes for the next 2 months, and that night of hers had been banned from the institute. Lucian let out another sigh while glancing in Margaret's direction. She knew that her friend had a more fiery personality. The two had met at the middle dormitory, and she feared that if Margaret did something to antagonize the high nobles, she too would be sent to this lesser dormitory where she had encountered her 2 new friends and roommates. Though that is surprising, who was that enforcer? He wasn't afraid to go against a Castellane and even defeated that powerful knight. Margaret changed the subject, and the girls focused on the other prominent person involved in this incident, the new assistant professor named Wayland. He was probably single-handedly responsible for the punishment of their biggest enemy, Viola. Considering that he wasn't afraid of confronting her, it was plausible that he had some strong backing. Do you know who he is? He seemed like a good person. I don't really know much about him, but it felt like I could trust him. The other girls in the room noticed that Lucian's face showcased a smile after she started talking about the new enforcer. She brought up how he even gave her some delicious food and helped her regain some of her stamina with an unknown spell. If Lucy says that he is trustworthy, then it's probably true. The girls started nodding, knowing that their friend had a certain sixth sense when it came to measuring people's true inclinations. All of them smiled at each other, relieved that the incident had a good resolution. However, their smiles disappeared instantly as they spotted a strange person looking at them from a distance. The door was open, but they hadn't noticed that someone had appeared there. Who are you? Asked Margaret. Hide behind me, Marlene and Lucian, said Adesuna, who started growling like a wolf. Marlene seemed slightly frightened, while Lucian quickly moved forward to calm everyone down. It seemed that the girls identified her savior as a suspicious person who had somehow sneaked into the dormitory. Some of them were even going for a few of their artifact items that could produce magical effects quickly. Assistant Professor Wayland, what brings you here? A man stood there, clearly taken aback by the sudden defensive reactions of the girls. It seemed that standing like a statue in the doorway was not the correct approach. While he processed the situation, Lucian luckily jumped in front of her friends to defuse the situation. After the name Wayland was mentioned, the expressions that previously showed fear and apprehension turned to curiosity. So this is, Margaret asked while looking over the strange man. He was quite tall and wearing a peculiar suit of armor under the enforcement department robe, making him appear like a powerful knight ready for war at any moment. Soon, from within the scary appearance, a magically altered voice that sounded quite imposing resounded. My apologies for startling you. I'm the new assistant professor. I won't take much of your time. Lady Lucian, I wish for you to have this. Ah yes, was there something more? Lucian seemed startled, but also curious about the thing that assistant Professor Wayland wanted to give her. The other 3 girls remained silent, recognizing the presence of someone impactful. This was the man who had gone against Viola Castellane and defeated her powerful bodyguard in single combat. Their eyes soon bulged as a strange magical occurrence took place before them. The armor he was wearing under the robe started glowing for a moment. Then soon after, a strange bulge appeared in the middle of his chest, moving up towards his shoulder and traveling down his arm. Out of the robe sleeve emerged a mechanical spider that caused everyone, besides Lucian, to jump back in fright. What is that thing? My apologies for startling you. The man replied, looking at the girls who had run all the way towards the dorm room wall. The metallic spider that he was holding crawled onto the palm of his hand, and for some reason, their friend Lucian approached it without a care in the world. Is this the same one? Yes, it needed some repairs, but it's the same golem that helped you at the training ground. The moment the man specified that this mechanical creature was a golem, the other girls seemed to relax slightly. In a world filled with various creatures, a metallic-looking spider could easily be mistaken for a type of monster or other suspicious creature. Knowing it was a magical construct like a golem reassured them, alleviating any fears. I see that you are confused, let me explain then. Due to the recent events in that hearing, it would be better if you had this golem accompany you. It will inform me whenever you are in danger. Accompany me. Yes, I wish that it was different, but it will be safer this way. Ah, I understand. The girls here were around the age of 15, with Margaret being a bit older. It didn't take a genius to realize what the man here was implying. He expected some other incidents to befall Lucian after the hearing. They all knew that Viola's influence extended within the institute, and some other students might try to make life difficult for their friend. The golemic spider here was meant to keep her safe and inform this enforcer of any troubles. However, they all didn't know if they could fully trust this man either, as it could have just been an excuse to place a monitoring device close to their friend, with the true reason for it being something entirely different. Great, now let me explain a few things. Do you know what a mana pattern is or signature? Lucian was startled by the question that sounded like a surprise lecture. Before she could reply by herself, her friend Margaret moved in closer to take a look at the spider golem that was sitting in the man's hand. A mana signature is a pattern of mana unique to each person. Yes, that is correct. Margaret smiled at Lucian, who pouted slightly as she wasn't given enough time to respond to the question. This golem will record your mana signature so that it can view it as its master. Thereafter, Yael will be able to give it simple voice commands as to any other golem. Oh. As the explanation continued, the other two girls started approaching while listening intently. Soon, all four of them were in front of the imposing man, looking at the chubby spider in his hand that now appeared a lot cuter than before. It didn't have the scary eyes of an insect, as they were replaced by a golemic eye orb. It also didn't have any sharp teeth or claws instead. The body was just oval-shaped with spider legs protruding from it. Soon the golem was placed down on the ground and even started speaking. A new operator has been established as Lucian Arden, unlocking features to new operator. Oh my, it sounds like a proper lady. Is this golem a she? The voice that the small spider produced was very ladylike, and it sounded like an older woman. I don't think golems work like that. Marlene tipped her oversized glasses while responding to Margaret. Everyone in the room was intrigued by the arachnid spider and continued to look at it while the assistant professor explained some of its features. It can change color. Is it a chameleon spell of some sort? No, it uses a special alloy in tandem with runes. Oh, how fascinating. Quick, Lucy, tell it to change to red. Mr. Golem, please become red. Affirmative, changing color to red. The girls were ecstatic when looking at the metallic creature, which switched from a shiny chrome coloring to a bright red. While they didn't grasp the reasoning behind magical alloy and runes, they could see that it worked. The small metallic spider crawled around, showcasing its new red hue, changing colors a few times after being commanded to do so. The girls were fascinated by the color-changing ability and bombarded the assistant professor with questions about its other features. It can detect malicious mana effects like traps. Yes. Can we give it a name, like Buggy? Yes, you can do that. Oh, if it can document voices, does that mean that it can do the same for melodies? I guess it could be used for playing music, yes. Can it give a massage? Or maybe heat up water for tea? I could probably heat up the water, but it can't give you a massage, and please don't ask it to do it. It seemed that the teacher was bewildered by some of the questions coming his way. It even looked as if he was contemplating whether it was worth implementing some of the features into the spider golem. After a few minutes of questioning and the spider crawling around the dorm room, he finally wished to end it. I have set up a basic communication system between the golem and me. If you ever find yourself in trouble or need assistance, just give it a simple command like call Wayland or call Assistant Professor Wayland, and it will relay the message to me. For now, you can just keep it in one of the closets, and while going through the institute, it will follow you around. Lucian smiled, expressing gratitude for the thoughtful gift. The other girls echoed her sentiments, their initial apprehension replaced by a sense of security. Wayland nodded and after being satisfied with their positive response prepared to take his leave. I'll be on my way now. If you need anything or encounter any issues, don't hesitate to use the golem or see me at the runic department. The runic department, not the enforcement department. The girls inquired as it seemed that this man was an enforcer. Yes, I mainly belong to the runic department. If you don't find me there, please contact Professor Arian instead. Take care, Lady Lucian, and the rest of you as well. With a courteous nod, the assistant professor exited the room, leaving the girls in a mix of excitement and curiosity about their new magical companion. As the door closed behind him, the girls were finally able to explode in excitement. That took a lot longer than I expected. Roland felt more tired after having to talk to these teenage girls than having to fight against any of the knight commanders he encountered. Finally, he had given his sister the smaller spider golem to keep her safe. The idea was simple. It would follow her around, as news of him using mechanical spiders was already spreading. Even if the other students wanted to suck up to Viola, they would think twice about it after seeing the golem following her around. He expected it to be enough of a deterrent. As he stepped out into the hallway, he couldn't shake off the feeling of awkwardness that lingered from his encounter with the girls. Conversations with people of their age were somewhat of a mystery to him, and he wondered if it was a skill he needed to develop in this new world. Guess I'll figure it out sooner or later. While walking down the corridor, he pondered the recent events. The hearing had concluded with a relatively lenient punishment for Viola Castellane, leaving her suspended for just 2 months. Although Roland expected some consequences, he couldn't shake off the feeling that it was just the calm before the storm. I should probably contact Robert. I won't be able to protect her here forever. He did not want to spend more than a month here, but with his sister's fate hanging over his head, it would be hard to leave. Roland didn't fool himself into believing that Viola, filled with venom, would just let it be. After those 2 months were over, it could be possible for the bullying to continue and get even worse. Then there were other situations where he couldn't always be there. The Institute hosted expeditions into proper dungeons and outside to other parts of the kingdom. Outside these walls, it would be really hard to do anything, meaning that he would need to find a way to protect his sister when he wasn't there, either through some connections, Robert, or perhaps more golems. How am I supposed to focus on my research like this? I should probably go to Thorn and hear him out. Maybe he'll have something reassuring to say about this incident. There weren't many people that he trusted in this institute besides Arian, but Thorn was a close second. He had shown himself to have integrity and would probably help Lucian out, that is if there was enough incriminating evidence for him to make a move. For that to work, he would need to push for one of his inventions to be spread throughout the institute en masse. While leaving the dorm, he noticed that people were giving him strange looks, and this continued into the institute. He could hear them whisper about the recent incident, and it was apparent that the news had already spread throughout the entire campus. To no surprise, he was getting mixed reactions depending on the status of the student. The commoners were intrigued, while the nobles were appalled by the new enforcer who seemingly didn't care about rank. No one dared to confront him directly, but during his walk to the enforcement department, it became clear that his plan of not sticking out had failed. Now he could only hope that his newest one would bear some fruit. Eventually, he arrived at Thorn's office, but what he found there was not something he expected. Enforcer Wayland, good that you are here, we have a problem. There is a problem, sir. Yes, the headmistress wants to see you. It would be wise not to let her wait. We will talk about other things later. The headmistress, you mean? After returning to Thorn's office, Roland wanted to do nothing more than talk about the implementation of his recording devices, but he was taken by surprise. The institute leader wanted to see him, and from what he knew, she was an archmage, a Tier 4 class holder of unknown goals and standing. It was not someone that he ever wanted to meet during his stay here, but there was no way of refusing this order. He needed to go there and do it now. The headmistress wants to see me. Apparently so, I'm just as surprised as you, but this just shows how impactful this incident really was. I'll give you some advice, don't let the headmistress wait. She's a very busy person, all right, I'll go see her then, but first, yes, where can I find her? Ah, I almost forgot, you're still new here. The headmistress's office is located in the Central Mage Tower. Central Mage Tower, was there such a tower? There is, but it's not accessible through normal means. However, now that the headmistress has called for you, the path should open. Thorn replied in a somewhat cryptic manner before directing Roland to some kind of hidden entrance. The entrance is there. Indeed, just wait there and the path should open. He didn't quite know what to make of it, but it seemed that this headmistress didn't like people snooping around her office. This Central Mage Tower seemed like a place hidden away by some type of magic that even he couldn't perceive. When he arrived at the institute, there were no other mage towers than the elemental ones. This new hidden one was quite intriguing. Soon he was out of the enforcement department without really having time to discuss the issue he caused. While leaving, he noticed that the other mages outside were constantly glancing in his direction. It was clear to him that a large part of these people had been bought out by the noble factions and would perhaps seek to make life harder for him. Is this the right spot? Eventually, he found himself in a large garden. It was quite calm here, akin to a park where people came to relax. To the sides, he could see students sitting against some trees or even sleeping on the grass, not a place that he expected this super-secret central tower to be at. What he was standing before was a gazebo made of vines and wood. It looked like it was fully created by magic, and Thorn instructed him to take a seat in it while he waited. Will someone come for me? After taking a seat on the somewhat uncomfortable bench, he began his wait. While initially the students were curious about him intruding on this peaceful spot, soon they turned away, as at this point they were numb to seeing people like him. It felt quite relaxing here, and he found himself thinking back to his home. However, this tranquility was interrupted by a shift in the magical energies around him. Dimensional magic. Roland had become accustomed to the strange environment within the academy, and one magic type prevailed. The whole main institute building was filled with smaller and larger dimensional pockets. While entering through a door, he could somewhat identify how large the space inside would be, and by these readings, he knew that he was going somewhere big. Soon, a path of vines appeared before him that turned into a flight of stairs. A large door was at the end, and he instantly knew that he was being called there. I guess this is where the entrance is. It seems like there are several layers of illusion magic, along with concealment spells being used, and something that keeps a person from sensing mana. He could tell that something was used to keep this place hidden, which also disguised the spike in mana. Normally, such a grand spell would be easily noticeable from far away, but he couldn't tell even after sitting down at this gazebo. The students that were here didn't seem to be able to perceive the stare-creating phenomena either. It was clear that no mana was seeping outside, and only he could see it. Is it an effect that's minimized to whoever is sitting in this gazebo? Interesting, maybe I can use this. While pondering the potential uses of the concealment effects around the gazebo, he decided to stand up and follow the path of vines leading to the grand door at the top of the stairs. He used his runic eyes to try and identify the magic being used here, but to his surprise, he felt something that he almost forgot, a migraine. The structures here were ancient and also powerful. Judging by the small headache, they had to be a bit above his current Tier 3 capabilities, perhaps in the realm of Tier 4 Grand Rune territory. The magical energies shifted as he ascended, and he could feel a change in the atmosphere, as if entering a different dimension. Upon reaching the top, he found himself standing before an impressive wooden door adorned with intricate carvings and strange non-runic symbols. The door seemed to radiate a strange power, and for the first time he encountered something peculiar. This wooden door had been placed under some kind of enchantment, just like the rest, but it was close to the level of runic symbols. It doesn't seem that I'd be able to use rune authority on these symbols, at least not at my current skill level. This trip was getting slightly more intimidating than before. The door was wide open, and he could step through, but he was hesitating. Before him was an unknown area that he would not be able to handle with his current level or abilities. An archmage who was potentially a Tier 4 class holder also lurked inside, and if he wasn't careful, his life could be in danger. However, he also felt that after ascending these stairs, there was no way of going back. It was even possible that he would not be able to escape, as he found himself inside a dimensional pocket already. After stepping through it, he appeared in a grand chamber beyond. The room was filled with various magical artifacts, floating crystals, and ancient books. This place was entirely made out of wood and other plant matter. The furniture, along with many other things, looked like it was connected to the ground and walls as if it was grown out of the surroundings. The door that he walked through closed behind him and shifted itself into the wooden ground until there was nothing there anymore. At first, he didn't see any way forward, but soon new stairs started to appear to the side. It was quite fascinating to see planks being formed out of the wooden matter. Thorn said to just follow the path and not stop for too long. Without staring for too long, he decided to listen to the instructions that he was given. This whole place was filled with copious amounts of mana, and it was better to not trigger some hidden defensive response after touching something. The wooden stairs took him up through this tower, and on the way there, he entered various other large chambers. One of them was a vast library filled with shelves upon shelves of ancient tomes and scrolls. Another chamber housed a collection of magical artifacts, each emitting a unique aura of power. Then there was something that looked like a fruit and vegetable garden and also an alchemical chamber. Finally, after ascending what felt like countless stairs, he reached the top of the tower. The chamber at the summit was smaller than the others and was quite peculiar. Several arches and wooden columns were making a small ceiling, but the sides lacked any walls. At the center of the room was a wooden desk, behind which sat a woman with mossy green hair that cascaded down her back. She wore elegant robes adorned with intricate patterns, and her eyes, a deep shade of violet, were focused on the documents in front of her. Her ears jutted out to the sides and were quite lengthy, and her skin was light green. For a moment, Roland confused her for a dryad, which was a type of plant monster that resembled humans. However, she lacked some of their features, like leaves coming out of their hair or bark on her skin. Assistant Professor Wayland, I presume. Her voice was calm and measured, echoing through the room with a sense of authority. Roland could feel the weight of her presence, and he inclined his head in acknowledgement. Yes, headmistress, you summoned me. The headmistress looked up from her work, her violet eyes meeting Roland's. She gestured for him to take a seat in front of her desk. The moment she did, one raised itself out of the wooden floor. As he sat down, the wooden chair seemed to mold itself to his form, providing a surprising level of comfort. I've been made aware of the recent events involving a particular noble lady and a subsequent hearing. It seems you played a pivotal role in the resolution of the matter. Roland nodded while getting slight goosebumps. He could feel her gaze falling on his armored body as if she was scrutinizing his poor craftsmanship, which to someone like her was probably child's play. Yes, headmistress. I encountered the students in the training facility and acted with the institute rules in mind. With the rules in mind, do the rules state that you should break a man's sternum? He was unwilling to surrender and even tried to bribe a member of the enforcement department. Roland replied quickly without stuttering, as he at least knew that the rules were on his side. This quick rebuttal seemed to cause one of the woman's brows to rise up. Bold words, Assistant Professor Wayland. It seems you carry the weight of your own sense of justice. I can at least appreciate that, to a certain extent, but the headmistress leaned back in her chair, her gaze never leaving Roland. He couldn't quite read her expression, and he wondered how much she knew about his background and his real motives for being at the institute. This is still a place for learning, and I would appreciate if you learned to handle such situations with less violent means. He was being lectured by this woman for his rash behavior. If this was all to this meeting, then it was fine. It seemed that she was giving him a warning about his methods that caused some people to be injured and also damage to the training facility. However, soon she started asking more questions, some that he wasn't sure that he wanted to answer. I have been informed that you are not a member of any noble house, yet you don't seem to care about the repercussions of your actions. Why is that, Assistant Professor Wayland? Roland hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words. He could feel the weight of the situation, and the woman was prodding for some information. It seemed strange that someone would not be scared of angering high nobles. She probably wanted to hear the true reason behind it, but he did not want to reveal his ties to the Arden estate. It was better to tie his behavior to his strong sense of justice and perhaps make it seem like he just disliked the wanton abuse of power that the noble students were guilty of. I just did what I thought was right and followed the rules of the institute. By those rules, every student is equal, aren't they? The headmistress nodded slightly, but he wasn't sure if his answer convinced her. After a moment of silence, she leaned forward, her fingers steepled together. You are an intriguing individual, Assistant Professor Wayland. Unusual, but intriguing nonetheless. Your actions have stirred quite a commotion within the noble circles, and some influential figures are not pleased with you. I have not called you here to lecture you, but more to give you a warning. A warning? Yes, a warning, the headmistress replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. Your actions could have consequences, ones that might not only affect you, but also some of our students. As long as you stay within the institute, I will guarantee your safety, but after you step outside these walls, you'll be on your own. Do you understand? Yes, headmistress. I'll be cautious and mindful of my future actions. Roland was a bit surprised by her words, as it looked like this archmagus was on his side. However, the message was clear. Once he was outside of the institute, she would do nothing to protect him from any retaliations from the nobles. He had expected some immediate consequences for his actions, but the headmistress's warning hinted at a broader and more complex web of political intrigue. Good, I'm glad that you understand. Now, while you did stir up the hornet's nest slightly, you managed to help one of our troubled students. Please keep up the good work. You are dismissed. Ah yes, after getting praised at the end, he found himself stunned by the change of subject. The headmistress quickly went back to her mountain of papers and other magical artifacts as if he was not there anymore. Thus, he awkwardly raised himself from his seat and then slowly started to walk away. The path down was still there, so he assumed that he needed to travel down the set of stairs one more time. Did that go well or now? He wasn't sure if this meeting went well or not. It seemed that she was more interested in seeing the man who caused the incident than in reprimanding him. There was no punishment given, nor was he kicked out of the institute either. Then, as he reached the large tower library area during his walk, he was given another surprise. Ah, I almost forgot. Headmistress. You've been doing some interesting research. You might find this book helpful. Her voice resounded in the library, and soon a vein appeared with a large hardcover book. It was presented to him, and he could not refuse something given to him by the Archmage. It was written in an older language, but he could understand the meaning. Mana and Soul Connection. It should help you in your research, but be sure to return it when you are done with it. You won't find this tome within the main library. It should help you with your Mana Phantom dilemma. You're welcome. Soon her voice vanished, and he was left with a large research book in his hands. One thing was clear. He wasn't given this book for no reason. The headmistress must have known that he was researching Mana Phantoms, something that he didn't tell anyone besides Arian. It was possible that she asked him about it, or that she had some way of monitoring the school herself. As Roland descended the tower, the weight of the encounter with the headmistress lingered in his mind. The warning about potential consequences outside the institute and the headmistress's knowledge of his research was perplexing. There was a possibility that she knew everything already, but he did not know her motives or her inclinations. Soon enough, he found himself on the lower level, and the exit door presented itself to him. He found himself in the same gazebo with the students and quickly made his way back to the enforcement department, where Thorn was waiting for him. How did it go? Thorn asked instantly after Roland entered his office. After a brief explanation of the encounter, Thorn scratched his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. I'm not sure, I just got a warning, I think. Roland responded, unsure of what to take away from that meeting. The headmistress didn't really explain much, and it felt more like she just wanted to see the new troublemaker face to face. Then he also received some research materials in the form of a book, something that informed him that she knew about his library visits. It didn't seem that she was an enemy, but perhaps also not an ally. He needed to be careful. Is that so? It seems you've made quite an impression, Assistant Professor. The fact that you were not punished is a good sign in itself. This bodes well for that. What was the name again? Surveillance system. After the hearing and the showcase of his recording devices, Thorn was intrigued by the possibilities. Yes, that. Are there any limitations? What about the costs? The costs wouldn't be anything outlandish. It seemed that this day wouldn't end so quickly, as he was now stuck explaining the golemic eye monitoring system to Thorn. It could be made from Tier 2 materials, which would lower the costs dramatically. The more he explained, the happier Thorn seemed, and for some reason, Roland started thinking that he would be getting a lot more work than he initially signed up for. What did I get myself into? This was quite a day now. Where do I even begin? Roland asked himself after leaving Thorn's office. The hearing was over, and he had given his sister the small spider golem to keep her safe. Everything seemed to have finally calmed down, but he was not making any significant progress in his research. Then there was the head mistress who gave him some strange research papers, implying that what he was searching for was within a person's soul and not just mana, something that he had no idea about. It also implied that she had more information about what he was doing here than he liked. Perhaps she even knew that he came from Albrook. I didn't feel anything strange. She probably didn't read my status at least. For the time being, it seemed that she kept to the Institute rules and didn't forcefully try to pry his status window out of him. Considering that she was a Tier 4 mage, her identification skill was probably way above his, and she would have no problem in disabling his enchantments that were hiding his class. It seemed like she was trying to be impartial, but I'm not sure. After finishing up with his enforcing duties, he had a few days of freedom. What he did was return to the school library with his new research papers to deliberate on his future plans. He still wanted to create that prosthetic limb for Bernier, and there was no reason not to look into what an experienced mage had given him. Perhaps there was some type of deeper connection between mana and the soul that would allow him to connect a few dots. On his way to the library, he noticed that everyone was still looking at him in a reserved fashion. It was as if everyone was treating him as some type of rare animal. Eventually, he managed to arrive at the location, and soon enough he was studying the large book he received from Yevena Arvendis, the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry current headmistress. Mana and soul connection. What does the soul have to do with mana phantoms? And do souls even exist? Roland whispered to himself while prying open the thick book apart. The pages were filled with complex diagrams, ancient symbols, and writings in a language that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The arcane knowledge within the tome hinted at the intricate relationship between mana and the soul, delving into the metaphysical aspects of magic that Roland had only scratched the surface of. This might take a while. As he immersed himself in the study, a lot of time started to pass. The cryptic writing forced him to search for books related to ancient languages, and it took him a while to fill in the gaps in his knowledge to even start reading the book he was given. He spent countless hours in the library, deciphering the intricate symbols and the meanings hidden within the pages. The book opened up new perspectives on the connection between mana and the soul, revealing a complex tapestry of magical energies that intertwined in ways he had never considered. He discovered that the soul was indeed a fundamental aspect of magical existence. According to the text, every living being possessed a soul, a reservoir of spiritual energy that acted as a conduit for mana. The mana, in turn, flowed through the soul, shaping and molding within its essence. In theory, the mana phantoms that he had seen moving around might have actually been the spiritual energy of the soul that, within the world of mana, created the illusion of a mana phantom. If this were the case, then he was looking in the wrong place and would need to focus on this other type of energy if he ever wanted his prosthetic to move correctly. Could I just need to find the correct wavelength, as I did with the divine spells? Is there something that could help me to get attuned to spiritual energy? There were creatures in this world that resembled ghosts and phantoms. The simplest one to encounter would be the will-o'-wisp. It was a type of monster that could be found in haunted forests and sometimes crypts. The Albrook dungeon also had exploding skulls, but those were quite volatile. What he needed to do was create a device that could react to the mana phantom. If he could identify the energy, then he just needed to create a system that reacted to the changes in the phantom. At the moment, he could only read visual cues with the help of his own skill, but his senses were identifying it as regular mana. If this book was true, then perhaps the mana was just blocking the spiritual energy underneath that he couldn't quite perceive. Focusing on spiritual energy patterns could be the answer that he was looking for, and perhaps there were some ways inside this institute that he could research them. I wonder if this place has someone with a spiritualist class, but could a necromancer also work? When thinking about soul energy, there were a few sources that he could think of. First were the decrepit souls of the dead that the necrotic magic of necromancers could control. These energies were perceived as chaotic and unnatural, probably not something he could get his hands on without breaking the law. Necromancy was looked down on mostly due to the Solarian Church despising them and any cultists. Even though he had encountered a lich and a necromancer, there was no time to do any research, nor was his home in a state to do so. When it came to spiritualists, they were a different sort. They didn't manipulate the bodies of the dead, nor did they force their souls to linger. They acted as a bridge between the material plane and the one supposedly populated by spirits. They could use souls to possess objects or even themselves for a boost in their skills. They could buff people through these possessions or by calling spirits for a sort of blessing. Luckily, this magical profession wasn't looked down upon by the church, and there was a possibility that one of these people was within the institute walls. I heard if a spiritualist lets a master swordsman possess their body, they can gain their strength temporarily, but it can backfire on them. I think it's called reverse possession. I guess I have my work cut out for me. How should I do this? After spending the rest of the day deciphering the book, he assessed his options. There were 3 things that he could do. First was capturing a monster that was closely related to spirits. The second was finding a spiritualist and either examining their spells to copy them into runic or having them cooperate in his research. The last and third option was spending more time in the library and going through more research papers. I guess I'll go with option 3 for now and try asking Arian about the other 2 later. A large sigh left his mouth as there was much work to do. Over the next few days, Roland delved deeper into the extensive library resources, immersing himself in ancient texts and research papers related to spiritual energy, mana, and the connection between the soul and magic. His determination led him to uncover obscure knowledge that hinted at rituals, experiments, and historical accounts involving spiritualists and the manipulation of soul energy. Things were progressing, but he had a sinking feeling that he was being watched. Every time he ventured outside, he could tell that certain people were looking his way. It was quite obvious that he didn't make any friends with the Viola incident and that he needed to prepare himself for the fallout. It wouldn't have been strange if he would be followed whenever leaving the school, and once alone, his new enemies could even strike. Luckily, things back home were silent, and his nightly responsibilities could wait. I'm a spiritualist. There is one person like that, but is there a problem? Well, the person in question doesn't come to the institute often. They are kind of an oddball. Roland finished up with the research for the day and returned to the runic department to ask Arian a few questions. While there seemed to be a spiritualist professor around, they didn't come to school often and lived off campus. With how he was being monitored throughout the institute, it didn't seem like such a great idea to pack up for a visit just yet. She should be there for the next department meeting, though. The next meeting? Isn't that in a month? I'm afraid so. Oh, that reminds me. Arian glanced to the side, activating his tail bracelet to summon forth a sizable stack of papers, accompanied by the orb that Roland had entrusted to him. You've finished examining it. Indeed, it was quite fascinating. I haven't seen such a strange monster core in a while. It was the broken lick core that he had lent to Arian. Considering the stack of papers that he was given, he had done extensive research on it. Recreating the structure on another item of this sort would probably become easy with all of this insight. You write quite fast. Oh, that. It's just a spell. Want me to teach you? Roland was surprised by the amount of written words, not something a regular person could do by hand, even with the help of skills. There also wasn't that much time for Arian to do this, so he was quite intrigued. After the question, he received a quick answer as he was presented with a peculiar spell that reminded him of some technology from the modern world. It's similar to a laser printer. A laser what? Ah, nothing. The presentation unfolded swiftly, featuring unique materials such as specialized paper and ink. These components fused together on the paper's surface, akin to a toner, shaping into coherent words. While magical quills capable of transcribing words through voice commands existed, this particular method directly extracted information from the caster's mind. Remarkably, it even hinted at the possibility of generating images if the mental visualization was sufficiently vivid, a feature Roland considered potentially valuable for his purposes. Throughout the presentation, he observed the ink seamlessly adhering to the paper, illustrating a rapid and efficient means of filling out pages. Speaking about this monster core, are you trying to make a mage tower? A mage tower. Yes, I think it could be used as a basis for an artificial tower spirit, and it's already attuned to your mana. Roland acknowledged the statement with a nod as he retrieved both the research paper and the core, stowing them away in his spatial storage. Bringing it over to the institute to get an idea of what to do with it was the correct choice. Although constructing a mage tower wasn't in his immediate plans, the potential applications of tower spirits in performing calculations for mages intrigued him. While he needed to be careful with it as it was still the core of a monster, he believed with some adjustments, it could be repurposed without future issues arising. No problem, it was quite enjoyable. Arian appeared content engaging in mundane research, a concept that Roland found somewhat perplexing. For Roland, research was merely a tool to achieve a goal, and if he never had to delve into it again, he wouldn't mind. His true satisfaction lay in the process of crafting prototypes and ensuring they didn't unexpectedly detonate in his vicinity. Now then, tomorrow is the day. Have you prepared the presentation? Sure, how splendid, now don't tell me. I love a good surprise. The day for his lecture at the runic department had finally arrived. Throughout the week, he dedicated his time to research, and somewhat haphazardly, he put together an activity for the students. Uncertain about how his unconventional approach would be received, he aimed to deviate from the standard lecture format. The idea of standing in front of a group of young students for 2 hours sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to devise a plan that would enable him to spend most of the time seated. You're not afraid that I'll do something to embarrass the department? Not really. You have quite the head on your shoulders, my friend. I'm sure your lecture will be very insightful. He nodded in acknowledgement as he returned to his temporary quarters within the runic department. Taking advantage of the department's sparse membership, Roland found accommodation in the spacious vice-head's quarters. It was quite the spacious room that he could even continue his research in. Before retiring for the night, he mentally reminded himself to rise early, recognizing the need to procure the essential items from the Institute's rune forge. As morning unfolded, Roland made his way to the forge, where the craftsmen awaited him. They handed him a sizable wooden crate that seemed to have a lot of parts within itself. Just like you ordered it, but what are you going to use these parts for? A lecture. The absence of the master runesmith this time didn't pose an issue, given that the ordered crafts were merely Tier 1 runes, within the capability of even lower Tier 2 runesmiths. Everything was efficiently prepared within a few days, and while Roland might have personally fashioned them with more precision, he found little room for complaint. With the help of a floating platform and his mage hand spell, he transported the crate and left the forge. He steered towards an outdoor location within the same park where he had previously encountered the head mistress. There was a section here for outside lessons, perfect for this lecture, he thought up. I think I need my own assistant for things like this. Given the scarcity of personnel within the department, Roland took it upon himself to single-handedly organize everything. Utilizing his spellcasting abilities, he effortlessly brought over chairs and tables, upon which he began arranging the contents from within the box. Roland's meticulous nature ensured a well-organized setup, and he completed the task a good 10 minutes before anyone else arrived at the location. This should do it. Would be nice if none of the students arrived, though. Roland harbored a hope that the rumors circulating about his unconventional behavior and actions against the nobles might dissuade students from attending his lecture. However, his expectation was contradicted when he observed Arian floating towards him, accompanied by Professor DeLauder. To his surprise, the number of students had not decreased, rather, it had increased, and they appeared genuinely intrigued by what he had prepared. This unexpected turn left Roland raising an involuntary brow. So that's that famous ferocious enforcer. He does look that part. Hey, be quiet, what if he hears you and turns you into a frog? In his case, that would be an improvement. Did you just call me ugly? The banter of the students reached Roland's ears, but he chose to ignore it, focusing on the task at hand. As the time for his lecture approached, more students gathered, some that probably were just here to look at the person who beat up a noble knight. DeLauder, who pushed for this lecture, had a look of disdain plastered over his face and was probably hoping that he made a fool out of himself during this lecture. Arian, on the other hand, floated towards him with a mischievous grin planted over his feline face. Enjoying the attention, Assistant Professor Wayland. Not really, let us just get it over with, haha, well, let me just help you a bit. Arian turned himself towards the chatting students and started to conjure a light show with his magic, creating colorful illusions in the air. The unexpected display caught the attention of the students, diverting their focus from their conversations to the mesmerizing lights dancing above them. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're ready for a different kind of lecture today. Instead of the usual theorem, Assistant Professor Wayland has prepared something new for all of you. Assistant Professor Wayland, if you would. With all eyes fixed on him, Roland noticed a mix of interest and scrutiny among the students. Some appeared genuinely intrigued, while others seemed ready to mock him if he faltered. However, Roland remained unfazed. He had meticulously prepared for this moment, and it was time to commence the lecture and put any apprehensions to rest. Please divide yourself into groups at the tables. You will find a set of tools prepared there. Please get acquainted with them. The lecture had started, and the students moved towards the tables to find a strange assortment of various plates with runes on them. All of them had the same squared shape, but their usage was unknown to them. All right, let's delve into the assembly of runes into more complex structures. Roland began with his explanation. I'll first explain the meanings of these symbols, and then it'll be your task to combine them into a proper form capable of producing a spell. Murmurs rippled through the students as they glanced at the runic symbols, unsure of how to craft a spell from them. Despite their initial confusion, an air of intrigue permeated the atmosphere, indicating a willingness to explore and understand the complexities of runic magic. They seem a bit confused. I should probably bring out the visual aids. Roland was aware that his approach might face resistance from the scholarly mindset prevalent in this world, where learning predominantly involved books, and practical lessons were often limited to monster hunting and dungeon exploration. However, he favored a more hands-on approach to education and opted to challenge the students with a puzzle. It would give their minds something new to tackle and perhaps allow some to see things from a different perspective. To familiarize the students with the functionality of the square plates of metal, Roland introduced a runic device designed to project images. This technology mirrored the one he had employed in the hearing for playback of recordings. Externally, it resembled an elongated rectangle, akin to a steel beam used in constructing frameworks. Due to the limited time between his ongoing research efforts, this was the most of what Roland could prepare for the present moment. I'll now demonstrate the basic runic principles. Please watch closely as you will have to combine the runic blocks afterward. Surprisingly, even the students who typically paid little attention in class found themselves captivated by the runic symbols displayed on the projected screen. The direct correlation between these symbols and the smaller steel plates laid out on the tables made it easy for them to grasp the connection between the visual representation and the runic blocks before them. The alignment of the symbols seemed to spark a newfound interest, but he didn't have their full attention quite yet. For the spell effect to take place, you must always end the runic structure with an emitter-type rune, otherwise the runic circuit will not be able to activate. Certain terms related to circuitry seem to cause confusion among the students. Roland's approach, rooted in practical testing and drawing parallels between the runic language and circuit boards, diverged significantly from the conventional understanding of this world. The concept of an operating system was foreign to them, but Roland remained unfazed. His primary goal was to deliver a lecture satisfactory enough to avoid expulsion from the institute, and their understanding of the subject was of secondary concern. Who he was more interested in today was Professor DeLauder. He had come to the class to keep his eye on him for the lecture. DeLauder appeared determined to find any pretext that would warrant Roland's expulsion. One such reason would be his failure to conduct a class today. Roland had to remain vigilant as he needed to safeguard this position until his research was done. Now, please put away the runic pieces and pay attention. I will showcase their use. Upon concluding his explanation, Roland noticed the students still appeared bewildered. They continued shifting the square tiles around, magnetizing them to each other without fully comprehending the purpose. It wasn't until Roland employed his mage hand spell, manipulating a few runic structures and connecting them together, that the students finally grasped the essence of the lesson. As you can see, if you complete the structure in the correct order and infuse it with a bit of your mana, you will garner a spell effect. The practical demonstration brought clarity as a simple ball of light emanated from the connected runic elements. Roland's approach mirrored the grueling process he underwent during his time as a runic blacksmith. Secluding himself in an inn-room, he engaged in a rigorous process of elimination, gradually comprehending the meaning of each runic component and how their assembly could yield different results. This lecture essentially recreated the same experiment, providing the students with the knowledge to produce various spell effects through the manipulation of runic structures. Now then, you will all attempt to mimic this process. Assemble the runic pieces together correctly and it will produce an effect. Oh, how interesting. Observing from the sidelines, Arian commented on the students' increasing interest in the lesson. While some remained hesitant to participate, others began experimenting with the metallic squares. After a few minutes, diverse light effects started to manifest, captivating the students as they noticed variations in colors and shapes. The hands-on experience had successfully captured their attention and ignited a sense of curiosity among them. Look, I made an orange triangle. Why is this square blue? I wanted it to be purple. Silly. You need to mix blue with red to get a purple color. Oh, Roland continued to guide the students through the process to the point of actively offering assistance where needed. The atmosphere began to shift from initial skepticism to a more lively engagement. The students, once hesitant, were now actively collaborating, sharing ideas, and experimenting with different combinations of runic symbols. Even the ones that weren't paying attention didn't want to get excluded and finally decided to take part. DeLauder, however, continued to wear a disapproving expression, discontent with the unexpected success of Roland's unconventional teaching methods. As the session progressed, Roland noticed that some students were struggling to understand the nuances of runic assembly. He decided to circulate among the groups, providing guidance and answering questions. That's it for today. Please place everything back to their original location. Hey, is it already over? No fair, I wanted to make a rainbow. As the lesson came to an end, Roland was surprised to find that some students expressed a desire to continue experimenting with the runic structures. Their enthusiasm and pleading looks caught him off guard. While Roland couldn't fault them for finding the practical lesson interesting and enjoyable, he couldn't shake the feeling that he might have made a mistake with his current approach, perhaps underestimating the appeal of hands-on, interactive learning. They won't make me do this again, right? Despite the appearance of a nuanced and carefully planned approach, the truth was that Roland had hastily put together a few elements to avoid having to speak extensively during the lecture. His expectation was that only a handful of students would be interested, with the rest possibly dozing off against the trees. Contrary to his assumptions, however, the students enthusiastically embraced the rudimentary runic components, treating them like new toys to be explored and assembled. Roland found himself taken aback by the unexpected level of engagement, and even more by Arian's words. Just magnificent, I just can't wait for the next lecture. Wait, don't tell me. Will it be another puzzle or maybe something more theoretical? Next lecture, to make things worse, he actually had a few ideas to make the lectures more interesting. As a runesmith at heart, he envisioned incorporating runic devices that even regular mages could interact with, such as the multi-purpose staff he had used in the past. This staff, depending on the area of mana infusion, could produce various magical spells. He decided to keep this fact to himself, as preparing for this lecture did take some time away from his research. HMPH Professor DeLauder, still watching closely, approached Roland with a stern expression. Interesting approach, Assistant Professor. However, I would advise you to stick to the traditional methods of teaching. This experimentation might not bode well for the academic reputation of the Institute. Roland just nodded without replying while the man walked away. Ha, what is that buffoon talking about? I bet that he is just afraid that my department is garnering more interest from the students. Just look, there are twice as many people here than before, and maybe, as Arian spun around in midair, visibly excited at the prospect of increased funding and student interest, Roland couldn't help but attribute the enthusiasm to his growing reputation. His notoriety as the man who defeated a high-level magical swordmaster seemed to be a key factor. The students, being primarily interested in strength, likely perceived Roland's runic lessons as a pathway to uncovering the secrets behind his formidable power. The allure of strength and the intrigue surrounding Roland's abilities had successfully captured the students' attention. That the lessons were interesting and fun was just the icing on the cake. You're welcome. You can start by helping me to clean this place up. As the lecture concluded, Roland noticed that not all students had taken the initiative to tidy up after themselves. Some tables remained in disarray, and Roland had the task of clearing them. Look at the time, I have to get back to my research. Arian, leveraging his department head privileges, opted to avoid the cleanup and promptly left. Roland found himself left behind to address the mess and consider potential new presentations for the following week. Should I just let them play with the golems or something? Lowly miscreant, this won't end the way you want it, I will see to it. A somewhat annoyed scholarly man strode through the halls of the Institute, receiving respectful nods from those he passed. His name was DeLauder, a reputable department head. However, after the peculiar lecture conducted by the new assistant professor, he found himself irked. DeLauder viewed him as little more than a hoodlum, seemingly desecrating the sacred halls of the Institute with his unorthodox methods. DeLauder perceived himself as a role model, expecting students to aspire to his level of scholarly achievement rather than emulate what he viewed as the lesser pursuits of adventurers. Despite his disdain for the new assistant professor, he was not foolish enough to confront the man directly. Witnessing the events during the hearing made him cautious, understanding that any disruption or overt animosity might be recorded, leading to potential consequences. Professor, please keep up the good work. Of course, as DeLauder navigated through the corridors, he encountered one of the servants from a noble house. A charming lady in a serving uniform, her duties revolved around tending to the wishes of her masters. Such servants were a rare sight on campus, often residing in dorms designated for higher nobles and only emerging when summoned or accompanying their noble employers. The lady servant curtsied politely before presenting DeLauder with a small container, which he swiftly concealed within one of the spatial pockets in his robe. Offering her a nod, she continued on her way. DeLauder paused for a moment, casting cautious glances around. Concerned about the potential discovery of this act, he had become uneasy ever since witnessing the recording technology and learning of the enforcement department's plans to implement it throughout the entire institute. The fear of being constantly monitored had taken a toll on his peace of mind. I'm being too paranoid. They haven't gotten the approval from the headmistress yet, and perhaps they never will. He disappeared down the corridor until reaching a seemingly dead end. Extracting a golden key from his pocket, DeLauder inserted it into a hole in the wall that materialized out of nowhere. After turning the key, a door opened, allowing him to step through. On the other side, he entered a spacious study where a person with a long white beard sat behind a desk, clad in wizardry robes. Master, we need to do something about that swindler. He does not belong in this institute. Oh, he doesn't. Has he broken any of the rules? Not yet, but Vice Headmaster, we need to do something. The master wizard, a figure of great influence within the institute, peered at DeLauder over the rim of his glasses. His office was filled with shelves of ancient tomes and magical artifacts, creating an atmosphere of profound wisdom. DeLauder, my old student, the institute has always embraced diversity in its faculty. If this assistant professor has not violated any rules, there's little we can do to remove him. It wouldn't do for us to become tyrants, suppressing new ideas and methodologies. He always liked this, saying one thing but thinking something else. The person seated at the desk was Master Rathos, someone DeLauder had studied under in the past. Rathos held a position just below that of the head mistress, Yevena Arvendis, though in certain situations his influence surpassed hers. Unlike Arvendis, who kept to herself, Rathos recognized the importance of networking for true power. However, he was careful not to engage in anything that might tarnish his reputation. Unless there was a clear advantage to be gained, he preferred to adhere to established protocols, especially when it came to official business. But Master, he is undermining the traditional teachings of the Institute. The students are getting distracted, and they are starting to question the superiority of our way of learning, and that recent incident, if this continues, our associates will start to complain. Ah yes, our dear associates, we can't have that. The man smiled and began to stroke his long white beard. DeLauder remained quiet as he knew that his master was quite the shrewd man and would probably come up with a solution to his current dilemma. Oh, how about this then? Yes, master. The young students should be at the correct age for further development, correct? Do you perhaps mean the advancement classes? Yes, precisely those. The girl involved in the recent incident, her level is relatively low, and she would likely be included in the advancement class, wouldn't she? I see. But what about our friend from the runic department? I was getting to that, so impatient. My apologies, master. DeLauder bowed his head, apologizing to Rathos, who continued speaking. Considering his performance, I don't see why he can't tag along as one of the main guardians for the advancement class. I'll just need to put in a few good words. I'm sure that, considering the recent incident, no one will find fault in such a decision. DeLauder nodded as Rathos revealed the main plan, an ingenious approach that could address multiple issues with a single move. The plan appeared faultless, leaving little room for blame to be placed on them even if something went awry. DeLauder understood that making this plan a reality required contacting individuals operating outside the institute. Even if only the girl participated, it would already be sufficient to appease the interests he served. If I remember correctly, the advancement classes were scheduled to take place within a few weeks, but we could probably advance the date. Think you'll be able to take care of the rest? Yes, master, leave it to me. Great, well then I still have some work to do. Was this all? Yes, Master Rathos. DeLauder turned to leave the study, the wheels of his mind already turning as he contemplated the best way to implement Rathos's plan. As he stepped out of the hidden door, he found himself in the same corridor where he had encountered the lady servant. The small container she had given him concealed a substantial quantity of golden coins. To ensure this lucrative business continued, DeLauder was prepared to go to war with the new assistant professor. Through this new plan, such a confrontation now seemed not only possible, but also strategically advantageous. Now, who should I contact first? As the DeLauder departed from Rathos' study, the old wizard emitted a sigh of annoyance. The magical quill he had been using to write words onto his parchment halted as he stood up from his seat. With a wave of his hand, he caused the drapes to close, plunging the room into darkness. The only source of light emanated from a mirror placed next to a large dresser. That I need to contend with such greedy idiots. Approaching the mirror, Rathos observed a peculiar aura of light emanating from it. For a brief moment, his reflection transformed into a grotesque figure covered in blisters and malignant-looking warts. With another wave of his hand, the unsettling image vanished, replaced by what seemed to be an empty room bearing no resemblance to the study. Soon after, flames emerged one after another around a large table, with his mirror represented by one of those same flames. Ah, Seed of Azure, early as always. There is no such thing as being too early, Seed of Crimson. The mirror reproduced Rathos's voice in a different manner than usual and facilitated him in listening to the conversation among the other flames. Once the room was filled with all of them, attention shifted toward a particular flame, the one with a hue of purple. Seed of Violet, we need an explanation. A pitch-black flame expanded in size as it posed the question. The mirror used by Rathos started to quiver and displayed a few cracks. It appeared that the violet flame was facing some trouble, and the wizardly man couldn't help but smile at their predicament. Hey, you there, I'd like to have a word with you. You are intruding on the personal space of this student. Increased heart rate has been noted. Stress levels are increasing. Please refrain from approaching this student. Huh, what is this metal spider? Please back away, this is a warning. If you don't, this unit will contact a faculty member and you will be restrained. A small spider golem attracted attention by causing a scene. It faced off against a group of 3 teenage boys who approached girls of similar ages. One of the girls, Lucian Arden, was now famous on campus due to her involvement in a recent incident that had garnered widespread attention. Accompanying her were her two roommates, Adesuna and Marline, who placed themselves on the sides without knowing what to do. The boys, who were initially confident in their strong approach, were taken aback by the unexpected resistance from the small mechanical creature. The spider golem that was programmed to protect Lucian continued to vocalize warnings with ever-increasing volume. It was to a point where other students were made aware of the problem and started whispering, "Hey, isn't that the Count's son? Is he trying to curry favor with the Marquis woman? How indecent." Two girls started whispering, and some of their conversation made its way towards the young man in question. This only maddened the young man, who was barely 16 years of age. "What is this piece of metal? Do you think that this thing can stop a son of a count? Now get over here this instant." The boy scoffed and ignored the stares around him. "No, I don't think I will," Lucian responded while furrowing her eyebrows, and her two friends quickly responded after. "Stop bothering us, you heard what she said, now go away. We don't care who you are, leave us alone." They all stood resolute, and while they seemed to be frightened, they didn't lower their heads or budge from their spots. This made the young nobleman quite mad, not something that he was expecting from lesser nobility and commoners. "You dare speak to us in such a tone?" One of the other young men moved forward and attempted to reach for the golem, but as his hand neared, he was pushed back by a sudden jolt of mana. The golem acted by producing a mana shield that kept the youth from approaching. "Ouch, what the hell is this thing doing?" The young man recoiled while clutching his hand in pain. Shield didn't only stop him from moving forward, but it also delivered a small jolt of electricity, something quite painful to the touch. "You insolent commoners, how dare you defy a noble?" The boy took a step forward, clearly angered by the girl's defiance. While Lucian came from a baron's house, the other two were not nobles, something people like this young man couldn't allow to slide. The small spider golem sensed the increasing threat and emitted a low growl-like sound, its single eye glowing red. The crowd that had gathered to witness the commotion murmured and started to back away in fright. "Hostility has been detected. Initiating protective measures. Please stand by. Your mana pattern has been recorded and a teacher has been alerted. Please stand down." Before any further developments, the small spider golem swiftly erected a larger mana shield and enveloped all the girls present. The previous jolt of electricity had left the trio of male students wary of getting too close to the shield. Instead, fueled by anger and wounded pride, they decided to retaliate. This was still a magical academy, and casting spells was always an option. "A teacher has been called, like I care." The tension could be felt in the air, and everyone was eager to see how this all played out. However, before any of the three young men could mutter any chants, a voice called out to the students that were gathered here. "What do you think that you are doing?" As they looked through the surroundings, unable to identify the source of the voice, their attention was finally drawn upward and into the distance. The voice they heard had been amplified by mana, and given their mage backgrounds, they were able to discern the trajectory of the spell and trace it back to its caster. After following the magical path with their senses, they eventually spotted someone leaping out of a window, and that someone was coming their way. "Huh, isn't the main library there?" one of the students asked, but no one could reply. Everyone here was outside the main building near the converging path that led to the dorms. Before the incident started, all of these young people were on their way to morning classes. Now their attention was fully on the strange person that had become airborne, seemingly now flying in their direction. The person shot up into the air and flew in an arch. Their speed was truly tremendous, and eventually everyone could see that they were wearing a strange artifact under their robe. Emitting light and displaying enigmatic runic symbols, this artifact mystified the onlookers. Then, just before making contact with the ground, a powerful gust of wind enveloped this person's descent and created a cushioning effect. The force stirred up a cloud of dirt and caused any skirts to flutter during the mysterious figure's landing. "Is that?" "I think it's him, the full mithril enforcer. The same one that beat that Elithes. Yeah, didn't you hear? He's kind of famous right now." As usual, the young students couldn't resist whispering among themselves. The man in question, who was nicknamed the Full Mithril Enforcer, had just arrived. He positioned himself directly between the group of girls and boys who had been engaged in a heated exchange. A glance revealed that his glowing visor was now focused on the group of troublemakers. "Do I have to repeat myself? What's the meaning of this commotion? You three, explain yourselves." His visor started glowing brighter, and his tone became colder, causing the students to flinch in fright. However, their leader quickly composed himself after recognizing the man's rank by the badge he wore. The swift adjustment to the tone was noted by the people here, who began to chuckle. "Assistant Professor, these vile commoners and the lesser noble here refused to heed my request. We merely wanted to have a civil conversation. Then when they refused, that metallic creature attacked us without a warning. It was a blatant falsehood that could be easily debunked with a single word from the onlookers, yet nobody dared to do so. Despite any dislike the people may harbor for the Count's son, there was little they could do. He remained a member of the upper echelon of nobility, and was someone not to be openly challenged. The other high nobles refrained from speaking ill of their own, and the lower-ranking ones avoided doing so out of fear of retaliation. Is that so? Young Lady Lucian, is there any truth to his words? The armored one turned his gaze to the other person who was involved in the scene, Lucian Arden. The girl didn't flinch in fright like the group of young men, but instead smiled. The other students here weren't sure what to make of it, but soon she took a deep breath and spoke out with confidence. No, Assistant Professor Wayland. They were harassing us and bugged this small golem here, acted in self-defense to protect us. She blushed slightly as she almost pronounced the cute nickname of the spider golem that was given to it by the young ladies here. Harassment. Is that true? Of course not. Those are blatant lies, Assistant Professor. How could you trust their words above mine? The leader of the group puffed out his chest as if he were trying to show his emblem that identified his ranking within the school. However, it didn't seem that the assistant professor was too interested in what he had to say and instead focused on the small, chubby spider golem there. After looking at it, the runic automaton moved forward and released a burst of light into the air. Bzzz, what is this piece of metal? Do you think that this thing can stop a son of a count? Now, get over here this instant. Bzzz, it replayed the exchange that happened between the two groups of students, which showed the count's son as the villain and also a liar. I hope that you realize that lying to an enforcer is against the rules. Young man, very well, come with me. You want me to, but I didn't. The young man found himself bewildered by the unusual turn of events. Everyone present expected repercussions for the two commoners and the lesser noble, but the intimidating man appeared to have a different plan. Nevertheless, the trio of troublemakers were not ready to simply accept the situation, nor were they willing to comply with the orders of the man named Wayland. The Count's son was still trying to salvage his dignity and took a defiant step back while retorting. You can't just order me around. I demand to speak with someone in authority. I won't be subjected to false accusations. I said come with me. There is enough proof, and I don't have the time to listen to your nonsense. Assistant Professor Wayland was unfazed by the young noble's response and replied with a hint of annoyance in his voice. The trio attempted to back away while looking around them for some help, but before their retainers could get close, an explosion of mana took place. The man before them showcased an increase in mana energy around his body, which was quite obvious to the young mages here. It was an astronomical amount that they could barely comprehend and caused their knees to buckle. Come with me, I won't repeat myself again. You are in no position to make demands. You are a student here and are not above the rules. For some reason, it appeared that the man was making sure that everyone present heard his speech. Eventually, the Count's son yielded, realizing that refusing would only escalate the situation further. The news of Viola's fate had already circulated through the dorms, and the man who brought her in was before them. It was evident that he cared little about their social status and was likely capable of defeating their retainers as well. The Count's son hesitated for a moment while glancing nervously at his two companions, who were now regretting their involvement. The onlookers, including Lucian and her friends, waited anxiously to see how the situation would unfold, and soon gave out a sigh of relief as the young man accepted his fate. I understand, Assistant Professor Wayland nodded, but before he escorted the trio away, he called the spider golem. The students now understood that this magical creature was one of his creations or part of the runic department. It was a fascinating revelation and indicated that this man was safeguarding the Baron's daughter by keeping the golem close. With interest, they observed as he extracted something from within the golem and replaced it with an identical part before sending the creature on its way. Go back to your classes and remember to follow the rules. No one is above them. Right before departing with the troublemakers, Wayland made a point to address the crowd of youngsters. They all listened to his words as the shocking surge of mana was still on their minds. Soon he left without uttering any further words, and the students quickly resumed their conversations with each other, baffled by the scene that had just unfolded before them. As the students dispersed, Lucian, Adesuna, and Marline found themselves at the center of attention. The incident had brought them into the spotlight once again, but this time it wasn't for causing trouble. It became painfully clear that this one professor was protecting them and was quite strict. Even high nobility wasn't safe from his wrath, and that he took the Count's son to the enforcement department was proof of it. Did you see that? What's up with that mana? It's like a gushing waterfall of energy. I heard he defeated that swordmaster. He is the real deal. After chatting with each other, some of the bystanders approached the trio of girls who seemed to still be trying to process the situation. Hey, how do you know that man? Are you two related? Was he hired by your family? Do you know how he looks under that helmet? Is that his true voice? He sounds so peculiar. Lucian, along with her two friends, weren't sure what to make of the whole situation or how to reply. They were now surrounded and barraged with many questions. They could only weakly smile at the other people and try to reply while inching towards the institute. The day had only started and they still had classes to attend. What is this? It's a gardening fork. Some call it a digging fork. No, I know what this is, but why are you giving this to us, sir? See those horses over there? Yes, their pens need to be cleaned. Use these to clean them. Wait, you don't mean you want me to shovel horse manure? I'm glad that you catch on fast. This will be your punishment. Now get to it. I will check on you later. And remember, you are being watched. Roland, who had escorted the troublesome trio to the stables, pointed at two golemic spiders. His creations stared at the group with their large eyes and were closely monitoring their movements. If you don't complete this task, the next one will be worse, so keep this in mind. I hope this will do it. I don't want to keep making these types of scenes anymore. After leaving the noble children in the Institute stables, he began making his way back to the library he had been in. He had anticipated that Lucian might be confronted by another high-ranking noble, and a few days after his first lecture, his spider drone informed him about this incident. He decided to make a statement by playing it up the next time it was possible. Although his departure from the school library lacked grace, it left a lasting impact on the students present. He hoped that the news of this new incident would also spread and dissuade others from bothering his sister again. But this might be more of a band-aid than a real solution. After I'm gone, there will be no one to protect her. Where the hell is that guy? I don't like this. Things have been strange lately. To make things worse, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched by someone. He knew that the other teachers and professors were mostly on the side of nobles. Every time he made his way through the institute corridors, people would whisper and avoid him. It was clear that he had become an outsider that most people despised, but there were some high points. It appeared that the runic department was experiencing a boom in growth. Thorn was backing the runic monitoring system idea, and Arian would oversee it. Although there was a plan to implement the system, some faculty members, including DeLauder, opposed it. They argued that it would divert crucial funding from other departments, a prospect none of the other mage leaders wanted. He soon returned to the library to resume his research, which was progressing smoothly. The only setback was the absence of the spiritualist from the institute. However, he received information upon returning to the runic department that indicated that this issue could perhaps be resolved, though it would probably put him in some unwanted danger. Advancement classes. They want me to do what? They want me to take part in the advancement classes. It does seem that way, but my friend, it might be better if you didn't raise your voice. I think you scared some of the students. Roland glanced around at the numerous other people seated in the institute cafeteria. He found himself there out of necessity, as his home rations had run out 2 weeks after his arrival. His initial plan to leave within this time frame had clearly failed. It would be another 2 or 3 weeks until he could depart, considering the time it would take for the spiritualist to arrive. Usually, each professor had their peculiar method of obtaining food, but as a new member, the cafeteria was the best option for Roland. It was a sizable space open to both faculty members and students. Following the 2 recent incidents involving Viola and the Count's son, people were starting to fear him, particularly the ones from the nobility side, whom he had primarily clashed with. While there were a lot of uneasy glances and quiet conversations there, Roland focused on the person across from him. It was a surreal sight to witness Arian, who resembled an ordinary black house cat eating while keeping this feline form. He was using runic utensils and floated a silvery fork and knife to cut through a piece of medium-rare steak. It was quite distracting, but eventually, he managed to pose a question, and this time in a more hushed tone. Going back to what you mentioned, they want me to join the students during the next advancement classes. Indeed, it seems that the other professors are expecting more from you. Isn't it grand? Grand, huh? Arian was quite happy about this turn of events, but Roland just wanted to be left alone. His recent actions were driven by a dormant protective instinct for his sister, something that he himself didn't quite expect, and it wasn't something that he wished to prolong. He was familiar with the concept of advancement classes, and if he agreed, he would have to leave the institute. Despite the likelihood of it taking less than a week, it would certainly disrupt and prolong his ongoing research. I've carried out my duties. I should be able to decline the order, right? You wish to decline. When Arian heard about Roland's intentions, he stopped eating. While it wasn't that simple to describe the emotions a cat was showing, it seemed that he was slightly concerned. You disagree? As Roland asked, his feline friend just nodded. Surely you will reconsider. Think about all the benefits. Benefits, huh? Indeed, you're still under a trial period and not considered a true member of the institute, but this would be probably enough. Roland nodded as he was aware of the merit point system that was so popular in this academy. This system extended beyond students to also include teachers, a category he was now under. His recent enforcement duties had earned him some merit points, and successfully safeguarding students during a formal expedition would likely secure him additional privileges. Becoming a permanent member of the institute would grant him more privileges, one of which he was interested in. He would be able to use the teleportation gates as a means of travel, and use them to travel home in a matter of moments. It would be great if I could do that, and if I witness a teleportation gate opening, It will make it easier for me to recreate the technology later, but this sounds suspicious. The entire proposition seemed like a scheme to Roland. It gave off the impression that people were attempting to usher him out of the institute, and he had a suspicion as to why. Given the numerous enemies he had made among higher-ranking individuals, it wouldn't be surprising if the Castellane nobles pursued him once he was outside the institute's protective walls. Roland deemed it much safer to wait out these weeks for the spiritualist, as he believed no harm could befall him within the institute. Before I give you an answer, which one of the advancement classes is this? Is it for the freshmen or the seniors? Oh, it's for the freshmen, so it will be much simpler. Of course, it's for the freshmen. The advancement class was a special catch-up method for anyone who fell behind in levels. There were only two of them, one for the freshmen who were around the age of 15 and the seniors at the age of 18. The class was in place to help people reach either the second Tier 1 class or their first Tier 2 class. Considering that his sister was still behind in that regard, it was probable that she would be forced to take it. Do they know that we are related? The advancement classes promised a great number of merit points, as when something went awry, they would need to shoulder all of the blame. If any nobles were injured or killed during their watch, it would be disastrous, and the teacher could end up in jail or on the gallows. On the other hand, the freshman class was regarded as relatively easy and involved encounters with monsters ranging from levels 25 to 50. Considering that he was a Tier 3 class holder, this would be a cakewalk. If I recall correctly, those classes take place at the nearby dungeon, correct? While there was a training facility with monsters on campus grounds, it was not used by students for leveling up purposes, or at least not the lesser nobles or the commoners. Instead, they needed to do it at a more dangerous location, which was the nearby dungeon. That's right, it won't take that long with the Institute airship, so y'all be able to continue your research and lecture the young minds in no time. There hasn't been that much work for my department in years. How wonderful. Sure, wonderful. Oh, now speaking of your research, there might be a way to hasten the process. Hasten the process. Do tell. While discussing the advancement classes, it seemed that Arian had recalled another issue, something that would make the trip a bit more advantageous. Remember that spiritualist you wanted to see? Yes, well, they actually live there. They live close to the dungeon. Not quite, they actually live inside of it. They live inside of a dungeon. Indeed, I told you that they were a peculiar case. Are you going to go? Give me a moment, I have to think it through. Sure thing, but don't take too long. Other assistant professors would probably love to go too. Arian chuckled while finishing up the rest of his steak. Roland, when given this information, just remained silent. There were things that he didn't like about this situation, as from his perspective this was an obvious trap. It wouldn't be strange to assume that sometime along the trip he would be ambushed by someone. Either people hired from outside or perhaps members from this very magical school. It was impossible for him to trust anyone. Then there was also his sister, who could potentially be in the same boat as him. Given the notoriety of the Viola incident, there was a possibility that some students might attempt something against Lucian. However, it would make the Castellane noble house look guilty if something befell her. Roland's father was a powerful military man, someone that even this house had to contend with. At this point, he was uncertain of how Wentworth and the Castellane patriarch would address this delicate issue. Even if the Arden estate was one a knight family under them, now they were nobles with their own rights. His old man had been gaining more accolades and would not take such things while lying down. I don't think they would do anything too drastic, but the danger still remains. Then there is that spiritualist. He knew that there was a chance that this spiritualist would not even come to the mage meeting, as Arian had informed him that they occasionally missed it. Although there were alternative methods of researching spiritual energy, seizing the opportunity to consult with the spiritualist appeared to be the fastest route. If all things went according to plan, then he would have an answer to his phantom mana question. It would allow him to transition from the theory phase to practical tests, something that he was slowly building up to. I know that grunt. I knew that you would join it. You're a true researcher at heart. There is no reason to put things off when they are right before us. Just reach up and grab the opportunity when it presents itself. Yeah, sure, how much time do I have before we leave? I think you have 3 days. For some reason, they really rushed this class forward. It was supposed to be taken next month. I wonder why. Roland replied in a mocking tone while taking small bites from his plate. It was quite uncomfortable to hide his face under his helmet while eating, but he made it work. Luckily, no one dared to interrupt him, and eventually after his talk with Arian, it was time to leave. I have to prepare for all occasions. Over the next few days, Roland made preparations for the upcoming advancement class. He visited the forge to make some adjustments to his armor and golems. Packing food that would last him for several weeks was important, as going to the dungeon could always go awry, just like it did with Robert. As the departure day drew near, he found himself waking up early and calling his wife, who, as before, reassured him that everything was fine. Be careful and come back soon. I will. If everything goes right, then I should be able to get back in a week or two. Both of them chuckled as they knew that his luck was not the best. After finishing his small chat, he made his way to the designated meeting point for the advancement class. The airship that would take them to the dungeon was already waiting, and he could see a mix of students and a few other assistant professors gathering. It wasn't as big as the one he used to get here, but it was quite decent. The bow was crafted entirely from wood and featured an interesting implement at the top end. At first, Roland thought it might be a bowsprit with a unique figurehead. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this section was in motion and resembled something similar to the wings of fairy creatures. These wings complemented the sails, which themselves bore a resemblance to larger insect wings. When there he noticed a few familiar faces. One of them was Master Rathos, the vice-headmaster and second in command of the institute. This man at a glance seemed like the gentle grandfather type, but he was still a powerful mage, perhaps the second most powerful one in the whole academy. Although the headmistress possessed greater individual power, this man had more connections within the institute. Yevena Arvendis was seldom seen, which led many to consider Rathos the true decision-maker of this place. Ah, Assistant Professor Wayland, glad you could make it. With you around, I'm sure everyone will be at ease with this year's advancement class. Rathos greeted Roland, who appeared wearing his enforcement department robe. This man was in a sense his boss, so he decided to at least be cordial when responding. With such an outstanding mage like you, I am sure everything will be fine. The man smiled and walked to the side. Rathos was not here to come along for the trip, but to make sure that they left with everything. Besides Roland, there would be two other mages of Tier 3 variety. These two were probably the people he had to look out for the most. First was an assistant professor who was part of the same department that Delauder came from. While he couldn't scan his status screen to check for his strength, he was probably a Tier 3 mage who focused on elemental magic. He was not here yet, but this man would be the de facto leader of this short expedition. The second was a female mage who on the outside looked like a woman in her early 30s. She had arrived not long after he made his appearance and was followed by a large feline creature. The creature seemed to be either her familiar or a summoned beast. Its fur was light blue with black stripes, and the horn on its forehead was probably used for spell casting. It was quite similar to Agni's. Someone that he wished was with him during this trip. To his surprise, the woman in question noticed his arrival and turned towards him with a smile. She headed his way with the large tiger trotting next to her and scaring some of the students who were now arriving. After she arrived, he was able to take a better look at her appearance. She donned a somewhat long yet form-fitting robe that actuated her rather endowed proportions. Her eyes were a piercing shade of green and complemented her brownish medium-length hair nicely. Her meticulous appearance suggested a considerable level of care for her looks, which were potentially enhanced by magical means. Assistant Professor Wayland, isn't it? Yes, that's me. Can I help you with something, madam? Madam, just call me Ulfine, and this is Thunderclaw, my very trustworthy companion. The tiger that was called Thunderclaw gave out a low growl. It was as if it was acknowledging Roland's presence or existence. This beast here was no joke, as he could tell that it was a Tier 3 just like its master, and considering that it was not a human, he decided to take a look. Name: Horned Thunder Liger L. 167. Type: Lightning Beast. It seemed to be a combination of a lion and tiger. Its level was comparable to Agni's, but the stats were slightly beneath his, which was just a testament to his rare evolutionary path. Nevertheless, this beast seemed to be quite intelligent and also capable of casting spells. As Roland observed the information about the Thunderliger, Ulfin extended her hand in a friendly gesture. It's a pleasure to meet you, Wayland. I've heard about your recent activities in the enforcement department. Quite impressive, I must say. Oh, that's fine. If you don't know something, just ask. She chuckled while giving off the air of someone easy to talk to. As he was introduced to this new person, other people continued to arrive, Lucian and her two dorm friends being among them. He could see his golem trotting behind them with a light greenish coloring. Name: Lucian Arden L. 15. Classes: T1 Mage L. 15. Name: Atasuna L. 17. Classes: T1 Mage L. 17. Name: Marline L. 14. Classes: T1 Mage L. 14. All of their levels were fairly low, but it wouldn't take long to reach the 25th one. To the sides, he observed boxes being transported towards the ship, containing items intended to aid in the students' leveling. While their methods weren't drastically different from his, they weren't as efficient. As the preparations continued, Roland found himself thinking about the upcoming journey. He had the dual responsibility of safeguarding his sister while also keeping an eye on everyone else. Besides the woman and the leader who hadn't arrived yet, there were separate individuals he needed to be wary of. Knights from the nearby academy would join them at the dungeon, and they were a potential threat. Nonetheless, his primary objective was to reach the spiritualist and bring an end to his teaching life once and for all. Watch your steps while ascending the main ramp. Yes, Professor Ulfine. The airship was almost fully loaded and Roland, along with Ulfine, had already gotten on it. Lucian, along with the other students and her friends, seemed a bit nervous but also excited. Even now, a lot of them were looking in his direction, quieting down whenever they got up the ramp onto the ship, which his new acquaintance noticed. It seems that the young ones are interested in you, Wayland. I bet they would love to hear of your adventures in the kingdom. They are just boring stories of dungeon expeditions, not very interesting. Maybe not to you, but to them who have not been able to spread their wings, it is fascinating. Is that so? Roland pondered her words as they waited. These youngsters here came from sheltered families and probably rarely left their homes without supervision. It was probably true that this was one of the few times that they were able to see the world and travel, something that he wasn't fond of but was forced to go through. His journey was quite interesting from others' perspectives, as he was a 10-year-old who set out on an adventure and became rich and powerful to an extent by his own volition. Almost all of the kids here were around the age of 15, and it reminded him of his school days. They were similar to kids at the ending stages of middle school and the beginning of high school. He somewhat recalled thinking that he was almost an adult at that age. Regretfully, it was nothing but wishful thinking. Even after he reached his 20s, becoming an adult still felt far away. Hey, isn't that the full mithril professor? Yeah, if he is here, then we probably don't have anything to worry about. I hope we see him kill some monsters. I heard that he is an active adventurer too. Do you think he ever fought a dragon? A dragon? Those things are tough, so probably not, but maybe a wyvern or a drake. Roland forced himself to look away from the gossiping children. Whenever he glanced in their direction, they would flinch and quiet down. However, it seemed that at least among this group he had garnered a good reputation. Even though they were apprehensive about him, they didn't seem that unhappy about his presence here. This was most likely due to the origins of these people, who didn't come from higher houses of nobility. This advancement class was designed to help youngsters who were behind in their leveling. Wealthy merchants and nobility could pursue such endeavors on their own time and in a safer fashion. The group here consisted mostly of commoners, kids of rich merchants, and lesser nobility, which also included knights or adventurers who had enough money to pay the steep tuition. Everyone who was above them in status usually saw these classes as beneath them and not something they should partake in. Even while he wasn't facing anyone and looking into the distance, he could still observe everything happening on this ship. The small spiders he had taken on this trip would act as his monitoring system. He could see and hear every one of the students. He aimed to see if anyone harbored animosity toward his sister and was up to no good. Luckily, without any higher nobles or even ones in middle positions, everything seemed fine. Eventually, the airship's engines hummed to life to signal that they were ready to depart. The missing leader was a bit late, but he finally arrived when it was time to take off. He was an elementalist at Tier 3 and would be the leader for this trip. To Roland's knowledge, this man was on good terms with Delauder, who was turning out to be the main antagonist to his residence here. If someone attempted to pull something, then it would be him, but Roland could also not discount Ulfine, whom he also didn't know too well. Even though she was acting friendly, it could just be an act to lower his defenses. The man had a stern expression on his face and was wearing a somewhat colorful robe. It was kind of eye-catching as it contained 4 colors, each one representing a base magical element. He was not alone, as 3 people were behind him who looked like teachers and were probably ones from his department. He was a professor, so the others could be his assistants. A person didn't need to be a department head to get such a role, but the next promotion was to become a department head like Thorn or Arian. There he is, casually late as always. I see he still has those bad habits. Ulfine commented while a sigh escaped from her mouth. The liger that was lazing on the side snorted as if the two were annoyed by the man's appearance. He did look like he had to stick up his behind, but Roland didn't want to make an assessment from just his looks. This person had a graceful way of walking and a very upright strut. He reminded Roland of a peacock when doing all of this in that eye-catching robe. Lady Ulfine, it's a pleasure to have you with us on this voyage. After taking his time walking up the ramp, the first thing he did was waltz over to the woman that he just met. She didn't seem like she liked his presence too much. When he attempted to kiss her hand, she just didn't hold it out, which created a somewhat awkward exchange. Some of the students started chuckling, but before they could comment, he produced quite the glare. Yes, I'm also very pleased now. Let's just get on with it, Professor Ernest. The seemingly annoyed Ulfine responded and started walking away. Ernest didn't seem too shaken by her demeanor, but instead, he even seemed quite content. His face was rather handsome and more on the feminine side. His hair was long, covered his left eye, and multicolored to seemingly match the elements on his robe. Of course, Lady Ulfine. With your expertise and guidance, I'm sure the classes will pass by smoothly and on time. Roland observed the interaction with a raised eyebrow. It was certain that these two had some sort of history with each other, or that perhaps the man named Ernest just fancied her. One thing was clear, though. He didn't seem to like Roland too much, as he wasn't offered much of a greeting besides a nod and some words. You must be the new assistant professor. You might be new, but please try to keep up. It was quite a rude introduction, but he kept himself from replying. It was better to just be silent than garner more animosity from this person. The man exuded a certain air of arrogance that he didn't want to be too close by. After this introduction, he decided to take a tour through this airship and visit the engine room. Previously, he was unable to do this when on the larger airship, but this time, he was part of the runic department and had the correct clearance. Greetings, young mages. We embark on this journey not just to enhance your combat skills, but also to broaden your understanding of the world beyond the Institute. Professor Ulfine and I will guide you, so remember to always follow our instructions. The ship's interior was spacious, and one of the rooms even had a classroom arrangement with seats for the students and a chalkboard. Their Ernest took the chance to address the students on what they would be doing on this journey. His name was left out as, in a way, his job was to play the role of enforcer and bodyguard, not to teach them anything. Thus, he took this opportunity to broaden his horizons and examine every enchantment on this vessel, focusing mostly on the engine room. After a little walk, he arrived in the engine room, which didn't produce much more than just humming. Once inside, he got to see the heart of this airship, which was a floating stone inside of a large column. This column was glowing and covered in various runes and was busy at work. This wasn't quite the same as an engine from a modern plane, as it was more akin to a computer. It had two functions. One was to float the ship up with the help of the levitation stone inside, and the other was to manage other magical energies that would produce thrust. In this case, magic winds would blow at the ship's sails or block them out whenever the natural air currents were too strong. On the upper deck, there was a regular ship crew that worked similarly to regular sailors. They had a slightly easier job as everything here could be assisted through magic. There were some engineers here who were watching the various dials and measurement devices. They needed to make sure that everything was in order and that there were enough magical energies present to keep this ship afloat. With the help of a control console, they could adjust the output of various magics. The helmsman would communicate with this engine room and decide if he needed more juice in the sails or if they needed to encase the ship in a magical shield to block them out. Oh. Aren't ye the new laddie from the runic department? To his surprise, Roland encountered a dwarf from his own department. He didn't catch the name of this person previously, but he remembered his face from the forge. It seemed that these individuals were spread thin and even utilized as workers in something like this airship. Ah yes, keep up the good work. I'm just passing by, so just ignore me. Sure thing, laddie. If you need something, just let me know. The dwarf returned to his tasks, and Roland continued his exploration of the engine room. It was quite fascinating to see different combinations of intricate runes different from his own. As he moved through the room, he noticed a side chamber that seemed to house a more delicate and complex set of runes. His curiosity was satiated, and now he would probably be able to facilitate such a creation, and perhaps with Arian's help, he could even get his hands on the full schematics of an airship. There wasn't much to do, and people didn't expect him to teach. Thus, he had enough time to look at every nook and cranny of this ship. He examined all the runic traces that were placed on metallic pipes and rods that ran through the ship's interior. While Roland preferred to use cabling more similar to the modern world he came from, this method also worked. It didn't seem that anyone cared to mask the runes and traces, so they produced a nice light show. After he was through with his tour of the ship, he made his way up to the upper deck. There he could see the wind element empowered sails propelling them forward at a nice stable speed. The view was quite breathtaking, and the speed they were going was quite fast. While these ships weren't very aerodynamic, with the help of some spells that kept the wind pressure at bay, it was possible to reach speeds similar to older planes, with the fastest ones reaching around 600 kilometers per hour, which was not even close to the speed of sound jet airplanes could go. When he was up here, he also contemplated the situation he and the students were in. This wasn't the only way of traveling, as the mage towers had teleportation gate technology. To his knowledge, the city near the dungeon had one of these gates to make it easier to travel, but it was only accessible to more influential people, which they were not. Just like before, he was reminded that status meant a lot in this world, and that he needed to be careful after they landed. Soon the journey was underway, and everything was going smoothly. He spent the day familiarizing himself with the ship, and the rest just loitering around. There wasn't really much to do, so he just pondered some theories from books that he read while contemplating the relationship between mana and spirituality. The person that he was supposed to get those secrets from lived within the dungeon, and he would have an opportunity to meet them. While he had left a positive impression on the students, no one really attempted to approach him. Lucian with her two friends spent their time chatting and playing with his spider, but it was probably awkward for them to strike up a conversation with a scary Tier 3 adventurer. Ulfine spent the 1.5 days of the trip trying to avoid Ernas, who seemed to want to get closer. Many times did he see him flinch at the Thunder Liger, who continued to growl whenever he got closer. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, where they would be carrying out the advancement classes. It was a city of similar size to Albrook, who seemed to have also profited from being built close to a dungeon. Its name was Hazelfront, and was characterized by its high walls and forests of chimneys. While it wasn't quite freezing cold here, the air was rather chilly. The airship gracefully descended into the city, landing rather gently and without any issues. The whole area resembled the Institute's magical architecture and was walled off from the rest of the city. When they were descending, he could see the perfect circle it created, and after they landed, magical branches clung to the ship to hold it in place. The top over them was enveloped in green leaves that formed a sort of barrier over the whole ship. He could feel mana pulsating, and he could sense various defensive spells in place. The students, many of whom had experienced the thrill of their first airship journey, disembarked in a rather cheerful mood. Roland waited for their leader to disembark first and soon followed from behind while keeping his eye on everything. This was a new place with new uncertainties. Everyone gather up. Is everyone accounted for? Ernas asked one of his assistants, who quickly performed a recounting of all the students. Yes, sir, every student is present. Wonderful. Let us seek out the inn then. We will spend the night there and then journey to the dungeon in the morrow. After all the students were gathered, they all headed out into the city. The port here didn't seem to be open to the public, but only acted as a spot to transfer the institute students. To Roland, who was quite the capitalist, this did seem a little wasteful. However, considering how much the tuition fee was, this was probably covered all by the students. Once outside the personal ship port, they arrived at a new location where some armored men were waiting. This was expedited as this was a joint operation, and youngsters from the nearby Knight Academy were here. The job of safeguarding these kids was taken very seriously, as there was also a Tier 3 Knight Commander level leader here, together with the mages that made it 4 powerful individuals, with Roland included. Name: Tamas Marshmond L. 184. Classes: T3 Sword Champion L. 34. T2 Advanced Sword Knight L. 50. T2 Sword Knight L. 50. T1 Squire L. 25. T1 Warrior L. 25. While it was improper to identify any mages from the Institute, he could analyze the Knight Leader without getting into any trouble. His level was below Roland's, but he was still a Tier 3 class holder that couldn't be ignored. With him there were 10 Tier 2 Knights and then a whole bunch of Squires. This seems relatively normal, but will everything go smoothly or not? Roland was here to meet the spiritualist, and after they took 1-day break, he would perhaps be able to. He had potentially 3 people who could be a problem, but this wasn't all. They were going into a dungeon where the rules didn't apply anymore. Even nobles sometimes vanished from within, and finding out the reasons after a body was absorbed by the dungeon was almost impossible. What if we get caught? Don't worry about it. This concealment spell will do the trick. Are you sure? Won't we get penalized if someone finds out? Why would anyone find out? We'll be back before it's morning, and by then we will all be true men. Yes, stop complaining. Just think about all those beauties. Okay, I'm in, let's go. That's more like it. 5 young men were climbing through a window that led out from the large inn they were staying in. They were all wearing black robes to help them hide in the darkness of the night. It was around 11 at night, and they planned to sneak out to enjoy a night of pleasure in the town. Today they arrived at the closed establishment reserved for individuals from Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. It was a special event for all of them, and the entire place had been cleared of any outsiders. The compound was quite large, and this helped them sneak out through the empty corridors. Eventually, they reached one of the windows through which they exited outside. Now, their only task was to avoid some of the knights patrolling the area. This task they deemed simple as they possessed magical means to aid them. See, I told you, those knights aren't even paying attention, and the silence barrier keeps our voices and footsteps hidden from them. You truly are a genius. There were 5 of them, and all around the age of 15. The youngsters hailed from shelter backgrounds, where stepping outside too much was not permitted to them. Their status as mages made others eager to shelter them, ensuring an easy life. However, this also meant restrictions on having fun outside designated places. Today they resolved to change that, and to indulge in some adult fun in town was just what they desired. Once outside, they encountered some armored men that seemed rather lax. These were the knights from the academy situated near the institute. Most of them were simple squires and held only Tier 1 class status. They couldn't perceive anyone capable of noticing their concealment spell, as only a few early Tier 2 class holders were on site. Those of higher status were not patrolling, but left the tiresome task to their junior counterparts. This is so boring, I know, but we need to get used to this eventually. Yeah, I bet we'll have to guard some spoiled nobles after we become real knights. I hope that I become a guard of some young noble lady. That would be grand. As they were sneaking by, they stopped by a nearby tree. This inn had been created for nobles and rich merchants. It has an extensive backyard with a large garden with a pond and flowers everywhere. There were certain places they could hide behind, so they waited for the patrolling guards to pass. Soon they intended to make their way over to the 3-meter-tall wall that they would climb over. They could already see themselves out in the streets of Hazelfront, with the red light district being their main target. Hey, wait, what's wrong? Did you get cold feet again? No, look there, what is that, huh? The 5 were one step of getting out of this place, but before they could climb over the 3-meter-tall wall, one of them noticed something. Right on top of that wall, something was sitting. It was gently illuminating the place with a red hue that was being exuded by a circular orb that made up its eye. After a moment, the others also noticed its presence, but it was already too late. Wait, isn't that one of those golems? Right as the leader spoke, a large amount of light expanded from within this orb that was in actuality a golemic eye. Before the 5, a small metallic spider stood, watching their every movement. It was also not the only one, as another light source expanded from behind them. It illuminated the space the group was hiding in, and it was clear that even their concealment spell wasn't working. Damn, we need to get out of here. Run before what? The teenagers panicked upon seeing the 2 spider golems and realized that there was no escape. From a third direction, a familiar voice reached them, one that belonged to a professor who accompanied them in this advancement class. The man slowly revealed himself, his form large and surrounded by a shadowy haze from his own concealment spell. They couldn't determine how long he had been there, but it became evident he might have been aware of their escape much sooner. Assistant Professor Wayland, what a nice evening. We were just taking a stroll through the garden. A stroll through the garden, huh? You should at least try to come up with a better excuse than that. The 5 didn't know what to say, as the presence of this man was far too overbearing. They had heard about some rumors of his exploits, all of which portrayed him as a man with no mercy, someone who only followed the Institute rules. Soon he was in front of them, looking like some kind of monster from within the dungeon. Just be quiet and come with me. Yes, sir, the 5 slumped their heads, but knew that it was better not to argue with someone who wasn't afraid of going against high nobility. They soon found themselves walking through the garden, with the squires and knights looking at them with anger. The walk back felt rather long and nerve-wracking. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the inn, where they were greeted by other faculty members from the Institute. As they entered the inn, the atmosphere became tense, and the other students who were still inside stared curiously at the troublemakers. Professor Ulfine was there already waiting for them, and so were many other people. The other students started chuckling the moment they saw the 5 walk back inside with their heads slumped down. This is going to cost you a lot of merit points. Now go back to your rooms. Yes, Professor Ulfine, it seemed that everyone had already been informed about their sneak-out attempt. It was quite a walk of shame back to their rooms, which were then promptly locked behind them. While they weren't punished directly, they could only imagine what would happen to them once they were back at the Institute. It's so good to have someone else keep watch over these rascals. Those golems are quite handy. Does the runic department plan on making more of them? Not really, but something similar is in the works. Oh, that's a shame. Have you ever thought about joining the summoner department? We have a tamer section. I'm not a monster tamer, and these are runic golems. It was worth a shot. Ulfin smiled and then turned to the students who were peeking out from their rooms. Everyone, go back to your rooms and go to sleep. You all will have to be well rested for tomorrow's classes. Yes, Professor Ulfine. With the troublemakers confined to their rooms, the night settled back into a calm state. The students started to disperse, with no one thinking about trying to sneak out after seeing what happened to the quintet of troublemakers. Roland could see his sister peeking out with interest, and along with her friends chuckling at the 5 that were captured. It seemed that she was back to being more of her older self, with no Viola there to bother her. This reminds me of my old school trips. They were similar to his old friends in this way, as he could remember trying to drink alcohol at their age when he still lived in his old world. During school trips, the boys would sometimes try to sneak into the girls' rooms or vice versa. Teachers would have to stay up until late hours to patrol the hotels they were staying at. Usually, after midnight, they would eventually give up, and that was when the fun happened. I'm old, aren't I? Even though in this body he was still in his early 20s, he felt like he was becoming an old man. He was not on the other end and needed to act like a proper adult. Sometimes he missed those years of leisure when he was younger, but having the freedom to do what he wanted, whenever he wanted, was something that he would probably never give up. It doesn't seem like anyone is going to come, but I still need to be careful. The incident with the students had passed, but he still found himself awake 2 hours later. He looked outside the window where some of his spider golems were hidden away. This was not the time to relax, and he was ready to engage at a moment's notice. It was very disadvantageous to him in this place, as he lacked information about his next adversary. At any moment he could get attacked, and even this inn was not safe. However, by now he was used to such things, and spending the whole night awake wouldn't even faze him. After getting around 2 hours of sleep in, he awoke in the morning to find that no attackers made it through the perimeter. Considering that no one dared to engage, the possibility of the attack taking place during his dungeon visit became more likely. If I'm lucky, they won't be stupid enough to do anything around the students, but I can never be sure. From his perspective, this was a golden opportunity for the Castellane household to take their revenge. It also placed them as the main suspects for everyone looking from the outside. Even though he was considered an outsider and an adventurer, doing something to a baron's daughter would not be that simple. It was possible that no one would raise their hand against them, and perhaps they would just examine his movements first. His enemies still lacked information about his true identity, something that a person needed to have when getting their revenge. The morning arrived, and the atmosphere in the inn was filled with excitement as the students prepared for their first day of classes in Hazelfront. Despite the previous night's incident, the 5 troublemakers had become a source of entertainment for the rest of the students. Everyone knew that they would be eventually punished and couldn't help but to point at them and snicker. "Good morning, Professor Wayland. Did you sleep well?" "Ah, yes, I'm doing fine. Glad to hear it." Lucian, along with her 2 dorm friends, were there to greet him in the morning. Roland was trying to intimidate the other students and people around him. This was made difficult by how nonchalant his younger sibling had become around him. The other students thought that she was brave at first, but slowly were beginning to see him in a different light. His persona of the unapproachable, no-nonsense professor was starting to crumble. "You 3 should go back to your group. We will be heading to the dungeon now. Be sure to not forget anything." "Of course, Professor." The stay at the inn was temporary, and they would be spending the rest of the day at the dungeon where the advancement classes would take place. Once outside, large crates were already waiting for the youngsters, and also Professor Ernest was there. He looked slightly and was covering his mouth while yawning. "Good morning, Professor Ernest. It looks like you had a restful night." "Ah yes, please just give me a moment to get ready," Ulfan greeted Ernest with a mocking tone. It was clear that this person didn't like to get up early, so one of his assistants would be performing his duties of informing the students about their advancement classes instead. "Please everyone, gather here and take your designated magical appliance. You will need them once inside the dungeon." Roland didn't say anything as he looked at everyone taking out various magical weapons. They reminded him of his old runic wands, but instead of using up mana, they all had pre-applied charges on them. They had the shape of mage rods with a large mana crystal at the top part, something that he hadn't seen in a while. All the mana crystals that he now used were always melted into the metal instead. "This does bring me back. Please be sure to familiarize yourself with the magical appliance. You should have been taught how to use them at the Institute, but if you have any questions, then please ask them now." A stern-looking lady started talking while Ernest sat on the side and drank some morning tea. The magic rods worked in a similar fashion to how he cheated his way to a higher level. With their help, the students would be able to easily dispatch monsters that were above their level and quickly gain experience. It was quite easy to do at lower levels as these artifacts were rather plain and simple to make. However, once a person reached Tier 2, such leveling drives could only be done by the powerful and wealthy. Their schedule was quite tight, and they intended to get everyone to level 25 within a week. After someone managed to achieve this feat, they would be forced to return to the city and wait patiently for everyone else to be done. Eventually, they would end up with fewer students who could blast through the levels with multiple magical rods at their disposal. "We might be able to finish this a lot faster this year with you around, Wayland. I'll do my best, but my mana isn't infinite." Eventually, everyone was armed with a rod, and the rest were packed up for later. Even though he could recharge them, it didn't mean that they wouldn't just use the prepared equipment first. The students seemed excited to finally leave the inn, and soon they headed toward the dungeon. As expected, the students from the Magical Institute attracted a lot of attention. The squires and knights were responsible for their initial safety. Some of them even started shoving people out of the way, just so they wouldn't get too close to the mages. From Roland's perspective, this was quite rude, but they were being trained to prioritize their masters and duty over anything else. The youngsters were quite interested in some of the structures and brick buildings, but they couldn't leave. Just like in Albrook, the dungeon wasn't that far away, so they were going on foot. They passed various adventurers while taking up most of the road. Some of them were quite scary, which caused some distress to the youngsters. Finally, after about half an hour, they approached the entrance of the dungeon. A massive stone structure awaited them with a grand archway leading down. "Listen up, everyone. You will be entering the dungeon now. Remember your training, stick together, and follow the instructions of your assigned leaders. We'll be only exploring the first level of the grand dungeon, so please don't get lost down there." "Yes, Professor Ulfine." Finally, they were here, and this was when the advancement classes started. Roland wasn't sure what to make of things, as once they went down, then all hell could break loose. There were many adventures here and also below. He did not know who he could trust. Nevertheless, the spiritualist was down there, and eventually, he would have the chance to meet them to complete his research. So this is it, reminds me of my first dungeon, but it's even larger. Roland looked out into the distance where he saw a somewhat gloomy scenery. They had followed a wide set of stairs down and arrived below ground where the air felt cooler and the atmosphere thicker. The entrance led them to a vast expanse filled with gloomy trees, fog, and gloomy swamplands. The swamp area seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions with twisted trees and murky water, making it difficult to discern any clear path. The low visibility and eerie silence added an unsettling vibe to the surroundings. Professor Ulfine took the lead and confidently guided the group towards the entrance of this large dungeon. While it was hard to see an ending to these swamps, they were still underground and surrounded by rocky walls. This place was quite large, but it was not endless. However, the low visibility could cause people to lose direction and end up wandering for many days. Those blue lights in the distance, those must be the will-o-wisps. While the students were taking in the sights and shivering from the drop in temperature, he took his time to look around. This place was apparently filled with low-level spectral monsters like the will-o-wisp. The spiritualist professor that he was looking for resided in this place, and he needed to find them before the advancement classes were over. The monsters here were rather trivial, and there was no reason to even fear specters. There was a good reason why a mage academy was built near this particular dungeon. While people with regular battle classes would find it hard to damage these beings without special weapons, this wasn't the case for mages. These specters were quite susceptible to spells and other attacks backed by mana. I wonder if the weakness to mana has anything to do with the mana phantom, and why I can see it with my skill. Maybe the mana can disrupt it in some way. Roland pondered mana theory, and the students descended into the dungeon. The excitement and chatter that had accompanied them on the surface began to dwindle. Soon the oppressive atmosphere of the swamp seemed to weigh on their shoulders, and the occasional croaking of unseen creatures added to the tension. "Did you hear that? What was that?" Lucian asked one of her friends, while the strange monster sounds echoed from a distance. Adasuna's ears curled up slightly as the two girls looked around in fear. "I don't know, but I don't like it here." "What are you too scared about? There is nothing to be scared about," replied Marlene in a braver tone, but her two roommates quickly noticed that something wasn't right. "Say that after you stop shaking like a little baby." "I'm just cold." "Sure you are." The talk between the three girls stopped him from thinking about mana and instead focused on the problem at hand. After leaving the inn they stayed and they met up with some adventurers from the city. They came along with them and would act as a second layer of protection for the kids here. There should be no way of anything going wrong, but he still needed to watch out for potential danger. Any of these people could have been hired by their enemies, or others could already be waiting for them inside of this dungeon. This place was quite large, almost the size of the underground portion of the Albrook dungeon. With all the fog, water, and strange sounds, it was quite difficult to maneuver through here, for anyone without a mapping device, that is. Name: Wilbur L. 75. Classes: T2 Axeman L. 25. T1 Axe Warrior L. 25. T1 Warrior L. 25. They are all kind of weak. Name: Bent Polemps L. 65. Classes: T2 Knight L. 15. T1 Squire L. 25. T1 Warrior L. 25. His eyes scanned for potential threats, but everyone that was with them would not pose much of a threat. This dungeon might have looked intimidating to new adventurers and the students, but it was filled with Tier 1 monsters. They would not pose a threat to Tier 2 class holders, and the Tier 3 people like Roland weren't even expected to do anything. Their role was to keep everything civil and scare away potential threats from outside, like possible assassins or kidnappers. They had children of some rich merchants and lesser nobility here, and they were also mages who were quite rare. In this world where classes mattered the most, they were an important human resource. During times of war, they were moving siege weapons that could produce devastating spells and tip the scales in the country's favor. This was enough to make some of them a target for slavery, and many countries salivated over the prospect of having a battalion of slave mages. While a single powerful mage could produce devastating magical power, their true worth lay in combination spells. Just like with runic creations, it was possible to enhance and enlarge existing magic. It was simply named war magic or siege magic, and could only function when multiple mages worked together. These spells were slow, but allowed even lesser mages to produce spells that were comparable to spells of higher tiers. The kingdom put a lot of importance on these mages learning these spells. Even his sister was already trained in the theory, and had been probably practicing the chants with the others. Today's advancement classes weren't only about gaining levels, but also to give the youngsters moving targets to practice on. Everyone get ready. After the adventurers lure in the monsters, you will perform the lesser mana burst spell. Remember to concentrate on the markers. After they had gathered at the entrance to the first dungeon floor, Professor Ernest gave a little speech to the students. They were to perform the simplest siege spell together. There wasn't really a limit to the number of casters, so all of them would do it together. They would all channel their magic towards a conduit, which was, in a sense, the most important part of the spell. Well then, who should we choose as the conduit? Any volunteers? Professor Ernest asked the 40 or so students, but no one dared to reply. All of them knew that this was quite a taxing role, and fumbling at this role would potentially make them into a laughingstock. No one. Then how about one of you three? You were being quite chatty during the trip here. Ah. Roland raised his eyebrow and started wondering if this choice had something to do with his sister. For some reason, Ernest decided to point in the direction of the trio of Lucian, Adesuna, and Marline. It could have been a coincidence, as the three were somewhat louder than the other kids in their groups, something that could have caught the ire of this professor. Quickly make a decision, if not then. "I'll do it, Professor." "Good, step forward. What's your name?" "It's Lucian, Professor." Lucian was the one to step forward, as her two friends seemed rather frightened of the responsibility. Roland was actually interested in how his sister would fare in this role. Considering her mana control skill, it shouldn't be all too difficult. What she just needed to do was concentrate and let the spell flow through her. Not something too difficult if she didn't crumble under the pressure. "Good, Miss Lucian, please assume the position of the conduit in the formation. I hope you are aware of where that is." "Ah, why yes. Everyone else take up your spots. If you take too long, your merit points will be deducted." "Yes, Professor." She was quite nervous, but Roland couldn't help but smile under his helmet when seeing his sister fumble around. The other students weren't any less nervous about performing under pressure. Some of them even tripped and fell to the ground when trying to get in position. "Watch your footing. We are in a swamp, so the soil will be covered in mud." Professor Ulfine chimed in while using some spells to help the fallen students up to their feet. The others started laughing at the boy who fell as their face got covered in mud. The atmosphere was rather cheerful among the people here, something that Roland hoped would continue until everyone managed to get to level 25. Nothing seems out of place. Maybe this will turn into a normal lesson in the end. He kept his eyes open along with his multiple minds. Some of his spider drones had already begun spreading out into the dungeon while using stealth. This dungeon had a B rating, which meant that some Tier 3 monsters existed in the lower levels. It complicated things as Platinum rank adventurers resided in the city and could pose potential threats to him. While he wasn't afraid of Platinum adventurers, his enemies had resources to make it difficult. Horned Swamp Toad L11. While looking around the area, he spotted the main monster of this level, a horned toad. These monsters were a lot larger than regular toads and had a layer of armor on their upper body. They had two horns on top of their heads, which they used as their main form of attack. Usually, these creatures would wait in the shallow waters and then attempt to launch themselves at the adventurers. Their legs were powerful and allowed them to jump quite far. Their initial attack is strong, but after you dodge it once, then they are easy to counter. All of the dirty work of luring the monster toads was done by hired adventurers. They would allow the monsters to launch themselves in their direction and let them chase them around. These toads were not poisonous, so after a few headbutting attempts it was safe to pick them up. Once transported to another location, they would lie dormant and only attack if someone got into range again. The perfect area of effect. They are slow and won't move out of the designated spot after being moved around. Roland could tell that some thought went into setting up this advancement class and made him wonder what type of creature they picked for the harder version of this class. It piqued his interest, as on the lower floors a lot of poison could be found, as well as undead zombies and other unsavory creatures. Let us begin then. Focus the spell on the marker. Eventually, a large number of toads made their way to the designated spot, which was a large tree. Around this tree, he could see a red cloth that had been tied previously by one of the hired helpers. This cloth was there to help the conduit caster focus on something while channeling the spell. His gaze fell back to his sister, who was in the middle of the siege spell formation, acting as the focal point of the spell. Lucian took a deep breath, and her hands trembled slightly as she concentrated. The air around her crackled with magical energy as the students around her channeled their mana toward her, who was the conduit. Above her head, a swirling blue mist started to appear, which began surging towards her body, with which she needed to control it. Remember, precision is key, and don't forget to vocalize the spell and synchronize your breathing with each other. Source of all magic, heed our call. There they go, just like me in the old days, huh? He could hear the kids chanting the spell in unison. It was as if they were a choir in a church. As the students continued chanting, Lucian's focus intensified. The swirling mist above her head gathered and condensed into a radiant blue ball of energy. The students, who were now synchronized in their chanting, let their mana be guided towards the conduit, whose job was to aim the spell towards the designated target. Awaken the power within, let it flow through our veins. Roland was watching the display from the side and flinching a bit at the wording. Even after all this time, he could still not get used to the way the chanting worked in this world. The words just sounded over-dramatized and corny. However, there was power within those words, and the power that was being produced was no joke. With this amount of mana, they would probably be able to defeat a Tier 2 monster if they could hit it though. The air crackled with energy, and the blue ball above Lucian's head grew brighter. Even the adventurers hired to lure the toads watched with curiosity, as they only had limited exposure to mages. Roland observed the formation with interest, as it was a novel event even for him. With the help of his skills, he started to identify some similarities to rune casting and how he enhanced some of his self-created spells. I guess runes are just an emulation of spell casting, but emulation doesn't mean that it's inferior. He started recalling old console games from his youth, which he played with the help of emulation. These emulators ran with the help of his computer and had to be more powerful than the initial console. While this seemed like a big drawback, it also brought some bonuses, such as running the games with better shaders or unlocking frame limiters, something a bit similar to how he could produce more powerful spells with runic magic, but needed to spend a lot more mana on them. Now, release. The time to end the spell had come, and Lucian thrust her hands forward. Everything seemed fine, and he was seeing quite the light show while using his Eyes of Mana skill. It allowed him to see the many tiny connections that looked like multiple threads connecting all the students with Lucian in the middle. A complex web of energy was created before him, and it was almost time to let the mana burst forth. However, a problem arose during the last major part of the spell. It was when the connection from the other mages was ending, and the spell would be in Lucian's hands by itself. There was a few seconds for her to toss it at the target. If she didn't, there was a chance of the mana going berserk and exploding. It was not something that happened often, not even amid battle, without some interference from outside, that is. Roland, who had activated his special ice skill, saw something, a phantom of mana shooting into the ball of raging mana. He instantly knew that this was foul play and that he needed to act now. Without saying a thing, he charged forward, his armor under his robe lighting up with various runic symbols. Hey, what are you doing? There is no time, that spell is going to go berserk. Professor Ulfin reached out with her hand towards Roland, who charged towards the students. Her question was answered quickly, as she now felt that something was wrong with the siege spell. The mana orb above Lucian's head started shifting around and crackling with magical energies that were ready to explode. The other students, adventurers, and even Professor Ernas finally noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere. Murmurs of concern spread through the group as they watched Lucian struggle to control the surging mana. The other students were also close by, and panic started to set in. They knew that if this spell were to go berserk, they would be unable to get out of this in one piece. How could this be? Ernas panicked, but was a bit slow on the uptake. It seemed that the deterioration had been quickened, and performing a shielding spell would be too slow. The deterioration process is too fast, Thunderclaw. Ulfin noticed it too and quickly tried to order her tamed beast to put its body at risk to protect the students. However, she also noticed that there was no need for this, as someone else had already arrived at the scene. Roland had moved before the others had even begun to notice that something was off, and stood right in the middle of the formation of the students. The explosion rocked the swamp dungeon and caused a shockwave that sent ripples through the murky water and twisted trees. The force of the explosion knocked by the adventurers close by, along with some of the knights that were attempting to charge in to save the young mages. All of them were late, but as the dust settled and magical energies faded away, all the students involved in the spell were still standing. Amid the group, the new assistant professor stood. His magical energies created multiple small shield bubbles to protect each and every student, including the conduit that was Lucian. While everyone gave out a unanimous sigh of relief, Roland's eyes were darting around. He knew that this was no accident and that someone had intended to murder his sister, with the other students as collateral damage. How could this be? Did the mana from the dungeon corrupt the spell? Something like this should not have happened. The other mages will think that I was responsible for it. The leader, Professor Ernas, seemed to be shocked by the magical explosion that had just occurred. Never before had something like this transpired during an advancement class. He sounded more concerned about his reputation for allowing such a thing to happen than by the potential injuries that students could have sustained. Luckily, someone had managed to safeguard every student by shielding them with bubbles of magic. Are the students fine? Is someone injured? I don't know what happened, but it wasn't the dungeon's mana. Someone interfered with the spell, Roland said as his eyes scanned the surroundings. Interfered? How is that even possible? Stop making up things. Professor Ernas didn't agree with Roland's assessment for some reason, and this was concerning. He clearly saw a strange mana phantom shooting from the distance, and afterwards, the spell structure started going berserk. It was possible that the mages here didn't have the skills required to perceive this fact, but there could also have been a different reason. They were in on it. Should I prod for some answers or keep my mouth shut? Roland didn't know who his allies here were, so these people could feign ignorance. They would certainly not admit to having any involvement in this incident, and he had no authoritative power to make them do anything. He was in a sense a lone boat, and rocking the waters too much could make him tip. There was no telling what these people would do if he started accusing them. It was probably better to keep things civil so that the children wouldn't be affected. If a fight broke out now, he wasn't sure if his enemies would care much about the offspring of commoners. Plus, he would also need to explain how his skill worked, something that was better kept hidden. I didn't sense anything either. Could it just have been a dungeon anomaly? Those happened from time to time. That was probably it. Ernest concurred with Ulfine, who suggested that this might have been a dungeon anomaly. At times, these locations experienced fluctuations in chaotic mana, which were capable of causing even a skilled mage to falter in their spellcasting. Considering that it was also done by Tier 1 students with lesser mana handling skills, it was a realistic possibility. Perhaps I was mistaken and just felt the strange fluctuations of the mana inside the dungeon. Roland nodded as he decided to play along with the explanation to avoid unnecessary complications. The students were still in a state of shock and were now being comforted and assured by the professors that it was just a rare dungeon anomaly. The adventurers who had been knocked down by the shockwave were slowly getting back on their feet. He did not bother to save them, as the magical explosion would have not reached them anyway. Are okay? His sister was shaking, but fine. Even though he created multiple shields, it was easy to protect people from a spell of this magnitude. It was perhaps better if she didn't know that she had just been through an assassination attempt. Nevertheless, the danger persisted, and it would probably be unwise to have her and the other student continue today's lessons. I wonder. Roland had an idea that could potentially fix all of his problems quite quickly. It wasn't very smart, but would allow him to perhaps tackle this enemy without the involvement of the students. If the other two professors were his enemies was still debatable, but they would probably go along with this proposition as it would put him in danger. May I propose something, Professor Ernest? What is it? Perhaps it is unwise to continue today's advancement classes. You wish to end it before we even begun. We still have the lesser artifacts. Those won't be affected by any dungeon anomalies. Ernest didn't seem to agree with him. One possibility was that he wanted to get these classes over with, even if it put the students in a bit of danger. However, he could have ulterior motives that could not only harm Roland, but also the students here. It would be better to perhaps play into his enemy's hand for now, as it would get Lucian and the others out of here first. Yes, we should have enough time to complete the classes within a week, but what if any of the students is harmed? What if the anomaly produced a unique monster that could appear on this floor? What if it's a precursor to a dungeon break? A dungeon break? That's preposterous. There were many ways he could spin it and excuse his idea. His voice was also loud enough for everyone to hear. The students, along with the adventurers, started to whisper around as they knew what the mages were talking about. This is a B-rank dungeon. What if a Tier 3 boss monster appears? We can't handle that. Hey, I didn't sign up for killing Tier 3 monsters. Ernest looked a bit conflicted as he noticed other people whispering. It was his responsibility to ensure that all of them were safe, and he would take all the blame as the leader. Roland's proposal was reasonable, but he needed to give him something to latch on. It might be or might not be preposterous, but we must guarantee the safety of the students, so state the rules. Just like previously, Roland decided to play up his rule-following persona. There was one particular rule that was to be followed in a situation like this, and he was hoping that Ernest would allow him to proceed with it. Thus, I propose that we remove the students from the dungeon temporarily while I investigate the matter of the anomaly. You wish to investigate the anomaly. That's right. The Institute directive states that any abnormality or anomaly that could potentially endanger the lives of students should be thoroughly investigated by a faculty member. We must know it is our duty to ensure the safety of the students. Ernest was taken aback by his words while Ulfine nodded from the side. It seemed that she at least agreed with his assessment, but he couldn't erase her from his suspect list just yet. I suppose it does make sense, but who will? This was the crux of his plan and what he wanted, to be left alone in the dungeon while the others retreated. After proposing himself for the investigative role, he attempted to read Ernest's expression. The man seemed to ponder for a while before coming to some kind of decision. Safety first, fine. Assistant Professor Wayland, you may proceed with your investigation. I will take the students back to the city until the situation is resolved, but you must finish within a day, not an hour more. Do I make myself clear? Aren't we relying on the newbie a bit too much? Ulfine chimed in as she was standing close by during the whole conversation. He brought this up himself, so it will be up to him. Let us depart then, and Professor Ulfine. Ernest, who looked slightly mad when talking to Roland, started smiling instantly when facing the attractive woman who felt that something was wrong. Yes, we will have some time on our hands, so how about you join me for a meal in the city? We can discuss our recent advancements in magical research, and maybe it will help take our minds off this unusual incident. Ulfine raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of Erna's true intentions. Sorry, but someone has to keep an eye on the students while we are in the city while Assistant Professor Wayland is here. We got used to using his mechanical familiars for that. Is that so? Ulfine's response seemed to leave Ernest a bit disappointed, but he quickly composed himself. Well, maybe next time then. Let's make sure the students are safe and sound. Professor Wayland, the responsibility is on your shoulders now. Don't let us down. Understood. With that, the group started to make their way back up the stairs to the surface. He could see the adventurers sighing in relief as they weren't needed nor were they hired for something like this. The people from the Knight Academy didn't seem to care about the decision as their main mission was just to protect and guard. What the mages decided on was not their problem, and it would not jeopardize their mission. He watched as the students, professors, and adventurers gradually disappeared from sight. The fog here enveloped everything, so he couldn't even see them going up the steep set of stairs. While he didn't trust the other professors nor the knight commander that was with them, they would probably temporarily not do anything drastic. The people that were aiming for him and Lucian would probably focus all effort on him and only afterward go for her. Now I am sure that Mana Phantom came from that direction. Once they were gone, Roland activated his detection skills and started scanning the surroundings. He needed to find any traces left over by the intruder that interfered with the siege spell casting. The dungeon was filled with eerie sounds and fog, which made data gathering a lot harder. It must have been a potent mage or an artifact if it was able to fool everyone besides me, or both of them were lying. As Roland delved deeper into the dungeon, he thought about his situation. He was sure that Ernest was his enemy as he worked under Delauder. However, he wasn't sure how much the man knew or was actively involved in the issue. It was one thing to take bribes from nobles and another to attempt an assassination on a student. I can't imagine him being fine with a baron's daughter sustaining injuries or dying while under his watch. He would take all the blame for this mishap, unless they were planning to put all the blame on me instead. There was no one here anymore, and it was just what he wanted. The people who took part in the assassination attempt would probably take this chance to attack him. He decided to take the risk as he felt that his opponents were still underestimating his abilities and that this would probably be the last time he would get such a chance. There you are, quite a bit of you too. It took him some time to get through, but he was finally able to analyze the concealment spell. His current enemies had a mage with them, or some type of artifact using tier 3 spells. At first, he wasn't sure who was truly after him, but as he continued to scan the area, a mana pattern that he previously saved appeared. One of his old friends was here to pay a visit and probably to get back at him for his previous loss. If that guy is here, it means that the others are probably. Roland's eyes narrowed as he focused on the people that were trying to surround him. At the moment, they were keeping their distance and were probably unaware that he was able to detect them with his armor. He still had a few options on how to tackle this issue, and a decision needed to be made. I could still run, but if I do, then they'll just keep on coming. Sometimes it's better to nip it in the bud. Though this bud is already connected to a tree, it might not be. His previous instincts were telling him to just run. Taking Lucian away from here while revealing his true identity was also an option. If he showed himself as her older brother, no one would be able to dismiss his concerns. However, such an action would complicate things and would still leave a lot of things to be resolved later. The people who were trying to harm him would probably not relent and eventually appear before him or his sister Lucian. They'll probably know that I did it, but they won't know how I did it. Finally, his mind had been made up. He already started following this path, and it was too late to stop now. His hand moved towards the robe that he was wearing to quickly take it off. It didn't really offer him much in the way of protection, and would only tear during the ensuing engagement. Soon after, he took the shield he was magnetizing to his back down and held it vertically to the ground. A darkened hole appeared on the surface of the shield into which he stuck his enforcement department robe. His shield had been made to hold most of his items and weapons. After placing the robe inside, he took out 2 items. One was his hammer staff and the other an identical-looking shield tower shield. These swamps should be enough to hide it. The shield that he used to store his items was tossed into the shallow swamp water while the other one took its place on his back. With his attire adjusted and his equipment ready, he started moving. His previous shield left here. After a few minutes of wondering, Roland took a deep breath and prepared himself for the confrontation that was about to unfold. The mana signatures of his adversaries were getting closer, and he was feeling a bit more tense. As he walked through the dense fog, Roland's senses were heightened. Every rustle of leaves, every distant sound echoing was taking in. Even though he had the monitoring system, he could not get lazy. Multiple people were emerging, and their numbers kept increasing. His previous assumption of them waiting in the dungeon beforehand became true. Suddenly, the first attacker emerged from the mist, a figure wearing a dark cloak. He didn't say anything, but instead launched a quick, magically backed attack in his direction. It was a surge of wind magic, coming at high velocity. Roland didn't dodge as if he was expecting this attack and just raised his shield. The blades of wind collided with the barrier of mana that was produced by the shield, but he remained standing tall. I thought knights were above surprised attacks. Right, Elithes Baskerville, sick. It was his old friend, Elithes Baskerville, the knight that he encountered during the incident at the training grounds. It was the same man, but he was wearing a superior half-plate suit of armor made of light metals. The enchantments on it were far stronger than during their first encounter, and he was not alone. Soon 2 other men wearing similar dark robes emerged to cut away his escape route. Hey, Elithes, weren't we supposed to attack him all at once? I told you that it wouldn't work. This man is dangerous. Elithes replied to one of the men that were behind him. This one was not a half-elf, but instead a human with sharp features and a calculating expression. Roland didn't recognize him, but after using his identification skill, he had an answer. Name: Roman Baskerville L. 225. Classes: T3 Spirit Swordmaster L. 75. T2 Spirit Swordsman L. 50. T2 Swordsman L. 50. T1 Sword Warrior L. 25. T1 Warrior L. 25. The third person was also part of the Baskerville noble family and was the only one wearing a full suit of plate armor. He reminded Roland of Emerson, whom he had defeated before, and he was probably the tank of this group. In his right hand, he held a heavy-looking polearm, and in the other a huge tower shield that was similar to his own. Name: Andreas Baskerville L. 208. Classes: T3 Master Shield Halberdier L. 58. T2 Shield Expert L. 50. T2 Halberdier L. 50. T1 Polearm Warrior L. 25. T1 Warrior L. 25. Quite the lineup, and if I am not mistaken, their mage is still hiding somewhere. These 3 seemed like his main opponents, but this wasn't all. Many other men wearing robes started emerging from within the shadows. It was clear that they brought over many of their lesser knights with them, all tier 2 and waiting for orders. While it was clear that he was outnumbered, he did not feel that he was quite outmatched. There are a lot of them, they really hold a grudge. Roland was surrounded while standing on a slightly raised patch of grass. Around him were 3 knights from an order that he knew well, each with their own unique combat styles and specialties. The animosity radiating from one of them was palpable, and the tension in the air was rising. Well, if it isn't Assistant Professor Wayland, it seems your luck has run out. Elithes Baskerville started the conversation with an intentional taunt. A smirk of superiority was plastered over his face. Roland didn't respond, but instead took his time to analyze the situation. He was surrounded by his current adversaries who came in a large group. Besides the tier 3 knights who each were on a knight commander level, there were around 30 lesser tier 2 knights. This was quite a significant threat even to him, and one person was still missing. The mage that interfered with the siege spell previously was not there. He must be hiding somewhere either far away or using a very potent concealment spell. I should probably try to stall them. I need more time. Elithes, Roman, and Andreas Baskerville. I didn't expect Cerberus to make a move for me. I feel flattered, but are you sure about this? You said that this guy was just some random adventurer. Elithes. Roman Baskerville asked his brother while keeping his eyes plastered on Roland. So he knows our little nickname, what of it? Elithes replied while seemingly not making a big deal of it. Roland knew of this trio due to his old ties to the Arden estate. Everyone there was told to be wary of these 3 half-brothers who were quite famous even 10 years ago. Back then they were known as the mythical monster Cerberus. It was a play on them being guard dogs of the Castellane household. What of it? It means that he might be connected. A commoner would probably not be as well informed. Don't worry, whoever is backing him won't matter if he is dead, right? Can't argue with that. The 2 conversed animatedly, while the third guard dog, Andreas, maintained a stoic silence. His calm demeanor suggested he would serve as the primary distraction. Roland quickly discerned their potential strategy, a frontal charge with the armored Andreas leading the way. Roman would likely follow closely behind, with Elithes utilizing ranged attacks to keep any counter-attacks in check. Then the hidden mage would go in for the kill when he was least expecting it. The other knights, with their distracting maneuvers, were positioned to further disorient him and to create a further strategic disadvantage. This might not be their first rodeo, and the rumors about potent knight commanders and adventures going missing might have been their doing. Roland was at a clear disadvantage, but this didn't mean that he would be defeated. Even during this little chat, His mind was going into overdrive with many orders to his own reinforcements. The hidden spellcaster was a problem, but with the help of his skills, he didn't truly need to know his current location. Save the chit-chat, Wayland. We're here for a reason. A reason, so you lose once and bring your older brothers to finish the fight for you. Aren't you being too pathetic for a knight? Do you have no sense of honor? Honor. A bastard adventurer wants to talk to me of honor. Without using those trees as cover, you would have never won our previous encounter, and you know it. It seemed the grudge from their previous encounter was still fresh in the knight's mind. The half-elf was clearly enraged by the previous defeat. Everyone knew that an angry enemy was an easy enemy. Letting emotions affect a battle was a recipe for disaster, and the other members of the Night Order knew it. Hey Elithes, he is just trying to rile you up. Calm down, he has nowhere to run. You're right, just do it. The two nodded at each other, and it was clear that the conversation was over. Before attacking, he noticed that Roman tilted his head at the other lesser knights. It was an obvious signal for something. The knights executed tactics specifically designed to counter mages and confirmed Roland's expectations. Anti-magic powder, just like that time with Agni. It was a fundamental strategy often employed to subdue magical beasts or mages. Just like the time back in Albrook, the knights brought out pouches filled with powder and quickly flung them in his direction. Once this powder entered the surroundings, it would make forming spells and using mana difficult. Although it also affected their own mana users, such as Elithes, he still possessed his regular swordsmanship skills, something that regular mages didn't have. Good tactics for normal mages. They still think I'm just some regular rune mage. Roland was far from being normal, and even if the powder could mess up runic equipment, it needed to be placed directly over the rune. However, if a high enough concentration of it filled up the air around them, then eventually his equipment could become worthless. This was probably what his current adversaries were expecting, that with time he would become unable to cast spells, and they would be victorious. After his previous encounter, he had done extensive research on anti-mana. He had also looked into a few books that were in the Institute to further his knowledge. The powder worked by jumbling up mana in the surroundings, as well as the ones forming from people's spells. Even when someone had enough MP to cast a spell, it would not be able to form out in the open, but there were ways of going around it. One way to go around this issue was to assemble the spell structure beforehand. After the spell had been formed, it was still possible to discharge it. Another way was to escape the range of the anti-magical effect. It was still just powder that could not cover everything unless it was a closed space. This swampland was not a very good place to use such tactics. Nevertheless, his enemies were trying to end it quickly, and Andreas Baskerville was already charging at him with his halberd raised. At the same time, Roman Baskerville took off and started running. His body vanished behind his larger armored brother, and it seemed as if he had vanished. Elithes unsheathed both his blades and launched a magical attack from afar while still unaffected by the powder. The other knights were equipped with crossbows, which they quickly pointed in his direction. From his perspective, everyone besides Elithes was a distraction. They were trying to get him to focus on Roman, who was staying behind Andreas. Then, after he had defended himself from the initial onslaught, his main enemy, the magic swordmaster, would descend upon him. The man clearly had a chip on his shoulder, and his pride was hurt. It was plausible that he would want to deliver the finishing blow, and his allies agreed to oblige. You should really watch where you are standing. Roland replied as Andreas slammed into a thick shield of mana that stopped his charge. At the same time, quite a light show was taking place around this area that he had prepared previously. His recently gotten imbued rune skill was becoming one of his favorite ambushing tactics, as spreading it around an area like this was just too easy. The swamp water covered up the rocks that he used, and including the ground with just his feet was also possible. The moment the large man collided with him, a series of explosions rocked the entire area with him, remaining protected behind a large dome of mana. He had assembled it before the anti-magic powder could fill out the air and keep him from forming the spell effect. Then, with the help of the ensuing shockwave, everything was blasted away in a huge inferno. Shit, push through, Roman called out to his brother, who attempted to force his way through the magical shield. Some cracks appeared on the surface, but Roland didn't panic. He just took this chance to take out a deck of cards from his belt and instantly threw them up into the air. The cards started glowing with magical energy and instantly activated the magical effects they were scribed with. Haven't used scrolls in forever. With the help of the explosion that went off at ground level, most of the anti-magical powder was blown away. Even scrolls would not activate if the powder was spread fully, but as long as it was kept at bay, it was possible. His scrolls had been miniaturized to the extreme and now had the size of regular playing cards. Soon, an explosion of various homing attacking arrow spells took shape, and they all headed towards the lesser tier 2 knights. Take cover. It was pandemonium, as the knights tried to shield themselves from the unexpected magical assault. The arrows of magical energy homed in on their targets, creating chaos within the ranks of the Baskerville knights. Roland took advantage of the confusion and began the next phase of his battle plan, which was to escape to a safer location. "Stop that bastard, he is running away." Elithes shouted from afar while launching a series of ferocious magical attacks, yet in the chaos of magical explosions and attacks, he was unable to connect with the escaping Roland. His armor shone with various runes as he buffed himself up several times. Confronting his enemies in this place that was filling up with anti-magical powder was still unfavorable to him. He needed to get away first before confronting them again. With the help of his enhanced speed, he now had the agility to weave between the trees and swamps. The magical arrows from the homing spells continued to wreak havoc among the Baskerville Knights and created enough chaos to distract most of them. However, the lower-tier spells that he had used could not halt the charges of the Knight commanders. Andreas Baskerville was rushing at him from behind like a mad bull and surprisingly building up speed. "He can keep up with me." It was clear that he was using some sort of skill. The way he was running reminded him of a hoplite warrior charging with a spear. The trees and objects that Roland was dodging with some finesse, this man just bulldozed through. Some sort of barrier was surrounding his body, and the more things he hit along the way, the faster and more unstoppable he seemingly became. In an attempt to stop the charging man, he left a few explosive runes behind. However, this seemed to enhance the charge, as if he was absorbing the kinetic energy from everything around him to gain more power. If hard objects can't stop him, what about something softer? The ground here is already quite soft and muddy. After a few adjustments, the runes left over on the ground embedded themselves in the mud. Once triggered by the charge, they did not explode, but created a quagmire area into which his legs began to sink in. At first, the man was able to push through, but eventually, his body began to sink in and his momentum was finally stopped. He had become stuck, but the chase was not over as Roman, who continued to shadow his brother, now jumped out, and Elithes was not far behind. "Stop running, you coward, coward. I am not the one trying to assassinate someone inside a dungeon," Roland retorted while taking the two on a tour through the swamps. Roman, who was trailing behind Andreas, used his agile movements to navigate through the swamp. Elithes, on the other hand, continued to cast magical attacks from a distance, trying to hinder Roland's progress. There was no anti-magic powder at work here anymore, but one problem still lingered, if I am correct then. Where is that rat hiding? Is he using a concealment spell? He shouldn't have enough time. Shit, did he go run to the dungeon exit? Quick, we must hurry. The three Baskerville Knights nodded at each other before bolting towards the entrance of the dungeon. However, while they were away, the person that they were trying to locate just walked out into the open. Those three are competent fighters, but they have no tracking skills or methods. Roland had managed to lose his three pursuers, but they headed for the dungeon exit. It would be impossible for him to sneak past them, as they probably had people guarding that area. Will they give up if I just hide for a while? The planned ambush had been a failure, but he wasn't sure if his enemies would just give up now. They were aware of his recording technology. If they let things go now, they were going to get exposed to the Institute. The only way of getting away would be to kill him and let his body be absorbed by the dungeon. If I don't take care of them here, they'll probably call for more people. It wouldn't be strange if they had others waiting above ground, perhaps even platinum adventurers. Things didn't look well, as he could see his enemies overpowering him eventually if he didn't do anything about it. However, before he initiated a counterattack, he was still waiting for one thing to resolve itself. For this reason, he had returned to a specific place within the dungeon and was waiting. "Wayland, what's happening here? Professor Ulfine, what are you doing here?" "Well, I felt bad for leaving you here to take care of the anomaly, but then I saw all of those magical explosions. What is going on?" Professor Ulfine replied with concern in her voice, and Roland quickly explained the situation. He detailed the encounter with the Baskerville brothers and their attempt to assassinate him. She listened intently, and her expression grew more solemn as Roland recounted the events. "They attempt to assassinate a faculty member of the Institute. They are taking us lightly." Roland nodded at the seemingly enraged Ulfine. He then turned around to look out into the distance. There was something not quite right with this situation, and he continued to peek at his mapping device that was showing him something peculiar. "Indeed, but now tell me something, Professor Ulfine. Where did you leave your tamed beast behind?" "Oh, Thunderclaw, he remained with the students." "Is that so? Then why is he 100 meters to the east of here?" "Huh." Ulfine was stunned, but her surprise didn't take long as a large hammer collided with her face. She had been right behind Roland when they were talking and was quite surprised by the unprovoked attack. The flat end of the weapon collided with her face, sending her into the distance. She collided with a nearby tree and bounced off it before landing on the ground, her neck bent at an impossible degree. Not quite human. The woman's neck was clearly broken, but she did not die. Only after Roland followed up the spell with a burst of flames did he receive the confirmation from the world system. "Congratulations, you have defeated a doppelganger L-123. Doppelganger, huh, but the original isn't far behind. Reveal yourself. I know that you are there. He shouted out while pointing eastwards before firing a burst of magical energy. Instantly, a powerful growl echoed from the distance, and the beast known as Thunderclaw appeared with its master. Oh my, I guess you've seen through me. What gave me away? Nothing really, but it was obvious that only a professor from the Institute would be able to interfere with a siege spell in such a way. What about Ernest? He was also there. Yes, but he doesn't have tamed beasts who can interfere from a distance and then hide themselves. Doppelgangers were creatures that could take on the shape of almost anyone. When in disguise, they became able to use skills and even spells of who they were impersonating. It was a monster that could be tamed by a magical tamer, which Ulfine was. It was probable that the creature cast the spell from quite a distance and then transformed itself into one of the dungeon monsters. You got me, but even though you discovered my little secret, you won't be able to escape this place alive. Ulfine's words were followed up by various growls from the distance. Various other tamed monsters and beasts appeared out of the shadows. Then to make things worse, he could see the three night idiots appearing as well. He was back to square one and surrounded yet again. However, this time he would not be holding anything back as his trump card could be finally activated. I am sorry to tell you this, but I am not the one that won't be leaving this place alive. He replied while looking to the spot where he had previously discarded his original shield. It was near his location, and soon various runes were starting to glow over its surface. I'll listen to this guy. Does he still think that he has the upper hand? It seemed like an easy victory for them. Even though he was at a higher level and possessed superior artifacts, it made no difference. As long as the close-range fighters contained him and provided their mage with some breathing room, Ulfine and her beasts would unleash deadly magic upon him. Eventually, his mana would dwindle and he would falter. They had no doubt in their minds that they would emerge victorious. Be careful, don't underestimate him. Let's go at him together, if you say so. Roman replied to Elithes, who was seemingly taking this confrontation a lot more seriously. He had already tussled with the man known as Wayland the Enforcer and knew that he could not be taken lightly. His two brothers, on the other hand, felt like this was over. They had him on a silver platter. However, just as Andreas was getting ready to charge, a voice resounded from behind them. Wait, he is doing something this mana. What is it, mage? Don't call me that, I have a name. Just spit it out, what is it? Roman turned around towards Ulfine, who told them to not engage yet. She looked maddened by the tone of the knight, but then quickly continued talking. The mana around him, it's strange, he is trying to do something. Oh, you can feel it, replied Roland, who was getting stared at from all directions. While Thunderclaw was the biggest tamed beast, there were other feline types here with him. It seemed that Ulfine tended to recruit feline monsters. Their fur sported a variety of colors, and most of them resembled panthers or tigers. You have gathered quite a group against me, but you're not the only one that has helpers. He continued talking while something started to rise out of the swamp water where he had discarded his shield. The trio looked there to see a rune-covered cube rising up into the air, but it wasn't alone. A spider golem followed suit after, as it had been lying dormant within the swamp. Golems, is that if? What could a few measly gall? Ulfine commented with a smug look plastered over her face as she watched the two magical automatons rise. Everyone here knew that Roland could use golems, but they didn't think that they would pose much of a threat, not with so many magical beasts around. In their eyes, they had the numbers as well as quality behind them. However, they did not expect that the numbers of these golemic creations would continue to increase. Hey, aren't there too many golems? How did this bastard get so many of them in here? You never said anything about this. Roman turned his head towards the mage that was also confused by the sheer amount of metallic spiders coming out of the woodwork. Some had been hidden in the swamp waters, while others lay dormant behind trees and in the bushes. The fog in the swampland hid them well, and now they were becoming surrounded. He used a few in the academy. This is more than a few, did you lie to us? Why would I do that? I already lost my doppelganger, those aren't easy to tame. You better pay what you're owed after this is finished. Stop arguing and focus, they are just stupid golems. He might be able to control a few, but the rest should be easy to destroy. Roman. Fine, I am on it. Mage, lend my brother some of those beasts. The rest of us will focus on that bastard. Elithes, who seemed to be the leader of the group, gave Roman an order. Ulfine seemed still dejected, as she wasn't given a name, but after clicking her tongue she nodded. It was common sense that even a rune mage had limits when controlling a vast quantity of golems. It wasn't wrong to assume that he would be able to only control a small group that was around him, but they did not account for Roland's true class. Well, I got them here now, but will this be enough? Roland had let his shield fall into the swamp on purpose, and that purpose was to spread his golems through the dungeon. After he was gone, his shield was activated, and the storage space within expanded to allow a vast quantity of golems to emerge. One by one they emerged and quickly hid in various places. When dormant and without any magic flowing through them, they were quite difficult to spot even for people with tracking classes. They were not living beings, but inanimate objects that moved with the help of runes. Without mana flowing through them, not even a mage would be able to tell that they were there. Only after he arrived here and jolted them awake with his own skill did they come to life once more. This was made possible by his weekly research into spatial runes and by his enemies underestimating him as always. He took them on a wild goose chase through the dungeon while his army rose out of the altered shield. With the help of the Institute library, he was now able to expand the exit from his spatial runes further and could even sustain it while he wasn't there. He even knew that in the future, it would be possible to further augment this magical technology that would allow him to call his army forth without any outside preparations. Good that I stored all those golems for the trip. Before heading out, he had stored as many golems and parts into his spatial shield. The space inside was quite large, and it was previously strenuous to remove items from within. Before coming here, he stashed this space to the brim with hopes of being able to expand on the removal process later. Only after further research into dimensional magic, which was very prevalent in the whole institute, could this portable storage shield become a true asset. With his golems now surrounding him, Roland felt a surge of confidence. The Baskerville brothers and Ulfine, along with her tamed beasts, did not outnumber him anymore. While numerous spider drones lingered around, Roland's true numerical advantage lay in the vast quantity of floating cubes comprising his golemic army. Hovering in the air, these cubes awaited the command to unleash beams of condensed magical energy upon his foes. Sometimes, simplicity proved to be the strongest design, and Roland knew that these floating squares of death would likely be the key to securing victory in the battle ahead. Soon he gave the order, and they scrambled up into the air before launching bright blue rays of light at the timed beast. The battle had now started only after the Overlord had received aid from his trusted mechanical troops. As the light show took over the place, he took some time to glance at Ulfine's status screen. Name: Ulfine, L201. Classes: T3 Master Beast Summoner L51. T2 Beast Summoner L50. T2 Summoner L50. T1 Magic Contractor L25. T1 Mage L25. Now that she became his enemy, there was no reason for him to follow the Institute's rules. To no surprise, she was a summoner, someone who could conjure up and tame beasts. This large pack of murderous felines had not been there before. It was clear that she had summoned them while he was battling the knights. With the floating cubes raining down beams of magical energy upon Ulfine's tamed beasts, chaos ensued. The powerful creatures roared and snarled as they attempted to evade the deadly onslaught, but many were struck and their bodies disintegrated into nothingness. This confirmed their status as magically summoned creatures, as they would not leave behind corpses. Instead, they would turn into particles of mana and fade away to the place they were summoned from. Roland remained focused, his multiple minds calculating and strategizing as he surveyed the battlefield. The Baskerville brothers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Roland's golemic army. They had trouble coming to terms with the sheer amount of magical missiles coming their way. Even though they quickly regrouped, they were still forced to retreat from the onslaught. From above came the cubes. They fired self-homing mana arrow spells that were spiraling for added power. A few hits from those attacks were enough to destroy any of the summoned Tier 2 felines. To make things worse, the golemic spiders were doing the same from the sides. Their beams were more concentrated and precise, but hitting the target wasn't that easy. Roman, who was given the order to contend with the golemic onslaught, targeted the spiders first. Ulfin, on the other hand, focused on the large group of floating cubes and ordered Thunderclaw to engage as well. Elithes also saw the army of golems as troublesome, so his wind slices were focused on dispatching them first, while his brother Andreas charged at Roland. So this guy will keep me busy while the others take care of the golems. Their plan was obvious, and perhaps if they were up against a regular rune magus, then it would have worked. They didn't know that battling the army of golems was quite pointless, and that by sending this man after him alone, they were just weakening themselves. Just like before, he activated a skill that gave him a boost in speed and momentum. Like a train on rails, Andreas shot towards him with his shield guarding his body, and halberd pointed forward. Roland had a few ways of going around this problem, and he chose one of the more extreme ones. Instead of continuing to implement his magical shields for defenses and using long-range spells, he just closed the distance. In a way, he mirrored the stance of Andreas, just substituting the halberd with his own magical warhammer. Both of them gained more speed and eventually collided to create a massive collision, which sent a shockwave in all directions. He overpowered Andreas. The two other Baskerville hounds were shocked as they saw their brother being flung back after the exchange. His shield had a dent as it was struck by the runic hammer Roland was using. They couldn't fathom the combinations of spells that were used, but they could generate an immense impact, not something a mage should be able to produce during a close-quarters confrontation. They saw Andreas flying back and tumbling around, but he seemed mostly uninjured. However, his opponent's weapon looked to be damaged. The large hammer Roland used was filled with cracks and some parts were even missing. It was clear that even though the shield took a lot of damage, the weapon was unusable. "Ha, good going, Andreas. As long as his weapon is damaged, he won't be able to use it. Now let us clear out these golems." At first, it looked like their brother had failed, but the exchange was a loss. Roland's magic hammer staff had been damaged and looked unusable. Roman gloated from afar while dispatching multiple golems by himself, his tier above the capabilities of these simple magical automatons. It looked like they were quickly turning the tide in their favor. The golems and floating cubes seemed powerful at first, but they were easy to dispatch. Even when a lot of the summoned creatures were defeated in the initial ambush, as long as the golems were defeated, then so would they master. With this thought in mind, the Cerberus Knights continued, but something was strange. Their adversary wasn't doing much. What's going on? Did he give up? Is he giving up already? Pathetic. Roman gloated while Elithes was puzzled by Roland's lack of response, as the man was being quite passive. After the initial clash with Andreas, he remained somewhat passive, turtling behind some remaining golems while using ranged spells. These clashed with Ulfines and her beast, but besides the lesser feline summons, no one was really getting injured. Only after all the Galmas were gone, and none of the summoned beasts reminded did Elithes realize what Roland's true plan was. What kind of skill is this? How is this possible? Suddenly, after all of the magical automatons were destroyed, they all started to rise up again. The metallic bodies that were cut into smaller pieces by both Roman and Elithes were mending themselves. The cubes came back together and continued to float, their magical batteries still mostly full. "What is this sorcery?" Elithes exclaimed in shock as he witnessed the golems repairing themselves. It was as if their destruction had been nothing more than a temporary setback. Roman paused in his assault, his expression twisting into one of frustration as he realized their efforts had been in vain. "I don't know. I never heard of such a skill. This is not something a rune magus should be capable of." "Who said that I was a rune mage?" Roland replied with a somewhat nonchalant tone, as there was no use hiding it anymore. He was able to keep his status screen hidden and was able to trick his enemies into focusing on the golems. They did not realize that his main targets were the summoned creatures that were now all gone. Thunderclaw was the only one that remained, and finally, he had the numerical advantage. Look, his weapon is reforming itself. "Damn, focus everything on that bastard. There is no use in attacking the golems." The Baskerville brothers quickly redirected their focus towards Roland, realizing that he was the true threat. They launched a relentless assault, combining their skills and magical attacks to overwhelm him. At least they tried, but the small golem army that had managed to restore itself blocked their way. While they couldn't cause much damage to the Tier 3 class holders, they could keep them busy while their lord did most of the heavy lifting. The onslaught of magical attacks intensified and gave Roland some space to maneuver. An aura of purple energy surrounded his armor as he activated both the Mana Overflow skill and the Overlord's Might skill. Now armed with a tremendous boost to all of his stats and an almost bottomless reserve of mana, it was time to make his stand. Roland's eyes narrowed as he closed in on Ulfin, his warhammer crackling with magical energy and his shield producing a veil of mana that could not be pierced through. In a burst of speed, he appeared before her, his hammer swinging from the side and aimed directly at her body. Just like any other mage, close-ranged combat was not her forte, and her only choice was to activate protective artifacts. Using non-runic artifacts was a good idea, but you miscalculated slightly. And no. With a swift motion, Roland swung his weapon, which unleashed a devastating shockwave of electrical energies. Ulfin expected it to collide with a layer of magical shields, but for some reason they weren't working. Even though all of them prepared countermeasures against a rune mage, he was still able to affect their enchanted equipment. It was as if all artifacts were forced to do his bidding. Thunderclaw, the Liger, tossed himself to protect his master and received the hit directly for her. Instantly, a massive magical discharge shook the entire dungeon and even caused the high ceiling to tremble. Ulfin watched in horror as her beloved Thunderclaw had his head turned to mush by the magical weapon. The ensuing blast caused a lot of residual damage, which fully engulfed her unprotected body that was heavily electrocuted. Roland stood amidst the aftermath, his chest heaving with exertion as he surveyed the scene before him. Ulfin lay unconscious on the ground with her body smoking from the magical discharge. Thunderclaw's lifeless form was sprawled nearby to his master, who was on death's door. Well then, only 3 remain. The Baskerville brothers turned in dismay at the display of magical might. Their mage helper was down on the ground and clearly defeated. The number advantage that they once held had now crumbled, leaving only the three of them to face off against the formidable runic overlord and his army of magical automatons. As Roland stood there, surveying the aftermath of his devastating attack, the Baskerville brothers faced a grim reality. Their confident demeanor was shattered and replaced by a sense of uncertainty. The balance of power had shifted in favor of the man in the runic armor, and they knew it. With Ulfine incapacitated and Thunderclaw slain, the brothers were left to confront Roland alone. Despite their prowess as knight commanders, they were facing an opponent with a self-restoring golem army. He had also managed to outmaneuver them at every turn and potentially had another ace up his sleeve. Roman, Elithes, and Andreas exchanged wary glances, silently communicating their next move. They knew they couldn't afford to underestimate Roland any longer. Despite their numerical disadvantage, they had to find a way to overcome this formidable foe. Their lives depended on it, and they had to give it all. We need to come up with a strategy. This isn't someone we can defeat without proper tactics. What do you propose? We can't let him dictate the pace of this battle. We need to find a weakness and exploit it. He's a mage but casts spells without any chanting. He doesn't seem like he lost much mana since the battle started. Does that monster even have a weakness? The three were starting to realize that their opponent wasn't quite normal. He was certainly not a regular rune mage. More than likely, he was a special class holder that they had no information on. They had made a blunder by not doing their research and believing in their skills a bit too much. He is still at the same tier as we are and we outnumber him. Those golems are nothing more than a distraction. We need to aim for him, even if it will cost us. You mean? Elithes nodded at Roman, who had a disgruntled look on his face. It seemed that he knew what his brother was insinuating. They needed to focus all of their best skills and techniques on a single opponent. Fighting the golems first would be a mistake, as they didn't know how many times they could be restored. Fleeing was also not an option, as the man already showcased his recording technology. If word got out of what they did, the ramifications of their actions would be dire. Fine, but you better pay for the elixir after this is over. Andreas, take the lead. I'll be right behind you and we'll do it together. The third brother didn't even nod and remained silent. It seemed that the three had some sort of plan, one that would put two of them in danger. Andreas, the youngest brother, stepped forward with his halberd held firmly in hand. His eyes locked on his target, an armored man surrounded by a purple haze. Roman followed closely behind, his body vanishing as the charge commenced. The two were met with a salvo of energy beams from the reformed golem army. The darkened dungeon that was filled with swamp water and mist was now illuminated. Even if there were a few dungeon monsters there, they were instantly eradicated by the constant rays of concentrated mana. Yet, they were not enough to stop the advance of these two men. Andreas, who was like a bull, continued to charge while allowing himself to get hit by these projectiles. At first, it seemed that they were hitting his body, but instead, a strange phenomenon was taking place. The projectiles bent at the last moment and collided with his shield. It was as if they were being sucked into it through the use of some kind of skill. The shield, which was thick and sturdy, was robust enough to take hundreds of magical collisions. Roman, on the other hand, used a different approach. His speed was extraordinary, and he continued to evade each attack with graceful movements. He weaved between the beams, relying on his agility and reflexes to dodge the onslaught. His strategy was to get close enough to Roland to unleash his most devastating techniques and keep him busy long enough for their plan to work. As the two Baskerville knights charged, their leader remained standing in the background. He was also getting some attention from the golems, but not as much. It was clear that he was waiting for his two allies to give him an opening, and only then would he utilize his strongest technique. While this plan was quite rudimentary and their opponent had mostly seen through what they were up to, it didn't mean that it would fail. They finally started to take me seriously, Roland thought to himself while accepting the challenge. At this point, he was mostly aware of their capabilities, but he couldn't relax. He was still going up against three Tier 3 class holders who were older and more experienced than him in combat. While it seemed that he had the upper hand, the moment could be fleeting. His golems were a nice distraction, but they couldn't really critically injure any of these people. They were just not strong enough for such a feat. There were a few ways he could go about this situation, as running was still an option. However, he didn't want to take up too much time. While he had managed to knock Ulfin out cold, she could wake up at any time. Then there were also the Tier 2 knights that he had lost within the swamp. While they would probably not be able to pass through his golem squadron, they could still aid his enemies. It was better to take care of them in a swift fashion, and for that, he might have to take a few hits. Thus, while in his strongest form, he charged forth with his shield raised. He wasn't only a mage, as his sturdy armor, along with his skills, would allow him to exchange blows with close-ranged fighters. The world was already filled with particles of blue light as he was looking at his enemies' mana phantoms to predict their next move. At first, it seemed that Andreas would try to lock him down with a charge, but to his surprise, Roman was the one to appear first. Through some type of hastening skill, he closed a gap of tens of meters in an instant. His blade shimmered with magical energy as it slashed through the air, aiming directly for Roland's exposed flank. Roland reacted swiftly, bringing up his shield to intercept the blow. The impact reverberated through his arm and was dispersed with the help of his runic magic. His opponent was quite swift and attempted to slash at him multiple times, but before he could, a spiky pillar made of rocks erupted from the ground. He gracefully retreated by performing a backflip and simultaneously sliced at the rock to cut it in half. Andreas closed in and his halberd swung with deadly intent. However, just as the weapon was about to strike, Roland sidestepped with surprising agility for someone in heavy armor. He countered with a powerful kick to Andreas' midsection. The knight managed to block the attack with his shield, but the force of the impact sent him sliding back. Now that the two men were forced to retreat slightly, Roland unleashed a barrage of magical spells. With the addition of a couple of floating golemic cubes around him, the two were forced to either block or evade. Roman didn't let up as he continued his relentless assault, his blade dancing with deadly grace as he tried to find an opening in Roland's defenses. Meanwhile, Andreas regrouped and charged at him once more. A battle of unprecedented proportions between the two knights and the runesmith ensued. Both parties' weapons collided with each other and generated shockwaves from each exchange. The ground became riddled with holes from the magical attacks, and trees fell by being cut by blades or pierced by a polearm. Neither side was letting up, but the man in the middle seemed to push back the duo, who was barely holding it together. The battle raged on, but the third knight, Elithes, continued to watch from a distance. He was getting ready and trying to time his grand technique with his two partners. The golems continued to assault him from all directions, but didn't pose a threat to a magical master swordsman. At most, they could distract him. Now, he shouted while vanishing from sight through unknown means. The golems that were shooting at him were unable to detect him, but suddenly collapsed after something cut them into multiple pieces. His form had vanished from sight, but it was obvious where he was going. Andreas and Roman knew that it was time to finish this and continued with their plan. First, the larger of the two abandoned his weapon and performed a strange grasping motion toward their armored opponent. A strange set of semi-transparent chains erupted from his whole body and in the direction of their opponent. Even when blasted with spells or blocked by a mana veil, they continued to move as if they were on a different plane of existence. Roland found himself being bound by this strange skill, and his movements became sluggish. The sudden restraint caught Roland off guard, and he found himself ensnared by these strange ethereal chains. Meanwhile, Roman seized the opportunity, his blade glowing with a brilliant light as he lunged forward with unmatched speed. His blade bent at strange angles and looked like a snake going for his side that he was holding his hammer in. This seemed to be the crux of their plan, to restrict his movements from both sides for even a split second. Roland already saw what was coming, and there was not much time for him to make the correct adjustments. He would not be coming out from this battle unscathed. However, he didn't panic. Pain was not something that he feared at this point. He just needed to survive. His enemies have gotten quite close to him, and they were in range for some punishment. He had two options, one riskier than the other, but it would end the fight right then and there. There was no time to contemplate the issue, and in that split second he made up his mind. Instead of turtling up and defending himself from their blows, he would fully go on the offensive instead. The two men that were trying to hold him back gave it their all, but instead of struggling further, he let go of both his shield and hammer. Instead, he just opened up his palms to point at the two. The runes on his armor began to shift and glow bright purple. Electrical discharges took place as energy gathered towards his palms. At the same time, all the golems reacted to his call. They all turned their weapons in his direction and quickly discharged all of their energy. While they were aiming at the two men on both sides, Roland was still in the middle. The combined assault from both the golems and Roland himself created a cataclysmic explosion of magical energy. The shockwave rippled outwards, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon and sending debris flying in all directions. Roman and Andreas were engulfed in the blast, their bodies thrown backward like rag dolls, and their forms became obscured by smoke and dust. However, this was within their calculations. Even though both his palms created a swirling magical blast that collided with the two, this was not the end. As Roland was discharging his energy, something collided with his helmet, something that he had expected. The force was immense, and he could only contort his body backwards to keep himself from losing his neck. It was the third Baskerville knight who was coming for his head. He had used his allies as a distraction to propel himself at perhaps the speed of sound in his direction. If it wasn't for the mana phantom that this skill produced, Roland would have not even known that it was coming. Luckily, calculating the trajectory and timing with the help of mathematics was a possibility. Roland's mind raced as he attempted to slip through this deadly attack. However, this was easier said than done as the blades sunk into his armor and were able to cut through it. He felt pain surging through his entire body as something entered his body. His left shoulder took the brunt of this impact along with his face as his helmet was dislodged from his face. The collision was fierce, and it sent even more ripples and echoes throughout the whole dungeon. But suddenly things went quiet, and only the sound of a few crumbling rocks from the dungeon's high ceiling could be heard by the survivors of this clash. On one side lay a large armored man with a gaping hole in his chest, something created by the massive palm blast he received while holding his enemy down. On the other was another. He was not dead, but his sword arm was missing, as he had tried to deflect this surge of magical energy, but had been too late. Then in the middle was the man that they tried to defeat, his forehead bleeding, and a sword embedded in the left side of his chest. Only one person was standing among the rubble, and he belonged to the Baskerville Knights. In his left hand, he was holding a sword that looked quite similar to the one that was now embedded in Roland's left chest area, close to his shoulder. For a moment there was a smile on his face, as he assumed that he had been victorious, but before he could celebrate he noticed some movement. His enemy was still alive. A feint for the head, but the true strike aims for the heart. Not bad. I didn't actually think that you'd be able to pierce me, though. Roland's voice sounded as his body started moving. He was in a lot of pain, but he had managed to survive the exchange. His left arm hung limply at his side, the pain throbbing through his body as he grasped the hilt of the sword embedded in his chest. With a grunt of effort, he slowly pulled the blade out, and blood started to gush out from his wound. Despite the agony, his expression remained stoic as this was not quite over. I don't know how you've managed to survive that, but it matters not. It'll just end you now. Will you now? You think that you can fight me with one arm and an injury like that? Just give up and save yourself some face. You mean this little flesh wound? Look, it's already getting smaller. How is that? What are you? The Baskerville Knight's eyes widened in disbelief as Roland stood before him, seemingly unfazed by the grievous wound. To make things even more disheartening, the large wound he created with his sword was mending itself before his eyes. The man was still glowing purple, but there was a tinge of gold radiance there, as if a priest was healing his wounds at a rapid pace. Elithes was positive that he did not have any time to drink an elixir or healing potion, but somehow, he was regenerating like some kind of monster. You fought well. Roland cracked his neck in an intimidating fashion while his armor started to reform itself. The hole that had been created mended itself as if it was also affected by a healing spell, and soon no visible damage on the armor could be spotted to the naked eye. But without your little helpers, the victory belongs to me. The abandoned hammer along with the shield flew back to him, with the only exception being his helmet, which had been flung into the distance and out of range of his skills. Elithes did not believe that his enemy was uninjured by his attack and steeled his resolve. Quickly he plunged himself into the fray. Even if he only had one sword, he did not want to believe that his opponent was uninjured. As Elithes charged in once more, Roland met his blade with his shield. Despite the injuries he had sustained, Roland's movements were still fluid and calculated. At first, it seemed that he was wavering, but as the moments passed, it became clear that he was recovering. His opponent, on the other hand, was now alone to face the army of supporting golems and their master. The clash between Roland and Elithes intensified, the sound of their weapons echoing through the cavernous dungeon. Yet even though the magical swordsman attempted to shift the tides of battle, the longer it took, the more obvious the result was. Soon his blade was flying through the air as his side was met with a hit from a magically enhanced hammer. His body flew to the side like a rag doll, and he ended up submerged in some swamp water. And no, this can't end like this. Who are you really? Me, I'm just a simple runesmith. Roland replied while approaching, his large hammer planted over his shoulder as he strode toward his enemy. The battle was over, and Elithes was quite shocked. His face had gone pale, and he was clearly fearful of what was about to come. However, before the final blow could land, Roland stopped for a moment as his adversary seemed to recognize something. You that face are you actually? Roland paused mid-step, his hammer still ready to strike while Elithes's words hung in the air. The Baskerville Knight's eyes widened as he came to some sort of realization, and his face was a mix of disbelief and anger. Are you actually? A question was thrown, and it indicated that his opponent knew something. His face had been revealed, and there was an implication that came with it. He had never met this person without wearing his suit of armor, nor did anyone know how the missing Arden's sibling. However, there was one particular thing about his family that set it apart from the others. It seemed that their father's genes took over when it came to male offspring, but when it came to females, they took the mother's side of the family. This was also the reason why his brother Robert instantly recognized him a few years back. Why you're one of them, right? Why you must be Robert. Now this all makes sense. It seemed that this man had come in contact with his family members, and this was not anything out of the ordinary. the Baskerville Knight family, in a way, took over the responsibilities of the Arden estate that was previously also one of Castelane's guard dogs. Even after Wentworth Arden rose to his position of proper nobility, the Baskerville Knights continued to maintain a close relationship with them due to their shared history of loyalty and service. When he was between the ages of 5 and 10, he had witnessed them as well, and through those exchanges, he came to know of the three Cerberus Knights. It wasn't strange to assume that this person had seen either his eldest brother Raynor or the second Edwin. He didn't seem to know Robert at all, but the resemblance was there, and it seemed that his identity as one of the Ardens had been exposed. No, how could you be Robert? This strength, not even the firstborn, was this capable could you be? What does it matter who I am? Roland stopped for a moment but then resumed his approach. He knew why Elithes was confused, as Roland's power was just too high. At most, he could assume that he was some bastard who had been born before Raynor. It wouldn't make sense for Robert to be strong enough to take out the Cerberus trio on his own. No, wait. If you're from the Arden family, please reconsider. Do you want a war to break out between the families? Do you think you can win against the Castlane house? Roland paused once more, but his hammer was still clenched tightly. The mention of potential conflict between the Arden and Castlane families made him contemplate the issue. It was true that any action he took here could have negative repercussions, not just for himself but for his family as well. He had raised his hand in opposition to Viola Castlane and already killed some of the Baskerville Knights, with Andreas being the most prominent one. While the other side started the conflict, some might say that he had overreacted. You tried to murder me and Lucian Arden as well. Now that you are defeated, you seek a truce. Elithes struggled to rise from the swampy ground, but he seemed to be trying to make amends. Please, my friend, think about it. I had no choice in this matter. I am sure that you understand. People like us have no choice in these matters. I was just following orders. Roland's expression remained unreadable as he listened to Elithes's plea, but his mind was racing. There were potential consequences of continuing with his actions now. He understood the balance between the noble houses and how they would probably not let this issue rest so easily. It would be clear to the Castlane household that he was the man responsible for all of this. But what are the other options here? If I let this bastard go, he will report all of it, and they might just come back with more forces or even hire an assassin. If one strategy didn't work, it was useful to use another. While it was true that the Baskerville and Castlane families would probably back off for a moment, they would hold a grudge. The issue could potentially be dropped, as it would put the other families in a bad light. The only thing that nobles feared than the higher nobility was bad rumors. There was a possibility that they would halt their advances and even issue a public apology. However, after the overreaction he witnessed today, Roland wasn't sure if they would honor anything. I understand your predicament, but it doesn't sound very genuine when you're just trying to distract me. Did you think I wouldn't notice? For a moment he did give it a thought. Revealing himself could potentially have this whole thing end without any future bloodshed. While he didn't see the Castlane family apologizing for this issue, it was possible to make amends and form some type of binding contract that would safeguard his sister. Both sides would come to some kind of agreement and let things rest, but it wouldn't be so, as the surviving Roman had been lingering in the background. Shit. Roland had managed to rip off this man's arm, but he was still a Tier 3 class holder. With enhanced bones and internal organs, even without an arm it was still possible to move around. People at this tier had advanced from being regular humans and were closer to monsters. It seems that you wish to negotiate with your swords raised. His opponent tried to quickly gather himself, but it was too late. His overlord's might skill was still in effect, and it gave him a clear advantage over this injured knight. He bashed the man with his shield to knock him off balance, then followed up with a swift strike from the spiky side of his hammer. While the man was wearing some armor, he was still able to puncture through it. Then through this opening, he directly injected a large quantity of magical energy into the man's body. Even though he was a Tier 3 class holder, his insides started to rupture. Roman convulsed in agony as his insides were liquefied in an instant. His body flew into the distance and landed in a shallow puddle filled with swamp water. There it started spasming before his life finally came to an end. Elithes had managed to gather himself off the ground, but his legs were shaking. He found himself surrounded by a large group of golems that had managed to restore themselves. All of them were pointing their eyes and cannons in his direction. Wait. Do you really want to start a war that you can't hope to win between the families? Think rationally. Oh, I am quite rational. What war? What families? You assume that I am part of the Arden estate, but am I really? What proof do you have? What? And if I was, I would be quite justified in defending my sister's honor, wouldn't I? Roland pointed at the man with his hammer, which was already glowing. The large group of golems did the same as they aimed at the injured knight. Soon a salvo of beams exploded from all directions, all aiming at the lone knight in the middle. While he tried to evade them, he found himself unable to due to the sheer volume. Yet, they were nothing more than distractions, with the glowing hammer being the true ray of death. No, please, spare me. I swear to keep silent about everything that happened. The man cried out in pain as multiple energy bolts bounced off his body. Due to his Tier 3 prowess, they just created shallow wounds and pain. However, eventually, a bright flash ended him as Roland's swirling attack connected with the man's chest cavity and drilled right through it. The dungeon fell silent once more. The only sounds echoing through the cavern were the crackling of fading magic and the distant drips of water. Roland stood amidst the aftermath of the battle, his expression quite solemn. The Cerberus knights that were famous within this region lay defeated, and their bodies were without any signs of life. After taking a deep breath, Roland let the tension drain from his muscles. Despite this victory, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The consequences of his actions could be dire as the men here were important figures within the kingdom. Their disappearance would be noticed, and many new foes could appear on the horizon. They didn't really leave me a choice here. There were other knights within the dungeon, and he knew that it would probably be impossible for him to get to all of them. It was also probable that another unit was waiting above ground, waiting for the report from their leaders. There was no reason to chase any more people down, nor did he want to shed more blood on this day. Killing didn't bring him much joy, and he knew that everyone was just following orders. He also knew he had to tread carefully from here on out. The Baskerville Knights were a powerful and influential family, and their demise would not go unnoticed. The Castellane household, too, would likely seek retribution for the loss of their knights. Luckily, they all would think twice about attacking him again after this fiasco, and would likely forego any immediate future attempts at his life. I'm sure it'll be public enemy number one for them at least. They probably won't care much about Lucian past this point, nor do they really know who I am. While his face was similar, there was no real proof that he was part of the Arden estate, nor was the conversation here revealed to anyone yet. As long as he kept silent about everything, no one would be the wiser. The Baskerville Knights would probably also not disclose any information as it made them look bad. They were unable to defeat a lone rune magician after ambushing him in a dungeon, not something they would want to be spread around. However, at the moment his mind was deliberating something else. While the three knights had been vanquished, there was a fourth person involved, Professor Ulfine. She had been knocked out by him before he dismantled the trio but was still alive. His instincts were telling him that perhaps killing this woman would be a wise choice, as she might have caught the conversation that could expose his true identity. She was nothing more than a hired goon in his eyes who tried to murder him and his sister, not someone he would lose much sleep over. While eliminating her might seem like the logical choice to tie up loose ends, he also considered the potential consequences of such an action. Killing her might attract unwanted attention from the Institute or other powerful entities she might be affiliated with. On the other hand, letting her live would also pose risks. Would the other teachers from the Institute even believe him? It was possible that once she awoke, Professor Ernest would swoop in to aid her. He did not know who he could really trust, and if she was allowed to talk to anyone, then perhaps the whole academy would go after him, even before he could show them any recordings that would absolve him of any crimes. Roland weighed his options carefully while one of the golems returned his helmet to his side. With the help of the mage hand spell, the helmet seemingly floated up and descended onto his head. It had been broken in a few places, but with the help of his skill it was reformed once more and quickly magnetized itself to the rest of his armor. With his arsenal now fully restored, he deliberated this issue further, but was unable to come to a decision as some other trouble made itself known. "Young man, how about you leave that one to me?" A new voice sounded from the side, something that he didn't expect. Even though he had lost his helmet with the main monitoring system within, his senses were sharp. Unless it was some type of assassin of Tier 3 or up, he would have probably noticed something. His golems had some detection capabilities, but this person was right there, just a few meters from the position he now stood. "Who are you?" He quickly turned in the direction of this voice to see a peculiar phenomenon. At first it looked like a person, but something wasn't right. They weren't really there. It was some kind of illusion or magical body. The figure before Roland seemed to be a manifestation of mana, but it was somewhat different. His Eyes of Mana skill was still active, and it was giving him some conflicting information. Wait, is this spiritual energy, not mana? It looks like a mana phantom. Could this person be? It finally hit him. This person was not an illusion, nor was it a hologram. It was a specter. Roland recalled the description that Arian had given him of the Institute's spiritualist, and this old lady fit the bill. She wasn't very tall and hunched forward while holding a cane in her right hand. Her nose was somewhat large and elongated. Her face had several large warts, and she was also wearing a large hat which made her look like an evil witch from old fables. It's just how Arian described. I thought he was exaggerating with the description. How rude. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first, young man? My apologies. I am Assistant Professor Wayland from the Institute. He mentioned his current hidden name, but he wasn't sure how much this person had heard of his conversations with the now-past Elithes. Considering that he was talking with a spiritualist who could talk with the dead, this was troublesome. Was his secret exposed already, or would it be soon after? Oh, you're that new fellow from the Institute. What brings you here? The advancement classes. Oh right, there was that. It seemed the spiritualist, despite her eerie appearance, was not immediately hostile towards him. However, letting his guard down was not an option. She clearly came out from hiding to keep him from sending Ulfin into the afterlife. It seemed that she wanted to protect this woman who had wronged him. I must say, you made quite a mess inside the dungeon. The old woman commented while looking around. The bodies of his 3 enemies were still there and the blood was quite fresh. I was just defending myself. They initiated the attack and I had no other choice. Oh, don't worry, young man. I am not judging you, but next time try to keep it down. It's hard to concentrate while the spirits are in such disarray. Sure. He wasn't sure what to make of this old lady. She seemed unperturbed by the circumstances that led to the deaths of these men. What are your intentions, Professor Fortuna, I assume? I guess I don't need to introduce myself then. My intentions? Well, isn't it obvious? I'm here to ensure that justice is served, young man. But it didn't look like you needed any help, so I just waited. You waited in justice. If I may ask, what are your intentions with Professor Ulfine? Professor Fortuna let out a cackling laugh, which echoed eerily in the cavernous dungeon. Oh, my intentions with dear Ulfine. Don't worry, young man. She won't be bothering anyone anytime soon. Roland couldn't help but feel suspicious of the old spiritualist. The lady was giving him goosebumps for some reason, and it felt like she was quite dangerous. While they were talking, a large quantity of the wisp spectral monsters appeared around the area. Their numbers were quite large, but this wasn't all. This woman's spectral avatar was quite something too. The magical fluctuations it was giving off were tremendous. It wasn't hard for a mage to measure their opponent's strength through the spells the other party was using. This person he was now up against wasn't simple, and potentially had more mana than even he had. Considering that the Institute let her live in the dungeon and even allowed her to ignore meetings, made her probably into a special existence. She was perhaps someone quite powerful, maybe even someone that he wouldn't be able to go against. As Roland stood there, facing the enigmatic Professor Fortuna and more precisely, her strange spectral manifestations, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Her presence here was quite unsettling, and he couldn't even measure her strength properly as she was nothing more than a conjured phantom made from spiritual energy. Professor Fortuna, if you intend to intervene, may I ask about your stake in this matter? He posed his question while the wisps around the area increased in numbers. Roland wasn't sure what to think about this old lady's involvement. If she witnessed the whole fight from a safe distance, it was probable that she saw his face and knew about his true identity. What she would do with this knowledge was unknown, but he wasn't sure if he would be able to stop her if she chose to leak it. You wish to know my reasoning, young lad. How about we change our location? This isn't really the greatest place to have a chat. Would you join me for some tea? Some tea, Professor. That's right, I am sure you'll enjoy my special brew, young man. It was quite a surprise that he was invited to go to her abode. Roland knew that the spiritualist from the Institute lived in the dungeon, so this was a chance to get what he came here for. His main goal was to meet this woman and analyze her spells to help him with his phantom rune limb project. Already, as he was looking at the strange energies, he was making recordings for future use. Professor Fortuna was not an ordinary figure, and Arian had already informed him about her. Considering that she was left alone to live in this dungeon made her unique, and he wasn't sure if he could refuse her request. The magical energies around him were starting to gather, but luckily, their aim was not him, but Professor Ulfine, whom he knocked out. The wisps that had been intensifying in the area gathered around her body and began to lift her up. It looked like she was floating on a cloud made from spiritual energy that pulsated from time to time. It was clear that this woman didn't account for his opinion in this matter, and killing Ulfin to tie up this loose end would probably be impossible. Yet, for some reason, he felt like she wouldn't leak any incriminating information. Special brew, I'll accept the offer then. While Roland didn't really want to follow this old woman to her lair, he needed to see what she would do with Ulfin. Considering her reputation, it was probably safe, but if not, then escaping would probably always be an option. Arian would have not lied to him, and she wasn't known for being openly hostile to other Institute members. Thus, after considering his options and the possibility of making a breakthrough with his research, he decided to go with her. With a nod, Roland followed Professor Fortuna as she led the way deeper into the dungeon. The wisps floated around them, casting an eerie light that danced along the swamp water and trees. Roland remained vigilant, his senses on high alert, but the old spiritualist seemed nonchalant, as if they were simply taking a leisurely stroll. Dimensional shift. Oh, you're quite a perceptive young man. The Institute must be glad that such a youngster is one of their professors. The old lady chuckled as he blurted out the sentence out loud. A dimensional shift had occurred, which meant that he had gone through something similar to a teleportation gate. After going through the Institute that was filled with dimensional magic, he became quite sensitive to the changes. He had also included sensors in his armor to feel out for such magics. That was some high-level magic. I only noticed it once I was passing through it. I should be really careful here. All sorts of red flags were going off in his head, but he needed to continue. It was now too late to turn back, even more so now that he found himself without his golems that had been left behind on the first floor of this B-rank dungeon. The signal isn't coming through. Either there is a magical barrier around this place, or I am really deep underground. He was certain that he had been brought to one of the lower levels of the dungeon where Professor Fortuna's home was. The moment he saw it, he was even more reminded of old fables from his original world. This woman already looked like some type of evil witch, but her home also filled the bill. They were still inside of a swampland, and before him was something that looked quite interesting. She's not going to throw me in the oven and try to eat me, is she? While having some intrusive thoughts, he looked at the hut that was perched on a small island in the middle of a murky swamp. It was surrounded by a large quantity of vines and twisting trees. It exuded a strange aura of ancient magic and had various symbols etched into the wooden walls. Many glowing orbs floated around the water, and he could see some strange apparitions within the depths. Here we are, young man. Welcome to my humble abode. Ah, yes, it certainly looks welcoming. Roland hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the rickety wooden bridge that led to the entrance. His armor wasn't the lightest, so the wood creaked beneath his weight and added more to the eerie atmosphere. As he approached the hut, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was putting himself in danger, but at the same time, it was too late to retreat. He could only steel his nerves and try not to offend this witch-like woman. Professor Fortuna seemed entirely at ease as she opened the door and beckoned him inside. Roland followed with his senses on high alert and ready for any sign of danger. The interior of the hut was dimly lit by flickering candles which cast shadows across the wooden walls. Please, make yourself comfortable, and I'll have that tea ready in no time, Professor Fortuna said, gesturing to a wooden chair by a small table. Roland nodded warily, but before taking the seat he looked at the second guest, Professor Ulfine. She was still being transported by the bunch of glowing orbs and being led to what seemed to be the cellar of this witch-like hut. What are you going to do with her? Don't you worry, young man. She will be dealt with according to the Institute's rules, and don't worry, your little secret will be safe with me. The apparition of the old woman chuckled a bit before vanishing from sight. Roland was skeptical of the whole situation, but at the moment the woman had not shown any animosity towards him. It was better to remain a good guest and ask about his research. The only problem was bringing it up. He wasn't really sure why she invited him here in the first place, which made him a little bit nervous. Once the spirit version of the witch was gone, he was left to his own devices inside of this strange hut. To not push his luck too much, he decided to just take a seat on the chair that was presented to him and wait. The dimly lit interior of the hut, coupled with the strange atmosphere of the swamp outside, made him want to leave. Minutes passed, and he could hear some strange creaking sounds of wood below him, probably where Ulfine had been carried out to. Her fate was something he was interested in, but the woman already assured him that she would be dealt with. Finally, the sound of footsteps broke the silence as Professor Fortuna returned now in her true corporal form. She carried a tray with a steaming teapot and a couple of cups that were floating around her. My apologies, these old bones don't move as well as they used to. The woman looked almost identical to the spectral form she presented herself as. Her skin was wrinkled and weathered, but her eyes shone with a sharp intelligence, and her smile held a hint of mischief. Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of unease in her presence, but he remained composed while trying to think of a way to ask her for some insights into spiritual magics. Roland replied politely, trying to maintain a respectful demeanor despite his reservations. The old woman poured the tea into the cups and handed one to Roland before taking a seat across from him. Instantly, he activated his helmet to make a chemical and magical analysis of the brew. While his system wasn't perfect, it was capable of identifying compounds that could cause harm to his body. Luckily, this brew didn't seem to be anything more than regular green tea, so he chose to take a sip. So, young man, you wish for me to help you with your research. That is correct, but how did you? Before Roland could finish his question, Professor Fortuna chuckled softly, interrupting him. My dear boy, I am a spiritualist of the highest order. I see and understand much more than you may realize, but in this case I had some help. Do you perhaps remember the book that our headmistress lent you? That book? Yes, I was the one that wrote it. Roland had been given the book by the Institute headmistress Yevena Arvendis. The book was quite old, but so was this woman. It seemed that she was the author. Sometimes books could have tracking spells placed on them and would inform authors of their location. Perhaps this was the case, and when he started his research into spiritual mana, she had been informed about it. Ah, I see, so you wrote that book. It was quite insightful, I must say, Roland replied, carefully choosing his words, but indeed I am glad you found it helpful. But it seems you have questions beyond what the book could offer. However, before we go down that road, could you answer one of my questions? The old woman's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned forward and started performing some type of magical skill. He could tell that she was focusing her mana into her eyes and performing some sort of identification incantation. It was different than a regular analyzing skill and filled with that unique spiritual mana he was trying to research. A question, of course, as long as it's something I can answer. Roland responded while trying to keep his tone as polite as possible. He didn't want to reveal any personal information, but it seemed that this old woman had something entirely different in mind. After leaning back into her chair, she posed her question. Young man, tell me, how did you end up with a soul like that? How is it devoid of this world's blessing? Are you not of this world? This was not something that he had expected. The question took him by surprise. He had no idea what she meant with the world's blessing, but he could somewhat tell what she was implying. The world's blessing. I'm not sure I understand, Professor. For the time being, he decided to feign ignorance as he wasn't sure where this was going. It seemed that something about his soul was indicating that he was not a person from this world. While this was obviously true, he was not expecting anyone to actually be able to see through his origin. He had been transported to this world through strange means and put into the body of a dead Roland Arden. If he was exposed as some type of specter possessing his body, this could very well bode his end. You don't? Well, that's not surprising. Not many mages practice spiritualism nor are even interested in anything besides binding souls to their will. Let me explain then. The old woman sounded quite cheery, but he wasn't sure what her intentions were. The amount of mana permeated the walls in this strange hut, and he could feel another shift coming. Before him, space started to vanish, and it was replaced by a black void that started to fill out by what seemed to be stars. Yes, this is the emptiness that surrounds our whole world. It's filled out by many celestial bodies. Soon the planet he inhabited had shown itself, and it was quite a detailed representation of it. He could even see the continent this kingdom resided in quite clearly. However, this didn't seem to be the focal point of the presentation as the planet started shrinking down. Not many know this, but our world is protected by the gods and spirits. Nothing can slip into it without their knowledge. Something akin to a force field appeared to surround their globe along with the moon surrounding it and moved even further away to engulf the sun. It encompassed the whole solar system along with several other planets that were part of it. At this point, this was nothing that he didn't know as these were all facts documented within scripts. However, the strange barrier was the focal point, and he was not sure what it was for. A realm isn't the only one. There are also other ones like the spirit realm or the demonic void, but I'm sure you're aware of this. Yes, every child knows the legends of how the world was created and how the gods separated our realms. How wonderful, but did you know that whenever a new soul is born, it receives the blessing of the spirit tree? A blessing. No, I don't think that such an event was ever mentioned in the texts or legends. In this world, there were multiple deities like Celeria, and even evil gods like the one from the abyssal cult. After death, it was said that a person would be sent to heaven representing the god that they worshipped. Depending on the god it differed, and if a non-believer existed, they were said to be reincarnated into another being with their previous memories being erased. Roland wasn't sure if he fit in either category as he was a person from a different world, and it seemed that this woman was trying to imply this. Each of our souls receives the blessing of the spirit tree, imbuing each of us with a unique color. Every living person with a soul possesses one, or at least should it seems that your soul lacks the blessing. Quite intriguing. Yes, quite, but I don't really have an answer for that question. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. The old woman paused, her gaze glued to Roland's form as if she were trying to decipher something. Roland was unwilling to inform her about his true origins, and he wasn't sure if anyone would actually believe him. There was also no way of knowing what would happen if the truth came out. Would he be seen as some sort of anomaly and studied in a lab? Or perhaps seen as a demon that needed to be killed? That was a lie, wasn't it? You do know. Suddenly the candlelight flickered across the old woman's face that became more dastardly. The shadows seemed to accentuate her sudden change in demeanor, making her features seem more demonic. Roland felt a chill run down his spine. There was something wrong here, and perhaps he had made a mistake by coming here. Suddenly, as he tried to stand up, he felt himself unable to. It was as if a few tons were weighing him down. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Professor. It might be better if we postpone this conversation. Oh, but my dear boy, I think that we could chat some more. What secrets are you hiding? The woman's voice became more commanding. It was as if the sweet grandma's personality was just a facade, hiding something much darker beneath. Roland realized he was in a precarious situation, trapped in this strange hut with a powerful spiritualist who seemed to be a tier above him. Her mana was suppressing his, to such an extent that he couldn't even budge from this wooden chair. However, just as everything seemed to have gone wrong, something strange occurred. A greenish haze of energy encompassed him, and suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a mass of strange vines that were seemingly protecting him. The vines twisted and writhed around Roland, forming a protective barrier between him and Professor Fortuna. They seemed to emanate a soothing energy, countering the oppressive force that had been weighing him down moments before. Roland looked around in astonishment, unsure of where these vines had come from or how they were aiding him. Luckily, soon a small figure formed from within these vines and started speaking out. "Old hag, what do you think you are trying to do?" "Of course, it had to be you, ancient fossil." "Old hag, ancient fossil. I was just having a friendly chat with our young professor here. No reason to be rude and interrupt." Professor Fortuna leaned back in her chair while trying to act as if she didn't just disable Roland's whole body. It seemed like she was about to perform some strange experiments to see how his soul ended up in the state that it was. "Friendly chat, you say? It seems to me that you were about to do something rather unpleasant to our young colleague." Yevena retorted with her voice being stern, while Roland remained silent. He was unsure how to interject in this conversation between two seemingly powerful Tier 4 class holders. From his perspective, it was quite hard for a Tier 3 to just disable him even if they were close to ascending further. His mana was like a toddler's compared to these two, and the atmosphere was growing increasingly more charged with magical energy. "Is this how you repay an old friend, Yevena? By interfering in matters that don't concern you?" Fortuna spat out her words in anger, while the whole hut began to shake. The will-o-wisps started turning red and shifting chaotically. It seemed that they were reacting to their master's mood swings. Roland could feel the magical energies crackling around him as the two powerful mages faced off. However, it was clear that the witch-like Lady Fortuna had the advantage as this was her lair they were in and not at the Institute. "I'm not here to argue with you, Fortuna, and if you continue, then I'll be forced to intervene directly." Yevena was probably feeling that her power was wavering, but she didn't relent. The vines around Roland started to shift to create a strange structure. They started to form something in the form of an oval with a magical surface within. Roland could feel what type of magic was taking form there, and it was identical to the portal gate he had seen in one of the magical towers. As the vines continued to weave together to form the portal-like structure, Professor Fortuna started to waver. Her expression, which was scrunched up with animosity, began to show signs of softening. At first, it seemed like the two were on equal footing, but the moment Yevena expressed her willingness to come here directly, the atmosphere in the room changed. The red soul orbs returned to their previous form, and eventually the hut also stopped shaking. Now, my dear friend, don't do anything hasty." Professor Fortuna's tone had shifted from aggression to one of caution. Her eyes darted between Roland and the portal forming before them. It was evident that she had weighed her options and concluded that having the headmistress arrive here in person wouldn't be wise. "Have you come to your senses, Fortuna? Or must I pay you a visit to refresh your memory about who enabled you to exist in that humble swamp of yours?" While Roland wasn't sure about the history of these two powerful mages, it was clear that the headmistress held more power. Considering Fortuna's status as a Tier 4 class holder, it seemed plausible that she enjoyed certain privileges within the Institute. It would also explain why she wasn't reprimanded even when she didn't attend the faculty meetings, nor did she seem to hold any classes either. He remained seated and silent as the situation was resolving itself by itself. It would be possible for him to activate his armor now and attempt to escape, but he still needed something from this old woman. While he had been constantly scanning this area for spiritual energy, it would be better if he had some samples he could examine for a more prolonged time. Eventually, the portal materialized and sprang to life. Within it, he could see the woman that he had met previously. Though uncertain of the mechanism, it seemed that during his visit to the headmistress's tower, she had somehow marked him. Perhaps some plant matter the size of mushroom sports had made its way onto his armor and remained dormant. Through them, she was able to control the plants in this hut and created the portal thereafter. It was a magical feat beyond his current comprehension. Yes, you have made your point, dear headmistress, don't worry. I will treat your precious faculty member with respect." The portal remained in place while Fortuna scrambled around. She was clearly panicking at this point and fumbling her words around. The woman on the other side of the portal observed with a stern expression, not convinced by Fortuna's sudden change in demeanor. "I know this fine young man had come here to research the spirits. How about," after thinking for a moment, Fortuna conjured up a spell to order one of the spirit orbs to fly over to the table. Along with it was a large flash into which the soul orb squeezed into. This wasn't all, as various other old books and texts about the subject matter Roland was researching flew over. "How about this, my lad? It should be enough, right?" It was as if the old lady was now pleading with him instead. Roland remained silent for a moment while looking at the items on the table. There was a lot of research material there, and along with it a will-o-wisp in a flash. With all of this, he was certain that he would be able to make a big leap in his research of analyzing the soul and mana relation. There wasn't really more that she could offer him, and it was better to get out of here before these two powerful mages changed their mind. "Yes, this will suffice, Professor Fortuna. See, the young lad thinks it's enough. Now can you just leave me alone?" The old lady was quite annoyed with this situation, but had also resigned herself to her fate. The tension inside this wooden hut was starting to dissipate. The portal through which the headmistress was peeking in started to tremble, and it would probably close soon. Yevena Arvendis watched the exchange with a scrutinizing gaze, but she seemed satisfied with the outcome. I'm glad that we could clear this matter up, and I expect you to attend the next meeting at the Institute. We need to speak about a few things, understood. You want me to attend that? Boring. Fortuna frowned and returned to her previous self, but quickly resumed her docile act the moment she saw the Institute leader frowning through the portal. Yes, of course, I'll be sure to be there. Not a problem at all. Good, I'm glad that we could resolve this issue. Now I'll be taking my leave. But remember, Fortuna, I'll be keeping an eye on you, and as for you, Assistant Professor Wayland, please come to my office when you return. Ah yes, of course, headmistress. He wasn't that taken aback by this order, as he was certain that the headmistress wanted to know about what happened in the swamp area. It was also something that could perhaps keep him safe again, as Fortuna needed to let him be if he ever was to reach Yevena's tower. With that warning, the headmistress withdrew from the portal, and it dissipated soon after. The wooden plant matter that it was created from wilted away into dried-out husks of its former self. He was now left alone with the woman who tried to use him as a lab rat. After glancing at her, he could hear her awkwardly clearing her throat. Ahem, well then, young man, it seems we've come to the end of our little adventure. It would probably be better if you left now. I think so too. After slowly standing up without making any sudden movements, he took the research material that he had come here for. The old woman raised an eyebrow as he slid the items into his armor where he was hiding a spatial compartment in. However, right before he left, the woman left him with a few words. I don't know what you're hiding, young man, but your soul is certainly unordinary, and it's not only the color. There is something underneath it. Indeed, if you wish, you could stay here and we could get to the bottom of this very interesting issue. No, I think I should go back and make a report to the headmistress. The old woman had a strange glint in her eyes as she continued to mention his soul. She was probably not willing to prod any further without his consent, but he could always stay here and have her do it willingly. Roland knew that he was a denizen from another world and would rather keep that secret. There was a possibility that he would be turned into some sort of lab rat if this truth came out. Are you sure? Well, you can come back here if you change your mind. I'll keep that in mind. So did his strange journey to get more research material for the runic prosthesis finally end. Once he found himself outside the witch hut, everything started to fade away into fog. After walking for a few minutes, he recovered the connection to his golems that quickly rallied around him. The bodies of the 3 knights he defeated had begun to be absorbed by the swamp, which would hinder him in recovering their gear. Well, that happened. The battle was over, and he had managed to level up multiple times as his 3 enemies were many levels above his. While it wasn't as much as he had received from battling the pseudo-tier 4 horror at his home, it was enough to make him progress fast. Name: Roland Arden L. 196. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L21, Primary, T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Tertiary, T2 Runic Engineer L50, Secondary, T1 Mage L25, X, T1 Runic Monoscribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, X, HP 41,278, 46,278. MP 72,127, 89,275. SB 62,524, 63,544. Strength 308. Agility 252. Dexterity 343. Vitality 322. Endurance 355. Intelligence 406. Willpower 392. Charisma 21. Luck 12. Besides the few levels and stat increase, he had managed to acquire one new passive skill, Overlord's Resilience. Passive skill heightens the resistance to almost all forms of mental attacks and lowers the willpower required to resist them. It was a nice addition to his passives and seemed to help out during stressful situations. It looked to be an all-encompassing skill that boosted his resistance to anything that would attack his mind. This probably included magical attacks as well as ones through other skills or concoctions. Perhaps if he had this skill before entering the hut, he could have resisted the strange paralysis he suffered. Interesting, but what now? The gravity of the situation that he had been through started to set in. He had just destroyed a whole platoon of knights and 3 knight commander-level enemies. Their bodies were sinking into the swamp and would be soon erased. However, he didn't fool himself into believing that this event wouldn't reach others. Some knights had escaped during the chase, and some others were probably stationed above ground. Once he left the dungeon, they would be there to confirm that he was still alive. There is no way those Baskerville bastards won't know that I did everything here. Roland started thinking, was there a way to spin the outcome in his favor? Perhaps he could claim that the supposed Tier 4 spiritualist came to his aid and took care of the trio. However, he had already made his recording technology known, and it clearly showcased that he had been the one doing the slaying. If it ever came to a confrontation in the noble court, he would have no way of getting away from the situation. To make things worse, Professor Ulfine was one of them, and her fate was unknown to him. He did not know what Fortuna would do to Ulfine, and he was in no position to ask the old woman for it. At most, he could go to the headmistress to inquire about the woman's fate. If for some reason she was let go, then it wouldn't be strange if she reported to the Baskervilles who contracted her. He was now between a rock and a hard place. One hit on his life had already been carried out, and he had no reason to believe that those people would stop. He would probably be thoroughly investigated by his new enemies, which could even end up in Albrook. His identity was in real jeopardy now as he had made his power known. Then to make things even worse, there was his little sister who was in the middle of this whole mess. Things are getting out of hand. What should I do? For the time being, he believed that he would be safe for some time. It wasn't plausible for the Baskerville Knights to go directly after him after failing so miserably. The same could be said for his sister. He could use this time to prepare for the worst, but what could he do? The only people that he could think of were Arian, Thorn, and perhaps the headmistress. If he could get more help from them, then perhaps they could take care of Lucian in his absence. Now that he had all this research material, he could try to make a prototype prosthesis, the true reason that he was here. Once back in Albrook, he would be mostly safe as even the Castellane house wouldn't dare to send assassins into the Valyrian territory. The only loose end would be his sister, and what would happen when he was gone. First and foremost, he needed to check on his sister, Lucian. Despite the chaos surrounding him, her well-being remained his top priority. Professor Erna's left with all the other students to let him analyze the anomaly. He wondered how he should explain this issue to the man who was probably tasked by Delauder to observe him. For all he knew, they were all in on it. She could be in danger. I need to return. Having remains of the knights in his spatial bags would probably make things only harder to explain, so he decided to leave the non-devoured equipment alone. It was nothing that he couldn't recreate himself, so it was not worth the hassle. Their bodies would soon vanish from here without a trace, so it didn't matter that much. He had previously taken his own dimensional shield back from within the swamp area and quickly ordered his golems to return to it. After around 5 minutes, he was ready to leave. He could only hope that his sister was indeed safe, and that Erna's wasn't another mercenary for the Castellanes. Thus, with a quickened pace, he made his way through the swamp that was surprisingly devoid of adventurers. As he arrived at the stairs going up, his mind was abuzz with multiple countermeasures. The encounter was fresh in his mind, and he hadn't fully recovered from the clash with the 3 Knight Commander-class enemies. His armor had also been damaged, and the runes on it had slightly deteriorated. If another enemy of the same caliber was waiting above ground, then he would have his work cut out for him. After taking a deep breath, Roland ascended the stairs cautiously, his senses heightened, and his eyes glued to his minimap. Every step was a planned motion, and he was readying himself for resistance once he arrived at the next destination. The path leading out of this dungeon was devoid of any signs of life. It was clear that every adventurer had fled due to the ensuing confrontation between him and the knight trio. Roland was afraid that the confrontation wasn't entirely concluded. Once he arrived outside the dungeon, another assault might be imminent. A large group of knights and adventurers might have been waiting for him, with an order to end the mission that Cerberus had failed. However, as he neared the exit, a wave of relief washed over him. To his surprise, the dots on his map painted a different picture. And those don't look like soldiers. Did they flee? Did they hire more adventurers? Once he was close to the exit, he noticed a lot of dots on his minimap. It reminded him of the old Lick incident, when the dungeon had been evacuated and left many adventurers lingering outside the entrance. Despite the abundance of dots, they belonged to weaker individuals, many of whom were mere Tier 1 class holders, not something he would ever worry about. He expected something like a coordinated attack, but there were too many prying eyes out there. There was a reason that he had been ambushed inside a swamp dungeon with limited visibility. Even though he was up against knights and nobility, they still couldn't directly assassinate faculty members from a magical institute. It seemed that they decided to do the sensible thing to pull their forces back. At least that's how it looked at this moment. What should I do? Roland asked himself while getting ready to make his way outside the dungeon. The individuals outside were mostly Tier 1 class holders, but there were some stronger groups. They were more than likely platinum adventurers, and for those he needed to look out for. Eventually, he steeled his resolve and finally emerged before the large group of people who instantly noticed his arrival. Hey look, someone is coming out. That robe. Is that person with the mage school or something? Then what's with that suit of armor underneath, and why is his visor glowing? Once he was outside, the people started whispering. His identity was obvious to the others as he had put on the Institute robe again. However, he was stuck scanning the area with his skills, which left his helmet visor glowing and prompted some of the onlookers to back away. Yet some pressed forward, a group of Tier 3 class holders, likely platinum adventurers judging by their equipment. Roland remained calm, his demeanor composed despite the tense atmosphere. He knew that any sudden movements or signs of aggression could escalate the situation further, and he had no desire for unnecessary conflict. His eyes scanned the approaching group that was composed of multiple Tier 3 holders who didn't have any notable strengths. They reminded him of the group involved with Rastix, not anyone who could threaten him. A mage from the Institute. Could you enlighten us on what kept you there for so long? The dungeon has been sealed due to an unusual monster spawn. Roland didn't reply as he took in the information of this group of 5. It seemed the disturbance in the dungeon was attributed to a rare monster appearance, something similar to what transpired when the Lick appeared in Albrook. They were even in the process of creating a makeshift wall with large logs to keep the dungeon sealed. Perhaps later his death would have been attributed to the rare monster spawn. They must be working with the guild or at least someone that can force a fake report. It was obvious what was happening here, and he had to give it to the Baskerville family who prepared a plausible alibi. A seemingly strong mage like him would not go down without a fight. This dungeon was rated as something that had strong Tier 3 creatures on the lower levels, and if an anomaly appeared, it would potentially be able to dispose of him. One man approached him. He seemed to be the leader of this group of platinum adventurers and could potentially be in on the whole grift. However, it could be one of the higher-ups like the city's guild master. There was no telling who was his enemy or ally in this situation, so it was better to treat them all as the former. Move, what? I said move. Runic suppression was activated by him to weigh down on the lesser Tier 3 class holders. This skill was quite handy when going with the might makes right approach. While he wasn't a fan of it and had usually found himself on the receiving end of such suppression, he understood its utility in situations like this. The platinum adventurers, now under the effect of his runic suppression, seemed to struggle. While they could resist it to an extent, they were below him in strength, and this skill was there to showcase it. Wow, what is this? What are you doing? We just doubly wanted. The leader of the group stumbled back, clearly caught off guard by Roland's sudden use of such a skill. To make things worse, a ball of crackling energy appeared in his hand to make the situation even more dire. It was clear that there was no room for talking here, and the 5 started to quickly spread out. HMPH. After snorting audibly, Roland took advantage of their confusion and swiftly made his way past them. His eyes were stuck to his minimap as he scanned the surroundings for any other threats. The lesser adventurers were already stumbling back, terrified of a potential fight breaking out between Tier 3 class holders. It was quite the sight which made him look like the villain, but he didn't care. He needed to get back to the city to check on his sister. It was a strange feeling. He had mostly lived his new life here in fear of potential repercussions. Even now, pushing these platinum adventurers away without an explanation felt a bit surreal. However, the truth was obvious as the problem had been resolved instantly. Everyone was scared of the strange, unknown mage and unwilling to confront him. He was able to easily move through the group that spread out to the sides. I could get used to this, but I'm sure they will report this to their guild master. While it was true that this could cause an incident later, there was no time to lose. He needed to get back into Hazelfront. Professor Ernest was with the students and he wasn't sure if he could be trusted. While he didn't spot any lesser knights at this location, there was a possibility that they were up to no good in the city, so he needed to hurry. Should I try that? The dungeon was near the city, but it still took around half an hour to get there. If he buffed himself and started running, then he would probably cut the time down to 10 minutes, but there was another way. Instead of following the winding path back, there was an option to go back in a straight line if he moved from above. It would undoubtedly be faster than navigating through the winding paths of the swamp, but it also came with its own set of dangers. He had been slowly delving into flight technology by examining flying ships and books regarding this issue. There was one tool that he could use to propel himself forward without relying on his armor. There were many complications when attempting to use his armor for pure flight. Constantly using the flotation spell and another propulsion spell was quite draining. Then there was also the issue with landing and keeping balance. However, there was one way to do it that seemed plausible, and the idea came to him when he observed the floating platforms in the Institute. Getting his hands on the design wasn't that difficult, and after going over the runic code, he managed to adapt it. I guess if I fall down then, I'll just run the rest of the way. Eventually, he concluded that it was probably better to just go for it. The people at the dungeon entrance would probably also try to follow him, so putting as much distance between them as possible was crucial. Thus, it was time to use his shield once more. It was quite thick, large, and something that he could easily stand on even with his armor on. After placing it down on the ground, the large mithril shield started glowing and slowly rising into the air. It was a somewhat awkward ascension, and at first, he had some balancing issues with the shield tipping almost over to one side, but Roland quickly adjusted his stance, finding his equilibrium as the shield lifted him higher into the air. The balance seems to be in order. From his back plate emerged exactly 3 of his floating cubes. They slowly floated under the shield and attached themselves to it through means of magical magnetism. With them in the back, it was ready to attempt his sky surfing attempt. Soon the cubes started glowing red and produced enough propulsion to push him forward. Hey, what is he doing? Quick, we need to. Behind him, the group he strong-armed had finally arrived. They were just in time to see red magical flames appear from behind the shield that jolted him forward. Due to their involvement, he lost a bit of his concentration and almost tipped over. However, after stretching his arms to the sides and using his palms to shoot outbursts of air, he managed to stabilize himself on his flying shield. As Roland soared through the sky, he couldn't help but feel a rush of exhilaration mixed with a tinge of anxiety. This was his first time attempting such a feat, and the idea of falling into the depths below was not a comforting thought. However, he pushed those concerns aside and focused on maintaining balance, which wasn't such an easy feat. Only if he concentrated was he able to keep himself steady, but eventually his speed began to increase. I should install a speedometer on this next time. How fast am I even going? Despite not knowing his exact speed, Roland could tell that he was moving significantly faster than he would have on foot. The wind whipped past him, ruffling his robes while his armor kept him safe from the strong winds. For a moment, he forgot why he was speeding towards the city as the world from above looked beautiful. He could see everything zooming beneath him. A long winding river cut through the landscape, the lush greenery of the surrounding forest, and the city of Hazelfront that he was quickly approaching. I can't get distracted by the view. I'm not here to test out new prototypes. As he approached the outskirts of the city, Roland began to slow down, gradually decreasing the propulsion from his floating cubes. He wanted to land safely, and if it was possible, with some discretion. However, once he approached the city gates, he noticed many people looking up at the strange sky-surfing armored man. If it's like this. His previous plan had been to land near some trees where no one could spot him, and then approach the city gate without making a fuss. The topography of this place was mostly unknown to him, and he was too focused on steering his new creation, which exposed him to some onlookers. The robe that he was wearing over his suit of armor was clearly from the Institute. Thus, under this guise, he decided to just continue flying forward. The Institute was highly regarded within the city, and he assumed that no one would stop a flying mage. As Roland approached the city gates, he could see the guards looking up to see what the commotion was. Their expressions were a mix of confusion but also awe. The unconventional mode of transportation was probably nothing that anyone here had ever seen. With his robe fluttering in the wind and his armor gleaming beneath, he was not stopped or even shouted at, something that he had expected. Instead, the guards scrambled to make way for his approach, uncertain how to react to his unexpected arrival. Roland had lowered his speed, which allowed him to stand up straight. He attempted to seem like an imposing mage who didn't have a care in the world. As long as he made it seem that he was allowed to do this, then he knew that these people wouldn't react. Roland slowly passed through the upper side of the gates while trying not to make eye contact with some archers on the guard towers. Then eventually he started to descend in an attempt to make a proper landing. With a soft thud, he finally landed just outside the gates, his shield gently settling onto the cobblestone street. For a moment, the city fell silent as its inhabitants stared in wonder at the mysterious mage who had descended from the sky. Their eyes darted to the strange shield he was standing on, and bulged out once strange floating cubes moved into his backplate, seemingly disappearing into nothingness. Roland, without uttering a word, used his mage hand spell to slowly take the shield from the ground and quickly slipped towards the bustling streets of Hazelfront. Well, everyone saw that, so I bet it won't take long for everyone to become aware of my presence. I need to find Lucian. Once inside the city, he started to blend into the crowd. When his armor wasn't glowing, he didn't look much different than any other eccentric adventurer. His destination was clear as the small spider drone was still in his sister's possession. It had not been destroyed, which meant that she was probably safe. While he didn't know this city, maneuvering through it wasn't that hard, and eventually he arrived at his next destination. This is a restaurant. To his surprise, once he was there, he found him before an expensive-looking building. Seemed to be a high-end restaurant with polished wooden doors and large glass windows. The sign above the entrance bore the name, the Golden Goblet. It was a place Roland had heard of before, and it was known for its exquisite cuisine and elegant atmosphere. This place, think Erna's mentioned it before. Without thinking much, he stepped forward, his map quickly searching through the database to identify the mana patterns inside. To no surprise, he was picking up all the students along with other faculty members from the Institute. They were all in this singular building, but before entering through these polished doors, he needed to handle the bouncer. "Ah, you must be from the Institute. Please come in." He just nodded as the burly-looking man identified him by his mage robe. Once the doors were opened, he stepped through to arrive inside the lavish interior of the Golden Goblet. The atmosphere was sophisticated yet inviting, with dim lighting casting a warm glow over the finely decorated space. The aroma of delicious food wafted through the air as he tried to ignore it to find his sister. As he made his way deeper into the restaurant, he noticed several familiar faces among the patrons. Professors and students alike were scattered throughout, engaged in lively conversations or enjoying their meals. Roland's gaze settled on a group of students sitting at a table near the back, their laughter filling the air. It was Lucian who was together with her two friends Atasuna and Marlene. I guess I was worried for nothing. It finally dawned on him that there was nothing to worry about. It seemed that Professor Ernest had just brought everyone here and was spending the Institute's funds on lavish food and drink. A sense of relief washed over him as he saw everyone safe and sound. However, this was not the end of everything. There was a lot of explaining left to do, and judging by the signals from outside this place, someone more formidable was approaching. All seemed well as Roland spotted his sister nestled in a corner with her friends, indulging in some overpriced delicacies. Ernest, on the other hand, was a level above, sitting in something that resembled a private booth. It was hard to see from Roland's current vantage point, but the man indulged in some fun with unknown women. Presumably, it was to fill the void left by Ulfine's departure. While relief washed over him seeing everyone safe and sound, Roland couldn't shake the feeling that the ordeal was far from over. Are they the Baskerville Knights or an entirely different faction? One individual within the group caught Roland's attention. Their level was notably higher than his own. While he was not a Tier 4 class holder, he surpassed the trio he had faced earlier. To make things worse, he was not alone. There were multiple other Tier 3 class holders of lesser levels, which together would pose a threat even to someone like him. His armor had been damaged and restored, which lessened its quality already. If another fight broke out, he wasn't sure of the outcome. I should probably relax. Even if they are bought out by the Baskervilles, they will probably not attack a professor from the Institute. With this thought in mind, Roland took a moment to compose himself before approaching not his sister's table, but the one where Ernest was. While the man would probably not help him, he had an item that could allow him to get out of this predicament without a fight breaking out. His current goal was to quickly return to the Institute, as staying in the city for another week was not the best idea. After making his way up the stairs, he was hit in the nose by a sweet scent. It permeated the upper area of this restaurant and laughter echoed through it. The moment he arrived here, he knew that this place was nothing a child should be in. That Ernest decided to come here with his students was questionable, to say the least. There were even red curtains dividing the booths up here, with alluring noises coming from many. I shouldn't be surprised. They let me go into a dungeon when I was just 10. As Roland approached Ernest's booth, he noticed the man engrossed in conversation with the women accompanying him. They were laughing and chatting, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Roland hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. He wasn't particularly fond of Ernest, but he needed his help. After clearing his throat, Roland spoke up, trying to catch Ernest's attention amidst the loud chatter. "Professor Ernest, may I have a word with you?" Ernest turned towards Roland. A look of mild surprise, but also annoyance crossed his features. He was together with two human women, both quite charming but more than likely escorts. "Ah, Assistant Professor, what brings you here? Have you already resolved that anomaly? If so, would you mind taking the students back to the inn? It's probably already too late to continue the advancement classes for today." The ladies laughed as Ernest continued to smile at them and rest his hands on their hips. It was clear that this person didn't want to continue his conversation with Roland, instead opting to continue his day of entertainment, which would probably turn into a nightly encounter if he was left to his own devices. He was wearing his helmet, so his expression of disdain was hidden. Ernest's dismissive attitude was quite maddening, and he wished to do nothing less than to smack that grin off his face. However, he knew he had to maintain his composure as his next plan wouldn't truly work without this man's help. "I'm afraid there's been a somewhat unfortunate incident within the dungeon, Professor." "An unfortunate incident? Can't you take care of it yourself?" "That will be hard. We will need to cancel the advancement classes, and we need to contact the Institute immediately." "You want us to do what?" Preposterous. The response was what he expected. Roland was just a new assistant professor with no real power. This man also belonged to DeLauder's department, which he had a feud with. Roland took a deep breath, trying to maintain his patience despite Ernest's dismissive attitude. "Professor Ernest, I understand your reluctance, but the situation in the dungeon is more serious than I initially thought. There's a possibility of danger not only to our students, but also to the city itself. We need to act quickly and inform the Institute about what transpired." Ernest scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as if brushing off Roland's concerns like pesky flies. "Nonsense. You're overreacting, Assistant Professor. What do you exactly want me to do? Call the headmistress, first off." Before Ernest could berate him and prod for information concerning this incident, Roland interjected. Yes, that exactly. Let us inform the headmistress. She probably already knows what has happened. She knows what happened exactly. The moment the headmistress was mentioned, Ernest started to straighten up. That doesn't matter. You need to contact the institute, and for that, we need the transmission tool that you have. This was the crux of the problem. Ernest owned a special communication device that could even contact the headmistress's office directly. It was given to the leader of this academic expedition. If something out of the ordinary happened, he was given the right to call up forces from the institute that could aid them if something bad happened. Usually, it was used to contact someone in a higher position to ask for instructions whenever something unique transpired. In this case, Roland wanted to contact the headmistress who would be able to order them to return. During the incident with the spiritualist, he didn't have an opportunity to talk things through, and it didn't seem that she had reached out to Ernest. The man would probably contact someone else like Delauder or the vice-headmaster, who could turn down his plea to postpone things here. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Was that downstairs? Before this conversation could be concluded, the people from outside the restaurant finally decided to show themselves. A commotion broke out a level below. One of the other faculty members was shouting at someone. Roland could see that the dots that had been standing outside had moved inside, at least the Tier 3 class holders. The rest encircled the whole establishment as if they were trying to apprehend a criminal. As Roland peered down from the upper level of the restaurant, he could not see any familiar faces. These men were not part of the Baskerville Knights, nor did they seem as part of any particular force. They were clearly adventurers. Their strongest member was a large man with unkempt hair and a bushy beard. It wasn't hard to identify who he was as he wore the symbol of the Adventurers Guild on his clothes. That's probably the guild master of this city. He seems to be around the same level as Ordhen. There was a reason why they were here, and it was him. He could only assume that either one of the knights that escaped ratted him out, or that they were on the Castellane payroll. However, Roland couldn't afford the risk of falling into the hands of these individuals. The consequences of capture were too unpredictable, as he couldn't predict what they might do to him and his sister in his absence. Professor Ernest, we need that. Can wait, what is all of this shouting? Someone give me an explanation. Before he could wrestle that device out of Ernest, the man charged out of his booth. It was clear that he had identified the voice of the person, and he was part of his department. Roland could only give out a sigh and walk after him, hoping that this whole thing wouldn't escalate any further. As Roland followed Ernest downstairs, he found chaos unfolding. The faculty member who had been shouting was now in a heated argument with the adventurers who had entered the restaurant. The guild master stood at the forefront, his imposing presence commanding attention. What's going on here? The man who seemed to be the adventure guild master moved forward. Around him were other armed men who were probably all platinum adventurers. They had their hands near their weaponry and were quite ready to attack. Roland hoped that this wouldn't escalate into anything, as there were many underage students around them. With powerful magic involved, it was very dangerous for the children that were low-leveled. We received reports of a disturbance in the dungeon nearby. Witnesses claimed to have seen a mage emerging from the dungeon. It was clear that they were here for Roland, and all of them were gazing in his direction. Ernest followed their gaze and instantly identified their target, which was Roland. However, to his surprise, the words that left his mouth were not what he expected. A disturbance. Surely there must be some mistake. My students and I were merely enjoying a meal. I assure you, no one from the Institute has been involved in any such incident, and even if they were, what of it? The guild master narrowed his eyes, clearly unsatisfied by the answer he had received. Roland expected Ernest to rat him out instantly, but it seemed that this man was similar to nobles. Even if they had issues with each other, they would band against common threats. In this case, it was mages from a prestigious school going against adventurers who were nothing more than ruffians in their eyes. I don't buy it, Professor, replied the adventure leader in a mocking tone. We have credible witnesses who saw him leaving the dungeon. Some people have gone missing. We just want to ask him some questions. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be. Ernest was not pleased and quickly retorted while trying to keep an authoritative air around him. Roland wasn't sure why he was so adamant about this, but at least he wasn't budging. Who do you think that you are to be ordering me around, adventurer? As the standoff escalated, Roland realized that it was perhaps better to defuse the situation before it spiraled out of control. These men were in a sense doing their job and were probably being backed by some nobles. Each side felt that their side had more power, and without the leaders of each side intervening directly, no one would probably budge. The people that were stuck in here were starting to panic. Whenever Tier 3 class holders and above argued, they would increase the pressure, similar to Roland's suppression skill. All the exits were being blocked as well, so fleeing was not an option either. To resolve this situation, some more drastic measures needed to be taken. Hey, what are you? Just let me use this. This city's guildmaster had an oversized sword instead of an axe, and he quickly went for it. Roland decided to do something more drastic and activated the communication bracelet that Ernest was wearing. It was attuned to the man's mana pattern, but getting through enchantments was something that he had already specialized in. Let go of my hand, what are you doing? Just stay still for a moment so we can resolve Thisha. While Roland intended to go through the magical locks and activate the device, it sprung to life on its own accord. It produced a cone of light that shot up, and within it, a figure started to appear. This magical artifact worked similarly to Roland's holographic devices and could also produce the image of the person on the other side. Assistant Professor Wayland and Professor Ernest. Headmistress, I didn't want to this. Hoodlum forced me to. The artifact was meant for emergencies, and a person holding it would be punished if they used it without a proper reason. It was for this reason that Ernest was panicking, as it was given to him for safekeeping. The magical image of the headmistress appeared before them, her expression stern but focused not on the man who was panicking but Roland instead. Assistant Professor Wayland, I forgot to ask you about a few things, but first let us resolve this issue. Roland planned to either contact the headmistress or someone high-ranking enough to have the issue with Ernest resolved. He did not expect the institute leader to activate it from her end. It was as if she knew the exact right moment to intervene. Of course, headmistress. She talked while the adventurers surrounded her holograph-like image. At first, it seemed that they would charge forward, but once they saw the person that they were talking to, they were forced to stop. Xandar's Institute of Wizardry was located quite close to this dungeon city, and the visage of their leader was quite known. Yevena Arvendis, or the Lady of Thorns that many called her, was someone that people feared within the whole kingdom. These gentlemen must be. She turned towards the adventurers, who seemed like they were ready for some action. Luckily, their leader had some sense and quickly raised his hand to stop them. They are adventurers from the guild and are investigating the recent dungeon irregularity, replied Roland, while Ernest seemed surprised that his lesser co-worker was managing to speak to the headmistress in such a relaxed tone. Bring me over to them. Roland, along with Yevena, paused for a moment before Ernest realized that this was the cue for him to start moving. The bracelet was still stuck to his arm and the technology wasn't too perfect. There was a need to bring it closer for her to hear the replies of the adventurers. Ah, of course, headmistress. Ernest finally complied, albeit reluctantly, and moved closer to the group of adventurers. Young man, you seem to be in charge. Young man, I mean yes, replied the guild master in a confused fashion, as he looked like a man in his early 60s. However, he was talking with someone who was an elf who could very well be many times their senior. There seems to have been an issue inside your dungeon that concerns one of the members from my institute. Worry not, I will personally question the person involved in this matter and inform you of our findings. In the meantime, I ask for your cooperation and patience. The guild master exchanged a glance with his companions and was clearly not happy about the statement. Roland wasn't sure if his plan was the right one, but it seemed that the headmistress was on his side. He expected the proud mages to wish to resolve matters in their own way and behind closed doors. While he would be questioned later, it was better if it happened at the institute than here. Wait, you can't expect us to just be fine with this. I can't. Do I have to remind you of your position, guildmaster? The guildmaster was not pleased by how this situation was turning out, but the headmistress didn't seem too concerned and instantly shot him down before turning back to the two professors. Professor Ernest, Assistant Professor Wayland. Return to the institute. The advancement classes will be continued inside our training grounds, and when you return, Assistant Professor Wayland, report to my office immediately. Do I make myself clear? Yes, headmistress. Roland replied, his voice firm and respectful. Ernest, who had been visibly flustered by the sudden appearance of his boss, was quick to follow up. Yes, headmistress, right away. With that, the holographic image of the headmistress dissipated, leaving Roland, Ernest, and the group of adventurers standing in the tense atmosphere of the restaurant. The guild master grumbled something under his breath, clearly unhappy with the turn of events. However, he knew better than to challenge the authority of the headmistress of Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. He could only glare at Roland, who just stood there, and recorded the man's mana pattern for further use. Let's go. Eventually, the adventurers exited the restaurant, and the tension started to dissipate. The students began whispering, and some of the patrons that had been stuck here started to quickly leave. Roland's eyes remained on his mini-map as he wasn't sure if these people would just give up like this. Wayland. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Ernest, who for an obvious reason was sweating quite profusely. What are you waiting for? We need to get back to the institute. The man wasn't even interested in hearing about what happened to Professor Ulfine. Instead, he urged everyone in the restaurant to gather up and the other faculty members to count the students before departing. It seemed that he was unwilling to make the headmistress wait for even a millisecond. Things worked themselves out, but I still need to report to the headmistress. His sister was safe, and they were going to return to the institute soon. With Yevena Arvendis' name protecting them, there wouldn't be many who dared to stop them. Yet it was he who was tasked with making the report, not Erna's. It was evident that her assistance wouldn't come without a price tag attached, and it was something that he needed to prepare for. Hurry up, everyone. You've heard the headmistress. We will be returning now. A group of bewildered students and faculty members from the Magical Institute found themselves being hurried through the streets, escorted by knights who sternly pushed back any onlookers. Despite the curious stares of passersby, they swiftly pushed to the ship docks where they wasted no time in boarding the waiting flying vessel. Are all of the students here? Yes, everyone is accounted for, Professor Ernas. They don't even know what happened. It would be better to keep it this way. Disclosing that one of their teachers had gone rogue and tried to kill another one would only cause unnecessary panic. This crisis had been dealt with, but more trouble could lie ahead. He had no way of knowing what the Baskerville Knights and their handlers, the Castlane House, would do. They had failed miserably, but he could not see them leaving it at this. I was lucky that they underestimated me, but next time I might be so lucky. Eventually, the flying vessel soared through the skies towards the safety of the Institute. Despite the immediate crisis being averted, there were still lingering questions and potential threats. He wasn't sure how to handle this situation anymore, but at the moment, focusing on his research was one of the priorities. All the materials that he needed were in his inventory, and he could proceed with a prototype. I'll need to see the headmistress first, and then I can start. Lucian should be safe for now, but what about Robert and the rest? There was one big question hanging in the air that he wanted to have answered. His family had not shown themselves, and this incident would probably be swept under the rug. No one would know that an attempt at his sister was conducted, as the siege spell incident was something only he saw through. The headmistress was still a big unknown, but perhaps she could become his ally. As the ship journeyed on, Roland found himself lost in thought, contemplating his next course of action. The journey proved mostly uneventful, with Ernas appearing less than well throughout the voyage. They eventually arrived back at the Institute and disembarked from the vessel. The other students, along with his sister, made their way back to their respective dormitories, while Roland and Ernas headed towards the main administrative building. Professor Ernas, could I have a word with you? While Roland was on his way toward the headmistress's office as he was ordered, Professor DeLauder was there to meet his protege. The two elemental mages gave him the side eye before departing on their way. Roland was sure that Ernas would inform DeLauder about what had transpired. Ernas doesn't know the whole truth, but it wouldn't be strange if DeLauder knew something about this. Roland wasn't a fan of Ernas, but he didn't seem to have been involved in this incident. Ulfin was guilty of that, and perhaps he now needed to watch out for the summoning department leader, Professor Amari. He might have gained a set of new enemies by his actions, but it couldn't be helped. I heard that you've returned. What happened? He was not alone, though. Just as DeLauder arrived to see Ernas, Arian was here to greet him. His feline friend proved himself as a loyal companion, always by his side in times of need. Roland greeted the cat with a nod before informing him about the situation. There was an incident in the dungeon, but I need to go to the headmistress's office now. I'll tell you everything once I am back. Dear me, the headmistress wants to see you. And an incident in the dungeon. Are you going to be okay? I'll survive, I think. Well, I wish that I could come with you, but I don't think our headmistress would appreciate that. I know. Yevena Arvendis was the boogeyman of the Institute, and all the mages here feared her wrath. Unless someone was directly called into her office for an audience, it was impossible to get in. In the past, someone had attempted this feat and was met with some thorns and a rash that lasted for years afterward. Before I go, can I ask for a favor? Sure, if it's within my power. I wish to use the forge for my research. The forge. I don't think there will be a problem with that. The other runesmiths seem to favor you as well. Roland wanted to move towards making that prosthetic arm for Bernier as soon as possible. The longer he stayed at this institute, the more things started going out of hand. It was better to pack up and leave after he was done, but he wasn't sure if it would be that easy. With a nod of gratitude, Roland bid farewell to Arian and headed towards the headmistress's office. Just like last time, the path near the gazebo opened up for him, and he spent the rest of his time walking. Now that he was somewhat aware of this woman's capabilities, he started paying more attention. He noticed that there was something in the air here probably partially responsible for her appearance in the dungeon. The woman appeared to be a superior plant mage of the highest caliber. It occurred to Roland that his armor might have been covered by small spores or other plant matter during his time in this mage tower. Thinking back, he realized there were small gaps in his suit that he would need to address when crafting a new model. His current suit lacked waterproofing and wasn't fully sealed from the outside world. It was only when he activated his mana veil that he was truly safeguarded from external threats. Assistant Professor Wayland, please have a seat. To his surprise, the headmistress was not on the top floor like last time. Instead, he found her reading a book in the library position of her mage tower. She was being illuminated by the setting sun while sitting in a somewhat cushy-looking armchair. There was a small booklet in her hand that didn't look like research material, but instead something akin to a romance novel. It was a strange sight to behold. Despite her status as a powerful Tier 4 being, the woman appeared rather like a couch potato in this setting. Curled up into a ball on the large armchair, her feet were not even touching the ground. Adding to the oddity, she wore an oversized sweater, into which she had somehow managed to tuck her legs while engrossed in her book. Suit yourself. Roland was a bit too nervous to take the woman up on the offer. The encounter with Fortuna also showed him that unsuspecting chairs could hold him down in place. This greenish elven woman was probably more powerful, and he would certainly not be able to resist her, but perhaps if he was quick, he could make it out the window. Now then, about the incident in the dungeon. I've already received a brief report from Professor Ernest, but I'd like to hear your perspective on what happened. Leave nothing out. The headmistress's tone was calm and composed, but there was an underlying seriousness to her demeanor. Roland took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before he began recounting the events that had transpired in the dungeon. Well, headmistress, it all started when one of the students, Lucian Arden. He decided to leave a few facts out, the main one being his identity, which he wasn't sure the headmistress was aware of or cared for. It didn't change the fact that a student was attacked, and some of the faculty members were involved in the attack. However, Roland couldn't gauge how much concern the headmistress harbored. It seemed that she had ways of spying on people, and probably knew many of the schemes that went around in the institute. Yet she didn't act out on that knowledge and perhaps wanted to bury such knowledge. Throughout his explanation, Roland couldn't help but feel the weight of the headmistress's gaze upon him. He knew that she was analyzing his words, perhaps even probing his intentions. Despite his efforts to remain composed, he couldn't shake the feeling of being read like a book. If not for his armor, multiple beads of sweat would have become noticeable. Once he finished his account, there was a moment of silence as the headmistress absorbed the information. Roland waited anxiously for her response, unsure of what judgment awaited him. Finally, she put her booklet to the side and responded in a composed fashion. Roland wanted to breathe out in a sigh of relief, but he wasn't safe just yet. That being said, there are still lingering questions that need to be addressed, and this is quite a worrying matter. It is, headmistress. Nobles colluding with faculty members and trying to carry out their agendas, attempted murder and bribery. The woman appeared lost in thought and was reflecting on the current incident. It seemed as though she was reluctant to involve herself in the situation. Given that similar incidents had occurred before Roland's arrival, it was plausible that she preferred to maintain a neutral stance. The vice headmaster often made decisions that left her seemingly uninvolved. However, her decision to assist Roland during his encounter with Fortuna came as a surprise and hinted at a willingness to deviate from her usual stance. Maybe this event is too big to ignore. Roland could only assume that she was fine with a little bribery and mistreatment of the lesser mage caste. However, someone had retaliated against a faculty member with deadly force and even involved the uninvolved young students in their ploy for revenge. If she allowed such a thing to go through, then in the future people could become more brazen. Headmistress, if I may, go ahead. For some reason, the headmistress seemed wishy-washy. However, perhaps he could convince her to act in his favor. Even if it was the Castellane house, they could not ignore a Tier 4 class holder like her. He knew that he had to advocate for justice, as his current persona was geared toward. You raise a valid point, Assistant Professor Wayland. However, this issue can't be taken lightly, and we must not forget that all of this happened right when you arrived at my institute. Quite interesting, isn't it? Could there be something that you aren't telling me? Everything seems to revolve around you, and that one student, Lucian Arden, was it? The headmistress's mention of his family sent a chill down Roland's spine, stirring up old traumas he had tried to bury. Despite his efforts to move past them, something within him still held him back. Identifying himself as Lucian's older brother might offer a resolution to the issue at hand, but it also carried the risk of bringing trouble to his family's doorstep. Headmistress, I assure you, I have no ulterior motives in this matter. My only concern is the safety of the students and the integrity of the institute. Roland replied and decided to stick to his act of just being a concerned teacher. It still seemed that Yevena had not gone through his status, as otherwise she wouldn't have been asking these questions. Rest assured, I wasn't accusing you of having ulterior motives. Very well, Assistant Professor Wayland. I will consider your words. For now, return to your duties. I think I'm getting too old for this camp. Those brats just let an old woman rest. Once Roland had left the office, only Yevena Arvendis remained. She glanced to the side as a bunch of branches appeared. They were holding a large mirror in which Roland's form appeared. She could see him slowly moving down the stairs of her mage tower and eventually disappearing through the connected portal. Soon after, another set of branches materialized and coiled around the elven mage's form. With gentle yet firm movements, she was lifted up into the air and then gently deposited back onto the ground. It appeared as though the woman couldn't be bothered to stand up from her seat using her own 2 feet. As she settled back onto the ground, the oversized sweater she wore rolled down, reaching all the way down to her knees. Now what should I do about this? Her words were not answered as there was no one else inside this large library. With a sigh, Yevna Arvendis closed her book and set it aside. The events of the day had left her weary, and even if she didn't want to, something had to be done about this situation. She knew that nobles were an unreasonable bunch and they would keep coming. Maybe they will resolve this issue by themselves. Or will it only get worse? For times like this, an assistant is needed, but I don't have one. She advanced forward and eventually arrived at her main office, where some parchment and a quill could be found. With practiced movements, she began to write her thoughts focused on the peculiar young man who had recently arrived at her institute. Things seemed to go awry when around him, which made her think of someone from her past life. The boy was quite resolute in keeping up that farce, but I suppose he had a good reason, and then we have Lucian Arden. She recalled the name of the girl who was involved in the recent wave of unfortunate events. It reminded her of something from her past and made her summon the help of her vines. The magical plants rummaged through some hidden compartments to reveal a large tome and brought it over to their master. Where was it? I think it should be here somewhere. Yevna began flipping the pages that were not filled with much writing, but something similar to photographs. While such technology did not exist in this world, there were ways of producing magical paintings or drawings that had similar clarity to modern world photography. There you are, I don't really see the resemblance. To the side, another mirror appeared this time with Lucian Arden's face on it. The young girl was chatting with some of her friends and quite unaware of the plants that were allowing the headmistress to see things inside the whole academy. I wonder. Her gaze moved back to the person that just left, the man called Wayland. He was presumably an adventurer who had arrived at the institute through strange means. I could probably use this. I haven't had an assistant in years, and this boy looks fun. Yevna chuckled for a moment before grabbing the magical quill. Her hand moved in a rhythmical motion as she showcased a devious smile. Great, the moment I try to leave, I'll probably be attacked by a bunch of assassins or ambushed by a mercenary group. Then if I actually manage to get back in one piece, Lucian will be all alone and something might happen to her. I've been trying to contact Robert for weeks already, and even Lucille isn't responding just great. Roland wandered through the institute halls as he returned from the visit to the headmistress's office. His mind was a whirlwind of worries and uncertainties. As he walked, he couldn't shake off the feeling of impending danger looming over them. Almost everything he had hoped to avoid during this trip had already happened, and he wasn't sure what to do about it. I need to make the prototype first. While there was a lot on his mind, he couldn't give too much attention to everything at once. His priority now was to focus on his research and develop the prototype for the prosthetic arm he had promised Bernier. With the materials he had gathered in the Institute forge at his disposal, he could at least start working on that aspect of his plan. As long as I'm in here, the nobles can't get to me, but can I trust that headmistress not to sell me out? The encounter with the Institute's most influential figure, Yevna Arvendis, proved to be rather perplexing. It appeared that she didn't display much concern for the events occurring within the Institute. On one hand, she seemed to prefer not being bothered, but on the other hand, she did intervene to aid him when he was captured by Fortuna. She remained quite the enigma, but for some reason, Roland felt inclined to believe that she was on his side. With these conflicting thoughts swirling in his mind, Roland finally arrived at the workshop he would be using for his prosthesis project. It was a spacious area filled with all manner of tools and equipment for crafting magical items. Other runesmiths and apprentices bustled about making this a more novel experience as he would need to share his workspace with others. Throughout the years, Roland had become accustomed to crafting his own tools and working within the confines of an enclosed space. Even Bernier, who collaborated with him, had his own separate workshop that was insulated. But now, in this shared environment, Roland had to adapt. Greeting the other runesmiths and apprentices with a polite nod, Roland proceeded to set up his workspace. Fortunately, being a Tier 3 class holder, he had already earned the trust and respect of the craftsmen in the workshop. They eagerly followed his instructions and even began to anticipate what new invention he would conjure up next. The runic puzzles he created for the mages had piqued their interest, and now, many onlookers were curious to see what he was working on. I guess I'm popular with older men. I want to go home. Despite his desire to depart, Roland knew he couldn't leave just yet. Before he could, a prototype needed to be made. There was a chance that once he returned, he wouldn't have access to any research materials. He might need to make trips to the library or seek advice from Arian or the other smiths in the workshop. Now then, I want to imitate a hand, so first, he was making a prosthesis that would read the mana phantom and move on its own. This was his main goal, thus first he needed to get something that looked like a person's arm. Luckily, this was a true forge and had some old golem parts that could be repurposed for this task. He had taken such an apparatus that looked like a basic human arm. It was made from a magical steel alloy similar to the ones that he had worked with in the past. It was an empty shell without any runes and perfect for a prototype. Even though it was a fully sized arm, it didn't need to put runes on the entire structure. For the time being, he decided to focus only on the index finger. If he could get it to wiggle then, he would have all the data he needed to make it function for the entire arm. Arian said that he would help me with the runic operating system once I've figured out how to interpret the mana phantoms, but first let me try to attune it to regular mana. Research for such a thing already existed. Rune mages of the past created systems that interpreted mana hand spell usage that could be superimposed onto golemic limbs. It allowed them to use these robust metallic creations while using a basic spell that mimicked limb movement. Once this was created, he would just need to make it react to the mana phantom instead of spells that could only be created by mages. With his plan set in motion, Roland began the intricate process of attuning the golemic arm to regular mana. He carefully inscribed a series of runes onto the arm, each one designed to interact with mana in a specific way. It was a delicate operation, requiring precision and finesse, but Roland was no stranger to such tasks. I guess I should go to work, but before that, Roland glanced around and could see many people looking in his direction. While he understood their curiosity about his work, he was reluctant to reveal his entire work process to others. This space was open and everyone had their own workstation, but it was possible to hide himself with the use of spellcasting. Thus, after pulling out a few runic batteries and placing it inside a specialized runic device, the space around him started to shift. The other runesmiths and their helpers started frowning as the area around Roland began to turn into a dark color, successfully concealing him from view. Satisfied with his new gained privacy, Roland returned his focus to his work on the golemic arm. After arriving at the forge clad in his armor, Roland realized it was ill-suited for runesmithing work. The bulky gauntlets restricted his movement, and he was reluctant to further degrade the runic structures adorning it. This armor stood as his primary and sole true defense, and should it fail, he would find himself severely handicapped.